10. Elena accompanied him neither to the Caspian nor to the flaming continent. They were divorced by then. His famous photo of Paulus, rigid and pale at the surrender at Stalingrad, reminds me of Carmen himself on the day that Elena left him. It was probably all over, although who can measure that, on the day that she informed him that his various projects and dreams—oh, if there only weren't a war, he'd take her to Siberia and shoot a film just about the colours of the ice. He'd find a rainbow in the ice for her. He wanted to ride with her in a bathysphere all the way to the bottom of the ocean, accompanied by luminescent fish. He wanted her at his side when he documented the forthcoming revolutions of Latin America, which wouldn't take place for decades, but when they did, he was truly going to be there. He tried to describe his longing to accompany her to the deserts of Turkestan. And here I might mention that long ago, so long ago that it had been peacetime, the sleepwalker hadn't even come to power, once upon a time when Roman Carmen was writing in his diary on that hot summer in the Karakum desert with Yerofiev and Tise, what gave him the most joy was imagining that some day he would return here with a woman who loved him. Oh, he was passionate. He was romantic. It was the first of his 3 desert trips. He'd returned in 1936 with his own car. In 1950 he would shoot Soviet Turkestan. Elena was silent. So he said that he also wanted to be with her on a secluded tropical beach. Or if she didn't like beaches, they could float side by side down a wide, warm river. A project which would be excellently realized in his lovely and politically reliable travelogue, Our Friend India, 1954. All this he proposed on a summer afternoon, trying to bring them closer. First he'd asked what dreams she had, and she didn't answer. So he told her, yes, the moon and the North Pole and the South Sea. He'd love to bring her with him. He wished to be with her forever and ever. These fantasies struck her as either isolating, and after her relationship with Shostakovich she never wanted to be isolated again, or frightening. In a deep, low croon, which he meant to be reassuring, he tried to explain. She thought he was being defensive and said, "I feel very uncomfortable. Your tone of voice is creepy." He was hurt then. He didn't want anyone to think that he was creepy. On the contrary, he was cheery, brave, wholesome. Oh, he was really hurt. Perhaps in compensation, after that he was always promising to bring her to Odessa, where he was born. Then they stopped talking about going places. 11. It was she who'd returned his manhood to him. A previous relationship had ended so disastrously that he had been impotent, desireless, for more than a year. He threw himself into his work in Spain. He almost hoped to get killed. The first night he was with Elena, he'd apologized and warned her, smiling in embarrassment. He never in his life learned that his embarrassed smile was the same as the cheerful one he put on for journalists and opening nights, that he might no longer be a man. He was very afraid. But with her it all came back, not just once, but twice and 3 times. And it was not just delicious, but it was tender from the very first. Sentimental as such things sound when they are spoken of, it was the most romantic love-making that he had ever known, especially when she was riding on top of him, not rapidly and ruthlessly the way many women did, not that he didn't like that too, but with extreme concentration and grace, riding him very, very slowly so that he almost couldn't bear it, gazing at him, sometimes teasing him, sometimes concentrating very carefully on her own pleasure, taking her time, stopping sometimes, or just barely moving, clenching and contracting herself around him with extreme deliberation, while his desire and sexual suspense rose up, like the smoke from her half-extinguished cigarette in the ashtray behind them. Even when her own orgasm was upon her, she didn't ride much faster, although she flung back her head at the last moment, and her mouth opened, and she uttered a high-pitched cry. When she lay underneath him, she had a way of gripping the headboard when she was coming, or sometimes simply raising both her hands above her head. After they had been together for a few months, she began to lay her wrist across her eyes right before she climaxed. He didn't think anything of it at first, but then, more and more, that wrist was there across her face whenever he tried to kiss her. One morning they lay just awoke, and he rolled over, took her in his arms, and started to kiss her, but she averted her mouth. She said that his breath wasn't good. He felt hurt, but said nothing. After that he began to notice that she almost invariably turned her face away when they were making love and he wanted to kiss her, or else her hand was there between their faces, keeping him a little away. Perhaps it was his beard. One time at breakfast she remarked that she thought that moustaches made men look stupid, so he shaved off his moustache. But that night, when they made love, her hand was there, gently pushing his face away from hers, so all he did was kiss her fingers. Sometimes, when she was on top of him, she still kissed him, never as deeply as he would have wanted, never the way she used to. He learned to be passive at those moments, to let her kiss his lips in the gentle, shallow, half-nibbling licks that she liked. He didn't want to frighten her away. It wasn't at all, or at least not exactly, that she was withdrawing from him, or didn't want him to see her. In her way she was actually a bit of an exhibitionist. She loved herself at the same time that she didn't. She liked him to photograph her nude, but when she picked the pose, it was of herself lying on her stomach, averting her face, offering her buttocks. If he had seen any such image of another person, he would have thought, "Here's somebody who doesn't want to be photographed." And yet she had asked him to photograph her. 12. That was the crux of it. That was how he would have told the story if he were making a newsreel about his life. First she used to squeak like a mouse when she came, then she grunted. Finally she made no sound at all. He told her how, when they made love, he felt connected to her, soul to soul, and she gazed at him in silence. "Isn't it that way for you, Elena?" "I don't want to hurt you." That shot away his confidence. So from then on he thanked her with weepy gratitude every time she made love with him. "Don't thank me," she'd sadly whisper. "I love you," he said. "I love you too, very, very much. I need you." "No, you don't," she cried in panic. "You don't need anybody. You love me, that's enough. It makes me happy to think of you being strong and going to Spain or China by yourself, being self-reliant. That's why you're my hero." And then, raising herself up on one elbow, she said, "I want you to be happy for me. I think of you as that laughing man in Volga, Volga." 13. He often dreamed of seeing Elena through a window. He wondered whether Shostakovich, who they said had been extremely attached to Elena, had ever had such dreams. The only reason he hadn't left his wife for her, it seems, was the man's weak character. Hopefully he'd managed to forget Elena by now. Elena's present husband had no intention of forgetting her, quite the opposite. But even in his dreams he no longer succeeded in being quite present with her. They quarrelled in bed. She turned her back to him. Miserably and tediously he fell asleep. Where was he now? In this other world everything went on forever. He hovered and shimmered, not even knowing that he existed. Then through the window he saw Elena, naked, receiving the face of another naked woman against her own. She was reclining with her head bent a little forward, cradling the other woman's head in her hands, her fingers buried in the other woman's hair, and the other woman had closed her eyes in ecstasy, almost crying out, her mouth wide open and her tongue coming out, while his wife, whose eyes had also closed, nuzzled gently at this other woman's upper lip, almost like a baby sucking at a nipple, her lips tranquilly parted. It was the other woman, whom he'd never before seen, who was the active, eager partner, gasping with need for his wife, who so sweetly held her and offered herself. And yet, although she was the passive one, the giver, not the taker, there was a sense of indescribably sweet exploration in the way that Elena nuzzled the other woman's mouth. The stunning, perfect tenderness between them bereaved him into agonizing insanity, because nowadays, even when Elena allowed him to make love to her, she hid her face behind her hand, especially when she climaxed. She hadn't yet forbidden him from looking her in the face, but he knew for a certainty that his looking irritated her. Everything about him irritated her. When they'd first become lovers, he used to be the one to close his eyes. The intensity of her scrutiny as he neared his climax made him feel shy. She'd been so present then that it was almost too much. But that hadn't meant that he didn't love her, only that giving himself to her would be an irrevocable step. Perhaps she now felt the same. At any rate, he sought out her face because he was losing her. For exactly the same reason that he needed to have his camera with him when he saw history, so that none of it would get lost. He needed the little bits of Elena which remained available to him. and she interposed her hand between her mouth and his whenever he tried to kiss her. Yet she loved him. She attempted to be understanding. She was always saying, "I understand." She admitted that she didn't know how to be reassuring. She'd chosen to live with him after all. She could have been living with a woman instead, not to mention with Dmitri Shostakovich. Elena had telephoned him once from Leningrad, very cheerfully, so that he felt nothing amiss, to say that all was well. She'd chatted with him about nothing. He had glowed to hear her voice. Then she telephoned him right back and said, "I was unfaithful to you last night." "With whom?" "Dmitri Dmitrievich. He was drunk, and he came into my room. He started crying, and I felt sorry for him. Oh, Roman, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." "And then what happened?" he said wearily. "There's not much to tell you. He and I, He was so drunk he couldn't do as much as he wanted. And he kept crying. It was awful. Afterward I told him that we could never do this again, because I felt bad about betraying you. I told him it was over, and he got really sad. I'd rather not talk about it any more unless there's something you really need to ask me, and I promise you that it will never happen again." Carmen knew that she needed him to forgive her then. He was grateful that she had confessed on the morning after it had happened. On the other hand, and this is what truly hurt him, there'd been that previous telephone call, which retrospectively horrified him with its cheerfulness, because it had cheered him. He'd believed. That was why he understood that he would never know if Elena were lying to him. He was a tolerant person, really, and not merely in his own estimation. As many itinerant professionals do, he had enjoyed his share of interludes. He'd found stability in several mutually non-monogamous relationships, in obedience to A. Kollwitz' sex equals a drink of water theory. But that these relationships were honest. If, from the very start, Elena had told him, "Roman, I'd like to be with you, but I'm going to go on sleeping with Dmitri Dmitrievich," then he could have accepted or rejected her proposition. He would have known what he was getting into. Had he accepted it, her nights with Dmitri Dmitrievich might have hurt him a little, but that would have been his pain, inflicted by him upon himself. The pain which Elena had inflicted upon him was not his. This is why it comprised, and she had used the word, betrayal. Later, what had happened kept returning to his mind. He wished that he had asked, "Did Dmitri Dmitrievich stay the entire night in your bed? Or did he go after you'd completed the sex act? Did he want to stay, but you sent him away because you were already remorseful? Or did you figure that since you had just copulated with him, he might as well stay through the night, and maybe you would do it with him one more time?" Such questions as these seemed highly important to his understanding of her behavior. But were they actually important? Didn't he already know everything that he needed to know? This other man, Dmitri Dmitrievich, had penetrated Elena, with her consent, while she was supposedly with him. How many times had he penetrated her? Had he entered her slowly? Had he been gentle and careful? Had her pleasure been one of his considerations, perhaps even the primary point, in which case the emotional connection between them must be still more dangerous? Or had Dmitri Dmitrievich simply been intent upon his own need? Had Elena climaxed? In the course of the sex act, had she thought about, and, better yet, had she pretended that she was with a certain Roman Carmen? If she hadn't, that was very damaging. On the other hand, if she had, then what did that say about her? He never asked her any of these questions, because he feared hurting her with a lengthy interrogation. He knew all too well how necessary it was to him, both in his life and in his work, for him to visualize all factors right down to the smallest detail. In the case of Elena's infidelity, his reconstruction would always remain far more incomplete than any on-the-spot documentation. He'd never know enough. Let it go. 14. He kissed her nipples. He wanted to tell her that her breasts were as white and sweet as Vyazma gingerbread, but he was afraid that if he did, she would fear all the more that he wanted to consume her. "It's just a compulsion, Roman, that's all it is. I've thought about myself as you asked me to do, and I've even talked with others. I've established that I'm normal and you're abnormal." "But other women never said that about me." "Don't compare me with other women. I'm sorry." Elena looked at him in her gently terrifying way, lit a cigarette, and said, "You know, when I was a girl I used to be a compulsive masturbator. I was addicted to it. If I didn't have an orgasm every few hours I couldn't stand it. I used to spend all my time scheming out another 15 minutes to be alone. And it was terrible. I finally broke myself of that habit, and I don't ever want to go back. I want you to need me the way I need you. What you want is for me to be unhappy again, the way I was with Vera. I was weak, I was jealous, I was dependent. Whatever she did, it wasn't enough. She couldn't make me happy. But she was unfaithful to you right and left. She was mean to you. And I'm not that way." "I promised myself I'd never go back to that," Elena said. "I made progress. I got over being that way. I'm proud of myself for that. And you want me to go back to that. I'm sorry, Roman, but I'll never, ever go back." 15. On her desk he saw an opened envelope to his wife from Vera Ivanova. Jealous suspicions crawled all over him. He longed more than anything else to read the letter and learn whether Vera and Elena had maintained their sexual relationship. He actually held the envelope in his hands. Then he said to himself, "My God, what am I doing? Don't I love her? Don't I trust her?" "Elena," he said that night at dinner, "have you heard any news from your friend Vera?" Elena lit a cigarette and said, "As a matter of fact, she invited me to a party. But I don't think I'll go. I'm feeling tired." He believed her. He was happy now. He changed the subject. 16. Every time he begged her to say just once that he was the one for her, Elena flew into a rage. She didn't want to be pinned down like a butterfly. She kept saying, "What if someday you turn into a monster?" "You're the only woman I've ever been with who won't say I'm the one for you." "Maybe I'm the only one who's honest," Elena replied. 17. "I know it's unfair," she whispered softly. "I know I'm being selfish. I'm sorry." Love, agony, and strangely erotic pain detonated inside him. This was what she so often said, and whenever she did, he always felt the same. "I know it feels a little unequal," Elena whispered. "I'm sorry." "I know it's hard," Elena gently said. "I can see that you're sad," Elena said in a beautifully consoling voice, "but I know you're strong." And Carmen, suffering intensely, longed for the next time that he would speak with Elena, and she would reject him. 18. A certain Comrade Alexandrov, the one who'd brought them together, in fact, took him aside one day and said, "I'll put it to you straight, Roman Lazarovich. Well, maybe I shouldn't tell you. It's a secret. Do you want to know or not?" "What kind of secret?" "It's about Elena Evseyevna. You should leave her. Forgive me for saying this." "What do you mean?" "You must promise to keep the secret. You can't tell her. Do you promise?" "Of course I promise," said Carmen numbly. "There's a certain individual at the conservatory who— Look, I don't know how to say this, but in November your wife was seen with him at a party. She was all over him, Roman Lazarovich. I'm very sorry." "I see." "And then last month we saw them together again, drinking. You know, your wife has, how should I say, flirty eyes. I mean no disrespect, that's her nature. I mean that's how she appears, and it's a charming, engaging quality, especially in a pretty young woman such as she is. So our first inclination was simply to assume— Who are these others who were with you?" "Well, that's not the point. Anyhow, we watched them, and unfortunately there was more to it than that. The way she was kissing him, and her hands were—" "I understand." "But you're not to betray me to her." "Can I ask why?" "It has to do with protecting my career. That's all I can tell you." "All right. But then what can I do?" "Divorce her. That's what you have to do." "But it's not fair," cried Carmen. "She can't confront her accuser. She can't know the grounds on which I'm to leave her. She can't refute these charges." "Do you want the man's name?" He's a certain composer. That first time, last November, she wouldn't take her hands off him, so he actually had to leave the party. I know it's an ugly story. He was upset. He complained about her to a friend who told me. The friend was supposed to keep his secret because, you see, he depends on Elena for a recommendation. That's why you can't mention his name. Do you believe me?" Carmen sat very still. Finally he said, "Of course I believe you, Comrade Alexandrov. But if I'm not allowed to approach him or mention his name to her, then I'll have to go on acting as though I believe her." 19. Then, a month later, when he was in the Ukraine, and he knew full well that by being so far from her he was abandoning and disappointing her, that what he should have done was keep shooting documentaries about local collective farms for Sovkino Journal, she telephoned him, and he said, "So, what did you end up doing last night?" "Actually, I didn't stay home. A friend called me, and we went out for a drink." "Oh, really? Which friend?" he casually asked. He had never asked that before. There was a silence, and then she said in a very low voice, "Shostakovich." He felt as if she had kicked him in the stomach. "Oh," he said. "You sound upset," came Elena's voice. "Oh, not at all. I'm not upset." "So how often do you see him? I don't believe you've mentioned him lately." "He's a fairly good friend." "Oh," he said again, and changed the subject. "Of course she's unfaithful to you, Roman Lazarovich." This was the opinion of all his friends. "A man doesn't take a woman out to dinner on a regular basis unless he's getting something from her, especially if she's a married woman." I know. "Well then?" "I guess I really don't care. If you'd only tell me, then I—" "Now you're speaking in incomplete sentences, just like that Shostakovich." "The thing is, I think about her all the time." "Work harder, Roman Lazarovich. That's the best cure." "I know. But the odd thing is my work doesn't matter to me anymore. I know it's ridiculous, but I sometimes feel that my love for her is the only thing that's genuine about me." 20. Standing leftwards of the desk where her husband worked by lamplight, with a canteen beside him, his daybook on one side, and his light meter holding down one corner of the paper, Elena smiled at him lovingly. "Do you think there's any hope at all?" he asked. "I can't honestly say that I do feel any hope," she said gently. But still they stayed together. And now the war had come, and whenever he got to see her, which was far more often than most husbands got to see their wives, he felt claustrophobic. He couldn't forget how she had called him creepy for wanting to be all alone with her in isolated places. I've already told you how, during the Nazi-Soviet idyll, he'd gone in the icebreaker Joseph Stalin to film the rescue of the Sedov with her crew of 13. This vessel had been icebound for 812 days. Carmen would never forget the magnetic storms, the cold, the silence. And yet none of it had depressed him. He was an adventurer. He truly loved the experience. Shostakovich would have killed himself. Of course, what's worst about being icebound is the solitude, but a gregarious man is armored against that. Roman Carmen never ran out of jokes. He'd bunked with his cameraman, V. Statland, and his sound engineer, Ruvim Chalulashkov. If either man turned morose, Roman Carmen knew how to make him laugh. Defeatism is a crime. They recorded the repair and reassembly of the Sedov's engine. The engine started. The Sedov was saved. One more Roman Carmen film ended happily. But now, when he was with Elena, he was back in the cold. They sat miserably together in the captain's icy cabin. 21. He asked her whether she was sure that the problem was with him, not her, and she said that she was sure. Was it like this with Shostakovich? Never. 22. They invited him to film the premiere of Shostakovich's Leningrad Symphony, but he didn't want to see Shostakovich. Even though Arnstam scolded him, he said he didn't have time. Instead, he requested a transfer out of the Central Frontline Kinogroup and filmed Leningrad Strikes Back. A titanic poster of Didi Shostakovich in a fire helmet gazed shyly down on him. He crawled with his camera over the ice of Lake Ladoga to film the agony and encourage the defenders, almost getting killed 4 times. 2 lost soldiers with frost on their machine pistols huddle over their truck's frozen engine as they try to read a map. Ruins stretch behind them and before them. Perhaps they'll die today, but Roman Carmen has photographed them. He wants them to live forever. We see them for a long single instant in his newsreel, and we feel for them. We want them to get safely to Leningrad. Roman Carmen is a man who cares. He stands in the same fur-lined greatcoat in which he filmed the Sedov men, knee-deep in Leningrad snow, with the skeleton of a wrecked bus very black behind him. Throwing back his head and shoulders, yet continuing to gaze levelly ahead, he braces the cine-camera against his heart. The half-blacked-out eyes of supply trucks creep darkly through the white fog and ice of Lake Ladoga. He leaps to one side, films it, gets back in another truck, which turns out to be filled with sullen soldiers he's never met. In 30 seconds he gets them grinning at his imitation of the laughing man in Volga, Volga. He came home, and she was sitting by the gramophone, listening to Shostakovich's cello sonata in D minor, which is opus 40, I believe. He sat down beside her, and she gazed at him in annoyance. 23. He had just found that his application to speak at the Conference on American and British Cinema had been accepted. Everyone would be there, even Eisenstein, since his name was familiar to the Americans. He was supposed to read a paper on feature films. It meant good cheer and good food, neither of which was in great supply in those war years, and he had thought that Elena would be coming with him. Actually, he had applied for her sake. But now they had what's called a little talk, which is to say a talk in which she gradually, carefully expressed more and more how hopeless she felt, all the time watching him to make sure that no one dose was lethal. It was like the time that a nurse he cared for had been killed by a fascist barrage, and they sat him down and said first, "Roman Lazarovich, we have some very bad news," and then, "We're very sorry, but something has happened," and so on and so on. Und so weiter, as the German fascists would say. In this spirit, Elena asked him what he thought about their life together. What he thought, always what he thought. Eventually he comprehended. She wants me to do the dirty work. "This isn't fair," he cried weakly. "I understand," said Elena, evidently willing to be infinitely agreeable as long as her object could be obtained. Usually she got angry the instant he accused her of being unfair. "Do you ever think about it?" she kept asking him. After a while he felt like a character in a silent film. A half-silent film, I should say, for he could still hear and remember her words, but everything he said might as well have been silent. "I tried to let you see that it was all right for you to be happy," she was saying. "You deserve someone better than I am." "You've been a pillar of strength to me," she said. "I don't know what I'll do without you." "I know I'm letting you down," sobbed Elena. "I'm really, really sorry. I hate to lose you." "That's all right," said Carmen wearily. He threw on his oilskin jacket and went out. She had asked him to telephone her so she wouldn't worry about him, but he didn't. She knew where he would be staying, at the studio, naturally. 2 days later she rang him up, and he burst out crying. Elena had that effect on people. He sobbed. "When it happened, I was sure it was a mutual thing, but today it isn't. Every time the phone rings I hope that it's you, and now that it's you I'm hoping that you'll say, 'Please take me back, you're the one for me.' There's a large part of me that hates to lose you," Elena said consolingly. 24. That would not happen until the summer of 1943, shortly before Operation Citadel. In 1942, he collaborated on Defeat of the German Armies near Moscow and directed Leningrad in Combat. I've told you how I saw him at Stalingrad, eagerly photographing the captured German fascist field marshal, a certain F. Paulus, who, like a recently dead person, hadn't entirely shed his former grandeur. In another week he'd be a convict, a nothing, but for now he still remembered how to sit up straight and proud in his uniform. All the same, he stared so woodenly into space. He reminded Carmen of someone, but he didn't know whom. Unfortunately, the light wasn't good enough for cinematic work. I've seen footage of him at Vyazma, standing between his fellow camera soldiers K.M. Simonov and B. Zeitlin. In his bulky coat and fur cap he looked strangely gamin-like, smiling a slightly buck-toothed smile. Yes, he resembles a lost French child. Simonov, who puffs at his pipe, seems the most genuine of the three. Zeitlin's pale grin is tense beneath the cap, and Carmen's smile is cautious. Behind them are ruins and dirty snow. 25. He performed all the trickiest camera work for L. Arnstham's 1944 film Zoya, with a musical score by Shostakovich. Zoom in on the Nazi officer gazing into the slender lamp, losing the battle with himself. Now pan to Zoya herself, beautiful, bruised, and angry, standing upright before him in her quilted jacket. She's ready to take her medicine, resolute to die without mercy for herself. Cut to close-up of her bloody lips, saying, "You can't hang all 190 million of us." Shostakovich had a question about whether the pacing of a certain long shot on the gallows was to be altered, because it would affect the tempo of the, you know. No one else happened to be in the studio. Arnstam had rushed off to the ministry for another argument. Zoya had just wiped the makeup off her lips and stood behind the half-opened lavatory door, flirting with the Nazi officer. The technician had gone into the dark room to drink vodka. Carmen laid his hand on Shostakovich's shoulder and said, "I hope it doesn't make you sad to work with me, given the circumstances." "Oh, that's not the point, Roman Lazarevich. Oh, no, not at all. You know, you were born the same year I was, almost the same day, 3 weeks apart. What a narrow front-line trench. That makes us, so to speak, contemporaries. Evidently she likes older men, because well, you know. Well, that's another matter. The point is that here, you see, in our Soviet homeland, for us—" And here Shostakovich's lips fleared out and flitted into a spitefully sarcastic smile. "A film is the most important art form, not music." "My dear Dmitri Dmitrievich—" "No, nein, niet, noch, nie. That bastard Dmitri Dmitrievich is not my concern at the moment. Film is the most— Well, as you know, Lenin himself said so. Who can argue with Vladimir Ilyich? She wouldn't, because she's been— Well, you know— Well, the results are known." "The results of arguing?" "Are you, how should I put it, crazy?" screamed Shostakovich in terror. "Of course I didn't mean it like that. When she was— No, she never even— The results of— I'm implying of Soviet film in our Soviet homeland today. And Comrade Stalin confirmed Lenin's profound and just thought, and put it into, so to speak, execution. What Carmen did next exemplified why we like him. He found himself thinking, as he so often did, one of this person's mannerisms is actually mine, but I don't know what it is. Squatting down in front of Shostakovich, rocking on his wiry little knees, he said, "There's no need for hard feelings on that score, Dmitri Dmitrievich, absolutely none. I think you know why." Shostakovich was silent. Shostakovich looked away. And this infuriated Carmen inexpressibly. He did not smile much nowadays. A year later, with a white bandage dividing his head into 3 zones, the boyish look would be entirely gone as he filmed the ruins of Berlin steadily and without pity. He was with the 2nd Guards Tank Regiment by then. Toward Shostakovich his anger was no less than toward the enemy. All the same, something inclined him to be gentle. Oh, the gentleness of her that was somehow sweet like milk. He rose, smiled, and said, "Do you remember what they said to Robespierre at the end? I'm sure you do." "You mean when they wrenched his bandage off, and he—" "Your education was better than mine. I'm just a gutter rat from Odessa. Before his arrest he was calling them all kinds of names, and they said, 'Why should the people's business be thrown out of joint for the sake of one man's wounded self-esteem? You and I should both try to be more optimistic, Dmitri Dmitrievich.'" Shostakovich stared at him. He gaped his mouth as if to scream. 26. In 1945 he directed Berlin. Balding and bulky, jovial in his big suit coat, he took home a bullet-holed Unter den Linden sign for a souvenir. Somehow he simultaneously found time to collaborate with Troyanovsky on the production of Albania. The next year he directed the Soviet documentary about the Nuremberg trials. White-haired, he filmed Ho Chi Minh in 1954, leaning alertly on his elbow as the Vietnamese leader raised an arm in salute. That was the year that the formalist Dziga Vertov, long excluded from our national life, died from cancer. In 1955 his Vietnam was released to considerable official acclaim. Even the American monopoly propagandist Burt Lancaster was forced to recognize, although perhaps not in the context of this anti-American film, his passionate love for life and people, but also an irreconcilable hatred for war, violence, and fascism. Carmen's working conditions in North Vietnam had been perilous, but at the reception after the premiere he scooped caviar on a biscuit and said, "My father died at 44, thanks to the White Guards. I turned 44 in 1950, so whatever happens, I'm ahead." Then he threw back his head and laughed, just like our favorite actor in Volga, Volga. An essay I found in the library basement cites his Far and Wide My Country Stretches, 1958, as being the first film to use the kinopanorama system of the wide curved screen, complete with 9 tracks of stereophonic sound. And we're glancingly informed that the countervailing American system used only 7. Unfortunately, the difficulty in getting the 3 projectors to overlap precisely proved to be most annoying, and so the Great Soviet Encyclopedia informs us kinopanorama came to be used increasingly less frequently after 1963. He was a delegate of the 25th Party Congress in Moscow. I've seen him smile resolutely at the East German leader Honecker, whose returning smile seems more strained, more like Hilda Benjamin's. Carmen, for his part, remained natural all his life. That is why we all liked him. Dolores Ibarruri, head of the Spanish Communist Party, praised him and smiled eternally. Castro said of him, "In the name of our people, we thank you for your free and deep friendship for us." Salvador Allende mentioned "my friend Roman Carmen." For the same reason, at the Moscow Academy of Film he was renowned for his easy closeness with the younger students, men and women both. But these details shunt his story away from its true end. In 1965, the Great Patriotic War appeared under his name. 2 famous shots. A haunted old man clutches his hat to his chest. A calm old soldier salutes. In 1966, shortly before returning to Spain as a tourist, he was named a People's Artist of the Soviet Union. I remember how he used to be dark and skinny, like a French gamin, as he stood at the panning lever of his cinematic camera in 1933, shooting Moscow, Karakum, Moscow. That year's edition of the Moscow Kinoslova describes the character of his films as strikingly emotive, but the feelings are faithfully bright, which is to say, remarkably dramatic, but always in a public-spirited context. Droboshenko names him in the same breath as the great Dziga Vertov. In 1968 he co-directed Granada, Granada, My Granada with K.M. Simonov, with whom he'd always got on well. One shrouded female figure halfway through the first reel, some of whose archival footage dates from 1936, is rumored to be Elena Konstantinovskaya. Breakout. With few but courageous allies, we must take upon ourselves the defense of a continent which largely does not deserve it. Joseph Goebbels, 1944. 1. Until July 1942, Lieutenant General A. A. Vlasov, commander of the 2nd Shock Army of the Volkhov Front, remained one of those heroically immaculate men of Soviet marble, each of whom bears a glittering star centered in his forehead like an Indian woman's caste mark. Why didn't German snipers shoot at it? Each holding his gleaming black gun in white hands, aiming with confidence. So the old photographs portray them, all highlights bleached into blank purity. Vlasov cannot be descried among them now, nor has he been found deserving of a citation in the Great Soviet Encyclopedia. There is, indeed, an angry entry about Vlasov men. That befits, for the crime which Vlasov committed was of a collective nature. He organized an army of traitors to fight against their own motherland. He is said to have been both brave and cool-headed in the foredoomed defense of Lvov. In a series of energetic attacks, he led a breakout right through the German pincers, saving his troops for future fighting. Repeating this dangerous and thankless accomplishment when the enemy took Kiev, he preserved the remnants of the 37th Army. No doubt he was aided both times by the rumours, each day less deniable, that the fascists were machine-gunning prisoners by the thousands. He reached Moscow shortly before that city came under siege. The people around him were as faint and intermittent as his reflection in the broken, blacked-out windows. Most of them had never even thrown a hand grenade. Vlasov visited his wife and tried to prepare her for the worst. On the 10th of November 1941, he was summoned beneath the 5-pointed Kremlin stars of ruby glass, each of which weighed 1 ton, and each of which was illuminated from within by incandescent lamps. And so he came into the presence of Comrade Stalin himself. It was literally the stroke of midnight. Rigidly polite, he awaited honor or death. Stalin demanded his opinions on the protection of Moscow. Vlasov gave them without mitigation, but without defeatism either, recommending a deeply echeloned defense to delay the fascist army group center until winter. In particular, the Mozhaisk defensive line should be strengthened. Ground might be given, in Kalinin, for instance, but it must be contested. Meanwhile, it was essential that we use the time purchased with the lives of a few more 100,000 peasant boys to form up the Siberian reserves. Stalin raised his haggard head. He asked, "Where will the enemy break through?" Vlasov rose, approached the situation map and said, "I've already mentioned Mozhaisk. Generally speaking, the Artsevo axis will soon be endangered." "Speak the truth, like a communist. Will we lose Moscow?" "I think not. By the end of this month they'll start freezing to death, and then we can counterattack." "With what?" "Well, Comrade Stalin, as I said, with the Siberian reserves." "Anybody can defend Moscow with reserves." Vlasov nodded obediently. "Nevertheless, your analysis is correct, Comrade Vlasov. I'm going to give you 15 tanks. As for this echelon defense, you'll present your diagrams to Comrade Zhukov in 1 hour's time." And that very day, the 450,000 shivering, famished Muscovites who'd been mobilized, 3/4 of them women, for all conditionally fit men had been sent to the front long ago, began reifying the Mozhaisk defensive line with their shovels. Mozhaisk fell. The survivors regrouped to dig more trenches according to Vlasov's specifications, deep and narrow, like the corridors of the Lubyanka. Within hours there were blanket-wrapped corpses in one ditch, magnified representations of the worms which would eat them come summer. Fire points of concrete blocks sank down into place like tombstones. As for the still immaculate man, he went to take command of the 20th Army with his 15 shop-worn tanks. The night sky was already turning pink under fascist artillery fire. This time he had no chance to say farewell to his wife, who, white-faced in her dark winter coat and shawl, too sick to dig trenches, sat against her cold samovar, hugging herself for warmth with her hands inside her coat sleeves, the apartment lightless but for a candle. Soon she'd be sleeping underground with the others, beneath the arched roofs of the metro station. Somebody in raspberry-coloured boots was asking a railroad man which train for Kuibyshev would be the last. As for Vlasov, he expected to be dead within a week at most. In December, 20th Army and 1st Shock Army launched successful counterblows against the German fascist command. Solnechnogorsk was liberated. The enemy had already set fire to Volokholamsk in preparation for retreat, and so the Commissar called upon the soldiers of 20th Army to increase their efforts. He pointed out that thanks to Comrade Stalin, we now had 54 tanks. He invoked the neck-high pyramids of anti-tank traps made entirely by girls in Leningrad. Vlasov, who'd been studying the strategic maxims of Napoleon, emerged from his dugout, at which the Commissar's speech got routed by many cheers. Vlasov smiled shyly. That night he led them back into battle, showing admirable contempt for his own safety. Abnormally tall, he stood out above the other shapes of men bulked and blocked by winter clothes, heads swollen and flat-topped like immense bolt-heads, shoulders swollen and squared. They conquered Volokholamsk. General Rokossovsky sent a radio message of thanks and congratulations. The Commissar, for his part, warned the security organs that A. A. Vlasov might be an unreliable element. By New Year's Eve, when his photograph appeared in the portrait gallery of prominent generals in Izvestia, they'd recovered ground all the way to the La Marisa line. More than 500,000 Germans died in the snow. Their corpses were often found clad in clumsy straw overshoes, for the fascist high command had not issued them any winter supplies. The liberation of Mozhaysk was imminent. On the 24th of January 1942, Vlasov received the Order of the Red Banner. He was now a lieutenant general. Throughout those years of pale men staring down at maps, there were many careers of a meteoric character, instant promotions and executions, loyal initiatives, heroes' funerals, but none more dramatic than his. He was a modest, bookish sort who knew well enough when to leave politics alone. Namely, always. Until now, to be sure, that abstinence had been a virtue. In meetings with his staff officers, he was less inclined to cite the inevitability of a Soviet victory than to bring to their attention some brilliant field maneuver of Peter the Great's. From somewhere he'd obtained a treatise by the executed Tukhachevsky. Later it was also remembered against him that he dared to praise the operational genius of the fascist Panzergruppe commander Guderian. Vlasov felt that knowing the enemy well enough to steal away his science was sufficient. He need not squander time in detesting him. Priding himself on his rationalism, which was truly a species of courage, indeed, it bears comparison with the noble atheism of the true Bolshevik, who fights and dies without any hope of unearthly reward, he failed to foresee how weak a perimeter it might prove against the spearheads of an alien will. At the end of February he embraced his wife for the last time. The hollows beneath her eyes were yellow and black, like snow stains where a German Nebelwerfer shell has exploded. She whispered goodbye almost with indifference. He couldn't tell whether she'd decided to endure. In March, shortly before the premiere of Shostakovich's Seventh Symphony, Comrade Stalin appointed him deputy commander of the Volkhov front. The strategic aim, to break the siege of Leningrad. Of course, the assignment was impossible, but at this stage of the war, what wasn't? Vlasov said, "Comrade Stalin, I accept the responsibility." That night they airlifted him into a sinister taiga zone beset by snow. 2 divisions of nearly pre-war strength awaited his command. No retreat would be tolerated, nor could anyone allow himself to be captured by the fascists, for that meant collaboration. Vlasov therefore had every motivation for success. He is said to have infused his sector with an almost monastic resolution. His untrained, half-starved Siberians adored him. In our memory, why not depict them with the scarlet cloaks and halos of Russian icons, the forest darkness between their faces traced with capillaries of gold? Mild whenever possible, yet plain-speaking always, getting his point across with common proverbs, he was, like any communist hero, the son of poor peasants. He reminded them that in victory lay their only hope of delaying death. Some of them were equipped with anti-tank rifles. Every other nation had long since given these up, for the man who fights a tank can hardly hope to win the contest. But in those days the Soviet army had no other recourse. The Siberian riflemen smiled at Vlasov, smoking their Mahorka cigarettes. Then they went and died for him. The arc welder's glare whenever a tank was hit became their own eternal flame. Nonetheless, our attack faltered and froze. They dwelled in a pocket shaped like a hammerhead, its neck crossing the front line between Novgorod and Spasskaya Polist, then widening to a rounded flatness on the west side of the Luga River. German tanks pointed guns at them, although the tanks were frozen and the gun barrels filled with snow. As long as the cold endured, Second Shock Army was safe. Ranged against him, 18th German Army's 200 tanks and 1,200 self-propelled guns. Sleeplessly poring over that static gameboard, Vlasov reread the essays of Guderian. A certain reference to the errors of military traditionalists haunted him. These men remain essentially unable to break free of recollections of positional warfare, which they persist in viewing as the combat form of the future, and they cannot muster the required act of will to stake all on a rapid decision. Guderian's criticism rang true. The only question was in what wastes of operational philosophy he, Vlasov, remained frozen. Positional warfare had superseded cavalry charges because a single machine-gun nest could decimate the bravest, most inspired brotherhood of horsemen. What could warriors do but dig themselves into trenches? Then came tank and plane, the panzer group, the blitzkrieg. Positional warfare was obsolete forever, and yet the very success of blitzkrieg had already afflicted it with its own traditionalists. Panzer warriors charged ahead with the same recklessness as their cavalrymen fathers. Supply lines lengthened. The fascist machine had run out of fuel before Moscow. How could this phenomenon be exploited across the map? Disobeying the Commissar's recommendation, he reread Tukhachevsky, who insisted that blitzkrieg could be defeated through planning, determination, and operational reserves. Of these, he could call upon neither the first nor the last. He said to the Commissar, "If we only had 100 tanks." He reread Caulaincourt's account of Napoleon's defeat at Moscow. Time, space, and weather had worn Napoleon down. Once in a great while, his sentries at the rear might see a truck convoy's many furry eyes of light in the night on the ice road. The fascists rarely shot at it. Sometimes an airplane landed, bearing emissaries of Comrade Stalin, whose task it was to brief and debrief him. Ensconced in a ring of minefields, he was now full commander. They'd promised to send him 6th Guard Rifle Corps, but it didn't happen. They assured him that 1st Shock Army would rejoin him before the thaw, and then he could outflank the fascists at Lyuban, save Novgorod, liberate starving Leningrad. They demanded to know why he hadn't already broken through. His appearance deteriorated rapidly. He knew very well that 2nd Army could expect nothing other than what the enemy called Kesselschlacht, cauldron slaughter. Meanwhile, he ate no better than his infantrymen, and never hesitated to expose himself to enemy fire. Call it emblematic that beside the dugout which served as his command post that spring, a corpse's frozen hand was seen upraised from a heap of ice and steel. 2. By the 24th of April, General K. A. Merezkov, Vlasov's erstwhile superior, was more than anxious about the situation of 2nd Shock Army. "If nothing is done, then a catastrophe is inevitable," he said to Comrade Stalin. Stalin shrugged his shoulders. This Merezkov had already been arrested once on suspicion of anti-Soviet activity. The fact that no evidence of guilt was ever found only made the case more serious. At the very least, he could be convicted of defeatism. Like far too many commanders, he kept demanding reinforcements and begging permission to withdraw. There were no reinforcements, and any further withdrawals would mean the fall of Moscow. That was why Stalin had dismissed him from the Volkhov front just yesterday. He was lucky. Several of his colleagues had been shot for losing battles. On the 8th of June, this round-faced, curving-eyebrowed hero of the Soviet Union would be restored to all his dignities, with Stalin's apologies. Indeed, he'd outlast Stalin himself. Assistant Minister of Defense, Deputy to the Supreme Soviet, 7-time recipient of the Order of Lenin, Vlasov had received it only once, he lived to be buried honorably in the Kremlin wall. Meanwhile, Vlasov's infantrymen kept sighing to one another, "If Comrade Stalin only knew to what extent his policies are being sabotaged." A black cloud hovered above a tank for a photographic millisecond, soft, almost like an embryonic sac, but then it fell, comprised of earth, rubble, and steel beams. Vlasov was summoned to speak with Comrade Stalin on the V-phone. "What's your objection to continuing this offensive, Comrade Vlasov?" "We can hold the sector for a few days longer, but deep enemy penetration has compressed our bridgeheads." "Explain this failure." "Well, their tanks aren't frozen anymore. The fascists have regained their mobility." For a moment, Vlasov could hear nothing but heavy, weary breathing, and then the metallic voice said, "We can spare you no reinforcements." "Perhaps if 1st Shock Army?" "Impossible. Northwest Front would be endangered." "Then 6th Guard Rifle Corps?" "No." "In that case, I request permission to break out immediately." "Your analysis is incorrect," Stalin replied. "You will hold the line at all costs." The connection ended then. Vlasov sat mournfully in his candle-lit dugout. Holding the receiver against his ear for a moment, he nodded. He even smiled. He remembered a sentence. These men remain essentially unable to break free of recollections of positional warfare. "Well, Comrade General," said the Commissar. "Withdrawal is premature," he says. "I understand how you must feel. Still, once Comrade Stalin has laid down the line, there's nothing for us to do but follow it." "Then we're doomed. Within a week they'll enfilade us with artillery fire." In an exasperated voice, the Commissar replied, "Everything you say may be correct from the military viewpoint, but politically speaking it's quite incorrect. You'd better be more careful. I've heard that your eldest brother was shot for anti-Bolshevik activity during the Civil War." Then came the general alarm signal. "Telephone communications are broken, sir. Send me the liaison officer. He's dead." On the 24th of June, the German pincers having long since squeezed shut, Vlasov informed his soldiers that no further hope remained unless they could break out in small groups. This having been said, he wished them good luck, and Second Shock Army disbanded into fugitives. 3. That 20-day interval when Vlasov dwelled between the Soviet and the Nazi systems was, as biographers love to say, crucial to his development. In the first stage, he continued in all good faith to discover a gap in the fascist lines, so that he could repeat the near miracles of Lvov and Kiev. This period came to an end on the day after he, the lieutenant colonel, and the scout had eaten a family of drowned field mice somewhere near Moscow. The scout was already through the barbed wire, and the lieutenant colonel was holding 2 corroded strands apart for Vlasov to crawl between, when the upraised needle of a distant tank gun began to move. When he'd returned to his body, he found himself covered with blood, but it wasn't his. Sun flashes on German helmets and German guns sought him out. Rolling down into the shell crater where his companions lay, he closed his eyes, but could no longer remember his wife's face. In good time, when the artillery explosions seemed to be growing louder to the east, he dodged south into the swamps. He continued to seek a way back to immaculateness, but he'd lost confidence, and the sounds of motors harassed him almost as much as the flies on his blood-stained uniform. Silver streams and silver skies, sandy ooze, immense trees, and every now and then a uniform containing something halfway between flesh and muck. This tiger bogscape, shrinking limbo of Soviet sovereignty, remained as blank on both enemies' maps as a hero's forehead. Should Vlasov have entombed himself there? Ask Comrade Stalin. In any event, hunger flushed him out. He was well into the second stage when, just off the Luga road, not far from where Pushkin had fought his fatal duel, he came across the bodies of 50 peasant women in the open air by their ruined hearths. They'd perished variously, as people will, some ending face down in the dirt, others on, say, their left side, legs twisted in a final spasm, and one even lay inexplicably on her back, with her hands folded across her heart, as if somebody who loved her had laid her out for a funeral. What welded these manifestations of individualism into an enigmatic parable of universal fatality was the fact that each victim had been shot in the base of the skull, a method of execution which the German language, so capable of inventing words for all eventualities, names a Nachenschuss. Cartridges glittered in the blood-stained grass. I suspect that not even Vlasov himself could have described his feelings at the moment, although he'd seen as many horrors as any other military man, especially during the fall of Kiev. On the battlefield, corpses tend to clump randomly together, their nested knee-scapes and elbow-scapes resembling mountain ranges photographed from high altitudes. Vlasov had taught himself to look upon such deaths as accidents. But these women lay in an evenly spaced line, like deserters after the Commissar imposes sentence. It may not be out of place to mention that in the course of 32nd Army's retreat to Moscow, certain secret dispatches inadvertently left behind, orders to hold the long-since overrun Stalin line, had given Vlasov occasion to return to a village they'd evacuated an hour before. I am sorry to say that he found the peasants, with utter contempt for Soviet power, already preparing the bread and salt of traditional welcome, which they clearly meant to offer to the oncoming fascists. Not without difficulty, Vlasov prevented his machine-gunner from feasting those traitors on lead. Perhaps this inaction is something to reproach him for. Indeed, his aversion to murder was the very reason he'd requested permission to withdraw from the Volkov pocket. What was the use of allowing Second Shock Army to be slaughtered without hope of any operational or tactical breakthrough? But Comrade Stalin had replied, "You will hold the line at all costs." These 50 corpses, 50 exactly, proved the correctness of Comrade Stalin's order. Had the collapse of Second Shock Army been prevented, these women would still be alive. Exhausted by heartache, anxiety, and guilt, Vlasov came near to regressing to the first stage. But then he heard engines. Scavenging through the ashes of the nearest hearth, he found a few charred potatoes, tumbled them into his coat pockets, and ran across wet, sandy ground, circling the village until he reached the place where he could hide. He thought of Zoya, the partisan's last words, as reported by the Pravda journalist Lidin, "You can't hang all 190 million of us." Closing his eyes, he seemed to see that photograph of her frozen, mutilated breasts. It was not strange that that image could still cause him to feel wounded in his own heart, for he still retained his immaculateness. Like Zoya, who perhaps had wept quietly before the fascists executed her, he could be enveloped and annihilated, but no one could break through the impregnable marble of his convictions. Not long after he'd crawled into the tall grass to eat his potatoes, a line of mobile assault guns came grinding up the Luga road, their barrels and tank treads shining, and helmeted German boys were sitting on top, half smiling into the lens of history. What had Second Army ever possessed to oppose them? A few Sokolov Maxim 7.62mm machine guns, which resembled farm machinery with their 2 wheels and towing yoke, their fat barrels pointing backwards as if to drop leaden seeds into the fields, 500 per minute of them. How ludicrous. And with this reflection, he entered the 3rd stage. All this time he'd kept one of the cartridges from the massacre clenched in his left hand so tightly that the fingers bore greenish stains. When the fascists had gone, he brought it close to his spectacles to read the marking. Gecko, 7.65mm, of German manufacture. 4. The 4th stage in General Vlasov's development followed inescapably from the 3rd, given his logical bent. The intellect which read Napoleon, Kolanko, Guderian, Tukhachevsky, and Peter the Great with fairness to all, prided itself on its willingness to admit the sway of physical laws, even and especially if those laws operated to its own disadvantage. He who says, "I have failed," is more likely to be sincere than he who declares victory. Datum. The fascist invaders outnumbered the Soviet military forces by a factor of 1.8 in personnel, 1.5 in medium and heavy tanks, 3.2 in combat planes, and 1.2 in guns and infantry mortars. Leningrad must fall this summer, and likewise Moscow. The enemy would soon control the oil fields of the Caucasus. They could not be defeated. This was the fact. Therefore, any attempt to defeat them was absurd. He remembered the lieutenant colonel's last words. "I don't understand how the fascists were able to cross the Stalin line." Here, in the roofless ruin of the dacha he hid in, on the wall behind the bed's skeleton, someone had drawn a heart with the initials EK and DDS. Other facts and memories seemed to linger, like his wife's miserable face peering around a half-lifted blackout curtain whenever he left her. So many sad chances faced him now. General Merezkov had whispered in confidence that 10,000 lives were lost in the evacuation of Tallinn alone. How many of these could be ascribed simply to numerical inferiority? How many to incompetent leadership? And how many to madness beyond cruelty? "Andrei," said his wife, "how can you live with yourself?" "Consider the case of the Kazakhstan's Captain Kaletaev." Merezkov had told Vlasov that tale, too. Knocked unconscious by a German shell, he fell into the water. The Kazakhstan sailed on without him. After his rescuers carried him to Kronstadt, he was shot for desertion. For that matter, everybody knew that Stalin and Beria had shot Army Group General Pavlov, then Generals Klimovskich and Klitsch, for the crime of defeat. Their understrength, untrained battalions had rushed into action with a few bullets apiece, commanded to hold the line while the fascists got vanquished by half a dozen tanks donated by some collective farm. No enemy breakthrough could be permitted. The last thing those dying soldiers heard was a metallically amplified speech of Comrade Stalin, played over and over again, reminding them of the virtues of the new Soviet constitution. Vlasov had known all these things, but in the interests of that certain kind of realism which allows us to live life, he'd never confessed them until now. Now he shuddered. He saw into himself. He grew more rational than ever before. 2 days before he dissolved Second Shock Army, with the pocket already nearly as narrow as a corridor of the Lubyanka, the Supreme Command had sent a Lavochkin SFN fighter to fly him out. Vlasov refused, preferring to remain with his men. Was he brave? Everybody said so, but Comrade Stalin had told him that no retreat would be tolerated. He preferred not to share the doom of Generals Pavlov, Klimovskych, and Klitsch. Munching on a handful of bog bilberries, he heard artillery bursts from the direction of Leningrad. How many ditch-digging schoolgirls were dying there today? Supposing that their bravery equaled, since nothing could excel that of the pair of Russian soldiers at Smolensk, who'd hid for 10 days in a tank's hulk beside the decomposing corpse of their comrade, radioing the positions of the German victors who passed all around them, what then? What must have happened to those 2 soldiers in the end? Discovered. Shot. 5. Directed by German fires shining between roof ribs, he found an old peasant who fed him. The peasant said, "When there is no more Red Army, the Germans will give us our land back." Mutely, Vlasov held up the Gecko 7.65mm shell. The peasant said, "Excuse me, Comrade General, but in the last war the Germans behaved very correctly." Vlasov had his own memories of war. They resembled the hardened blood on his uniform, mementos of the lieutenant colonel and the scout. 6. On the 12th of July 1942, round about the time that Stalin issued Order No. 227, not a step backward, Lieutenant General Vlasov was captured by the fascists. He'd been betrayed yet again, this time by a village elder of whom he'd begged a little bread. How did he feel when the lock-bolt clicked behind him? Let's call his night in the fire brigade shed the 5th stage of his political development. Nobody brought him even a cup of water. Late next morning, when he'd begun to swelter, he heard the growl of a vehicle, probably a staff car, coming up the bad road. He heard the hobnailed footsteps of German soldiers. The bolt slammed back. Through the opening door he saw 2 silhouettes with levelled machine guns. Then a voice in German-accented Russian shouted, "Out!" "Don't shoot," he murmured, exhausted. "I'm General Vlasov." For the moment they allowed him to keep everything except his pistol. In the pocket of his greatcoat was a shell, Gecko 7.65mm. Perusing his identification papers, which were bound in the finest Morocco leather, they lighted upon the signature of none other than Comrade Stalin himself, and stroked it in a kind of awe. Just to be sure, they made him show them his gold tooth, which had been mentioned in the wanted messages. Strangely enough, they did not place him within one of those open boxcars already crammed with Russians packed and stacked vertically, still alive, most of them. Soon they'd commence eating each other. Nor did they give him unto those German murderers straight and clean, whom archivists and war crimes prosecutors would later spy in photographs, light-heartedly posing halfway down the slope of the newest mass grave. Instead, they took him to the front-line Stalag to be classified. Their field police recognized him immediately. They said to him, "Don't worry, General. You're a politically acceptable element." Vlasov kept expecting to be shot, but instead they conveyed him respectfully to the headquarters of a German general in a field-grey greatcoat. The name of the German general was H. Lindemann. He commanded 18th Army, and General Lindemann said to Vlasov, with exactly the same gentleness as he would have bestowed upon one of his own wounded soldiers, "Well, your war's ended, but I must say you fought with honour. Upon my word, dear fellow, you gave us a devil of a time." Vlasov bowed a little, sipping the tea which General Lindemann's orderly had poured out for him. "If you'd ever gotten the reinforcements you deserved, you just might have outflanked us. Ha-ha! Look at this map. Do you see that break in my line down here, just behind Lyuban? Every day, until almost April, I should say. I used to tell my staff officers, 'Gentlemen, we'd better pray that Vlasov doesn't get reinforced.' General Lindemann, would a German officer in my place have shot himself? Heavens, no. Capture's no disgrace for someone like you, who's fought with his unit up to the very last instant. Why do you look at me that way? I beg your pardon, General Lindemann. I'm a little tired. We are not the monsters your Premier Stalin makes us out to be. We are human beings. Vlasov smiled dryly, waiting to be shot. I suppose you've wondered why we came, said Lindemann. Personally, I was against it, but personal opinions are of no importance nowadays. Fate has sent Germany a great genius, Adolf Hitler. We must obey his will. Vlasov was silent. Now let me tell you something, continued General Lindemann with the utmost kindness. To my mind, Bolshevism is a crime inflicted against the world in general, and Russia in particular. You Slavs are perfectly capable of ethical conceptions, as I know from Dostoevsky, and, Tolstoy is not really manly. And yet you've allowed yourselves to be tricked into following these murderers. On that subject I can hardly begin to answer you, General Lindemann. Both of them heard the scream of the incoming shell, but that meant nothing. Then the adjutant rushed in with a dispatch, stood a little foolishly, then slowly backed out, still holding that piece of paper which, after all, must not have been so important. The Russian shell continued overhead, and finally exploded dully somewhere to the west. Very well, General Vlasov. What if it's not true? What if we are in fact monsters? Tell me why that should invalidate our critique of your monsters. Think about that. And now I'm afraid our lads in military intelligence must impose on you a little. And so he was swallowed up by Germany. Germany was a monster of rubber, oil, gold, steel, and chromium ore. 7. The man behind the steel desk offered him a cigarette. A blackout curtain covered something on a wall, perhaps a military map. The man said, "Don't think I approve of all these measures." "Which measures?" "And now he talks back to me," the man said. "Imagine that. It's 1942, and I have to tolerate a Slav talking back to me. I don't give a shit what the general says. This must be happening in another country. This must not be Russia. What do you think, Slav? You think that explains what's going on here?" Vlasov waited to be tortured or shot. "Where were you?" "I was captured in Tukhovetsy village." "We know that. Now tell me why it took so long for us to catch you." "I never stayed in one place." "Who hid you?" "I've heard about your Barbarossa decree," said Vlasov, expecting to be shot. "So you don't want your partisan friends executed? Your little Zoya took care of you, eh? Well, we can understand that. We'll get their names and locations out of you later. But maybe you have incorrect ideas about us. We don't mind working with people who admit their mistakes in full." "I've made mistakes," said Vlasov palely. "Otherwise I wouldn't be here." "Well, think about it," said the man behind the desk. "You have all the time in the world." "How much time?" "The rest of your life." 8. They all kept telling him to think about it. General Lindemann, who was an extremely handsome man, and rendered still more resplendent by the black cross at his throat, the glittering metal eagle, the row of 6 buttons, each as glowing and glaring as the sun, had advised him to consider the issue of moral equivalency. Vlasov was compelled to remind himself that such arguments were not in the least objectively motivated. Nevertheless, they might be true. He thought about it. Even when they asked him how many tanks and artillery pieces he'd commanded in the Volkov pocket, and he'd told them, they asked him to reconsider, just in case he might be forgetting something. When they asked him about Merezkov's new divisions, he told them, his head awkwardly bowed, just as it would usually be in the official photographs of the propagandists, his dark, strange new uniform, plain and brown, not German, too big for him, enwrapping him like the bends of sheet metal, that his soldier's honour prohibited him from any comment, and they said that they understood. Then they suggested that he contemplate the matter further. Pale and anxious, he traced invisible arcs on a map with his forefinger, while General Lindemann looked on. Their typist recorded everything. They thanked him for his information, which they said was very helpful and important. Half guilty now, he wondered what he'd given away, or whether that was just one of their tricks. But he said to himself, "I need to be realistic. I need to save what can be saved." A military intelligence officer poured out 2 glasses of cognac from Paris. Vlasov was shocked by his own gratitude. The officer remarked, "I admire your fanatical determination. The Polish campaign won't get more than a paragraph in the history books, but we're going to have to write an entire chapter about you Slavs. Do you know what I told my wife last summer? I told her what my commanding officer promised me. 'Don't worry,' I said. 'The Russian question will be solved in 6 weeks.'" Vlasov laughed a little, not disliking the man. Outside, an amplified voice sang almost pleasantly, "Jews and commissars, step forward." "Nonetheless, with our new 88mm guns, your tanks won't have a chance." "Anyway," said Vlasov with a sad smile, "we've already lost 20,000 tanks." 9. After a thorough but correct interrogation at Lotsin, they sent him to Vinitsa in the Ukraine, where a comfortable prison camp awaited him. A really nice one, in fact, where each of the reprieved lay licking up sleep as a cat does drops of milk. It was a hot journey, but the fascists kept him in a special train car where he could stretch his legs, in company with some perfectly correct SD policemen. "Don't be alarmed," said the captain, "but before crossing into the Reich, every Russian must be deloused at Eidkunen station." Composing his face into an aloof smile, Vlasov awaited developments. His former life's freedom of action now seemed wondrous, but he reminded himself that it had hardly been his choice to get inserted into the Volkov pocket to fight there uselessly. What if something good could come of all this? Certainly when Comrade Stalin had dispatched him to China, he hadn't known what to expect, and yet he'd been able to do his duty there without disappointing anyone. He'd even been awarded the Order of the Golden Dragon by Chiang Kai-shek, although as soon as he re-entered the Soviet Union, the secret police confiscated it for reasons of state. His wife had been disappointed. She'd wanted to see his Golden Dragon. Hoping and believing that he could break out of his new difficulties, he replied courteously but not obsequiously to the small talk of the SD men, who wanted to know which features of the Crimean landscape he considered most beautiful. He'd fought there with distinction in 1920 against the monarchists. After that, the SD captain told him about a certain sailing excursion he'd once taken on the Bodensee, 7 years ago it was, when his lucky number came up thanks to the Führer's Strength Through Joy program. Had General Vlasov heard of the Bodensee? Vlasov nodded, clearing his throat. Seeing that he made no attempt to escape, they finally told him where he was going. "Yes, Vinitsa," he replied, with one of his meaningless smiles. "I remember when that was General Tulenev's headquarters." Over 1/3 of the People's Armed Forces were already out of commission, if we didn't count all those schoolgirls now dying for the sake of useless anti-tank obstacles. That figure kept exploding within his forehead, malignantly trying to break through. Although their conveyance passed several of the newborn concentration camps in which Russians huddled in bare fields sealed off by barbed wire, thirsting and sickening, digging up mice and earthworms with their bare hands so as to extend the term of starvation, Vlasov is said to have seen nothing. After all, window-gazing is not one of the pastimes permitted to prisoners of war. Nor would it have been fair to impute any evil to the German administration on the basis of those camps, for it takes time to put conquered dominions in order. Soon, when these zones were better Germanized, the survivors, the 1 in 10, would be inducted into striped uniforms. They'd wear a red triangle superimposed with the letter R. 10. Vinitsa, where, in the words of a German policeman poet, "we saw 2 worlds and will permit only one to rule," had only recently been cleansed of Jews. Nowadays we'd probably label it a strategic location, for it was rapidly becoming a junction for military traffic of all kinds. From behind barbed wire, the prisoners could often see processions of armoured troop carriers, cobblestoned with German faces and helmets. "Yes, it's all true," a grief-crazed major muttered into Vlasov's ear. "At Smolensk alone, they caught 100,000 of us." Long hospital trains clanked rearward. Truckloads of ammunition and jaunty dispatch riders went the other way. Just a couple of weeks ago, the Führer had established his latest military headquarters on the edge of town, in a discreet little forest compound called Werewolf. Precisely because Werewolf was such a secret, even the inmates of the prison camp knew all about it. It was said that the Führer wanted to give the drive against the Caucasus oil fields his personal direction. Stalingrad wouldn't halt him for long. Nobody knew when Moscow was slated to fall at last, but the drama of approaching victory excited everyone into a rage of impatience, at considerable variance from the resignation one might have expected, for the Prominente could not help but feel that 6 months from now, when the war was over, it would be too late to prove themselves to their new masters. As for Vlasov, his unexpected proximity to the head of the German government gave him hope. Every wall regaled him with posters which said, "Hitler, the Liberator." He sufficiently understood his own worth to be aware that rationality itself required the Führer to redeem him into usefulness. At this point, he still didn't know what he wanted. He remained determined to ensconce his own integrity within the deepest, most concentrated defences. But on his face he felt the seductive breath of opportunity. A photogenic old peasant, magnificently muscled and bearded, kept saying to everyone, "As soon as the communists are finished, we can all go back home." "You see my face, General?" said a Polish colonel. "With all due respect, when your Red Army captured me back in 39, they knocked half my teeth out. I wouldn't sign anything, so they propped my eyelids open on little sticks." "Frankly, I'm surprised to see you here," Vlasov replied. "I was under the impression that the fascists were liquidating the Polish officer class." "It's not so simple. In fact, but there's a compatriot of yours in our barracks. His name is Colonel Vladimir Boyarsky. He can explain it all to you." Although it was this Boyarsky whose assurances finally persuaded Vlasov to sit down for discussions, first with the diplomat Gustav Hilger, then with Second Lieutenant Dorkin, direct from the OKW Department of Propaganda, and ultimately with Captain Wilfried Strickfeldt, without whom there might well have been no Vlasov army, Boyarsky remained no more than the doorkeeper of fate. Much the same can be said of Hilger. But less than a week after that interview, Vlasov was summoned into Second Lieutenant Dorkin's presence. A guard led him toward the commandant's office. And now, from across the parade ground, he already spied a man pale and slender, sunken-eyed, narrow-lipped, with the white death's head on his black collar tab and an iron cross just below the throat. A man with a swastika on the breast pocket. A man whose dreamily quizzical expression proclaimed him master of the world. Vlasov thought him one of the most sinister individuals he'd ever seen. During his various battles, breakouts, and evacuations, he'd spied the corpses of Waffen SS men, and only those. They never permitted themselves to be taken alive. There was a certain deep ravine near Kiev called Babi Yar. Vlasov remembered it very well. He'd read in Izvestia that a week or two after the zone fell into fascist hands, Waffen SS men had machine-gunned 30,000 Jews there, but the tale seemed implausible. He'd said to his wife, that sort of conduct would only interfere with the German war effort by turning people against them. Besides, what threat would unarmed Jewish families pose to the Wehrmacht? You know, when I was in Poland, I found out that most of what Izvestia said about class exploitation there was lies. The peasants eat better than we do. "I believe you, Andrei," she'd wearily replied. "You don't have to argue the matter with me. But please lower your voice. Somebody might be listening." "No, General. They have their honor," Boyarsky had insisted in turn. "There's a positive mist of propaganda in this war. It obscures everything. I won't deny that reprisals were taken against a few Yids right here in Vinnitsa, but their cases got thoroughly investigated beforehand. I've been told that they were all Stalin's hangmen. But women and children? It wasn't like you think. They're all partisans. And it was humanely done. When the Jews saw how easy it was to be executed, they ran to the pits of their own free will. After all, have you been tortured here? If not, then how can you assume that they were coerced in any way? Just think about that. And these SS whom everybody keeps complaining about, they're actually quite noble in their way. You know how an SS man takes out one of our KV-2 tanks? I've seen it myself. First he shoots off a tread. Then he charges right up and plants a grenade inside the muzzle of the cannon. You have to admit— Oh, let's be rational, Vlasov interrupted him. Nobody runs to get shot unless— I know it's hard to explain. So let me ask you something else. Do you want to live without hope? I beg your pardon? General Vlasov, until the war's over, we won't be able to calculate the number of victims on both sides. But think back on the purges of 37. Excuse me, General. Think back on the mass arrests, the horrors of collectivization, the disastrous and utterly unnecessary casualties of the Finnish War. How would you sum all that up? In a quiet, earnest voice, Vlasov replied, Lack of realism. And indeed, it had always struck him as not only unrealistic, but unreal. He seemed to see his wife, brown-eyed queen of his integrity, feebly rising up from her bed of illness to say, Can you be sure? Andrei, did you see Stalin's men murder all those millions? Can you live with yourself if you're wrong? All right, Boyarsky was insisting. And wouldn't it be realistic to hope that the other side might be better? Because the side we come from is so impossibly evil? As it turned out, the man with the white death's head wasn't Second Lieutenant Durkin at all, only a sort of doorkeeper. He inspected the pass which the guard presented, signed a receipt for Vlasov, and led him into a waiting room, where he indicated a bench. Both of them sat down. Feeling intimidated, Vlasov would not have launched any conversation, but his keeper kept looking him up and down with bemusement, and finally said, General Vlasov, we have something in common. You survived and defended yourself in the Volkhov pocket. I myself was surrounded by your armies at Demyansk. That would have been our 11th, our 34th, and then our 1st Shock Army. That's correct. You commanded 2nd Shock Army, I believe. Yes. Fanatical fighters, laughed the SS man. You put a lot of pressure on us, even after we forced you to the defensive. Well, thank you. Don't be despondent, General. You may be a Slav, but I respect you as a man. Care for a smoke? Oh, yes, please. I'm curious. A shock army is what, exactly? An instrument of breakthrough, Vlasov replied a little stiffly. Ah. The lieutenant is almost ready to see you. He didn't have time to finish reading your file until now. He feels that preparation is especially important in a case like this. What exactly do you mean? The lieutenant will see you now. And he led Vlasov into a room which was painted white. Second Lieutenant Durkin did not rise. Smiling, he said that he was quite ready to grant Vlasov's men the status of semi-allies. I must request that you clarify, said Vlasov, feeling all his apprehensions return. In due course. I see here that you joined the Communist Party in 1930, General. Did you take that step out of political conviction? At that time, yes. In other words, your present attitude may or may not be different. All right, we'll get to that. I'm very interested in communism as a phenomenon. How about you, General? I don't know what you mean. Well, your form of rule was discredited long ago by Plato. In the Republic he points out that true democracy is mob rule, and that's what you Slavs have. Why do you think we were able to conquer you so quickly? Because mob rule purged the best thinkers in your officer corps. I beg to disagree, Vlasov replied. Those purges were organized by the Soviet leadership. That's not important. The point is that unlike our system, communism leaves no place for individual merit. I've heard that you admire General Guderian. Well, we Germans also give credit where credit is due. Some of us don't mind calling your Tukhachevsky a genius, even though— well, it was out of fear of his genius that you shot him. We would have made him a field marshal. I myself have often wished we'd followed his line with respect to tank development. Ah, you use his name, General Vlasov, but can you quote him? No doubt the tyrannical Jewish Bolshevik regime— With an ironic smile the Russian recited, It is necessary to observe the promise of privileged treatment to those who surrender voluntarily with their arms. Oh, he said that? Perhaps he wasn't ruthless enough for today. Anyway, you shot him. Lieutenant, it wasn't I who pulled the trigger. Of course, it's never anyone in particular. But does Stalin really exist? Or is he just the convenient projection for a hive of Jews? He exists, all right. I've met him. "These are very peculiar things you're saying," said Vlasov in a tone of exasperated pride. "And if you don't mind my saying so, you haven't conquered Russia as of yet." "Oh, come. Leningrad and Moscow may hold out another 6 months, but what then? You've been known to say that yourself. Most of your high-quality elements were destroyed long before we came. Consider yourself fortunate, General, that you were captured in time to be saved. What do you truly want?" "We want a democracy of the best. A society in which all aristocrats are free and equal, so that they'll give their best to the state. Imagine an officer corps with free reign, no more purges." "And everyone else?" "Serfs, of course. For now we need them for their productive value. Later on, when robots can take their places, we won't require them for anything." "You'll exterminate them?" "Of course not. We'll let them share in our accomplishments, as long as they obey us unconditionally. The measures which we're obliged to take in wartime are simply self-defensive necessity." "Is it true that you're shooting all the Jews?" "Propaganda. They're all being resettled in labor camps to help the war effort. But let's not waste time talking about those vermin." Vlasov hesitated. Then a bitter smile traversed his face. Between thumb and forefinger he began turning and turning a certain memory token. Gecko 7.65 millimeter. In the end, he could not bring himself to cooperate with Second Lieutenant Durkin, whose attack upon his moral defences had lacked depth and evinced a vulgarly linear character. But at the urging of Colonel Boyarsky, he wrote a letter directly to the Reich, requesting permission to establish an autonomous Russian National Army. It said that when the authorities received it, they adorned its margins with exclamation points. 11. At last the enigmatic organization Fremde Heere Ost dispatched one of its own, a certain Captain Wilfried Strickfeldt, who was to play a crucial role in the Vlasov game. Indeed, he might have been more important than Vlasov himself. As it happened, Strickfeldt was a Baltic German who'd been to university in St. Petersburg. Our Führer teaches that blood calls to blood, and in this case racial kinship did facilitate the project. With his wry, half-ruthless smile, his merrily narrowed eyes and clean high forehead, his military crew-cut and naked ears, Strickfeldt achieved a dashing appearance. Vlasov liked him at once. Sitting alertly in chairs made of crooked birch limbs, enjoying the July days on the dusty plain of Vinnitsa, they faced one another across the long table. Beside each of them sat German officers with their military caps on, and then at the next table, which was well within earshot, a German in dark glasses pretended to be reading a newspaper, while a female stenographer typed everything. Behind her, the log cabin barracks lay sleepily silent, and trees rose all around. Strickfeldt had already begun to feel like a new-made American millionaire. This Russian general was decent, intelligent, capable, and ready to be guided by somebody who didn't make Durkin's mistakes. Vlasov spoke openly, he remarks in his memoirs, and I did also, insofar as my oath of service permitted me. How peculiar life is, he remarked. I fought in the Imperial Russian Army, and now I'm serving on the German General Staff. Sometimes I can hardly catch my breath. Vlasov smiled sadly, eyeing the lyre-like decorations on his dark collar and the German eagle below. Not really disconcerted, Strickfeldt continued, "My dear fellow, do you think Stalin would have allowed me to enlist as the lowest private in the Soviet army? 8 grams was what he would have fed me, 8 grams of lead." "I suppose you've seen my memorandum," said Vlasov a little impatiently. "To be sure, a number of us have studied it. Have I mentioned that before the war I used to run a business in Riga? Don't think I'm indifferent to Mother Russia. And let me tell you something. Now is the time, when the territorial situation is so fluid, to push through certain measures. I swear to you, we can make good all Russia's losses." Clasping his hands, Vlasov replied in a harsh voice, "Only if I put human values before nationalist values would I be justified in accepting your aid against the Kremlin." My, but he goes straight to the point. "I admire your earnestness, General. Well, we have several issues to discuss, but it's not impossible that I can help you." Vlasov waited, perceptibly anxious. "First of all, we need to know your attitude on the subject of the Stalin government. I suppose you've suffered—" "The Soviet regime has brought me no personal disadvantages," said Vlasov flatly. "Ah, The tall Russian sat glowering at him, so Strickfeld, who was very cunning in such situations, said, "And doubtless you were given every assistance and reasonable orders in carrying out your command." "Wilfried Karlovich, at Przemysl and at Lvov my corps was attacked, held its ground, and was ready to counter-attack, but my proposals were rejected. At Kiev we were commanded to hold almost to the last man, to no purpose except to hide the vanity and incompetence of our leadership. You know as well as I how many thousands died as a result. When they refused to allow Second Shock Army to pull out of the Volkhov pocket while there was still time, that decision murdered more and more and more. It was as if Vlasov could not stop talking now." Strickfeld gazed unwaveringly into his anguished eyes as he spoke of collectivization, purges, murders, arrests. The man was truly pitiful. "Well, my dear fellow, don't worry, for we'll be able to put everything to rights within a few months. Or do you think that Stalin has any chance of escaping defeat?" Vlasov fitted his fingertips together and said, "Two factors must entail our loss of the war. First, the unwillingness of Russians to defend our Bolshevik masters, and second, the inadequacy of a military leadership debilitated by interference from the commissars. That was what I wrote in my memorandum." "Yes, of course. I merely wanted to make sure you hadn't changed your mind. You told Durkin that we haven't conquered Russia as of yet. Well, this Durkin, say no more. He just doesn't realize." 12. Once, not too long ago, I was lying in the arms of a woman who'd explained that she still loved me, but could no longer endure to go on in the dishonest, enervating, frightening, exhilarating, and unspeakably sad way that we'd gone on. She, the one who for years had always clung to me, wheedling just a moment more and then a moment more in my embrace, now grew restless there on the bed. She'd already refused to make love with me one last time, because it would be too pitiful, and she didn't know how one ought to go about love-making for the last time. Should she put her all into it, or— Then I, too, agreed that doing that really would have been too sad. I kissed her once, desperately, then lay back with her still in my arms, her body, having determined that mine was now inimical, trying politely not to squirm away from mine. But putting it this way is so unfair to her. She really did still love me, you see. It wasn't that I bored her. It was simply that everything was over. I wondered whether I should stop calling her darling now or next time we met. I knew that as soon as I stood up, everything really would be over forever. But she was still mine for another 5 minutes, and then another 5 minutes while she yawned and asked whether we ought to get up and take a drive or play a board game. And it had come to this point between Vlasov and his immaculateness. She was always far more admirable, sincere, honest, and decent than I. Strickfeld was explaining that under the secret direction of the Experimental Formation Center, a Russian National People's Army had already been formed. 13. "Wilfried Karlovich," said the prisoner in a tone of almost childish eagerness, "what did you really think of my memorandum? Was it clear? And has the German leadership made any comment?" "Ah," said Strickfeld. "Well, it's an admirable document, but as drafted, too Russian. Shock tactics." "Do you know," laughed Vlasov irreverently, "once I gave my parents-in-law a cow, and in consequence they got punished for being kulaks." 14. "My friend, if you don't mind me asking you, what are you doing with that spent cartridge?" "It's a souvenir," he replied in a suddenly lifeless voice. "May I have a look at it?" "Why, it's a Gecko 7.65 millimeter. I'm told that the Führer himself carries a Volta pistol of that caliber. Good for close work, they say. Does it have some sort of sentimental value, or am I getting too personal?" Awkwardly stiff, round-faced, his hair receding, Vlasov watched everyone through round, heavy spectacles, which gave him an impression of half-comical surprise. Even his mouth was round. Round buttons descended from the sharp triangular points of his collar. He said, "It reminds me not to make any commitments I might later regret." "Well, that's a worthy goal, to be sure," remarked Strickfeld in a tone of brooding alertness. "I wonder if there's something you're trying to tell me. But no, you didn't call attention to— Well, let me rephrase the question. Is there something that you disapprove of, or that perhaps worries you a trifle?" Vlasov was silent. Strickfelt sighed. "I beg your pardon if I've inadvertently offended you. Well, here it is, and may it bring you good luck. Wilfried Karlovich, if I told you that I found this in a burned-out village about 10 days before my capture, would you understand me?" "Of course. Now it's quite clear. I'm sure you saw something regrettable. But there was a reason." "What reason?" "No, When Stalin purged the officer corps, did you see what happened to the men who disappeared?" "No." "And, you know, we never want to admit the invincibility of death. I myself, once I was at the front with some colleagues who'd become dear friends, not too far from here, actually, in this same forest terrain, and partisans ambushed us, the spawn of Zoya herself. I was the only survivor. Well, Vlasov, I'm sure you've seen worse. The point is that even though they were both quite obviously, dead, and I was even drenched with their—" Vlasov was staring at him. "As I was saying, the point is that I couldn't have forgiven myself if I hadn't rushed them to the field hospital, just in case. But they were dead. Dead. But what if they weren't? So I understand your position perfectly, my dear fellow, because it's so difficult to believe in death. So you can't be sure that Stalin's actually committed atrocities, whereas what you saw when you picked up this bullet— Well, what exactly did you see?" "Oh, nothing important," said Vlasov in a strangled voice. "A few corpses." "Listen to me. You've assured me that you believe in rationalism. There's always a reasonable explanation. You don't know who killed those people or why. Now I'm going to tell you something. This is top secret, so if it ever gets out that you heard it here, it's the concentration camp for me. But I'm trusting you. When our forces entered Poland, the casus belli was an attack by Poles upon a German radio station at the border. Well, that attack was faked. The propaganda organs supplied the bullets, the uniforms, and the bodies. They were dead. But how and why they died and who they were, death doesn't always play a straight hand. I know that, Wilfried Karlovich. Good. Just give everyone the benefit of the doubt. That's all I ask. Don't be hindered by unverifiable assumptions. I grant that thousands of Russian prisoners may have died from hunger and cold, but let me assure you, my dear General Vlasov, that our own soldiers froze to death on hospital trains last winter. Just consider the conditions under which both of our armies must fight. If anything, the suffering we share should bring us together." Vlasov longed for Strickfelt to think well of him. They had to trust one another. Here was Vlasov's chance to fight for something he believed in. Where he came from, one was free to choose— death at the hands of fascists, or death in our execution cellars. He couldn't demand too many conditions. When he expressed uneasiness about the way that so many Russians were being treated, his new friend replied, "Some of that might well be true, but I swear to you, the Führer's a flexible man. We can persuade him to change his mind." Vlasov was easily led to assume that Strickfelt would never have said such words had they not been authorized at the highest level. In fact, the latter belonged to the category of what Khrushchev privately called temporary people, rich and powerful serfs whom their master could cast into the pit at any moment. Khrushchev, of course, was talking about the minions of Stalin. In our greater Germany, no such perils exist. In fact, many of us disagree with Berlin on a number of important points. And I want you to think about that, General Vlasov. If I were a Russian and I announced that I disagreed with Moscow, what do you think would happen to me? And so his scruples were crushed by concentric attack. That evening, the musically talented inmates organized a serenade for Vlasov, on balalaikas provided by the Germans. 15. He dreamed that once again he was standing over the massacred peasant women in the burnt weeds where the gecko cartridges glittered. But this time he understood enough to bend down and gently cleanse the blood from their faces with a black scarf dipped in the river. And as soon as he had done this, he realized that the blood wasn't even theirs. Unwounded, immaculate, they opened their eyes, sat up, and kissed his lips in turn. 16. Summoning him back to the commandant's office, Second Lieutenant Durkin invited him to sign a propaganda leaflet calling upon Soviet troops to surrender. Vlasov replied, As a soldier, I cannot ask other soldiers to stop doing their duty. Then we'll take out the part asking them to desert, Turkin replied eagerly. Vlasov signed. On 10/9/42, just as General Paulus's Sixth Army began to run into trouble at Stalingrad, the Germans dropped leaflets on the Red Army inviting them to desert. These leaflets bore Vlasov's name. 17. On 17/9/42, thanks to a word from Second Lieutenant Durkin, the fascists installed him in the Department of Propaganda on Viktoriastrasse, Berlin. Reader, think of them as the mechanized corps of the third echelon, meant to exploit breakthroughs. You may feel a bit fettered here in the old Reich, Strickfeld had warned him. There's more legalism here than in the occupied territories. More obstructionism, I should say. As for the men in the office, I don't really know them that well. If you have any problems, just ring me up, old fellow. I won't desert you. When will I meet Hitler? Oh, right now he's busy trying to decide how quickly our Tiger tanks ought to be fitted with the new 88mm cannons. Vlasov's new offices were brightly lit, if windowless, and the administration gave him plenty of liquor. On the wall glared the face of Hitler the Liberator. Sometimes there were hilarious drinking parties with the secretaries, who almost seemed to have been selected for their voluptuousness, if I may be permitted to employ that word to describe creatures of the Slavic racial type. Sitting back on a faded green sofa, he smiled a little awkwardly while a drunken Cossack poet, whose parents had been shot by the Bolsheviks back in 21, declaimed strophes pertaining to this antipodal realm where summer burns eternal. "You're quite a relativist, but I don't blame you," laughed a lieutenant general who hailed from the coldest part of Siberia. A German girl was desperately kissing a Russian girl in the corner. Well, let them all take their pleasure where they can, thought Vlasov, with an impersonally pitying affection. Soon enough they'll be fighting for their lives. Perhaps because he himself had become a little drunk, they reminded him of the Mahorka-smoking troops he'd commanded during the Battle of Moscow. Bivouacking under the snow, for the fascists had burned down all the peasant huts, they too got tipsy, sang songs. "I'm warm in this freezing bunker, thanks to your love's eternal flame," played chess, crushed lice, cleaned their weapons, and prepared to die. At those times Vlasov found his war stories much in demand. Pouting, a typist named Olenka demanded to know why he hadn't saved his Chinese Order of the Golden Dragon for her. "I would have worn it around my neck, Andrei Andreevich. I really, really would. And you know what else? Every night I would have kissed it." Vlasov chuckled and pinched her, his face relaxing into good-natured ugliness. It was on this very same green sofa that, in company with a certain M.A. Zhikov, soon to be liquidated on account of his Jewish antecedents, Vlasov wrote the famous Smolensk Declaration, which begins, "Friends and brothers, Bolshevism is the enemy of the Russian people." Their colleagues toasted them with vodka, and then again with schnapps. It was signed on 27/12/42, and published on 13/1/43, one day after having been approved by the Führer. Although it was meant for the Red Army, Reich Minister Rosenberg arranged for it to fall on the occupied territories, where, in Strickfeld's words, one could come across grey wraiths who subsisted on corpses and tree bark. By then the Germans had already lost the strategic initiative. Rommel was in trouble at El Alamein. Then came the landing in French North Africa. Stalingrad was encircled. Even the Führer kept saying now, "The Russians will break through somehow. They always do." As the barons of the East began to perceive an alarmingly fluid operational situation, they cast about for a way to redirect policy. Maybe their fiefdoms could still be saved, if somebody like Vlasov. And so Vlasov felt that he had somehow re-established himself in the world, or, if you prefer, that he'd stabilized his defensive front. This new life offered no security, it's true, but nobody had been secure under Comrade Stalin either, nor had he stained his conscience in any way. To be sure, all of our decisions, even self-destructive ones, contain opportunistic elements, but really the safest, most comfortable thing would have been to ensconce himself in that office on Viktoriastrasse and sign leaflets dictated by his German masters. He refused to do that. He wanted to fight for the liberation of Russia. And so the propaganda officers, promising him an imminent escape from this pleasant limbo, photographed Vlasov in his new regalia, raising his right hand in a sort of Indian salute, with smiling German officers at his side as he paced down the wall of imaginary volunteers. Listening to Liszt on the gramophone in his new quarters at the Russian Court Hotel, he continued to believe in a German victory, if only because any other kind would have such evil consequences for his dreams. What were his dreams? He lay down, his feet hanging off the edge of the bed, and dreamed that his wife was embracing him. But she was a six-armed monster with a face of brass, and she was choking him, and he could not break free. He woke up gasping, and for the remainder of the night lay staring up at the ceiling in infinite bewilderment and distress. Europe was becoming, to appropriate Guderian's words, a fortress of unlimited breadth and depth, and there was no reason why that fortress could not thwart any breakthrough. The disaster at Stalingrad gave him pause, but in the end he merely thought it all the more urgent to return to the front line and apply his talents, instead of signing his name to other people's propaganda. His colleagues kept invoking the Führer with such reassuring conviction that the forthcoming meeting would obviously settle everything. And Strickfeld rang him up again with the news that he'd now obtained the support of a powerful faction in the Supreme Command. Indeed, our merry Bolt, whose motives gambled within an inviolable perimeter of goodness, continued to do whatever he could to set up his friend on what he called solid foundations. If his influence was not quite as powerful as Vlasov imagined, it remained none the less considerable. He wrote poems and plays about the misery which Germany had brought to the East. He sent them to a winnowed list of Wehrmacht officers, many of whom were quite moved. To his more immediate colleagues he insisted, "We cannot alter policy, but in the name of improved security for our combat troops, we can introduce a new factor which may persuade Berlin to reconsider policy." And to a third constituency he proved capable of speaking still a third language. Thanks to the war, staples, goods, and even luxuries kept flowing from the occupied territories into the Old Reich, where, as seemed only right, they sold for more than they had cost, which was nothing. Strickfeld happened to be in touch with certain sources of supply. All he needed to do was bring them into contact with some factory owner, general's nephew, or bored actress in order to retain his financial freedom. So when he became Vlasov's partisan, he got in touch with a few well-chosen individuals and said, putting the case in their language for the sake of courtesy, "Gentlemen, it's like this. Since the Slavic Asiatic character only understands the absolute, disobedience is non-existent among them. They'll follow our orders blindly, don't you see? We'll require Vlasov to do the impossible, and there'll be no complaint. Allow us to ask just how you think we're supposed to accommodate ourselves to such a shameful alliance? They're Slavs." "That's just a trifle. Think of all the blood they'll cost Stalin. Don't worry about that, and afterwards we can—" He did his best, he really did. Slipping on his glasses, he wrote many a memorandum. The Russian National People's Army now comprised more than 7,000 paper volunteers. But General Keitel, who reported directly to Hitler, had already ruled out any Vlasov action. As for Vlasov, he played patience alongside Zhukov, who was excellent at all card games. He rolled another cigarette from last week's German newspaper. He reread Guderian. These men remain essentially unable to break free of recollections of positional warfare. What could better sum up the mistakes of the German leadership at Stalingrad? He wondered why Guderian had not been consulted there. He didn't know that Guderian had been relieved of his command in disgrace long ago for seeking to contract a defensive line during the Battle of Moscow. He asked for Napoleon's memoirs, but they told him that that sort of thing wasn't considered very uplifting. Olenka made him dance with her. Through his dreams the following words writhed in vain attempts at alignment: operating, fortified, undefended. By now the Soviet propaganda machine, which had first kept silence, then insisted that he was either dead or an immobilized object of fascist propaganda, had begun to take note of his charismatic appeal. Denouncing him as a Trotskyite, it now connected his stale life with the counter-revolutionary conspiracy launched by that exterminated snake Tukhachevsky. It revealed him to the peace-loving toilers of the Soviet Union as a Hitlerite, an imperialist henchman, a traitor to the motherland. These compliments were timely, for on 1/3/43 the propaganda department opened Dabendorf Camp, where, under the rubric of paper fantasias, real Russian soldiers began their training at last. The German inspection report concluded, "Discipline slack. Men do not rise to their feet on the entrance of a German officer." A captive Russian artist prepared no fewer than 9 sketches of a proposed insignia, each one of which got returned by the authorities, each one defaced by the prohibitory X. Vlasov is said to have remarked, "I'd really like to leave it that way. Our Russian flag crossed out by the Germans because they fear it." Finally, they were allowed to utilize the Cross of St. Andrew, blue on a white field. The next step was to actually start fighting. That was bound to happen any time now. 18. Strickfeld said, "Unfortunately, he didn't agree. But I have a friend who often goes hunting with none other than Obergruppenführer Friedrich Jeckeln." Very slowly Vlasov raised his head from the row of cards, which he was turning over as industriously as the woman who rolls muddy corpses face upward until she can verify the particular death which will permit her to grieve. Then his crude, almost simian face sank back between the nicotine-stained thumb and forefinger of his left hand. He crossed his long, long legs. He yawned. He said, "You can't even give me a suit that fits, and you want to conquer the world." "Oh, don't get bitter, my dear fellow. After all, this is wartime, and you have a peculiar build." "Listen to me, Wilfried Kollwitz. I want to go back to the prison camp. This feels like being half awake all the time. The Führer is always convinced by results. Your Smolensk declaration had more impact on the occupied territories than 100 anti-partisan detachments. Once he understands that the only possible way for us to keep our territorial gains is to give your Russian National People's Army something to do. But isn't that the reality of the situation?" And so once again the bolt clicked shut, and Vlasov found himself back inside his sweltering conceptual prison. The notion that logic, limitation, and realism informed the doings of influential men. 19. Let's say, for the sake of argument, although it's really not credible, that even then he didn't know about the bloody-beaten boys wrists tied together in pairs for easier shooting, the bandaged girls led off to be shot against the wall, the school-teachers clambering obediently up onto barrels while the noose was tied, the families noosed and then thrown off their own balconies, the young men lined up against the wall for the double-road firing squad. We'll bypass that for now, as Strickfeld would say. No, he knew. He groaned in his sleep. Awaking once and twice, he'd drink away his pangs, struggling through the logic, which he stubbornly defended, of Stalin is worse, to overtake his ideal, his love, his Eastern objective. And from a sufficiently distant aerial perspective, he comes to resemble the German soldiers straining 8 on a side to move a truck through kilometre after kilometre of knee-deep mud, whose shining puddles proclaim their ever-so-beautiful reflections of birch trees. On the night table beside the almost empty bottle of schnapps there stood, upended, now tarnished green by much finger oil, a certain cartridge, Gecko 7.65 mm. Call it his defensive front. But to claim on Vlasov's part more knowledge than that, and without knowledge it may well be that there's no responsibility, would be as simplistic and old-fashioned as Stalin's cordon strategy of defense. Strickfeld insists in his post-war memoirs that it wasn't until he was a prisoner and an American sergeant assaulted him with photographs of Dachau that he learned that in German concentration camps there had been bestialities such as in no other camps in the world. The sergeant, he indignantly writes, refused to pay credence to his cries of ignorance. But then, after all, the world still does not believe that these thugs managed to conceal their crimes from a great part of the German people. The Western world refused to believe it, just as we, at that time, refused to believe in the betrayal of freedom by free America. There you have it, and from a figure who always spoke as openly as his oath of service permitted him. 20. Vlasov's integrity then, or, if you will, his wife, had shielded herself from him behind a wall of curving steel plates. Through the little bullet-proof window he could see her smiling lovingly and mercifully. She was ready to talk to him. She would do whatever she could to help him, but she would never embrace him again. She who had been so weak, she who had sobbingly clung to him, seeking to prolong, if only by a few instants, their time together in the dark and gentle room. He'd caressed her lovingly, wondering how soon, without hurting her, he could rise and pull on his boots. How laughable, to think that he couldn't hurt her. All she wanted was to stay with him forever. But he had things to do. Let's say there was a war on. Or let's say that he was, like so many of us, creative, or married, drafted, politically involved, uncommitted, busy, distracted, or otherwise engaged and compromised. For one reason or another he'd made the war his war. She implored him not to go, and maybe he even had to go. Let's say that a certain Adolf Hitler had invaded the country. But no, let's say nothing for a line or two, except that of course we wouldn't want to trivialize World War II by extruding its gruesomeness through the star-shaped cookie dough gun of some allegory or other. But integrity is love, and love of two entities, faithfulness to them both, may comprise betrayal of them both. If only the pain in her eyes had killed me. He had to go. It was like that every time until he expected it and began to manage it. It was like that every time. Perhaps it even flattered him once he became accustomed to what originally afflicted him with dread and guilt. Every time it was like that, with this real and intelligent woman who loved him. I mean this allegory, mythic goddess of moral rectitude. No, I mean someone who wasn't perfect but who loved him. Someone who was better than he was. Someone who said to him, "Andrei, can you really live like that?" He had to leave her and hated to do it, but he promised to be right back. It is well known, explains the great Soviet encyclopedia, that the structure of emotional life changes from one historical epoch to another. Consequently, the feeling of love also changes, since it is influenced by class relationships, by changes in the personality, and by changes in value orientations. Changes in value orientations. That's it. Her eyes, her big brown eyes so often swollen from weeping, launched reproaches his way, sometimes scared ones, often angry ones. Sometimes she wasn't quite fair, but she was his integrity. She warned him, "I don't know how long I can do this." And then, "I don't think I can do this," because he was, let's say, fighting on the side of someone who'd murdered so many millions. After his actions in that world, he kept coming back to her. His integrity said, "I don't think I can do this right now. I feel as if I need to get to know you again first." His integrity said, "Is your mouth clean? You don't taste clean." She said, "You know, I'm very delicate down there. I'm just not up for it right now." She said, "Please don't go." She said, "That feels so perfect." She said, "Oh, sweetheart." She was crying when she said, "Don't go." Next time he saw her, she was crying, and she said, "I can't do this any more." After that, she stopped crying. She became very calm and gentle. When the one I loved finally left me, it didn't hurt too much at first, but then my own heart, not yet killed, began to sicken with drop after drop of her poisonous absence. Then all my friends seemed to fall away, which simply means that they didn't seem like friends any more, being no substitute for her. And with each moment that I could no longer expect to see her, my heart grew a little more inflamed with grief. As yet it was still strong, for our love had been strong. At least I thought so. Therefore the death agony must expand, elongate, and wriggle endlessly like a parasitic worm. A strong organism can't die, and so Vlasov still clung to the past time when he'd been intimate with his integrity. She'd said to him, "We can lie down together for a minute if you need to, as long as it's not too intimate. I can't do that any more, or I'll get confused." She was a statue now, safe from him behind that thick glass. She wanted to be his friend. Merciful and distant, she pitied him. He was free now. He must make his own way in life. 21. They sent him on a tour of the occupied territories to drum up support. On 28/2/43 he arrived in Smolensk, where he spoke to the helots to great acclaim. "This man led the 4th Mechanized against us at Lvov," Strickfeld was explaining to everybody in a reverential voice. "Russia must be independent," Vlasov kept saying. Standing on a scorched and icy plinth which had once been burdened by a marble titan, he gazed down at his audience. Shivering old men unfit for labour service, displaced peasant women in dark headscarves, hungry office workers who'd been given Vlasov in lieu of a more expensive treat. To these people, who even yet hadn't entirely abandoned their hope that the Germans might bring something good, his speech was electrifying. That one of their own, a famous general no less, would be permitted to say anything at all, much less shout out a call for a Russo-German alliance against Stalin, while Wehrmacht officers stood around smiling indulgently, was a sign that some middle path, however provisional and solitary, to the salvation which most of them, after more than 2 decades of re-education, continued to cast in religious terms, might be more than a tragic figment. "We told you so," the old men whispered. "What with the partisans and Stalingrad and that breakout at Leningrad, Adolf can't be so arrogant any more." Vlasov's right arm rose high in salute to forthcoming Russian victories. Then he was photographed again, at attention in a file of fascist officers, each of whom was wearing shiny knee-length boots. He toured the newly reopened cathedral. Hitler, the liberator, was bringing back religion. But wily Stalin had begun reopening churches too. That night he addressed a full house at the State Theatre, standing room only. As yet, his sponsors dared not permit him to broadcast on the radio. He propagandized here and there for 3 weeks, calling for volunteers. The first Vlasov men already stood on parade for his inspection. Let's assume that he didn't know about the Russian prisoners of war who were being gassed at Auschwitz, shot at Dachau and Buchenwald. At Smolensk alone, the death rate was hundreds per day. Insisting that he was no puppet, he quoted the old peasant proverb, "A foreign coat never fits a Russian." The uniform they'd fashioned for him was brown like a stormtrooper's. To hostile questioners he replied, "The Germans have begun to acknowledge their mistakes. And, after all, it's just not realistic to hope to enslave almost 200 million people." "You can't hang all 190 million of us," Zoya had said. His erstwhile captor, General Lindemann, came to congratulate him, and they clinked glasses. "I must say that was a riveting speech. These people believe in you, there's no doubt about it." "Frankly, I'm in despair," said Vlasov, for he'd just learned that the formations of Russian volunteers had all been broken up and distributed among German units. "Upon my word now, what kind of thing is that for a military man to say? Just be patient a little longer, and Berlin will come around, I promise you. You see, it's not just the war crimes, it's the absurdity. How can your leadership fail to understand that by alienating the masses, they're obstructing their own purpose?" The German general sighed and said, "Never mind, my dear fellow. The East and the West are 2 worlds, and they cannot understand each other." On his return to Berlin, the spring mud of the Reich now mouse-green like Hitler's field jacket, he sent another memorandum admonishing the Reich government. The mass of the Russian population now look upon this conflict as a German war of conquest. Zhukov lost at solitaire and recited another stanza from Pushkin. He advised his masters that even now it might still be possible to regain good relations with the people, so terribly had they suffered under communism, but it was essential to make immediate changes in occupation policy. Olenka, the typist, had disappeared, but her replacement, a Latvian brunette named Masha, was an even more fun-loving girl. One morning he awoke at the Russian court hotel with her still sleeping in his arms. Gazing into this gentle face, he seemed to see the closed eyes of his broken wife. And I myself, I see the big brown eyes of the woman who finally left me, the one who would have stayed with me forever if only I'd made a certain promise. She was my integrity. 22. I repeat, thus far the assault on Vlasov's character had accomplished only a limited tactical breakthrough. The attackers did not know how to achieve operational shock. As Strickfeld so wisely aphorized, too much propaganda is merely propaganda. And so he found himself back at work. Coolish and warmish Berlin spring days, cloud-sogged skies and linden shade, these exudations transfused themselves almost pleasantly into his bones. He sat wondering what to do. Zhukov had not yet gone missing. One wall of his shabby little office was stacked up with bales of a colleague's literary production. And this underworld of the Untermensch found its leader, the eternal Jew. He received a warning from the Gestapo that the USSR had sent a certain Major S.N. Kapustin to infiltrate his army and assassinate him. He didn't care. Drunkenly he told a bored file clerk of the female gender, "I remember when I counterattacked at Nemirov. Tank fighting for 4 days." Just as a shattered concentration of troops tends to polarize around the towns or command posts it knows, which is why the attacking enemy will tend to close lethal circles around those very points, so Vlasov couldn't help but be obsessed by that gecko cartridge of his, which he turned round and round between his fingers, trying to steel himself against the next offensive. Zhukov laughed at him. Masha once stole his toy, just for fun, but he became very angry until she begged his pardon and blushingly dropped it back into his hand. There always seemed to be so much schnapps on hand that he stopped writing manifestos. Indeed, he soon became so listless that he scarcely bothered to chat with the man from the Office for the Germanization of Eastern Nations. A. Vlasov might as well have been one of Berlin's time-smoked building stones, crowned by winged figures, figures with crucifixes, or figures with lances, all time-blackened into their own silhouettes. The Germans grew concerned about his health. Moreover, another proclamation of his phantom army had just come out, and they didn't want to make him into too much of a one-man show. Why not let him disappear for a bit? So, with Strickfeld as chaperone, they sent him on a rest cure. Oh yes, they permitted him to tour the Rhine, whose coils sometimes nearly complete a circle, their aquatic thumbs and forefingers squeezing various peninsulas of forest and slate-roofed houses into almost islandness, while summery leaves strain outwards. He visited Köln, Frankfurt, Vienna. "What a sight they are!" cried his best friend, merrily squinting his eyes. "Look quickly, my dear Vlasov. No, over there. Why, they practically take my breath away." In a park, rows of German girls stood with outstretched arms and breasts, mimicking their stiff wax-doll Lehrerin who stood above them on the monument steps, calling out, "1, 2, 3, 4, all together!" Vlasov continued to drink. After considerable efforts, none of which his ward seemed to appreciate, Strickfeld obtained permission to take him to a convalescent home for SS men in Ruppolding, Bavaria. It was there that Vlasov met his German wife. 23. If you have ever happened to see Adolf Ziegler's The Four Elements, which hangs over the fireplace of our Führerhaus in München, you may remember in the middle panel of that triptych a slender, small-breasted blonde who sits nestling against her darker-haired sister, staring modestly at the checkerboard floor, while her elbow guards the junction of her chastely clenched thighs. There is something absurd, or as Vlasov would say, unrealistic, about the poses of the other three nudes, especially the dark-haired one, who daintily pulls a bit of drapery across her lap while clasping a harvest sheaf in her right hand. The blonde's compact, withdrawn posture appears at least natural and comfortable. The relentless tidiness of the room which that painting dwells in, the drollness of the little round table between sofa and hearth, the fresh-scrubbed bricks of the hearth, and, above all, the insistently allegorical quality of Ziegler's work, all work together to sugar-coat its lewdness into a veritable pill of propriety. And the ridiculous gestures of those Aryan goddesses double-coat the pill. Nobody would ever hold her arms so, or tilt her head so, unless perhaps a machine-gun blast had caused that effect when it tumbled her into the mass grave. But the seated blonde, if we disregard the empty bowl which Ziegler directed her to hold, could almost be a figure out of real life. Have you guessed that Heidi Bielenberg was an athlete? She'd been one of those blondes with braids, those blue-eyed blondes who, screaming with crowd happiness, outstretch their white-sleeved arms in salute behind a protective wall of expressionless SS men, whose helmets are adorned with swastikas within red shields, so that everything everywhere grows white, black, grey, red, and blonde. We first see her in a wall of German girls in tight-fitting undergarments, raising globes above their heads. 1, 2, 3, 4, all together! Heidi's instructor told her that she might be capable of excellence if she worked hard and governed herself with inflexible harshness. That was easy for her. She'd always been like that. Her mother was the same. Heidi wanted to be in the 1936 Olympics, but that proved impossible. Fortunately, in our Reich there were many other exciting things to do. She became a crack shot with a revolver, and got licensed to keep a pistol, I think a 7.65mm Walther. Her pretty face, which specialists had measured with calipers from nose bridge to chin, and her hair, matched against various reference rectangles of tinted glass, both passed muster, scientifically validating her as Aryan. At a regional competition she stood atop a rolling hoop, outstretching a swastika flag in each arm. Then they'd invited her to take part in the Nuremberg rally, where she shared a tent with 2 other girls, and got to see the Führer with her own eyes. She'd kept in touch with her tent mates. One had already given birth to a pair of Aryan twins at a Lebensborn facility. The other was now making 88mm shell fuses in order to do her part for total war. Shortly after the Röhm purge, Heidi won the Reich Sports Medal, whose possession is required on the part of any girl who aspires to wed an SS man. Himmler himself, who knew perfection when he saw it, had already entered her into the topmost classification in the card indexes of the SS Head Office for Race and Settlement. She met her first husband at the 1938 Yuletide bonfire. Everything about him felt right to her, from his agility when he danced to the strangely tender gaze of his skull emblem's baby eyes. Everything happened in a rush. Holding his arm, clutching the bouquet in the crook of her elbow, she passed beneath the arch of saluting hands as the wedding guests chanted, "Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil!" Germany was already at war then, so she'd hardly seen Otto after the honeymoon. 2 years later, it was by one of those swinging-door coincidences, the time of Vlasov's capture, one husband out, the next one in, Heidi received and immediately framed the regimental telegram, which proclaimed, "Our proud sorrow." His commanding officer also wrote her a letter, assuring her that it had been both heroic and instantaneous. Heidi framed that, too. She retained an almost virginal conviction that since she had suffered, fate was unlikely to require any further sacrifices from her. It was only at the vigil over his swastika-draped coffin, with her mother clasping her hand, and so many of his comrades at attention, holding wax torches, that Heidi realized the seriousness of this struggle against Jewish bandits. Slowly she commenced to understand certain remarks and silences which she had hitherto dismissed as fruitlessly enigmatic or even defeatist. Her mother, who continued to trust in a good resolution of everything, did her best to draw Heidi back up into the mirror-pure realm of faith, and succeeded even more rapidly than she had anticipated, for the widow needed, in the spirit of the times, to give herself unendingly, and show that she could be strong unto death. Every day she went to pistol practice. In spite of maternity, she continued to possess the streamlined body and frank appetites of a Sportfräulein. She loved hiking, skiing, and other exercises, in keeping with that wise Nazi adage, "The javelin and the springboard are more useful than lipstick for the promotion of health." To Vlasov it was an immense pleasure merely to see her eat. White German bread slathered with sweet butter. Not even apparatchiks could dine like that in Russia. Great draughts of German Pils-beer, half a roast chicken at a go. At such times her face shone with such utter engrossment in her own enjoyment that he could hardly help being carried out of his gloom. If his admiration of what he thought of as her innocence might have had a patronizing quality, well, patronization is kin to the voyeurism of an old man who wants to do what he no longer can. The sad, pale face of his own immaculateness had withdrawn forever behind the blackout curtain. He was tainted now. He was mature. Why not look with pleasure upon the antics of someone who was still fortunate to be in her moral childhood? Moreover, Heidi had a stunning chest. "I don't know whether I love you or not," he told her with his accustomed frankness, "but after all this time I have very strong sexual feelings." Smiling, the young widow recited, "The healthy is a heroic commandment." 24. She felt dreary most of the time. Oh yes, she was dead, desolate, cut off. What she loved was far away beneath the Russian earth. No name on the grave, they said, only his helmet. As long as she could remember, she'd hated to be alone. Sometimes there was nothing to do except flip through Signal magazine. What she admired most about this General Vlasov was that he owned a dream for which he was willing to fight fanatically to the end. "The fellow led the main attack on our army group center during the Battle of Moscow," crowed Strickfeld with loving exaggeration. She had heard so much about his qualities, his unshakable will, his charisma with subordinates, his intelligence, and above all, for we Germans believe that strength forms its own justification, his prowess on the battlefield. She knew about his Order of the Red Banner and the medal he'd received in China. "You really admire him too, don't you, Herr Strick?" She even knew about the wife in Moscow. It was said that he hadn't yet cooperated with Germany 100%. Who can blame Heidi for hoping to smash his defensive front? "André, you're a biologically valuable man," she said, crossing her muscular thighs. "You're a fighter, a son of the soil. You deserve to have 2 wives. The Führer needs your children." Vlasov laughed in embarrassment. The Führer doesn't know he needs me. Well, then, he hasn't been informed. But didn't he approve your Smolensk declaration? He needs to act on it, or the Ostfront cannot be held. I'm getting worried about that. Moreover, the number of tank battalions in each panzer division must be increased. Fortunately, Guderian's been appointed Inspector General of Armoured Troops. Heidi rose and touched his hand. I think you're a real Nazi, and you don't even know it. Tell me this. What's your heart's desire? To fight for the liberation of Russia. That's exactly what my husband said. Do you find me beautiful? Scarcely knowing what he was saying, Vlasov muttered, Heidi, when I look at you, my heart beats fast. Since you're ready to die for the Führer, I'm ready to give you what you want. 25. Of course, she couldn't believe that in this Slav's arms she'd be able to breed an Übermensch, but at the beginning it wasn't even about breeding. Vlasov is said to have played a guitar when he wooed her. He was always sweet with her little daughter Frauke. The blonde, blue-eyed SS men who came here to recover and then went back to the Ostfront to die, she'd had as many of them as she liked. Perhaps she wanted a change from bread and butter. A little later, with what Himmler used to berate in Heydrich as cold, rational criticism, she began to brood on the lesson of Stalingrad. Her convalescents, the lucky few who'd been airlifted out of that so-called fortress, couldn't help telling her how it had really been, especially when they lay weeping in her arms. Nearly everyone except General Vlasov was getting cold feet now. They promised Paulus full supply by air, so he wasn't permitted to break out, even when the panzers still had enough fuel. So we kept starving, and the Russians kept shooting and tightening the ring. What else did her charges mention? Probably not the German prison cages, nor the Russian epidemics cured with flamethrowers. And so Heidi unrolled the map, and her pet Slav, whom they jokingly called the Democratic People's Jew, held down the furling corners like a good doggy. Below Leningrad crouched a flag comprised of 4 squares, 2 white, 2 black. 18 Bolshevo. Then clung Korok 583 below that, Spanish Legion to the west of it, SS Nordland in between, all of them seemingly sheltered by that black front line, which ran east along the Gulf shore below Leningrad, then curved by fits southeast and southwest down toward Moscow. But her soldier boys had whispered to her that the Russians were beginning to introduce homogeneous tank armies, hundreds and then thousands of those terrible T-34s. They could break through anywhere, at any time. What if the war were really lost? Maybe even then Heidi could be First Lady of the new Russia if she married General Vlasov and he— Like everybody associated with the SS, she'd grown accustomed to dreaming magnificent dreams. Besides, her mother insisted on marriage to legitimize the relationship. Andre, darling, what do you think of what I just said? Looking at the map, not at her, he replied with a sad little grin. Oh, well, in Moscow I had to haul everything on sleds attached to tanks. The struggle for life— She flung her arms around him. She said, I understand you with all my heart. The hostility of her friends, and especially of her mother, who could hardly have imagined her to be capable of committing racial disgrace with a Slav, was painful, to be sure, but not unexpected. Moreover, there comes a moment in almost everyone's life when fate, as our Führer would call it, summons us to cross the gulf of change and re-establish ourselves in an antipodal world. At such a time, even the most earnest protestations of those who love us dwindle into the merest formalities of departure. And perhaps it enhanced Heidi's self-confidence that in every true German sense she was better than the man she'd agreed to marry. Though she could admit that without pity toward herself. Allegations that Strickfeld, whom everyone considered to be sunnily indispensable, had loaned her a copy of Vlasov's Gestapo file, need not be entirely ruled out. He was stroking her hair. He seemed constrained or worried about something. She murmured, Andre, darling, I know you will always be grateful to me and give me whatever I wish. 26. Wilfried Karlovich, whatever happened to Masha? My dear fellow, I don't have enough grey cells to remember every skirt you've— She was a typist at Victoriastrasse. A typist, you say? Probably an illegal element. Here, have a look for yourself. There's nobody by that name on the roster. Come, why are you glaring at me in that way? Do you really think that here in the Reich people simply disappear without cause? In Stalinist Russia, now, that's a different matter. Our faithful advocate of the Vlasov Action raised a finger for silence. Far away they both could hear the short blasts of the early warning siren. Then he shrugged and said to Vlasov, "I fear that certain assumptions are obstructing you again. Think about it. Would it be rational to harm anybody who can contribute to the war effort?" "No, not rational. Did you really care for her all that much? If so, perhaps I can—" "She was the merest flirtation," replied Vlasov in his flat way, "but I'm concerned for her as a human being. Most likely she's working in an armaments factory. Meanwhile, how do you feel about Heidi? I want you to know that in recognition of your hard work, certain regulations have been waived. Your union with Heidi has been sanctioned at the highest level. Or is there some obstacle? By the way, what are you playing with in your pocket?" "Oh, I see. Must be that stupid cartridge of yours." 27. On 22/3/43, we find him presiding over the graduation of the first officers' class at Dabendorf. He was very happy with his Russian Liberation Army cockade, which made use of the same three colours as the French tricolore and the American stars and stripes. Gripping the lectern, which barely came above his waist, he continued the commencement speech. "I expect each of you not only to take a stand, but to be a fanatical fighter for our ideal. What do I mean by fanaticism? Well, let's momentarily consider the logic of this war. Logically speaking, we are incapable of forcing the Bolsheviks, with their incomparably greater forces, to withdraw. Logic compels us to abandon our struggle. Therefore, I call on you to abandon logic. When I led the 4th Mechanized at Lvov, we attacked 6th Army, long before Stalingrad, you understand, so they were close to full strength, while we hardly had any tanks. Kruger, stop filling up my glass. And so, logically speaking, we shouldn't have hoped for any success. But that was when General von Kleist himself paid me a real compliment. He said, 'Let's hope he can pull this off,' one officer muttered to another. Anyhow, better here than in a camp. What if he's been tricked? The Führer says—" At her own request, and against the wishes of her mother, who'd warned, "Liebchen, stay out of politics, it's not healthy for a woman," Vlasov's fiancée attended the reception. I've read that she was wearing her German national sports badge, whose interlocking letter tendrils had been encircled by a wreath whose fruit was a single swastika. A Russian prisoner of war complimented her on it, with what might have been an ironic smile. Heidi said to him, "I have to pass a test every year, or they'll take it back." 28. On the morning of 13/4/43, a few hours before Radio Berlin made a spectacular announcement to the world, launching what Goebbels would call 100% victory for German propaganda, and especially for me personally, Vlasov was sheltering listlessly in the arms of Heidi Bielenberg, enduring her endearments, the only Russian words she was ever to learn, when the telephone rang. Praying that it be a summons to command, execution, or anything other than more of this, he reached for the receiver. It was Strickfeld. "My dear Vlasov, am I disturbing you? Listen, I have some extremely important news. I'll be over in a quarter hour." "Ya tebya lublyu," his wife was saying. "I love you too," he said mechanically. Rising, he began to dress. "Andrei, be prepared for everything. Be ready. Be healthy." He was choking within his tightly buttoned collar. "Andrei, did you hear me?" The buzzer assaulted him. He went downstairs. "Well, Vlasov, and have you been keeping busy?" "I've been making up a list of words which are considered to be obscenities in both Germany and the USSR. Want to hear a few? Internationalism, cosmopolitan, plutocracy, intellectual, softness, weakness, mercy. And what would you expect, my dear fellow? We're at war with each other, so it's natural that both our systems would get a trifle hardened and bunkered down." "Oh, that's good," murmured Vlasov, "that you always show respect. And how's your pretty wife?" "She's pretty, and she's my wife." "I take it she's en déshabillé, or you'd have invited me up." "Wilfried Kollwitz, I'm the son of peasants. I don't understand French." "Let's take a walk," said his jocular genius, and before Vlasov knew it, they'd passed the Zeughaus, and were crossing the river by means of the dear old Schlossbrücke, whose wrought-iron horses Strickfeld rarely failed to caress in a triply echeloned offensive. This time, however, he denied himself the snaky fish, the martial seahorse, and even the cheerfully grotesque merman, whose tail transformed itself into horse legs. He was very excited. Beneath a winged Victory, who proudly watched them from her pink granite pillar, he paused and said, "I wanted to be the first to tell you." "I'm listening." "Although I flatter myself that I've become your friend, of course there are certain aspects to your situation here that— well, you haven't always been fairly treated. I admit that, and I'm sorry. But there's one matter very dear to my heart in which you've never quite believed— the honor of the German soldier. To get right down to it, Germans really are honorable people. They don't murder women and children. Well, I don't deny there's been occasional wartime harshness, but not what you think." "So?" said Vlasov. "Well, the news is going to be broadcast this afternoon. Lieutenant Colonel Ahrens of our 537th Signal Regiment first made the report last month, but it was classified top secret until the forensic teams had made a complete investigation." Vlasov stared at him. "It seems that a wolf was nosing around in the forest near Smolensk and uncovered bones. Some Hiwis on work detail found the pit. They erected a cross. In due time, Ahrens was notified." "You love to spin out a story, don't you? The site is riddled with graves. The largest one is stacked 12 bodies deep. We've uncovered 4,000 victims so far, and Ahrens believes there will be 10,000 more. We're already calling it the Kathe massacre. Do you want to guess who's buried there?" "Jews, I suppose. Maybe Russians." "You joker. No, no, no! They're all Polish officers, and from their identity documents we've established that they were murdered between April and May of 1940. "Well, and why not?" muttered Vlasov dully. "You were already in Poland by then." "My dear fellow, you're really beginning to offend me. We're recording their names, and when the exhumations are completed, those names will be given to the world. Without exception, those officers were in Soviet custody. I can't. It's incontrovertible. Some of them were finished off with bayonets. The German army doesn't use four-cornered ones." "All right, I believe you. So the NKVD murdered 14 or 15,000 prisoners of war. Well, but— Don't you want to know about the ammunition?" his friend demanded triumphantly. "What about it?" "Gecko, 7.65 mm. Vlasov froze, and his wooer, seeing that deep penetration had been accomplished at last, moved instantly forward to exploit the initial success. "You know very well that the Reich sold many thousands of rounds to Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, and even the Soviet Union. Apparently your NKVD preferred the reliability of German death, as it were. That's right. Reach into your pocket and take a look. Now, I beg your pardon if I'm trespassing on some private grief, but whatever it was that you saw in that burned village, wouldn't it be just as well now if you could lay your prejudices to rest? Wouldn't you be better off, not to say happier, if you could be fair and logical? With this discovery, your hopes have been exonerated, so try to relax and trust in us." 29. They sent him back to the occupied territories in hopes of retaining some sort of ideological bridgehead. Their new slogan, "Humane and Correct Treatment." He was as pliable now as one of Buchenwald's little doll boys, who offer themselves to the capos in exchange for food. From the train he thought he heard shooting and screaming. He got drunk then and muttered, "Between the breasts of Zoya." "Excuse me, my dear friend," laughed Strickfeld, "but perhaps I shouldn't report that comment to your wife." In Kiev, a man who'd been waiting in the lavatory whispered, in words as evenly spaced as the numbered silver standards of vanquished regiments, "General Vlasov, I was a waiter at the big Nazi banquet this March, and I heard what the quartermaster said. He was quoting the Reich Commissioner of the Ukraine. I was so horrified that I memorized every word. General Vlasov, he said, and I swear this, some people are disturbed that the population here may not necessarily eat enough. The population cannot ask for that. One merely has to keep in mind what our heroes at Stalingrad were forced to do without." Vlasov smilingly clapped the man's shoulder. "But what can we do now? It's too late. We have to go forward and perform our best, don't you see? Because otherwise everything we believe in would be endangered." In Riga, he saw a German private beating and kicking a Russian artist for being 5 minutes late to an agitprop meeting of the Vlasov men. He sat watching. Helplessly he rubbed his heavy eyes. For the May Day celebrations at Pskov, which lies on the former Stalin line, Vlasov appeared only when they menaced him. He'd been reliably informed that many more White Russians as well as Jews had been shot. He shaved. He cleaned his German boots. A standing ovation. Afterward, approaching the line of SS dignitaries, all of them with their hands in the pockets of their long grey cloaks, he found himself compelled to bow forward in order to grasp the barely extended hand of the SS colonel, who smiled stiffly and said, "You Russians are not soldiers, as that word is usually employed. You are ideological enemies." Vlasov shrugged. He hardly cared for his own life any more, or so he supposed. The anguish of his lost love now falling into dormancy, but still viable like a virus, waiting for contact with the host, which was why that host, his integrity, had to smile gently and stay away, waiting patiently for his love for her to die. Off to another factory to serve the workers' hope instead of bread. Then, with true Germanic mobility, he continued back to Riga, the railroad track's rank grass failing by a long shot to grapple with the grey summer sky. And here he had to meet with more workers, and then with a delegation from the Orthodox Church. Justifying the existence of his still hypothetical Russian Liberation Army, he quoted the proverb, "A Russian can bear much which would kill a German." Whenever he thought of Russia, unclean feelings afflicted him, like water and blood seeping out of mass graves. In Luga, the crowds broke through the police line, as they were almost to do years later in Moscow, when the American pianist Van Cliburn made his debut. "Do you wish to be German slaves?" he dared to shout. "No! Then fight at my side. Fight for a free Russia on equal terms with the Reich. Show the Germans what we can do." The SS men smiled in disgust. Come to think of it, the Germans beside Vlasov were always smiling just a shade too broadly in the photographs. In the aisle, a Waffen-SS captain and Strickfeld were arguing in low voices. The Waffen-SS captain said, "If one gave Vlasov's army a flag—" "We have. And his soldiers' honours. One would have to treat them as comrades with natural human and political rights, and the national Russian idea would break through. Nothing could be less desirable to us than such a development." "Yes, yes," said Strickfeld, smiling straight into the curtain-like, willow-like wings of the eagle on the Waffen-SS man's tank battle badge. "But if you don't mind my saying so, might it not be counterproductive to take absolutely everything from the population here?" "Captain Strickfeld, I'm not sure you appreciate the situation. Aren't you aware that the Führer himself has already decreed that within 10 years our eastern territories must be entirely German?" "Indeed, my friend, I've been told of that, although I've never seen any—" "Then don't get above yourself." In enthusiastic corroboration of his thesis that the military situation could still be reversed, Vlasov was earnestly explaining, "The problem of developing a tactical breakthrough into an operational breakthrough is only now being solved." Please excuse him, for he thinks in Russian, and after all, from a strictly rational point of view. I've read Vlasov's manifesto. It's a stinkingly rational manifesto, to be sure. The audience was applauding Vlasov now, but afterwards the only person who came forward to speak with him was a functionary from the SS Building Inspection Office for Russia. Strickfeld, trying to improve his pet orator's morale, said, "My dear fellow, you've done for the occupied territories what Shostakovich did for the other side at Leningrad last year. What powerful propaganda." "My intention was not to make mere propaganda." He seemed satisfied then, for they'd indulged him as they would have a little child, letting him get in the last word. But then they saw him sitting with his head in his hands. Strickfeld ran to him. "Is something wrong, old fellow?" "Just a mild case of operational shock," he said, with a broken laugh. In the prisoner-of-war camps he addressed the senior block leaders, who wore black armbands. Someone was playing the accordion. He proposed to them that fighting imperialism might be better than hauling stones up quarry steps until they collapsed and were shot. Better than being torn to pieces by SS dogs, or being buried alive by trembling Jews who were then themselves buried alive. Better than the experiment in the decompression chamber at Dachau. Their blood didn't boil until the altitude equivalent was above 70,000 feet. Soon he'd raised 1 million Vlasov men, 1 million Russian soldiers fighting for Germany. He said to them, "If we can help the Reich resist for another 12 to 15 months, Then we can build ourselves up into a power factor that the West won't be able to forget. Himmler got a transcript of his speech at Gatchina, the infamous one in which he dared to call the Germans guests of the Russians. The SS Reichsfuhrer was furious. He reported this treason directly to the Führer's headquarters, in consequence of which the order went out to remand our Slav directly to a concentration camp. Meanwhile, the Vlasov men were disbanded. Strickfeld, who knew how to get around all obstacles in the most refined way, found his protégé a nice little villa on Kibitzweg in Dahlem, not far from the Russian Liberation Army training camp. "Don't tell him he's actually under house arrest, or he might feel a little trapped," he advised Heidi. "Are you sure it's healthy for him to live in a fantasy?" "Only if he believes can he make others believe. As soon as the Führer believes, it must come true." "Well, of course," the blonde murmured. "And you know, my dear girl, sometimes a man needs, how should I put it, a little bolstering up, especially an exhausted man." "Oh, Herr Strick, you're so right, and so good to us. Do you think we'll be staying here long? If so, these walls must be whitewashed." Vlasov was at the door. Heidi rushed into his arms, gazing at him adoringly. He kissed her 3 times, in the Russian manner. 30. Screened by the theatrically leafy camouflage netting over the Charlottenburger Chaussee, sequestered between bright-posted walls and sandbagged museum windows, Vlasov took long walks with his gilded victory angel. As long as she accompanied him, humming Mozart's ever-so-healthy German melodies, he was permitted to go almost anywhere a German could. For a long time after the woman I loved so much had left me, I kept encountering mutual friends, small gifts from her, abandoned possessions of hers. Place names on the map ambushed me with recollections. From the walls, her photographs continued to smile at me so gently. After a while, I realized that there was nothing to do but seek out these things whose associations caused me such agony, and bury the freshly bloody grief under the dirt of new experience. Vlasov did the same. The thick green foliage of the Tiergarten reminded him of how it had been in the Russian swamps during the last days of his immaculateness. Needless to say, he never mentioned anything about those times to Heidi. They both enjoyed visiting Moltke's statue in the Grossestern. That Prussian genius was gazing up into the distance, strict and old and withered, with an eagle on either side of his coat of arms. Soon there'd be Soviet bullet holes in his legs. Heidi stopped humming and said, "What a genius he must have been, pure Aryan." "He was a brilliant field commander. He showed your generals the way to outflank the French." "But, André, how could you have been allowed to study him in that horrid Soviet zone?" Her husband smiled a little. He said, "I can quote him if you like. Here's one of his maxims from 1869. The stronger our frontal position becomes on account of its successive fire, the more the attacker will focus his attack on our flanks. Deep deployment is appropriate to counter this danger." Heidi was already bored, but she tried. He never forgot how hard she tried. "What does that mean exactly?" "It means that if a river course gets blocked by a boulder, the river will flow around it." "So how can the boulder keep from being surrounded? I assume that the boulder represents—" "By being longer than the river is." "But that's irrational, isn't it?" "So what are you saying?" "That Moltke's notions are obsolete. Nobody can avoid encirclement in this age of tanks and planes." "When you're encircled, what should you do?" "Well, that's the question, isn't it?" said he with his pitiful smile. She was so glad that she'd been able to distract him. "You break out. You give up being a rock and turn yourself into, let's say, oil. Then you flow around the enemy water, and, if you're strong enough, you encircle it." "But then the enemy can do the same." "Correct," he said flatly. "There's no end." His didactic lecturing attitude irritated her. He had no right. But then her mouth softened, and she slipped her arm around his waist. "I'm sorry," she said. "I know you're thinking about the Ostfront." He kept silent. "You're thinking about the Ostfront, aren't you?" "Yes." "Darling, you'd feel better if you told me. Pressure on our Orel salient seems quite dangerous, although I try to reassure myself that the High Command knows more than I do. The enemy can flow right around us. At this rate— Andrei, how close will they come before we turn them back? I can easily see them crossing the Dnieper. When we get home, can you show me on a map? Yes, I can show you. No doubt Stalin still has many reserves to call on. I remember in my time when the Siberians— You said they might cross the Dnieper, but you still haven't said where we'll stop them. Well, if somebody would only give me the responsibility, I could— You do trust in the Führer, don't you? I'm not a politician. I'm only a— Listen, I want to ask you something. You know how hard I've tried to warn the High Command. They won't listen. I know. Should I try to reach Himmler directly? Oh, Andrei, she cried compassionately. Is there anything you're not telling me? Now she seemed to him suddenly to possess the same quality of distant gentleness as his lost brown-eyed woman, his integrity. Something terrible had happened. She was gazing at him without weeping or kissing. Something was over. Shall I call Himmler or not? Hanging her head, Heidi temporized. What does Herr Strick say? Vlasov stiffened. It's no good, is it? And you won't even tell me why? His wife swallowed nervously. She said, Andrei, be brave. You deserve to prevail. Even if the river pours over the rock can outlast it. Let's go home, he said. I want a drink. After that, disregarding all warnings, he went out alone when Heidi was in the bath. Well, what was she supposed to do? She'd tried, but he wouldn't appreciate her efforts. Perhaps her mother had been right. It's not likely that he was present when the heavy wooden doors of the Zeug house opened for a show of captured Soviet weapons, and an assassination attempt upon Hitler failed there, thanks perhaps to the vigilance of the facade's stone helmets turned everywhere in different directions. Because who would have wanted to take responsibility for allowing Vlasov near our Führer? Still, he could have his little promenades. He could breathe the summer breath of linden trees. A girls' corps with their rakes held guns straight against their shoulders were marching to the harvest. An old pensioner was saying to his wife, According to our concentration of strength, Strickfeld, who happened to be standing right around the corner, invited Vlasov to speak to an association of military convalescents, but he declined, wandering listlessly away past a house which had been demolished by an English bomb. His best friend sprinted after him with the enthusiastic ease of a new recruit. Not that way, dear fellow. Why, there's the Gestapo over there. They'll make mincemeat of you. Don't you remember what happened to Masha? Never mind about the stupid hospital, even if they are expecting you. Here, let me— In short, Vlasov remained mired in Berlin, whose name ironically derives from a Slavic word, berl, meaning marsh. He could not seem to break out of this limbo. From one blacked-out window to the next, his tall reflection flicked as pallidly as a lightning flash. Drinking schnapps, or sitting on the toilet reading Signal magazine, he remembered Vinitsa, with himself and Strickfeld at the rustic table, the pretty stenographer typing everything. Although everybody reassured him that his blueprints for action were still being studied at the highest level, on 8/6/43 the Supreme Commander himself had said, not without irritation, I don't need this General Vlasov at all in our rear areas. With all respect, my Führer, if Vlasov helped keep the Slavs quiet until we'd finished the war, we could release many soldiers from anti-partisan operations. No, and again no, Hitler interrupted. No German agency must take seriously the bait contained in the Vlasov program. The Russian Liberation Army, that's a phantom of the First Order. Like a loyal friend, Strickfeld concealed this new disappointment from Vlasov as long as he could. He did think it best, however, to sit the poor fellow down and show him a report, whose correctness had been confirmed by Himmler himself. Vlasov's Russian wife had been arrested and put to death in retribution for his treason. In the interests of that highest good, rationality, it was needful to show Vlasov that there could be no turning back. At that point it was already July, by which time the Soviets had developed breakthroughs into a scientific operation, performed first with tank and mechanical corps, then with tank armies. The front was becoming a sieve. But Germany's slogan continued to be, Cling to every inch. 31. In 943, due to desertions, his fledgling Russian formations were all transferred to the West Front. This defeated their very purpose. On the Ostfront, the enemy had now taken to calling their trench lice Vlasov's men. Vlasov fell despondent, unhealthily so in Heidi's opinion. Towering over the others, he stood cradling his head as he gazed hopefully down at the smiling Germans, his mouth down-curled in readiness to form the shape of disappointment. Himmler, to whom he was that Russian swine Herr General Vlasov, had forgiven his Gatchina speech, provided that he write a direct order to his men, "Forget Russia, go to France." He paced the room, muttering, "This is worse than a betrayal. It's an insult. We're not even to fight on our own territory now." But his best friend reminded him that the Germans and the Vlasov men were all in this together now. Anyhow, there wasn't time to complain about it very long. The Red Army had broken through again. On 6/11/43, when Kiev fell, he became as pale as Hitler had, Hitler pacing, stabbing his finger at the map, shouting to Zeitzler, "We won't be able to save anything. The consequences will be catastrophic in Romania. This is a major position here." But Heidi said, "Andrei, I have faith in you. Don't give up hope. The unhappiness you feel, it's just your Slavic blood dragging you down. You can overcome this if you fight. Let me help you fight." Meanwhile, the Americans had broken through at Normandy, it seemed. How could it have been otherwise? All our West Front had left were divisions of an obsolete, static character. In the interim, the Führer and Guderian kept trying to increase the production of panzer tanks. Vlasov sat reading the newspapers and muttering, "That's an untenable line." He often quarrelled with Heidi, who thought that he should at least exercise. Twice now he'd called her stupid. She kept count. He kept accusing the German people of a lack of generosity, at which she reminded him that we had bestowed upon him his life, his command, and even a new wife. He was getting pale and flabby now. He couldn't stop drinking. Upon her mother's urging, she strove to keep silent. "You married him, Liebchen. Now you have to hold fast. Like it or not, there's no going back." "I know. I'm not even angry with him, really. I just wish he could somehow overcome himself." She approached her husband's desk. He was upstairs brooding. Dear Herr Strick's business card lay beside the telephone. She dialed. "I'll talk with him," her kind friend agreed. "Just don't tell him that we've had this conversation, and don't worry about a thing. I've studied your Andrushka for quite a while now." The telephone rang. "Vlasov," said Vlasov. "Do you know Rilke, my dear fellow?" "Of course not. You're the son of peasants." "Well, one of the early poems is often on my mind nowadays. It's called Herbsttag, and it goes, 'Lord, it is time. Summer was very grand.' And then, in the last stanza, there's a line that runs, 'Who owns no house now will build no house any more.' Do you see what he's driving at, Andrei Andreevich?" The voice turned stern. "I said, do you see the point?" "Oh, I can hold on a little longer. Don't worry about me, I'm not—" "That's not what I'm getting at. You need to consider Heidi now. Don't build your future without a foundation of loyalty and—" Vlasov hung up the telephone. The plot to kill the Führer on 27/44 resulted in the execution of several Vlasov supporters. Heidi's husband had been well acquainted with them all. "I don't know them," was the epitaph he uttered. "You see, I have been through Stalin's school." On 25/8/44, when Paris fell to the Anglo-American Jewish enemy, Vlasov lay down to dream. Heidi wasn't there at the time. All leisure for sunning herself had been overrun, so that her breasts were now as pallid as the very lights of our military positions. Oh yes, she was going gaunt. She'd lost her colour. And now little Frauke was sick. Meanwhile, Vlasov's integrity had agreed to see him just one more time, to extend or complete their goodbye. And so all the previous day Vlasov found himself in a state of crazy elation, because until the end of their forthcoming meeting he could say to himself that she'd taken him back and was really his again. Ordinarily, they wouldn't have been sexual together at that time and place, so it wasn't as if anything were different. He'd be meeting her just as they used to, except that this time the meeting would have no sequel. I myself cherish a certain envelope, sealed by me, which lies entombed in my desk drawer. On it I've written, "Green stone. She picked this up from the sea on our last trip together," with the date, She actually picked up 2 stones and asked me if I wanted one. I chose this. I wonder if she already knew that she would leave me 2 Fridays later. I don't dare open the envelope to disturb the green stone which she touched when she still loved me. And if I were to try to tell you more, all I could do would be to stammer something about her big brown eyes. As for Vlasov, we know that he kept a certain copper cartridge in his pocket. Just as Guderian said, these men remain essentially unable to break free of recollections of positional warfare. He went to bed drunk on happiness, dreamed of drowning, and awoke after an hour. For the rest of the night he stared at the ceiling, weeping. On 8/9/44, Himmler, who'd once referred to him as a Bolshevistic butcher's apprentice, finally received him and agreed to let him command some troops. The action would be called Operation Scorpion. Vlasov nodded. Himmler put on a solemn, almost gentle look for the camera as he shook the hand of Vlasov, who was smiling earnestly, his confusion as dark as the smoke from an anti-tank gun. "Please remember to tell me what he's wearing," Heidi had asked him. "He came to my first wedding, you know. I thought he looked awfully splendid." In that official photograph, Vlasov seems uncomfortable. But even in the old days, he always kept his collar more tightly buttoned than other Soviet generals, who glared or bleared into the camera with their heads thrown wearily back. Vlasov was a formal scarecrow, drawn in on himself. "We guarantee that at the end of the war you'll be granted the pension of a Russian lieutenant general. But I don't— Look here, fellow, don't you know whom you're interrupting? And in the immediate future you will continue to have schnapps, cigarettes, and women. The problem, Vlasov, is this. We can only entrust our defense to politically reliable elements. Now, in the present situation, you Slavs, with all due respect, can't exactly be armed and sent off on your own, and until the front gets shortened, we just don't have the manpower to stiffen you up with German personnel. Well, surely our fate in the event of capture by Soviet troops ought to make for a guarantee. Ah, we don't know about that. You changed sides once, maybe you'll do it again. The other possibility is simply to convert all you Russians to Buddhism. You see, Buddhists are pacifists, so they don't cause trouble. Herr Reichsfuhrer, I'm informed that you've already mustered SS brigades of Baltics and even Balkan Muslims. Quite so, but their blood isn't quite as alien as yours. One has to calculate frightfully coolly in these matters. You see, in the context of the overall military situation, what we could do with 100 Panzer tanks, Vlasov burst out. Himmler fell silent. He was anxious. The Anglo-Americans were about to breach German soil. Vlasov tried to hearten him. Don't you remember when Guderian broke out from the Meuse and surrounded French and British divisions from the rear? We can still do it even now. Himmler didn't care. Himmler didn't believe. Vlasov tried to reason with him then, saying, "Everyone says that Germany is preparing secret weapons, flying bombs, V-weapons, rockets, and I don't know what else. So why not build up a few Slav armies?" Shaking his head, the Reichsfuhrer replied, "If we lose the war against you Russians, it must be because our blood has been poisoned by the Jewish virus." Heidi's tanned face hardened when he told her. Frauke was out with her little comrades, gathering metal for the war effort. They sat down at the kitchen table and started drinking schnapps. Pretty soon she was sobbing and drooling on his shoulder. They drank themselves quite sober. He muttered, "Well, it wasn't as if I expected him to offer me bread and salt. Is that what they do to welcome guests in your country?" "Only for Germans," he replied bitterly. He added, "And now not even for them." They sat in silence, both afraid to say anything, until finally Vlasov, striving to help them withdraw from the isolated position in which they'd found themselves, cleared his throat, traced his forefinger around the rim of the glass, and murmured, "Don't worry about anything. If we're fated to die, we'll die. Otherwise, we'll survive no matter what." "Fate is everything," his wife agreed solemnly. "I'm going to be sick. I'm still convinced I can counterattack, if I'm deeply echeloned in both wings. Andrei, I'll come back in a minute and then we can—" "But Himmler, this isn't healthy." "Of course it isn't," he laughed. "But how can you expect anything from an Untermensch?" Himmler received him again on 16/9/44. The rumor that the meeting was arranged by Heidi through the mediation of an SS man she'd once slept with may not be entirely without foundation. Vlasov requested 10 divisions. Himmler had only 2 to give him, and they weren't ready. In the interest of Reich security, Himmler had already decided to table Operation Scorpion. As he remarked to SS Colonel Gunther Dalken, "Who compels us to keep the promises we make?" 32. Of course, in politics one must gild the truth to the most practical, reasonable sheen, and so in those autumn days of 1944, when even Vlasov could hardly deny the concentration camps, the hostages shot in batches, the ice-grained women's corpses frozen to their hanging ropes, hadn't he once seen the ice on Zoya's eyelids, everything grey on grey? Our reasonable Russian was compelled, in his latest manifesto, to define the war as a fight to the finish of opposing political systems, the powers of imperialism, led by the plutocrats of England and the USA, the powers of internationalism, led by the Stalin clique, and freedom-loving nations, who thirst to live their own way of life, determined by their historical and national development. Who could those freedom-loving nations be? No, some things he couldn't deny. And so, like a troop train occluding all the rearmost station platforms in its coming, one question he had asked and asked again now stopped before his eyes, momentarily blocking any view of Russia's future. "And what about the Jews?" he asked for the very last time. Sorrowfully clapping him on the shoulder, Strickfeld replied, "All German-held territories are being cleansed of Jews, on political rather than economic grounds." "On political grounds? What exactly does that mean?" "My dear fellow, you know very well that everybody in the East is anti-Semitic. And these, well, let's call them pogroms. They're a cheap way to win the trusting obedience of your white Russians." "But the Jews?" "Oh, they're better off," said his friend. "After all, they're unreliable elements. Where could we permit them to go? It's better to release them from the situation." Vlasov gazed at him gently. "How does that make you feel about yourself, Wilfried Kollwitz?" "Never mind that. No, don't leave just yet. I still have some pretty good cognac here, and now that the Americans control Paris, I don't suppose we'll be getting any more, so we might as well— Here. I seem to know that you'd ask that question sometime, but—" "Yes," said Vlasov breathlessly. "I know what you're thinking. You want to know why I didn't ask you a long time before now." "Well, you did." "I did, but Well, I thought of that, to be sure. He'll ask me, I thought. And then, from the very first, I tried to protect you, because I knew that you were decent, and as long as you didn't know too much, you could save yourself, which, no matter how one looks at it, is a benefit. Do you think I've saved myself? In fact, if a single Russian prisoner of war is saved, that's a net good, isn't it? Unofficial sources have told me that 3 or 4 million have already died in captivity." "Oh, don't worry," Vlasov said. "You're still my friend. But let me ask you something. What you told me about the Katyn massacre, that was confirmed?" "Aha. I can see your fingers moving in your pocket. You must be playing with that gecko shell." "Yes, I swear it." "That's all right, then," said Vlasov warmly. "Then I don't care. We're all murderers. And maybe if I don't surrender to despair, I can still do something good. But what about Heidi? Were you— Forgive me, my dear fellow. I only wanted to bring you security and perhaps divert you a little. Don't you care for her? If not, I can—" The radio was shouting, "To freshen our German blood." He went away to stroke the fair and silky hair of his Aryan wife. 33. "I know," said Heidi. "Of course it's difficult to know how to feel. I went through that stage with my first husband. You need to harden yourself, Andrei." The bombing of Berlin was growing heavier now. In 1044 the Russians captured their first German town. Smashing in the heads of babies, nailing naked women to barn doors, they took their joyous revenge. Heidi, who was now wiring ignition systems for Messerschmitt fighter planes, heard on the radio that the men had been made to hold lamps and watch as their womenfolk were raped by hordes of Red Army soldiers. Men who resisted were castrated. Women who resisted were disemboweled. When the Germans recaptured the place, they found lines of women and children laid out in a field, with cartridges glittering beside them. So Goebbels made a speech. He warned that we were all going to have to strengthen our wills and harden our hearts. 34. In the month of 1144, the Nazis sponsored a conference in Prague. Where were the Jews who'd lived there? Gone away. At a railroad station, a long line of German soldiers accorded Vlasov their best Nazi salutes. He stared back, scratching vaguely at the general's stripes on his trousers. He'd been almost promised a command over the criminal remnants of the SS Kaminsky Brigade, for Kaminsky was shot for excessive ruthlessness against the Warsaw rebels. He'd nearly been given authority over a misplaced light arm detachment. He had a fair chance of becoming Führer of 3 shattered, demoralized Russian units recalled from the collapsing West Front. It was up to him to show what he could do. Could he only help the Reich to break out of the Bolshevik trap, why then he'd get rewarded exactly as he deserved. Cleaning his glasses, he waited for Kröger to bring the schnapps. And now, in the citadel, dignitaries gave speeches in commemoration of the new Prague Manifesto, which the SS had prepared over Vlasov's signature. The only part he'd objected to was an anti-Semitic passage. Strickfeld, who'd begun to worry about his own post-war career, refused to interpret Vlasov's remarks at the triumphal banquet, but it seemed that this odd, tall Russian didn't hold it against him. For just after midnight he staggered over to say, "Wilfried Karlovich, Washington and Franklin were traitors in the eyes of the British Crown. As for me—" "You need to lie down, my dear fellow. Go back to your table. Where's your wife? She must be very proud of you." "God give me strength. But you're a god, aren't you, Wilfried Karlovich?" "I beg your pardon?" "Excuse me, gentlemen. They get like this when they drink, you know. It's a racial characteristic. Wilfried Karlovich, you'll escape with the Führer and help him, because you're a god. You're Loki. And one day you'll tell everybody at Valhalla that I wasn't a traitor. This man led the 4th Mechanized against us at Lvov," Strickfeld said hastily. "He also—" "I'll explain how we Russians do it," said Vlasov. And as he said, "we Russians," he could not forbear his own pride. "It's not only rational, it's as smooth as an execution of Jews. First, we break through the enemy's defences." "That insect is talking about our defences," said an SS man in disgust. "In at least one sector, more if possible. Kröger keeps filling up my glass. I suppose he thinks that's funny. Second, we launch offensives into the breakthrough areas. Third, we continue these offensives to the enemy flanks. Fourth, we encircle the enemy's units which have been isolated by the previous measures." "It's true. He really is the Houdini of breakouts," interrupted Strickfeld, looking at the ceiling. "And if you want an example of what I'm talking about," continued Vlasov with a defiant smile, "I refer you to the Byelorussian operation of this year, whereby the Soviet army successfully— This is too much. Shoot that Slav in the back of the head." But in the end they decided that, when the time was right, Vlasov would be permitted to fight on Czech soil. 35. Why not now? The front line was approaching like a tidal wave. All our Russian conquests had long since been submerged. As the Great Soviet Encyclopedia explains, in this long and bitter struggle, the USSR armed forces proved to be mightier than the mightiest war machine in the capitalist world. Now the wave curled over the dismembered corpse of Poland. In the former Reichskommissariat Ostland, the former Reichskommissariat Ukraine, and even the eastern regions of our general government, artillery barrages, infantry beachheads, and hordes of T-34 tanks roiled, comprising discrete aspects of a sentient metallic liquid. The defenders fell back. When Vlasov read that the Red Army had recaptured Lvov, he could not forbear to think of his own long-lost battle there, and he remembered something else, too. Namely, that on the day before Lvov fell to the Germans, the NKVD had butchered Ukrainian political prisoners by the hundreds, shooting them right there in their cells. And now Russians in their Studebaker trucks came to run over the carcasses of horses in the burnt streets, looted the last stale bread from shops, then passed on, vanishing in the smoky air. Warsaw wouldn't detain them long, it seemed. Soon the general government would be completely un-Germanized. Then they'd drown the last territories of what had once been Poland. Katowice, Zichenau, Reichsgau-Vaterland, and Reichsgau-Danzig, West Prussia, under a sea of steel which would mask itself as Poland renewed. It wouldn't be Poland at all. It would be a Soviet vassal state. Vlasov understood this much better than Himmler, who has been characterized by Guderian as an inconspicuous man with all the marks of racial inferiority. Whenever they hit his schnapps, Vlasov sat poring over maps, with sullen destiny circling overhead like an enemy bomber. There he was, condemned to positional warfare again. "Well, even a non-German like you would be eligible for the War Merit Cross," they said, slapping his shoulder encouragingly. His men were digging anti-tank ditches. When he asked them how they were holding up, they said with weary smiles, "Never mind, General. It's not much worse than working on the collective farm." 36. On 21:45, the Russians crossed the borders of the Old Reich and entered our heartland. On 25/1/45, the despairing, raging Führer appointed Himmler to take command of Army Group Vistula. On 27/1/45, General Guderian, long since in bad odor for having told too many truths about the military situation, was saying at the briefing conference, "Vlasov wanted to make some statement." "Vlasov doesn't mean a thing," snapped Hitler. "And the idea is that they should go around in German uniform," Goering put in, as if to himself. "That only annoys people. If you want to lay hands on them, you find they're Vlasov's people." "I was always against putting them into our uniform," said Hitler, scratching at the red spots on his cheeks. "But who was for it? It was our beloved army, which always has its own ideas." The very next day, Vlasov was at last given command of 2 divisions. Once again he found himself on the front line of a lost war, in possession of a low density of artillery and tanks. At best he could achieve some localized breakthrough into death. 37. And now, when it was once again too late for anything, his troops became ever more various, even fabulous. Great Russians, Ukrainians, Mensheviks, monarchists, murderers, martyrs, lunatics, perverts, Democrats, escaped slaves from the underground chemical factories, racists, dreamers, patriots, Italians, Serbian Chetniks, turncoat partisans who'd realized that Comrade Stalin might not reward them after all, peasants who'd naively welcomed the German troops in 1941 and now rightly feared that the returning communists might remember this against them, dispossessed Tatars, Hiwis from Stalingrad, pickpockets from Kiev, brigands from the Caucasus who raped every woman they could catch, militant monks, groping skeletons, Polish army men whose cousins had been murdered by the NKVD in 1940. NKVD infiltrators recording names in preparation for the post-war reckoning. They themselves would get arrested first. Men from Smolensk who'd never read the Smolensk Declaration and accordingly believed that Vlasov was fighting especially for them. Men who knew nothing of Vlasov except his name, and used that name as an excuse. A primal horde, in short, gathered concentrically like trembling distorted ripples around its ostensible leader, breaking outward in expanding, disintegrating circles across the map of war. When the British 36th Infantry Brigade entered Fornia-Voltri at the Austro-Italian border, they accepted the surrender of a flock of Georgian officers, no less than 10 of whom were hereditary princes in glittering uniforms, runs the brigade's war diary. Suddenly pistol shots were heard. The Englishmen suspected ambush, but it turned out to be 2 of the princes duelling over an affair of honor. The victor's bemusement was increased by the arrival of the commander, a beautiful, high-cheeked lady in buckskin leggings, who came galloping up to berate her men for having yielded to the enemy without permission. Leaping from the saddle, she introduced herself as the daughter of the King of Georgia. Needless to say, no kings remain in our Georgian Soviet Socialist Republic, which happens to be the birthplace of Comrade Stalin. All these worthies considered themselves to be members in good standing of Vlasov's army. Vlasov, the princess explained, had guaranteed the independence of Georgia. By now the Red Army had occupied Silesia. The Americans were about to cross the Rhine, and Vlasov stood regarding the horizon with a twisted old face heavily burdened by the horn-rimmed spectacles. His Russians nudged each other when they saw him, proudly infecting one another with the hope they craved more than hot soup. "There goes our general. They say he often gets the Führer's ear." Munitions, maps, impossible orders, devoted counter-attackers silhouetted against snowy fields, these wouldn't help him much. No matter what, he'd be compelled to withdraw into a shortened line. He requested a copy of Guderian's famous Panzer manual, but they told him that they wouldn't be giving him any tanks, so, he said to them, Even under Bolshevism I was permitted to keep this book, and they shrugged. From behind 2 machine guns implanted in a heap of snowy mud, a Waffen-SS lieutenant wandered up to Vlasov's men and said, in hearing of Vlasov himself, "Ha! Now I'm glad we didn't finish you off. It's an honor, you know, to be permitted to fight for Germany." On the night of 13-14-2-45, the British and the Americans burned 35,000 people, mainly civilians, in an incendiary bombing raid on Dresden. This slightly bettered the Nazi achievement at Babi Yar, where only 33,000 Jews had been machine-gunned. Goebbels proposed shooting 1 Allied prisoner for each victim. When somebody told Vlasov, he replied, "Kruger keeps filling up my glass, and perhaps he thinks that's how to manage me. He's wrong. I can see and hear." Not long after that he got his marching orders at last, and set off, leading his ill-equipped men into the snow, while a tank gun pointed overhead. He'd do what he could. They reminded him of his doomed Siberians in the Volkhov pocket, fighting fascists with anti-tank rifles. He came across 2 of his hungry men fighting over a rotten potato, and said to them, "We can't beat Stalin with open fingers, only with a clenched fist. Stick together, boys." And they made up at once, gazing at him with awed faces. Could he repeat his bygone achievement at the Battle of Moscow? Again and again he told the SS handlers how his breakthrough echelon had thrown back the fascist army group center. They smirked nervously, warming their hands in their pockets, for even they could see that he was addressing the ghost of his integrity, who, pale and brown-eyed, had taught him how to feel. Another Katyusha rocket illuminated the night with shards of terror, but this Vlasov was saying, "Once Comrade Stalin himself gave me a division on its last legs. Well, when I got through with it, it won a competition." Where was it now? Hands and rags dangled down from the smoking pyre. They sent him to a zone of murderous impossibility. If he used up all his men, he could only have delayed the enemy for a few hours. He might as well have marched everybody to Auschwitz to get worked to death. From the girls' school, which was now his headquarters, Kruger had already pinned up a poster of Hitler the Liberator. He radioed the new commander of Army Group Vistula. "Frankly, Vlasov, I can't understand why you Russians even want to fight. With the front going to hell, how can 2 divisions make any difference? With all respect, that's not the issue. We urgently require artillery support, too. The artillery's not available. Why don't you just attack in waves? You Russians are famous for, overrunning positions through sheer— Herr Colonel General, the German cadets who tried that were all wiped out yesterday. Moreover, the river's flooded, so our offensive front is limited to 100 meters. Naturally, the enemy have trained their guns on that spot. I really have to say that after all we've done for you, a bit more enthusiasm might— Would you have any proposal whatsoever? Air support? Out of the question. You're living in the past, Vlasov. I order you to neutralize that bridgehead without further delay. Colonel General Heinrizi, I'm not under your command. Oh, now it comes out. You see, I knew you were an unreliable element. Don't think I won't report this. So you refuse to acknowledge German authority. According to the Prague Manifesto, we're your formal allies. Our status is toilet paper. The important thing is, will you do something about that Russian position or not? No longer caring how this would end, Vlasov demanded, "Could you at least supply us with ammunition?" "Capture it from the enemy. Without adequate support, the operation is pointless. I request permission to withdraw my men to another front." "I'll be obliged to speak to Himmler about this," Heinrizi said curtly. "As you wish. Good day, Herr Colonel General. Heil Hitler." The conversation terminated, Vlasov lit a cigarette. His deputy, Zherebkov, whom he'd already ordered to seek an understanding with the Western powers, exchanged with him a salvo of knowing, bitter smiles. "Well, sir, what else can we expect?" Vlasov frowned. "Send in the regimental commanders. We'll hear their assessment." "You don't mean—" "I'm going to telephone Himmler and tell him we'll attack, but under protest. That's the only way to save ourselves. You and Vonyachenko will take command. I'll go to Berlin for a few days. When the attack fails, break it off and tell Himmler you can't act again without my authority." "I understand." "Before the action, instruct the commanders privately to save as many of our men's lives as possible. That can't come from me, because I'm—" "Yes, sir. And in Berlin will it still be possible to—" Actually, I'm not going to Berlin at all. I'll be in Carlsbad, visiting my wife. On 13/4/45, the Russians conquered Vienna. Shortly after that, thanks to the convenient contraction of the front, he was able to see Heidi for the last time. She'd become even thinner, and much more dependent. In honor of his coming, she'd painted her lips as bright a red as the service colors of the Luftwaffe Flak Division, and her mother brought out hot water which was seasoned with real coffee. The two women kept praising him, for they believed that he'd performed another miracle of breaking out of Russian encirclement. He sat there stiffly, unwilling to pain them with the true case. Fortunately, they weren't suspicious at all. They'd never read an untrue line in Signal magazine. "Don't worry," her mother was saying. "The Fuhrer won't allow the Russians to get us. He'll gas us instead." They drank schnapps together. Heidi's mother wanted to know whether he had passed through Reichenhall when he came, for that was a very pretty, very German little town. When they raised glasses for the toast, Heidi's hand began shaking. Vlasov cried out, "Here's to disappointed hopes," and then they drank in silence. "I suppose you lovebirds want to be alone," said his mother-in-law, while Heidi smiled mechanically, plucking at her wasted face. A concussion sounded far away. Vlasov gazed at the blackout curtain. The stuffy, shabby little kitchen constricted him so much that he could hardly breathe. Yes, exactly. Disappointed hopes. Just as the Fuhrer himself, enslaved by positional illusions, had consistently refused to allow the Ostfront to contract under enemy pressure, and thereby permitted the Russians first to break through, then encircle many of his most crucial units, so Vlasov, for his part, had withheld from his various hopes the power of mobility. Faith masqueraded as reason. Spearheads of circumstance isolated those static hopes of his, and the hopes perished. As soon as little Frauke fell asleep, his wife drew him into the bedroom. The love and need in her eyes made him feel ashamed. She'd remained as steadfast as the stars on his collar. Weeping softly, she begged him to impregnate her. She said, "This may be my final chance to receive the honor cross of the German mother." They heard her mother coughing on the other side of the wall. 5 days later, Vlasov's scouts found the little house in the Allgäu, where his best friend's family lay hiding. Peeking through the almost curtained window, Frau Strickfeld clapped a hand over her open mouth. She had thought them all safe settled here at the heart of this last isle of German summer, where steep yellow-green meadows were shaded by evergreen forests. For years she'd vainly tried to persuade her husband not to mix himself up with Slavs, and now this. Smiling, our jolly old Bolt emerged in the doorway. Fruitlessly he outstretched his hand. He swallowed. With a pettish laugh he cried, "How changeable fortune is! Sometimes a man can hardly catch his breath. I don't think I'm indifferent to all you've suffered. By the way, you need a shave. What can we do when— Oh, speaking of which, I heard a splendid joke the other day. Definition of cowardice, leaving Berlin to volunteer for the Ostfront. Ha, 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 ha." The tall, pallid puppet seated itself before him on a concrete shard. It plucked a dandelion. Then it drew a tall bottle of schnapps from its rucksack. Resheathing the bottle without sharing it, it rose and remarked with wooden formality, "Germany has collapsed sooner than I expected." "Oh, but my dear fellow, the Fuhrer has promised that our wonder weapons will soon be ready." "Forgive me, Wilfried Kollwitz, but Anyhow, there's no use in having it out with you. I don't blame anyone. What is it that Heidi always says? The strongest survives?" He remembered the way home, the barbed wire, the sentry, then the horseshoe barricades and truncated pyramids of sandbags on Smolensk Street, followed by the door which couldn't quite close, the pitch-dark, icy stairs, the inner door, and beyond that a desperation clotted into darkness, which in turn had frozen into grief and sickness where his other wife, his integrity, lay waiting. On 27/4/45, his comrade Jerebkov urged him to flee to Spain by air, to work for the liberation movement in securer surroundings. Vlasov replied that he wished to share his soldiers' fate. After that, we find him in the midst of the Prague uprising, issuing his commands on a scarcely audible field telephone. On 8/5/45, as skeletonized buildings became lyres for flames to play upon, the Czech National Council sent an urgent appeal to Vlasov's troops, begging them to turn against the fascists. But when he tried to negotiate asylum after the war, the Czechs replied that they could guarantee nothing. That very same day, accepting the entreaties of his soldiers, he turned his attention to the Anglo-American zone. She was whispering, "And then come home to me, Andrei." On 11/5/45, he demanded to be judged by the International Tribunal, not by any Soviet court. The following day the Red Army broke into his sector. Hanging his cartridge belt from a wrecked girder, Vlasov summoned the spurious protection of an American convoy en route to Bavaria. His hopes resembled corpses frozen with outstretched hands upon a plain of dirty, melting snow. 38. And so one more time Vlasov found himself compelled to disband his encircled army and advise his men to break out in small groups. Some were lucky enough to reach the Americans and surrender to them. Vlasov, of course, was not. His Stations of the Cross remained thoroughly in keeping with the times. First the bridge, with a British sentry on one side, a Soviet guard on the other. Then the crossroads at the edge of the forest, where light tanks and searchlights trained their malice on the fascist chaff. Next the barbed wire compound, followed by the first interrogation in the lamplit tent, NKVD men crowding in to regard him as if he were a crocodile. The first beating. The chain of prisons, each link eastward of the last. The inspections, tortures, questions. The stifling windowless compartments of Black Marias which lurched down war-cratered roads, the murmur of Moscow traffic, finally the Lubyanka cells. The very first thing they'd taken away was his memory token, Gecko 7.65 millimeter. Punching him in the teeth, they upraised that German shell in triumph, literal proof that he was a murdering Hitlerite. Vlasov wiped his bloody mouth. All he wanted now was to get through the formalities. A photograph of the Soviet military court in Moscow shows him to have become paler than ever after his year of interrogation. But unlike several of the other defendants whose nude heads bow abjectly, Vlasov stands defiant, his bony jaw clenched, his heavy spectacles, which will be removed on the day when all 12 men get hanged, heads nodding thoughtfully as they sway before the brick wall, occluding our understanding of his eye-pits. Rubbing his bleached blank forehead, he was actually wondering whether some amalgam of planning and determination could save his colleagues. He thought not. Anyhow, he got distracted just then by the hostile testimony of his former commanding officer, K.A. Meretskov, who'd abandoned him, as he now believed, at Volkov, and who'd never been able to give him any better talisman than that meaningless phrase, local superiority. Meretskov looked rather well these days. In his evidence proffered to the court, he referred more than once to the fascist hireling Vlasov. With a shadow of his old energy, the accused man smiled upon him, his glasses gleaming like a skull's eye sockets. The prosecutor demanded to know which of his fellow ghosts and shadows had first recruited him into the anti-Soviet conspiracy. Vlasov cleared his throat. He licked the stump of a newly broken tooth. Remembering how Comrade Stalin had once said to him, "Speak the truth like a communist," he accepted full responsibility for his actions. We might say that his mistake was cosmopolitanism, which the great Soviet encyclopedia defines as the bourgeois reactionary ideology of so-called world citizenship. Cosmopolitanism pretends to be all-embracing. Really, it's but a front for the aggressively transnational surges of capital. Humanistic pacifism and utopianism are other masks of the same phenomenon, which, of course, differs utterly from proletarian internationalism. On the 2nd of August, 1946, Izvestia announced that, pursuant to Article 2 of our Criminal Code, the death sentence of the traitor A. Vlasov had been carried out. The last Field Marshal. That man should have shot himself. What hurts me most personally is that I promoted him to Field Marshal. I wanted to give him this final satisfaction. That's the last Field Marshal I shall appoint in this war. Adolf Hitler, 1943. 1. First Beethoven on the gramophone, and then the battle array for 6th Army. First a kiss on Koka's snowy cheek, and then a conference with von Reichenau. First Poland, and then France. First Russia, then everything. In the post-war encomium of his colleague Guderian, He was the finest type of brilliantly clever, conscientious, hard-working, original and talented General Staff officer, and it is impossible to doubt his pure-minded and lofty patriotism. The war with Russia was to last for 6 weeks, first summer and then winter. The telephone rang again. First Operation Magic Fire, then cases Otto, green, white and yellow, the black smoke of historical justice funneling up from shelled villages, German faces laughing through the diamond window of a Polish castle. First Operation Sea Lion, which got tabled as a result of enemy superiority. Then Operation Marina, completed and fulfilled by Operation Mercury. And finally the sheet of darkness spanned by a thick white X. He lit another cigarette. In the upper left quadrant of that blackness, midway between its corner and the absolute centre of the X, there shone a white rectangle, inscribed with these words in the old fractal lettering, which sheltered like an aristocratic ghost in secret documents of the officer corps. Kriegsglitterung Barbarossa. And then in the blackness's lower right, a smaller rectangle housed the word B-Tag. The blackness also said Geheime Kommandersache, military secret, and the lower right quadrant of it was stamped Top Secret, for officers only. On 22/6/41, the first 10,000 shells of Operation Barbarossa fulfilled themselves in explosions as golden as the Victory Angel in Berlin, who outstretches her hand high over Moltke's statue. And now the groups, armies, divisions and battalions at the grey-shaded border of Hitler's white map began the next lightning war, whiteness seized, footprinted with ensigns, pennants, flags, circles and semicircles, the sleepwalkers' wide-rooted, tapering arrows pointing east. Lieutenant General Friedrich Paulus was 51 years old. He had been a military man for the last 31. In short, he was a member of the old fighters. Like our Führer, he'd served bravely in the previous World War, winning the Iron Cross, both first and second classes. He admired the way the Führer had recovered all the territories stripped away from us at the end of that conflict. Moreover, he was one of those handsome generals whom everybody needs. His moustache was as stylish as a German bayonet. Slightly attainted by cosmopolitanism, Coca was Romanian, Paulus nonetheless received increasingly important commands, since nobody could deny his loyal thoroughness. Chief of Staff of Panzer Troops, then Fourth Army Chief of Staff in the Polish campaign, his progress on the white map curiously resembling one of those crude black spear points which our professors have unearthed from medieval Poland. Sixth Army Chief of Staff during the conquest of France. This same Sixth Army would soon be on the march to Stalingrad. As first quartermaster of the General Staff, under circumstances of extreme secrecy, he drafted the war plan for Barbarossa. The railroad stop was Bahnhof Görlitz. Then came the nested checkpoints, and 2 SS men escorted him into Wolf's Lair, with the isolated sub-perimeters of barbed wire within its saliented parallelogram. Here grew many trees between bunkers whose roofs had been camouflaged with artificial moss, and here wormed the shell-game tunnels in which we hid Wolf's special train. In Wolf's Lair everything was safe. Paulus accomplished much of his best work here. The ultimate objective, instructed our Führer, and everyone held his breath, is the cordoning off of Asiatic Russia along the general line Volga-Archangel. Requirements: glycerin for cordite, coal gas for explosives, bauxite for aircraft parts. As slowly and perfectly as a silkworm spins, Paulus constructed our networks, schedules, and dispositions. In the words of General Kesselring, he made a specially good impression on me by his level-headedness and his sober estimate of the coming trial of strength. Coca was sad, of course. She'd never entirely overcome her leftist sympathies. Moreover, like most of her countrymen, she held an exaggerated regard for Russian troops. Desiring to spare her any useless anxieties, her husband had encouraged her to believe that all movements east would cease at the Ribbentrop-Molotov line. But even that had pained her. She'd considered Case White unjustified. At any rate, we'd neutralized the Polish threat. Case White was now closed. Our subsequent duty was to suspend operations, possibly for the next decade, during which time the French and the British weren't supposed to declare war. Indeed, this was what he himself had been told by the High Command. Once we were faced with a full-scale European conflict, which necessarily unfolded into another world war, the Ribbentrop-Molotov line lost its validity. The Führer had explained in confidence that Operation Barbarossa must be launched no later than the spring of 1941. And Koka found out. Frequently he brought his work home in his briefcase, the alternative being to never come home at all. And on one occasion his daughter Olga's son, who at Koka's wish was staying with them for 3 weeks while his parents wrapped up some business in Paris, had done the mischief. Something about the boy reminded him of his son Ernst, who was actually 23 now and a soldier in 6th Army. The boy's twin brother Friedrich was also serving Germany, but in another unit. What exactly was it which brought Ernst to mind? He would have been stating the matter unkindly had he said that they were both weak, and it might not even have been weakness as much as that certain kind of grief which treasures up its own secrets. In fact, in our army it often happens that the most woe-begone soldiers are the bravest, perhaps because death would release them from themselves. Hopefully the war would be over by the time Olga's boy would be called up. He was very intelligent, but delicate. Distressed about some misunderstanding or other with his comrades in the Hitler Youth, after all this was a different branch, the child rushed into his study, which he had express instructions not to do, but since he was actually choking back tears, Paulus couldn't find the heart to be strict with him. He remembered his own school days all too well. There, on the beechwood table, unfortunately, lay 4 recent aerial reconnaissance photographs of Red Army concentrations, which he'd laid end to end, the comfortingly heavy, marvellously sharp Schneider loop positioned on top of Minsk just then, with the lanyard trailing halfway across Belorussia. And although to civilian eyes any aerial view resembles any other, particularly when the topography is flat, and although the Soviet divisions had been identified only by Roman numbers, each photograph was most unfortunately emblazoned with the stamp of the Abteilung Fremde Luftwaffe Ost. "Ost?" gasped the precocious boy. "Grandfather, what's there to worry about in the East?" With a gently reproving smile, Paulus told him to be silent. "You know that these topics are forbidden, Robert, and you also know the reason why they are forbidden, isn't that so? Now, what's the reason?" Because we have enemies everywhere, Grandfather." "That's—" "Exactly. And now, what's this I hear about Heinz and Pauli pulling a button off your uniform? You're far too grown up to cry." He'd assumed that Robert, who was ordinarily quite good about such things, would tell no one, not even his grandmother, whom he adored. And, come to think of it, it might not have been Robert's fault at all that Koka had discovered the secret, for on several occasions before and since he'd had large-scale maps of Western Russia with him. As a rule, however, Koka didn't enter his study uninvited. Moreover, when he didn't actually need them, whatever secret papers he had to bring home were locked in his briefcase, and his briefcase was in the safe. Koka said nothing until Olga had come to take Robert away. Breathless and fidgety as always, Olga presented them with a case of Veuve Clicquot, his favourite, to reward them for taking care of Robert. He thought that excessive, but thanked her as graciously as he could. Peeping into his face, she said that an old French lady had given her a very good price. No doubt it had been to her advantage that she'd learned perfect French from her mother. "No doubt indeed," said her father, smiling. She picked at her eyebrows, and remarked that it was surprising how at home one felt in Paris nowadays. Everything was becoming Germanized. Papa was a hero there to a lot of people, thanks to the part he'd played. Koka nodded mirthlessly. She wanted Olga to depart so that the quarrel could begin. He understood that perfectly well, but Olga fortunately didn't. "Some shops had closed, of course," said Olga, "and they'd melted down Victor Hugo's statue for bullet casings. Didn't Mamma think that was a pity?" And Mamma said that it was. It had been hot, a different sort of heat from Berlin, somehow, and Baroness Heuningen-Huene, who, unlike Mamma, was really starting to look her age, had complained about how difficult it was to open the windows at the chalet. By the way, had she made the correct decision in forbearing to buy Papa a replica of the double-headed Frankish battle-axe? Olga's visits were ordinarily fun, not least because she'd always managed to keep herself just a little bit spoiled. And her father needed nothing more than to be amused right now, God knows. The left side of his mouth had already begun to smile as she dashed on. Count Zuboff had encountered her on the Rue de Rivoli, quite by chance. He'd shown himself to be very impressed with her new dress, very impressed. Paulus could well imagine the poor count, who was one of the most meekly polite noblemen ever raised, feeling himself obliged to praise Olga's dress, which had been very expensive, ad infinitum, or until she was satisfied, whichever took longer. "I suppose he insisted on inspecting every button, didn't he?" "Oh, Papa," cried darling Olga, with a little pout. "It does look very nice on you, without a doubt." But Robert looked miserably at Coca, and Coca seemed to be holding back tears. He tried to convince himself that it was only because the boy would momentarily be going away. When they'd eaten up all of Coca's little cakes, he rose to carry out Robert's suitcase, although Olga protested that he was getting too famous and important to do that. The Baron, whose family name was von Kutzenbach, and with whom Coca felt more at ease than he, had certainly bought Olga a splendid car, a Mercedes of the latest make. Where was he this time? Olga hadn't said. The swastika pennant gazed out newly black on crimson from its nickel-plated holder. He stood admiring the car a little awkwardly until she and the boy came out. He wondered how well her husband was able to control her. It was not, strictly speaking, his place to worry about her any more, but of course a father can never absolve himself of his responsibility. First he embraced her, then shook Robert's hand. Coca kissed them both, and they drove away, rounding the corner rather too quickly, in his opinion, although Olga was an excellent driver. After that, of course, one of the things he'd learned about his wife was that when she was unhappy or angry about something, she couldn't help but express it. Trying to persuade her into an exchange of views before she'd purged her feelings would have only made things worse. It had always been very important for him to get on with Coca, not only because he hated personal confrontations. The real truth was that he sincerely loved his wife, and what hurt her made him miserable. Thus logic and affection together induced him to answer instead of merely scolding her, and he steadily said, "That's a matter for political decision, Coca. Anyhow, there are sufficient military grounds." "But what will become of us all?" "What do you mean?" "Who's going to live to see the end of this?" "Oh," he said, "there's quite a good chance that we'll achieve victory this year." He personally considered the Middle Eastern theatre to be far more important to the ultimate outcome. Only there could the British be defeated. Pulling on fresh white gloves, he bent over the desk and studied the snowy sheet of symbols. Lager 4641 Abends mit Feindbild. Situation map with enemy dispositions. The summer maples, oaks, and lindens rode Berlin like witches. 2. On 5/8/42, Lieutenant General Paulus, now in command of 6th Army, approached Stalingrad in obedience to the directives of Operation Blue. Or Blau, as I should say, for blue is merely any blue, but the German Blau signifies to me a greyish blue, like the Caspian Sea on an overcast day. The primary goal of Operation Blau was to seize Russia's oil fields in the Caucasus. Stalingrad, the sleepwalker's afterthought, could hardly yet be seen on the eastward horizon. The tanks droned on. August burned down upon the brown steppes. Fresh from the victory at Kharkov, his face taut with youth even now at 52, with a new Knight's Cross pinned to his left breast pocket, and high on the right an airplane straight eagle clutching a swastika, Paulus sat in his tent, listening to Beethoven. He'd last been privileged to see the Führer 2 months earlier, on 1/6/42. Von Manstein, the hero of Operation Sturgeon, was smashing the defences of Sebastopol, a feat for which the Führer would make him Field Marshal. The SS were detailing a punitive action against the village of Lidice. Rommel had the British on the run in Africa. The Führer flew into Poltava, which was the current headquarters of Army Group South. As for Paulus, he changed his grey field overcoat for parade dress. His riding boots shined, his spurs gleaming, the golden eagle on his chest, gold braid, gold buttons. The Focke-Wulf touched down by military huts in the forest shadows. Beyond the treetops he spied what must have been the cathedral of the Krestovozhdvezhensky monastery, which Coca, who was Orthodox, had once told him he really ought to try to see. But unsurprisingly the black Mercedes-Benz carried him in the opposite direction. He sat in the back, and the SD police lieutenant, who was tanned and young and had honey-coloured hair, sat in front beside the driver, with a pistol in his lap. Poltava did not seem to be either as hot or as white as Zhytomyr had been last summer, that summer of apples and cherries, but it was equally silent. These eastern cities always are, once they've been absorbed into our new territories. Paulus never ceased to find this rather eerie. Coca had reminded him, perhaps more frequently than she needed to. He particularly remembered one discussion they'd had when she was brushing her hair, a discussion which only the most immense efforts had saved from becoming an argument, that in the Civil War days these peasants hid machine guns in haystacks, resisting the exactions of Soviet power. Although he'd pointed out to her, as tactfully as he could, that their resistance had been vain, and that the coercive power of our Reich was infinitely superior to that of the Russians, with their disorderliness, bad leadership, and poor communications, still, it was habitual with him not merely to consider the other point of view, but to elevate Coca's opinions a trifle, to lay them on the mantelpiece, as it were. So he inquired whether there had been any difficulties here with partisans. "By no means, Herr Lieutenant General," returned the SD man, smiling at him in the mirror, even as he continued to watch the road. He was a very well-trained youth, and Paulus approved of him, so he continued the conversation. "I'm glad to hear that these people are loyal to us. Herr Lieutenant General, you can ask anything of them, just like horses. They work until they drop and make no demands." First there was the road and the river. The Vorskla River, he knew it was. Paulus never forgot a map. Then came walls of barbed wire with the red and black striped barrier pole at each gate, the happily vigilant, blue-eyed young sentries with their machine guns. The closer he came to our Führer, the more perfect everything seemed. Next there were the railroad tracks, and on the tracks the windowless train cars guarded by Waffen-SS. Here the car left him, the SD man saluting, then bidding farewell with a hearty "Heil Hitler!" At the next gate he surrendered his Mauser pistol for the duration. No offence intended, Herr Lieutenant General. 2 SS men escorted him through the inner gate, and he found himself in an enclosed yard of gravel, not unlike a prison's exercise yard. And here, in the strongish sunlight, which enriched the familiar railroad smell of creosote and of something else, too, probably the river, all the principals of Operation Blau awaited our Führer's call. General Vollmann, who was Deputy Chief of Operations, greeted Paulus with pleasure, and they shook hands. "And when will we ever be prepared to act in the West?" he murmured, to which Paulus did not reply. Now he must bow and click his heels, for his commander, Field Marshal von Bock, who'd received his baton at the end of the French campaign, came to join them, remarking with a smile that our Führer had been astounded at the number of Aryan-looking females here. Since the tall Field Marshal was not ordinarily known for his sense of humour, Paulus once again found himself at a loss. But General Vollmann, for his part, laughed loudly, perhaps because he wished to distract Paulus from his previous, a rather unfortunate question. He was known to be gradually losing his access to the Führer. "Well, Paulus," said von Bock, not at all unkindly, "have the Russians been keeping you up at night?" "Not in the least, Herr Field Marshal," returned Paulus with quiet pride. Opening his silver cigarette-case, a birthday gift from Coca, he offered smokes all around. Field Marshal List was there, not quite as well turned out as Paulus, and so were Generals Halder, Hott, von Kleist, who was not yet a Field Marshal, Ruoff, and all the rest. His own Chief of Staff, Major General Schmidt, had been there for several hours already. He'd arrived by a separate Fiesler Stork. General von Richthofen of Air Fleet 4 was there, pacing and biting his lip impatiently, while a hapless little Luftwaffe man with a large briefcase tried to keep up with him. Generals von Greifenberg and von Mackensen were whispering clickishly by the perimeter fence, until an SS man strolled over to fix an eye on them. The gong rang. Braving the gaunt, brooding glance of Hitler's adjutant, the generals entered the conference car, set down their briefcases, and sat attentive, while the Führer painted them a picture of the wondrous crops which some day would be harvested from the experimental fields of the East. Then it was time to prepare our great drive upon the Volga River. The Führer himself led the way into the map-room. Now the generals all stood deferentially around the long table, which shimmered so whitely with maps that Russian winter seemed to dwell there. But the Führer strode right up to it, and sat down on the edge, frowning down at Maikop, Rostov, Stalingrad, a little whip-like pointer in his right hand, as the generals all waited on him, their iron crosses and oak leaves marking them as ornamentally important personages. and Field Marshal Keitel, whom everyone referred to behind his back as the nodding ass, stood in the corner, grinning anxiously as the pointer began to descend, while Field Marshal von Bock suddenly grimaced. He suffered from ulcers. General von Sodenstern, his chief of staff, already had a pill ready. "Keitel, is this line ready?" the Führer asked sharply. "Yes, my Führer." "All the way to here?" "Without a doubt, my Führer," said the poor mediocrity, unable even to see what Hitler might be pointing at. And Paulus stared at the map, so embarrassed on the nodding ass's behalf that he felt unclean. What would the mission be? In the Führer's treasure house, the many triangular flags of the OKH reserves waited black and white on the grey pages of the secret files, ready to be activated and expended. But too many of them were already gone. Mistakes had been made last year, which was why Moscow and Leningrad remained uncaptured. No one except the Führer knew for certain how many men had died in the Russian winter. That information was secret. But Vollmann had whispered outside just now that our total losses thus far on the Ostfront were 625,000. Paulus had lost 700 men to frostbite alone. The OKH reserves were half spent now. Someday, nobody knew when, the Anglo-Americans would strike on the West Front, and then the last reserves must be rushed to the point of penetration in France, or Italy, or maybe Yugoslavia, to halt them without fail. Would the Russian campaign finally be wrapped up by then? Operation Blau must succeed. And now the Führer began to speak. He told them that this area where the Don and Volga rivers kissed was the strategic hinge upon which the entire Eastern campaign might depend. Army Group South, he announced, was to be split forthwith into Army Groups A and B, in order to execute an immense pincer action here and here, 2 more strokes of the little toy flail. Field Marshal von Bock, whose balding forehead imperturbably shone above everyone else's head, would retain command of Army Group B, which consisted of 4 armies, including Paulus's 6th, while Field Marshal List would lead 17th and 1st Panzer armies through Rostov to the oil fields. It was a grand enough goal, but that grandness could scarcely disguise the fact that von Bock had been deprived of part of his command. To Paulus, who sometimes fell victim to a sensitivity to slights which others received, the announcement was simply agonizing, not only because von Bock was a friend, but also because he was a field marshal, the highest rank to which any German soldier could aspire, second only to the Führer himself. To Paulus, therefore, this capricious alteration of authority seemed demeaning and worse. For a moment he felt positively indignant at the Führer. To be sure, List was a field marshal too. Doubtless he was also deserving. Moreover, Paulus believed that once the Supreme Command had set a goal for an army group, the army group ought to be allowed to achieve that goal in its own fashion. But this was not the Führer's way, at least not since Operation Barbarossa had begun to go wrong. Von Bock, pale and thin, did not change expression, and Paulus admired him for this. Nor did his chief of staff appear to be at all offended, but then he was known to be a friend of Keitel's. Calmly, the tall, skeletal field marshal requested a brief delay in the commencement of Operation Blau in order to finish liquidating some Russian elements around Kharkov. After the general conference ended, the Führer summoned each commander in turn. To the victor of Kharkov he said, "My dear Paulus, I've given you an extremely important task. It's not just a question of annihilating a few more Russian divisions. Any one of my generals could do that." Paulus experienced a feeling of intense pleasure. He bowed a little, not daring to speak. "The fuel situation is becoming critical," the Führer went on. "If I don't get the oil of Maikop and Grozny, I'll have to liquidate this war. The political generals don't understand that." "I understand, my Führer. 6th Army will carry out its assignment." "That is beyond doubt," said the Führer with a smile. Rising, he pressed Paulus's hand. Comprehending that he'd been dismissed, Paulus murmured farewell and had already turned to leave the briefing car when the Führer said, "Paulus." "Yes, my Führer." "Don't worry about being slightly under strength. You know, the losses we suffered last winter had one positive aspect. All the weaklings died. As you go into action this summer, you'll find that 6th Army is the better for it. There's hardly a man left on the whole Ostfront who's not as hard as armor plate and as fanatical as 10 Bolsheviks." "Yes, my Führer." "The Russians can barely stand up. You've seen the reports. We're going to crush them all by the end of this summer. Moreover, we'll soon have V-weapons in unlimited quantities." Paulus, still dazzled by the Führer's praise, did not begin to wonder until later whether among those political generals his predecessor, Field Marshal von Reichenau, might be included. At von Reichenau's funeral, as they stood in the niche beneath the immense iron cross, the Führer had laid a hand upon Paulus's shoulder, murmuring the phrase which daily appeared in the black-bordered section of every newspaper: "Ordained by fate, our proud sorrow." To be frank, Paulus shared many of Kocha's views about Operation Barbarossa. He had been against this entire war because it seemed unwinnable. Of course, our Führer's genius had convinced him otherwise. First Poland, then France, Norway, and all the rest. Operation Blau could be defined as a logical gamble, with an excellent chance of success. Still, given the losses at Moscow, Paulus would have preferred that we go on the strategic defensive. Ever since last winter, the left side of his face kept twitching. So far, Russian troops had proved themselves incapable of operational initiative. Nonetheless, as Kocha never tired of pointing out, there were more of them than of us. In confidence, General Beck had told him the following story. Last winter, a certain communist saboteur named Zoya, who from her features must have been of Jewish extraction, had shouted out, just before receiving her punishment, "You can't hang all 190 million of us." This would not have been the right anecdote to pour into Kocha's ear. Then there was this business of the final solution, although he certainly stood ready to do his part to overthrow the Jewish world dictatorship. In a nutshell, Lieutenant General Paulus disapproved of several aspects of the new Germany, but I would be unfair to Lieutenant General Paulus were I to give you the impression that he was ambitious in the narrow sense of that word. Had he come of Gallic or southern Mediterranean stock, he doubtless would have been drawn to the fetes which distinguished those junior peoples. Since he was German, his enthusiasm for spectacle, which is really all it was, expressed itself more soberly. He attended military celebrations of all kinds, even when the service branch involved wasn't his. For instance, he'd been present when triple blue-black rows of naval men on the foredeck received their Iron Crosses. He lost his leisure for that after we broke up Czechoslovakia, but later still, on the Ostfront, he seemed to take pleasure in personally pinning decorations on the troops, even right down to distributing pleasantly coloured shoulder patches to our native Ost volunteers, Cossack horsemen, Ukrainian police troops, and, for that matter, the occasional Russian Hiwi, whose pretences the rest of us preferred not to encourage. This richly ceremonial giving and taking of honours seemed to nourish him. Well, wasn't that harmless? Kocha liked to dress up for the opera. When Field Marshal von Reichenau had told him, with an almost brutal slap on the back, that the Führer had been persuaded, by von Reichenau, he understood, to give him command of 6th Army, his sensations rushed far beyond happiness into the realm of shock. This had not been prefigured. Most of us find it easy enough to believe that whatever benison fate grants us must be deserved, but to Paulus, who preferred real iron to dreams of gold, the great change felt almost unbearable. 6th Army, you see, was not just any army. It was our Reich's single greatest fighting force. 20 German divisions, 2 half-spent Romanian divisions, a Croat regiment, great numbers of organization tot people and other civilians, considerably more than 250,000 men. And it was his. He'd achieved everything that Kocha had ever hoped for him. He could not rise higher than this except to become a field marshal. Who then was he to rebel against this opportunity? Colonel General Halder at OKW had once remarked, "One of the sacrifices which commanders have to make is to overcome any scruples they may have." "That is beyond doubt," said Paulus. Then Halder, leaning unpleasantly forward, seemed to want to involve him in something, but what that was Paulus preferred not to know. 3. Operation Blau commenced on 28/6/42. On 30/6/42 he broke through the enemy's 21st Army and brushed aside the wreckage of the 28th, cutting a deep gash in Stalin's southwestern front. They halted for the evening on a meadow. His panzer troops were singing, "Erika, we love you," in 4-part harmony as they stacked their rifles on the railroad tracks. Nobody feared the Russian stragglers. From his tent he immaculately came, smiling at the melody, and instantly a voice shouted, "Achtung! Stillgestanden!" so that they all leaped to attention for him, their faces tanned to the brownish-pink hue of the mineral called Germanite, at which he smiled a little more, then retired, to give them peace for their singing. But now they remained self-consciously silent. He, too, felt not quite at ease. His night's cross from Kharkov wasn't quite enough to prove him. It was almost as if he were a child again, allowed to eat supper with his parents only provisionally, under imminent threat of criticism for the way in which he cut up his meat. His father had never overlooked the slightest error, which might have been why it was so crucial for him to study every question until its solution lay beyond any doubt. At times he even felt nervous in front of Coca, whose ancestry could be traced to the Roman Emperor Justinian. He still couldn't quite believe that he'd been set over these 300,000 men outside. How ought he to treat them? This was his first large-scale command. Coca had warned that many would be jealous. He replied that he didn't care about that. All he wanted to do was his duty. Laughing in loving disbelief, she ruffled his hair. She had already picked out a spot on the mantelpiece where his field marshal's baton would go. First Beethoven on the gramophone, then Bach. He bent over the daily enemy situation report from Fremde Heere Ostgruppe 1, Army Group South Section. The Signals Intelligence report was attached, and it contained the transcriptions of the pathetic radio entreaties of encircled Red Army formations, followed by the equally desperate threats of their commanders. No retreat will be tolerated. They certainly could not be considered first-rate troops. The orderly was ready with a clean pair of white gloves. He turned to the map of our own dispositions. The 6th Army was approaching Kalach, while 4th Army was advancing northeast towards Stalingrad, a city he certainly intended to bypass unless the Führer instructed him to the contrary. Like Moscow and Leningrad, it would fall of its own accord. He still would have felt easier had the objective of Operation Blau been Moscow. The main thing was to drive southeast toward the enemy's oil supply, rolling over these wheat fields which were as bare as the heads of Ukrainian Cossacks. He was inclined to subdivide 6th Army into northern and southern attack groups, but this was something he preferred to sleep on. Now to resume his study of the Volga. The western bank of that watercourse, proved the map, was higher than the eastern, convenient for him. The orderly, who happened to be very vain and whose dream was to have his photograph appear in Signal magazine, came to light the lantern on the field desk. "And tell Major General Schmidt that I need those supply dispositions tomorrow," he said. "By your order, sir," replied the orderly happily. And now Paulus was alone again with his maps. It had become incumbent on him to work even longer now than in the days of his attachment to Panzer headquarters in Berlin. Coca would have been indignant had she seen how little rest he got. But he didn't dare let up. He never stopped sincerely trying to get front-line information. He'd observed Lieutenant General Rommel at Tobruk during the height of Operation Sunflower. To this day he remained shocked at the way that officer gambled with destiny and exceeded his authority. And yet he'd had good luck. The Führer had made him a field marshal just this month. To become a field marshal is, in a sense, to live forever. Paulus himself believed far less in luck than he did in application. So he sat there in his tent long after most of his soldiers were asleep, hovering over the map as if he were a fighter pilot in the Soviet sky, while in the hot darkness above the moon shone like von Reichenau's glass eye. Ordained by fate, our proud sorrow. "Well, Paulus, tell me, what orders am I issuing now?" That was what the field marshal always used to say. Paulus had considered their policy in the occupied territories to be too ruthless, but von Reichenau admonished him, "You've got no basis for making a problem out of the Slavic question." He still believed that the Soviet command structure might well collapse in another 4 to 6 weeks. Our Führer had said that Russia would then become the German India. Meanwhile, what orders was he to issue now? The orderly came to see whether he needed any more cigarettes. He knew for a fact that neither Rommel nor von Reichenau had ever studied maps as thoroughly as he did. "You're too good for such people," Coca always said. The orderly brought a telegram from the Supreme Command. General von Koechler had been raised up to Field Marshal for his role in breaking the enemy's counter-offensive last winter. The next day, when von Manstein got advanced to Field Marshal for taking Sebastopol, he felt the prickings of envy, whose stimulus was not entirely unpleasant. If field marshalships were getting passed out so frequently, why shouldn't he receive one? Koka would be so proud then. She knew how to make the most of their connections, and doubtless she was doing her best for him right now. What a loyal wife she was. Von Manstein ought to help him too. Paulus had lent him assault artillery last June, at the very beginning of Operation Barbarossa. On more than one occasion since the beginning of this war, he'd gazed upon the wide smiles of SS men getting decorated at Wolf's Lair, and although he mistrusted the SS for their aloofness from the regular army, he couldn't help but think that someday he'd be standing up front with them, receiving not another routine promotion, but the reward for valor in the field. Even then he'd begun to dream about someday becoming a field marshal. Strange to say, the first time that vision had become consciously manifest was at a musical performance. Shortly before the commencement of Case Yellow, he and Koka had been privileged to hear Furtwängler himself conduct the state orchestra in Beethoven's Emperor Concerto. The sea of white sheet music like unriven plates of luminescent armor, the music conquering everything, and all around him myriads rapturously breathless, then standing to applaud, loosing strings of sound as deafening as machine-gun fire. Koka had worn her hair down, like the teenaged film star Liska Malbran, in a needless attempt to look younger. The truth was that she never had to worry about anything like that, at least not so far as he was concerned. She was so regal, so far above him, that he felt fortunate merely to sit beside her. And he knew that she would still be just as beautiful to him when she had left middle age behind her. So now Furtwängler raised his baton, and the Fifth Symphony bewitched the hall with its fate motif, as lovely and sinister as a Ju-88 bomber about to leave its aerodrome at night, its propeller shadows long black whirling stripes upon the runway's glassy luminescence. He had been imagining that he was Furtwängler, the Führer of the music, whose melody now came streaming into everyone's hearts, when suddenly he realized that after all he could be this. He too could own a baton encrusted with precious stones like Goering's, and he began to see war somewhat as our Führer must, which is to say, not as the implementation of preconsidered operations, but as music in and of itself, pulsations of godlike creativity whose patterns are their own harmonies. And when his tanks clanked down the tree-lined streets of Kharkov, a feat which triggered a message of congratulations from prominent Ukrainians, he felt as if he were truly at the conductor's podium. What must it be like for the Führer on the reviewing stand at Nuremberg, when 100,000 Nazis chanted his name and anti-aircraft beams swiveled across the night? And now von Manstein had been elevated almost to that plane, and not that he didn't deserve it. That made 12 already. How could he, Friedrich Paulus, become the 13th? After the reduction of Stalingrad, if the Führer did want that city, Sixth Army would press on to the Caspian Sea. Possibly, were his progress sufficiently rapid and his prisoners numerous enough, the Führer might remember him. Sitting down to his field desk, he composed a message of congratulations to Field Marshal von Manstein. 4. Running low and fast, with their guns pointed ahead like steel phalli, his men conquered more and more of Russia. That sullen land, raped by Cossacks red and white, neighbor against neighbor, then scientifically starved by Comrade Stalin's dekolakization program, wanted only to sleep and quietly grow its buckwheat. But now Sixth Army was here, and the Reds kept sniping and dying behind every ruin. Somebody kept talking about roast chicken. The interrogated civilians denied that anyone here had ever been a commissar, but pointed out all the Jews. These were instructed to go home and wait for the Einsatzgruppen, who'd arrive soon. He and Koka agreed that the Jews needed to be excluded from our national life. He accepted her assurances that in Romania the situation might be somewhat different. Koka had a wonderful power of making one feel the complexities of everything. On their honeymoon, her soul had grown and budded around them both, until he'd felt as if he were in a cherry arbor in summer, a deliciously stifling sensation of being overwhelmed. He had always longed to let himself go, sinking and spinning into something greater than himself, and his mind quite naturally worked to consider every facet of every question. So when he was with Koka, who transformed 20 facets into 20,000, he could get dizzy if he weren't careful, so he always avoided drawing her into his own perplexities. What he wasn't too proud to name her superiority would only have multiplied them. He abstained. He went forward, just as he had done last summer in Zhytomyr and Kiev. He absorbed more of Russia under his tank treads, and the enemy radio transmission said, "Comrade Commander, I am asking for help," or "Comrade General, what should we do now?" Up until now, their weakness had been that they kept going over to a rigid defensive. Now they'd finally learned to run away. On 5/7/42, our forces began to enter Voronezh, while Paulus, for his part, rolled through Ostrogorsk. In effect, he'd smashed the southern front of General Timoshenko, whom he almost pitied. Phase 1 of Operation Blau had nearly been completed. The day before yesterday, he'd taken another 40,000 prisoners. To the rear, a line of German soldiers lay dead and tumbled between their burning tanks. They would be buried, each one under a cross, and after the final victory our subject peoples could tend all the cemeteries. As for the dead Russians, the peasants would take care of them or not. A week from now there'd be crosses of lashed saplings, some of them even fashioned into spearheads, and kerchiefed old babushkas would come to pray over them, at least until the Einsatzgruppen detachment scared them off. They encircled and annihilated 2 more enemy armies, a gain for which more Germans died. 3 old women sat watching from a ruined house. In the long run, he was well aware, our manpower problem must become insoluble, but for now, 6th Army still had many soldiers to spend. "Somehow we'll manage, Herr Lieutenant General." That was what Major General Schmidt always said. This Schmidt had been his chief of staff since June, and his energetic optimism made a favourable impression. Nonetheless, how many more Soviet armies remained? On the eve of Operation Barbarossa, Fremde Heere Ost Group 1 had calculated that there were no more than 11 of them in European Russia. The others, 9 or 10 perhaps, wouldn't ever be moved into the zone of engagement because Stalin feared a Japanese attack. So how many armies did that work out to? Special formations, numbers unknown, concluded Fremde Heere Ost. The clumsiness, schematism, the avoidance of decision and responsibility, these have not altered since the Finnish campaign. Stalin seemed to be withdrawing his forces. Perhaps he still imagined that Operation Blau was a feint. In any event, there was no decisive encounter, not yet, even as we launched Phase 2. On 6/7/42, we crossed the Don. On 9/7/42, our forces finally crushed all resistance in Voronezh, which is a very important railroad junction, and more flat cars heaped with Russian prisoners rolled westward to the concentration camps, thereby wrapping up Operation Wilhelm. But since that battle took 4 days, the Führer, so Paulus heard, expressed vehement displeasure with Field Marshal von Bock. He was watching the calendar as much as everyone. After the misery of the Moscow campaign, everyone had learned better than to squander Russia's golden summer days. That was why Operation Blau needed to be completed by the end of October at the latest. Paulus could hardly contest that the Führer held every right to be exasperated. The enemy had used the delay to withdraw eastward in good order, so the capture of Voronezh, necessary as it surely had been, left a sour taste in Germany's devouring mouth. Kallach might not fall easily either. According to Fremde Heere Ost Group 1, Army Group South, the enemy still had 12 infantry divisions and 5 armoured brigades there. Although he was alone in the staff car, an embarrassed smile came to his lips. He did not want to be known as the man who couldn't take Kallach. Major General Schmidt had already volunteered that, in his opinion, the soldiers of 6th Army stood ready for even greater exertions. Uncertain whether to approve the man's zeal or rebuke an insinuation, Paulus replied, after a pause and perhaps a trifle dryly, "6th Army's willingness to make efforts lies beyond a doubt. That will be all for now, Schmidt." He began to visit the front line more often than before, although, not being a grandstander such as Field Marshals von Manstein and von Reichenau, he tried not to let his soldiers see him. He remembered his father overwatching everything he did. He refused to distrust people in that fashion. His biographer, Goerlitz, describes him as frequently looking exhausted and dusty during this period. He was in the midst of preparing Operation Frederikus II, which would obliterate the enemy strongpoint of Kupiansk. Koka would have worried about him, although she ought to have known how it was. 2 of her brothers had been officers. Sometimes 6th Army was fired on from one of those Russian peasant huts ringed with earth, and rather than accept more delay, Paulus adopted the extravagant solution of an anti-tank round, because in war, as in any other endeavour, one must spend something to get something. In this case, one spends time, manpower, or material. Of these, time, golden time, was currently most precious. The slave labourers of the Ostlands could always produce more tank shells, but summer was going. On 15/7/42, the Führer made an alteration in Operation Blau. He'd removed Field Marshal von Bock from command of Army Group A on account of timidity and insubordination. "In my opinion, sir," said Major General Schmidt, "there was always something half-hearted about him." But this was really a pro forma decision. Von Bock's disgrace had actually occurred, as Paulus remembered all too well, during that conference back in Poltava, on that hot, creosote-scented day when everyone gathered around the snow-white map. And here Paulus suddenly recalled that his wife, who was really very well read, possessed a uniform edition, in similarly snow-white bindings, of the complete works of Pushkin. And one of these volumes, he could almost see it, was entitled Poltava. His memory for details approached the photographic. When he overgazed a map of, say, Stalingrad, various topographic features would recall to his mind the enemy troop concentrations at each strong point, and the dispositions of Sixth Army which would be required to reduce them. In the case of Poltava, which remained literally a closed book to him, although he enjoyed it when Koka read to him, he'd never found much leisure for poetry, even in peacetime. His recollections had to do with mild German sunshine, whose bygone character invested it with more plenitude than it ever could have carried at the time. In that lost and now languorous-seeming epoch before our Führer came to power, those white volumes had spanned a bookshelf in their bedroom, and what he must be remembering, he supposed, was one of those summer mornings when Koka lay sleeping on his shoulder, and he, with his far-sighted eyes, picked out the title gilt-lettered on the spine of each white book, not in German. Unlike most of us, he could sound out the Cyrillic alphabet, and although he didn't know what the words meant, it was surprising how often this capability of transliteration taught him something useful, particularly nowadays, of course, when he inspected captured enemy documents. Very likely he'd been a trifle bored, but hadn't had the heart to wake Koka. Where were the children? They must have been very little then. Ernst, in particular, always used to want to come into bed with them. The poor child suffered from nightmares. In fact, he'd once come in early one morning when he and Koka were making love. At first neither of them had noticed the slowly opening door. Then the plump little face was looking up at them, woebegone and bewildered. Thank God they'd had the sheet over them. That memory distressed him. And then another time he'd been making love with Koka, and it had been a very rich time. He felt that her moans were a boat which was carrying them both slowly down some broad, wide river of sunlight. Then they were finished, and Koka was kissing him, weeping with happiness. She was a very emotional woman, while he, for his own part, gripped by the extreme clarity which often takes over a man in the very first instant after orgasm, lay fixing his eyes upon the bookshelf, where he saw the word Poltava. Poltava. How many times in those years had he read the lettering on that particular volume without ever once troubling to open it? Often books of that nature contained frontispieces of old wars and such. It would have been interesting, come to think of it, to learn more about the history of this region. First invasions, then rebellions. He knew that much from military college. While Koka lay with her long, soft hair across them both, sleepily licking his nipple, he deciphered Poltava again. Just then the door slowly, silently opened. Ernst was peeking in. Why was he remembering that now? He hadn't thought of those Pushkin volumes in years. Where had Koka hidden them? It seemed as if so much had happened during that one instant when the strengthening sunshine happened to strike that particular book, that the moment had been practically infinite. He almost supposed that he could see and feel every strand of Koka's hair that had been so warmly caressing them when Ernst crept in. And now, although his mind ranged over these details with a voluptuous completeness which itself approached infinity, all of this happened in the time it took to light another cigarette. Then the orderly brought in the tray, polished like a mirror, upon which the communications of the day had been arranged. First the enemy situation report, then the signals intelligence report, both of them courtesy of Galen at Fremde Heere Ost, Gruppe 1, Army Group B. But before he got to either, the orderly carried in a decrypted announcement from OKW at Poltava. The Führer had decided to strip him of 4th Panzer Army, whose support thus far had greatly facilitated his lightning advance. Apparently, someone had convinced OKW, he hoped it wasn't the nodding ass, that 4th Panzer should participate in the vast pincer movement against Rostov. This decision troubled Paulus. He'd already been sorry enough to see 1st Panzer go. Without their help it would have taken him much longer to tie off the Barvenko salient. And now, with less manpower at his disposal, everything would be still more protracted. But orders are orders. Some of his officers complained. Even Major General Schmidt looked glum. But he had made up his mind to treat them all as we treat our Romanian allies, namely, with tactful firmness. He broadened his bridgehead at Kalach, which fell easily. The Führer was pleased, so he gathered from General Warlimant's signal. Now that he had a moment, he sent a message of friendship and commiseration to Field Marshal von Bock, whose command now had been turned over to Colonel General von Weichs. Within 2 hours the Field Marshal replied, "My dear Paulus, the important thing is to keep calm." Evidently he would be assigned to Führer Reserve, God help him. Weary and dusty from another inspection of the front line, he wrote a quick note to Olga, enclosing greetings for his grandson and son-in-law. He advised her to get her Mercedes serviced sooner rather than later, in case there were problems in obtaining spare parts. Then he returned to the business of constructing and guiding his spearheads. On 23/7/42, we finally captured Rostov after beating down vicious enemy resistance. Kerchiefed old Russian women were struggling on either side of a bicycle to which buckets of water had been strapped. They staggered slowly through the volcanic dust between the ruins, then vanished. Why hadn't their high command evacuated them? This negligence on Premier Stalin's part seemed contrary to the basic conduct of humanitarian operations. Congratulating all of us on the successful fulfillment of Operation Blau Phase 2, the Führer cancelled Phase 3 and commenced Operations Edelweiss and Heron. Operation Heron was a lightning attack on Stalingrad, and the man charged with that operation was Lieutenant General Paulus. Operation Edelweiss was the continuation of our drive infinitely southeastward, for whose sake Paulus was now commanded to give up 50% of his ammunition and 50% of his fuel. No matter, Panzergruppen were on the way to help him. Whose would they be? Probably Colonel General Hotz. He had full confidence in that man. Unfortunately, aerial reconnaissance indicated that the enemy was taking full advantage of the delay, 18 days, to regroup on the Volga, in that city called Stalingrad. 5. The Great Soviet Encyclopedia informs us that the city of Stalingrad, formerly Tsaritsyn, was founded on an island sometime in the 16th century, and this fairy-tale isolation and encirclement could not be more fitting. During the 17th and 18th centuries, we learn, Tsaritsyn was a major centre of the struggle of the people against feudal exploitation. So far so good, and it gets better, for during the Civil War the defence of this place devolved on, among others, Comrade Stalin himself, and in the natural course of things his role there became retrospectively magnified, which is why it got named after him. The forces of Adolf Hitler, having in the meantime destroyed 2 more Russian armies, now drew near the city of Stalin. Therefore, what was about to happen had to happen. 6. Lieutenant General Paulus was not a cruel man, as may be proved by the fact that the Soviets never charged him with any war crimes. Immediately upon succeeding to command of 6th Army, he'd cancelled our late Field Marshal von Reichenau's order of 10-10-41 to proceed with extreme measures against subhumans. Nonetheless, Lieutenant General Paulus esteemed the effectiveness of terror raids. They broke an enemy population, and thereby ended war more rapidly than other, supposedly more lenient measures. By the beginning of August, he was fully engaged against 1st and 4th Soviet tank armies on the Don River bend. His advance grew delayed. He found the so-called annihilation battalions especially troublesome. He shuffled maps and regiments, the long swastika flag hanging down above his headquarters there at Golubskaya on the Don. The enemy proving superior in numbers, if nothing else, our Führer sent 4th Panzer Army back to Paulus's aid. They were approaching in good order from Kotelnikovo. He drafted a friendly welcome to their commander, Colonel General Hott. Meanwhile, the orderly came in and refilled his silver cigarette case. Actually, he wasn't feeling very well. For some weeks now he'd suffered from the Russian sickness. No matter, he'd had dysentery in the last war, too. It was better not to inform Koka. At 0430 hours on 15/8/42, he commenced his offensive, shattering 4th Soviet Tank Army. The Italians were showing a bit of funk. He sent Lieutenant General Blumentritt over to regroup them. He advised headquarters of the weakness of his northern flank, but they told him to press on without making demands. This hurt his feelings slightly, but he remembered what Field Marshal von Bock would have said. The important thing is to keep calm. First Bach, then Mozart. Koka liked Mozart's operas more than he did. He preferred the instrumental music. On 22/8/42, he enjoyed a light moment with the officers when the radio announced that Brazil had declared war on the Reich. Somebody remarked that Field Marshal von Reichenau had always expressed a desire to visit Rio de Janeiro, and Paulus, wishing to deflect them from thoughts of the dead, whom they surely all missed. Von Reichenau had never failed to remember Paulus's birthday, replied with a pleasant half-smile, "Gentlemen, without a doubt the Brazilian campaign will have its compensations." Major General Schmidt laughed twice, "Ha ha!" while the others laughed longer. Then the orderly poured Veuve Clicquot all around in tiny little glasses of Bohemian crystal, after which they all went to bed early because the next morning would be hectic. The 1,200 bombers and strafing planes of 4th Air Corps were scheduled to arrive at Stalingrad, and when they did, they killed 40,000 people, leaving skeletonized apartments in a red mist. Oh yes, as red as Cossack trousers, those corpses on broken plinths of ferro-concrete. The enemy radio was shouting, "Vokzalnaya Square! Demonstratsii Square!" while 6th Army was already shelling the office of the District Soviet. 7. By 31/8/43, the city was nearly encircled. He'd already cut off most of 62nd Soviet Army. It was merely a question of time and manpower. General von Wietersheim, however, for some reason advocated withdrawal from Stalingrad. There was no need even to speculate on what the Führer would have said about that. Lighting a cigarette, assuring him that he was sorry, he relieved General von Wietersheim of his command at once, replacing him with Colonel General Hott. At the next staff conference, his sleek and handsome officers sat reading newspapers together, their caps crisp and new, their sleeves perfectly creased as they awaited his instructions. On the matter of General von Wietersheim, they all kept silent, excepting only Major General Schmidt, who approved of the decision and tried to express his approval publicly and at length, until Paulus said, "No doubt he was doing his duty as he saw it, Schmidt. That will be all." His spearheads breached the enemy's front in the sector Vertyachyi-Peskoravka, with Stukas screaming and bombing just forward of each assault. On 2/9/42, the Führer decreed that upon his entry into this troublesome city all the males must be liquidated, presumably by shooting, and all females deported. Paulus was not in sympathy with this order. In any event, it could not be carried out immediately. That day a far more pleasant message entered on the silver tray. His old friend Colonel Metz wrote him, belatedly it seemed, and then the card must have been held up by censorship and routing errors. "Let me congratulate you on your Knight's Cross, and it won't be long, sir, before the Field Marshal's baton follows." On 3/9/42, he crushed the feeble counterattack of Moskalenko's 1st Guards Army. He beat them back again on the 5th. Continuing enemy pressure compelled him to divert some of his troops to the northwest, among them his son Ernst, who was acquitting himself well in his tank regiment, he'd heard. He had ground down 62nd and 64th Soviet armies almost to extinction. They said to him, "Herr Lieutenant General, sir, Yeremenko's digging in to resist us on Line G." On 9/9/42, when the Führer forced Field Marshal List to resign command of Army Group A for having gone over to the defensive, Lieutenant General Paulus was perfecting the details of his all-out attack. At 0630 hours on 13/9/42, the assault on Stalingrad began. First, line O, the outermost defensive perimeter. Next, in concentric succession, lines K, S, and G, which was the innermost, the final bastion. His orderly kept wondering when Signal magazine would send their photographer, but there'd already been a nice spread on our resolute young Panzergrenadieren in their grey-green, holding up endless necklaces of bullets for the camera. He intercepted requests from 62nd Soviet Army to withdraw to Line G. First, our panzers penetrate the enemy's front. Then they wheel round to encircle him. He was almost entirely recovered from the Russian sickness. Next, we strengthen the ring with infantry. We Germans have coined the perfect noun for this formation, a kessel, a cauldron in which the enemy now begins to boil. If need be, which is to say, if the enemy retains any capability for breakout, we'll construct an inner ring out of more soldiers whose guns and ideology point ever inward. Bereft of supply, our victim must begin to perish now. Since every cook knows that meat stews faster in smaller chunks, we now inject spearheads of panzers and infantry to subdivide the kessel into mutually isolated zones, houses sliced open to reveal the people's soul. Each such concentric attack, successful or not, further wounds the enemy. His men are starving, his ammunition's almost gone. We slice him right down into tidbits, which we'll then devour. This comprised the working basis of Operation Heron. Although the arrows of his advance were as shiny perfect as the rivers of tank ammunition which still flowed from Germany's conveyor belts, it did not go quite as easily as usual, perhaps because the Führer had sent Panzer-Grenadier Division Großdeutschland away to the West Front. That must have been why it took days instead of hours to wipe out the red remnants who kept resisting in that grain elevator. Major General Schmidt wondered aloud whether General von Wittesheim had spread defeatism among our troops before he'd been relieved. Paulus told him, perhaps a little sharply, "You'd do better to worry about our supply situation. In an hour I'll expect your report." If he could only disrupt their ferry system, that would be the end. They made their crossings at night, unfortunately, which put Air Fleet 4 to far too much trouble. But anyway, what was night in Stalingrad, where the sky was black without surcease, the sun gone like last year's summer, black sun, black rain, moonlessly black sky of day and night, everyone coughing, the red gleam of reflected fire on the Volga as planes swooped down on the ferries at midnight, Russians screaming, Germans cursing, sirens sobbing, machine guns marking time, just as the broadcast metronome did in besieged Leningrad, long cattails of black smoke hanging as soft and fluffy as an opera diva's boa. Fremde Heere Ost, Group 1, Army Group B, intercepted another of Premier Stalin's midnight directives. Stalingrad was to be held at all costs. Stalingrad was already smashed, of course, just like Leningrad's Warsaw Station. First air attack, then ground attack. Our Air Force supported him with heavy strikes on the south-central sector. He'd reduced 62nd Soviet Army to 1% of strength. But new enemy troops kept coming from Kotelnikovo. "By your order, Herr Lieutenant General, if we break through right here at Pavlovsk-Serafimovich—" "Yes," he explained to them, "but unfortunately they have 160,000 men over there. That's 2 armies, gentlemen." "Herr Lieutenant General," said Schmidt, "I believe that between Kletskaya and Verkno-Kormoyarskaya—" Unlike Field Marshal von Rundstedt, who enjoyed dressing in a colonel's uniform for a lark, Paulus guarded his dignity. He didn't always reply to their suggestions. Just as we take a street in the daytime and the Russians take it back at night, so the forward zone of his own consciousness alternated between confidence and disappointment. The exhilaration of power which he never could have known in peacetime, the power to compose a few lines and ring for the orderly to take them away on the silver tray, or, if the case was urgent, to utter a dozen words into the field telephone, and then to lift his binoculars and see those words incarnated into bullets and bombs. What he felt then he hardly even could have confided to Coca, although as soon as they were together again she'd know. They shared everything. Meanwhile, he found himself in complete agreement with the aphorism of Field Marshal von Manstein that the safety of a tank formation operating in the enemy's rear largely depends on its ability to keep moving. They could not keep moving in Stalingrad. In fact, this urban fighting might well be considered a misuse both of his own abilities and of the army he commanded. To Paulus, who could not help but feel apprehension as well as resentment about the way the summer was spending itself, it would have been a comfort, to say the least, to leave these ruins behind him and rush again east or southeast across the golden steppes, whose most common herb seemed to be Artemisia pauciflora, liquidating enemy troop concentrations in fair and open combat. And to think he could have gone to Africa instead. "Keep your fingers out of that pie," Coker had said, with the look he dreaded. Personally, he preferred to tread a fine line between Field Marshal von Kluge, who liked to keep his Panzer Corps on a short leash so that they could liquidate any encircled concentrations, and General Guderian, who would rather send them ahead to shatter Russian fronts into morsels for our infantry, for our blond, tanned boys to eat for breakfast. Lighting a cigarette, he broke the seal of the enemy situation report. 10 meters away lay, God alone knows why, the corpse of a Ukrainian official in old-style velvet trousers. First Beethoven, then Bach. Fremde Heere Ost, Gruppe 1, Army Group B, advised him that while an assault against his deep flank could not be ruled out, or perhaps the odd attack on our allies' weakly held bridgeheads, the Russians' winter offensive would occur, if it occurred at all, far to the north, in Army Group Centre's zone, most likely in the vicinity of Moscow. This information had been confirmed by the Abwehr, whose MAX organization in Sofia had full access to enemy signals. He didn't believe it or disbelieve it. On 12/9/42, accompanied by General Weichs, he fully expressed his worries regarding the narrowness of his front to the Führer himself, who'd now moved headquarters eastward from Wolf's Lair to Werewolf, just north of Vinitsa on the Berdichev road. Unfortunately, he could hardly ask to be given priority just now, not only because, as he knew quite well, he was liked rather than loved by the Führer, but also because the entire Eastern campaign had become, as Vollmann whispered, stalemated. He didn't want to give anybody, neither his subordinates nor the Führer, the impression that he took matters too seriously, because that would only weaken the esteem in which he was held. Nonetheless, Operation Northern Lights, as probably even Field Marshal Keitel must admit, had failed to subdue Leningrad, which we'd besieged for a year now. And the results of his own effort, Operation Heron, remained inconclusive. Finally, Operation Edelweiss had stalled in the Caucasus. The greatest victory of that offensive thus far, namely the conquest of Maikop, had melted away in our mouths, because when Army Group A rolled and clattered into that city, they'd found its refineries utterly wrecked by the retreating Jewish Bolsheviks. The Führer was said to have been seriously disappointed, given our growing petroleum requirements. Still, the enemy must be worse off than we. They'd now lost 80% of their oil. First disruption, then dispossession. That was the program of Operation Blau. Like all of us, Lieutenant General Paulus retained a certain basic confidence in his own acumen. Back in December 1940, his war games had predicted our exact troop dispositions around Moscow in October 1941. He'd been complimented for his accuracy by Field Marshal von Reichenau personally. Surely this counted for something. Then there was his Iron Cross, both first class and second, from the previous World War, his Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross from Kharkov, and his position as commanding officer of 6th Army. In December 1940, he had also predicted that Operation Barbarossa might last longer than a single summer. The Führer had flown into a rage and shouted, "There is not going to be a winter campaign." So that was a sore point between them. Paulus could never mention winter campaigns now. Werewolf, that long, perfect rectangle oriented southeast, was subdivided by inner fences into 3 controlled zones. He doubted that they'd had time to lay thousands of mines around it, as they'd done at Wolf's Lair. Anyhow, this was not something which one asked. So many of these secret headquarters he'd visited now. The steep high roofs of Wolf's Gorge in Belgium, the damp bunkers of Tannenberg in the Black Forest, then Wolf's Lair, Werewolf, and how many more? Everything was concrete and welded steel plate, the curtains of the rear windows always drawn. At his side, General Weichs swallowed nervously. There was a barber shop here at Werewolf, and a sauna, he'd heard. He'd hoped to have time to refresh himself there before meeting with the Führer. He tried to learn from the SD man in the front seat how much time he might have, but the latter smilingly replied, "They tell me nothing, Herr Lieutenant General, and perhaps it's better that way. The less I know, the less I can fail." Paulus laughed a little, but didn't care for the man's cynicism. The central zone, the one deepest inward, now swallowed up the car, and General Weichs was led off to obey a surprise summons from the nodding ass, while Paulus left his dagger and pistol with the SD man, following his SS conductors through the barbed wire to the second checkpoint. And then they led him between the trees to the tea-house, where he was coolly greeted by Martin Bormann. Everything possessed an oily gleam, like the leather saddles of our cavalry. "If the general would kindly wait a moment," said Bormann. "The stenographers have almost completed their change of shift. You're welcome to gamble in the casino." "I don't gamble," returned Lieutenant General Paulus. "I might have known," said Bormann. "By the way, when the Führer's finished with you, I'll need to ask you a few questions about your wife Elena. Coca, I believe you call her." He requested permission to use the lavatory. There he quickly checked the fineness of his shave and pulled on fresh white gloves. The 1:300,000 scale map of the enemy railroad system, stamped Geheim, with annotations in his own hand, written very largely for our Führer's aging eyes, was still where it should be, in the outermost pocket of his briefcase, which he unlatched so as to get at it more easily when the Führer's eyes would be on him. Thinking better of this, he closed the briefcase again, for the sake of a smarter appearance. As always when he was about to enter our Führer's presence, he felt so nervous that he nearly vomited. He really wished that General Weichs were here. Bormann's mention of Coca, which was the sort of ploy that man was infamous for, what could he have against her? She was Romanian. Our Romanian allies were received practically as equals, had further unnerved him. He scarcely knew what was appropriate in such circumstances, not being a political general. Had he not been surprised in that way, he would definitely have replied with something biting. A protective rage began to rise up within him, and he resolved to ignore Bormann's demand. This made him feel better. What precisely was the difficulty? Was it that she was Greek Orthodox? Now that he'd turned Bormann's words over and over, he'd fully realized that there was nothing to fear from this brute, who would never have dared to be so rude to Field Marshal von Reichenau. Why, he would have gotten throttled. Paulus smiled palely. The SS man was waiting in the corridor outside. He must assert himself. He'd do his utmost to make the Führer realize. "Do come in, Paulus," said the Führer, rising to shake his hand. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet, my Führer." He bowed and clicked his heels. "Well, don't worry. They'll lay a place for you. It'll be vegetarian, I'm afraid. Is this your first time in Vinnitza?" "Once, before the war, my wife and I—" "Well, it's a filthy city," said the Führer, his voice rising. "The Ukrainians, yes, a thin Germanic layer, and below that, dreadful material. The Jews, the most horrible thing imaginable. The town's choked in dirt. Oh, I've learned quite a bit in these few weeks. If Slavs had ruled for a decade or two over the old Reich, everything would be lice-infested and decayed." "Without a doubt," said white-gloved Paulus. "They're holding Vlasov over there," the Führer went on. "You know Vlasov, don't you?" "Yes. In fact, I fought against him right over there, on the other side of town. And they tell me I have to make use of him. Can you believe it?" "No, my Führer, I hadn't heard." "Well, thank God you're not one of those political generals." "All right then, Paulus. Here's the map. Does this line accurately lay out your position?" "Oh, just a moment. Yes, my Führer, it's entirely correct." "That's good. I had to ask, because one can't trust anyone these days. You wouldn't believe how my orders get misconstrued. And then they try to hoodwink me. They try to force false information down my throat. But do you know what, Paulus? I'm going to give them all something to choke on." "By your order, my Führer." "Well, we have to hope that Stalin can't repeat his counterattack of 1920, remarked our Führer, who was a military genius. "After all, you're quite right. Keitel! Where the devil is Keitel?" "Here I am, my Führer." And now he realized that General Weichs hadn't been allowed in. The nodding ass probably didn't even realize why he'd been told to call Weichs here and then send Weichs there. Well, it wasn't as if Weichs were needed, exactly. It was just that when one was alone it seemed more difficult to hang on to oneself in the Führer's presence. "Lieutenant General Paulus is concerned about his front, Keitel. Do you see on this map how shallowly he's echeloned?" "Yes, my Führer." "My dear Paulus, if even Keitel can see the danger, nothing more need be said. Keitel, fetch me my eyeglasses over there." Crimsoning, Paulus bowed and clicked his heels. "Now that's all very well, and I'll send help in good time, but for now you'll just have to make do. How are your sons, by the way?" "As far as I'm aware, they both continue to do their duty to their country and to you, my Führer." "I've heard great things about Friedrich. When the time comes, perhaps he'll take part in the conquest of England. I'm expressing myself openly on this point. And Ernst is under your command?" "Yes, he is, my Führer." "An officer?" "Yes, my Führer, with the tank regiment." "He's very lucky. I hope he won't get a swelled head." "My Führer, I assure you that he receives exactly the same treatment as any other soldier, and to spare him any unpleasantness among his comrades, I make a point of never—" "That's very wise and cautious of you, my dear Paulus. Yes, it's always better to keep one's distance. Where is he now?" "Right here on the map, my Führer, about 4 kilometers from the Mamayev Kurgan. He's been assigned to the—" "I envy you, Paulus, for having 2 fine boys who are ready to spend themselves for Germany. They're twins, aren't they?" "They are, my Führer." "When a woman bears twins, that's pure heroism. Your Coca is fine breeding stock." "Thank you, my Führer. Quite stylish, also. You made a good choice. Don't worry about either one of your sons. Vollmann complained to you that we're 18% under strength, didn't he? You see, I hear everything. I have my feelers out. Well, the troops will be found when we need them. We don't need them now, but as soon as we've choked the life out of Leningrad—" "Yes, my Führer," said Paulus. He longed to point out the enemy anti-tank positions along the Mechetka-Volga axis. Where they were, the Führer's map showed only whiteness. Moreover, Sixth Army's flanks were screened with inferior satellite troops. "Frankly," said the Führer, with an abrupt change of tone, "I'm disappointed that Stalingrad's still on the map. In a couple of weeks I'm going to make a speech at the Sportpalast. What shall I tell them? Will you have cleaned up Stalingrad by then?" "If the Air Force had only—" "My dear Paulus, we're in complete agreement about that," the Führer said. "Not one of us has been tough enough. The cowards and bleeding hearts will never understand us." With a loving smile he clapped Paulus on the shoulder. And Paulus experienced what Major General Schmidt liked to call the greatest happiness any of our contemporaries can experience, that of serving a genius. 8. He stood on a plain of rubble and discussed the situation with Lieutenant General Pfeiffer. Schmidt was at his shoulder, listening. His assault of the 13th had won Sadovaya Station and the edge of Minim. It had, in fact, been a perfect attack, and if Coca were here, he would have told her exactly how he'd arrayed his divisions, and why he'd closed his pincers where he did. After the war it would be pleasant to give a lecture about it to the officer cadets. The next stage was to take the summit of the Mamayev Kurgan. He'd achieved multiple penetrations along the entire red front, his spearheads swelling outwards like the arms of an iron cross, then linking up to encircle the enemy in convenient-sized strangleholds. Now the enemy was 13th Soviet Guards. They were harassing him from the eastern bank. Very well, he would take Stalingrad inch by inch and never let it go. Hatch covers up, his tanks paraded down the ruined streets, crushing rubble which sparkled blindingly under the dusty white sky. Whiteness glared through the hollow vertebral columns of charred buildings. White dust marked their footfalls. "Not much to report, Herr Lieutenant General. We've captured the Univermag department store, and we've killed Fedoseyev and his staff." "Good. Were there any maps?" "I'll check with Section Intelligence, Herr Lieutenant General." "Report back to me." "Herr Lieutenant General." "What is it?" "They keep digging in their tanks so we can't see them, and then—" "I'm aware of that. Would more ammunition make a difference?" "Yes, sir. I'll do what I can for you. Now, which group liquidated Fedoseyev?" "Here are their names, sir. I'll put them all in for decorations." "By your order, Herr Lieutenant General." A soldier screamed, and blood came beautifully from his heart. The rubble clinked faintly. It was no use trying to find the sniper. On that same day, 21/9/42, he destroyed 2 hostile brigades and a regiment, razing the enemy's strongpoints with his tanks, crushing those screaming Russians under his treads. He instructed Major General Schmidt to put more pressure on headquarters about our ammunition situation. He sent a postcard to Field Marshal von Reichenau's widow, the Countess von Malzahn, assuring her that her husband's name remained on Sixth Army's lips. And now he must prepare to attack the Red October tractor works. 2 nights later he celebrated his birthday with a few of his staff officers, while a counter-attack of Siberians wrested a few meters of Volga frontage out of his hands. He obliterated those Siberians, of course. Until he had the Volga, he couldn't split the Reds' defences. He had repeatedly drawn everyone's attention to that fact, but his exhausted men couldn't recover the ground they'd lost. "Somehow we'll manage, sir," Major General Schmidt consoled him. He understood, forgave. He permitted them to remain in place with their weapons at the ready. Had he acted any differently, the way that the Field Marshal von Reichenau, for instance, would have acted, let alone Schörner or those other hatchet men, they'd have been quite shocked. But they were not even thankful. Whatever fate sends us quickly becomes us, and we grow blind to what we might otherwise have been. And how else should it be? If we could see ourselves as capable of being different, then how resentful, or else, in the opposite case, how fearful that would leave us. He took the long view. He felt extreme apprehension about the future security of his deep northern flank. It was unwise for us to rely upon the Romanians. He couldn't explain that to Koka, of course. First, the birthday cake from OKW, then toasts all around. Retiring to his quarters, he lit a cigarette and began reading through the signals reports. Later on he'd opened the card from Koka, which had actually arrived on last week's airlift. Apparently the Russians were now digging in 70 rifle divisions and 80 armoured formations, although where they'd gotten them nobody knew. To wipe them out, he might have to draw further manpower from his already attenuated flank troops. His vision blurred. His aging eyes were having trouble focusing on the dispositions. Our Führer had demonstrated to him how necessary it was to complete Operation Heron soon, in order to link up with Army Group A before winter. And doubtless the Führer was receiving records of his behaviour. For all he knew, Schmidt was one of the people reporting on him. Moreover, that annoying Colonel General Richthofen at Air Fleet 4, a man he'd always treated decently, kept ringing him up to advise him. "Just one more push, my dear Paulus, one more push." What did he know about it? And why wasn't Air Fleet 4 darkening the skies of Stalingrad as much as they used to? Nonetheless, on 29/9/42, lighting another cigarette, he sent in 38th Infantry, 100th Infantry, 60th Motorized, and his best rested regiments of 16th Panzer, hoping to choke off the enemy's Orlovsky salient, which he did on 7/10/42, spending lives by the thousand in order to achieve this necessary result. He'd now compressed the Russians' front to a maximum depth of 2,500 meters. They were truly finished now. The aerial reconnaissance report informed him of a large enemy ammunition dump on the east bank of the Volga, just opposite the Red October works. He requested that the Luftwaffe excise it, and there were 2 bombing raids, but no one could tell him whether it had been wiped out. It might have been camouflaged. Again the Romanians warned him that they were not receiving full supplies. Evidently they counted on his sympathy, since Koka was a countrywoman of theirs. He promised to inform OKW, and did in fact inform Schmidt. Resupply, unfortunately, did not lie entirely within his power. Moreover, he was well aware that OKW was naturally inclined, when resources were scarce, to favour us over our allies, due to a certain variation in the latter's fighting qualities. He spied new enemy anti-aircraft regiments near the Volga Islands. He was not a political general, but he'd heard secretly through a subordinate of Varlimon's that the Führer meant to give him General Jodel's position as soon as he'd taken Stalingrad. 9. The second assault likewise went badly. The enemy repelled him with machine guns and Molotov cocktails. But his spearheads reached the Volga. This really meant the end for the Red Army. He was thrilled when he thought of what Koka would say. She, who'd grown up with only the best opportunities and possessions, deserved this triumph now. In 6 weeks at the outside, he'd be telling her all about it. That was beyond doubt. And Koka, whose reflected movements in the mirror when she was brushing her hair still took his breath away, would understand and approve of all that he'd done. Major General Schmidt stopped by to express his congratulations in advance, as he put it. Sixth Army had cleared its name. Paulus made a note to ask the orderly whether there would be enough Veuve Clicquot for every officer in 6th Army to have a glass. Next, he resolved the case of Private Dietrich, who'd been condemned to death by shooting because he'd feigned a leg injury. Paulus ordered X-rays. Much to Dr. Braunstein's amazement, the tibia was actually fractured. With Bach on the gramophone, he cleared all charges against Private Dietrich, considered, smiled a little, and remanded the boy home for 6 weeks, so that he wouldn't develop bitter feelings against 6th Army. That night, as he closed his eyes to sleep, he could see again those brilliant white-skinned volumes of Pushkin on the bookshelf, with the sun glancing in on Poltava. And once more he wondered where she'd hidden them, and then for the first time he wondered whether she'd ever read any of them. And, just before he fell asleep, he glimpsed Ernst's sad, scared, grubby little face peeping in. Ernst was probably grubby again now, like all the other front-line men. Awaking suddenly, Paulus offered up a soundless prayer for the safety of both his sons. Then he ignited the lantern and bent over the enemy situation map, 1 to 300,000 scale. On the 16th, as his columns whipped south in an attempt to encircle 62nd Soviet Army, an ambush of sunken, camouflaged T-34 tanks blew them to bits. He sent in the 5 new pioneer battalions which the Führer had given him. Most of those boys died, unfortunately. On 1810, his infantry captured the Tramweiner Street line. On his inspection tour, he spied one of his soldiers twirling round on his finger the blue and red cap of an NKVD officer, doubtless sent to the rear. In some jurisdictions, those caps were green, he believed. The design was, in his opinion, garish. For some reason, he was unable to put Olga's new dress out of his mind. The letter from Koka had said, "Olga seems to be in good health, although I gather she is having financial troubles. No more trips to Paris for her. Prices are going up everywhere. You wouldn't believe how much butter costs. The only good news is that Robert has won a prize for his part in the anti-Jewish pantomime. He is such a good child, so intelligent and so willing to please. I hope he won't get dizzy with success. Frau Reiting has just come to me in tears. Apparently her son fell in action at Leningrad. How do you think I can comfort her? She has always been so nice to us, especially to Olga. I will add her to my prayers. I have heard nothing from Friedrich, and am quite worried. Has he written to you? Yesterday a short letter came from Ernst. He says it's been a long while since he's seen you." The left side of his mouth twitched a trifle. "Surely you could ask someone to find out if he is all right. I still pray for you every day and every night. Has it snowed there yet? All my kisses to you. I continue to believe in you and in our Führer." The last 4 words he knew she'd written for the censors. Not making his presence known, he ordered that congratulations and cigarettes be distributed all around. His order of the day explained that everything would proceed more smoothly now that the Tramweiner line was in our hands. On 2110, he sent in 79th Infantry against the Red October and Barricadi factories. What he really needed to do was shore up General Dumitrescu of 3rd Romanian Army, but our Führer still had not responded to his request for reinforcements. For now he had to neglect 3rd Romanian, since the battle on the threshold of the Red October works required full attention. Specifically, his boys were dying in unusual numbers, as were the Reds, of course. The orderly brought him fresh white gloves on the silver tray. Major General Schmidt came just to say, "We all believe in you, sir." They were now approaching that moment in any close battle when the wills of attackers and defenders alike have been nearly broken, so that one great effort on one side or the other will suffice to decide the struggle. It was now that he especially regretted the loss of those forces which the Führer had redirected to the Caucasus. But Lieutenant General Paulus was not a quitting sort of man. Opening his silver cigarette case, he lit a match, trying to work out everything thoroughly, keeping close account of frontage and distribution. It was quite complicated, actually. He almost called in Schmidt to help him. The Dzerzhinsky district was now essentially in our hands. The Red October works couldn't resist any longer. That day he called in 700 dive-bombing attacks on it. Spartanovka was about to cave in. In that month we find him writing to his old comrade Lutz, "The great thing now is to hit the Russian so hard a crack that he won't recover for a very long time." The sentiment was banal, the goal practical. Of such stuff are effective soldiers made. To Koka he wrote that Ernst's tank regiment was performing very creditably. Unfortunately, there was no time to pay the lad a visit, but she needn't worry about him. If anything had happened, he would have heard. He asked her to send Olga his kisses. He felt it incumbent on him to advise that young lady one more time of the dangers of exceeding one's resources. To Friedrich, the other son, he wrote a brief letter of love and encouragement. Friedrich was in Africa now with Field Marshal Rommel. First Beethoven on the gramophone, then a cigarette, then the enemy signals report, courtesy of Fremde Heere Ost, Group 1, Army Group B. He had to smile. Major General Galen was so good at being plausible. The analysis of Red Army signals bore out Galen's assertion that the productive capacity of what remained of Russian Europe had been essentially obliterated. Shooting rockets out of windows, the Soviet enemy, their ammo belts slung across broken girders, popped up to hurl stick grenades, then ducked back into jagged-toothed caves. Soviet factory workers charged with guns in their hands, dying almost uselessly, but not quite, because every time 3 or a dozen of them fell, a German did too. There were always more Russians. His prisoners now everlastingly quoted to him the words of Zoya, the partisan, whom we'd executed for sabotage last winter. "You can't hang all 190 million of us." There were only 80 million Germans. Last week he'd pointed that out to Schmidt, who merely smiled and replied, "I'm sure we'll manage one way or another, sir." First the daily enemy situation report, then the signals intelligence report. Unfortunately, we no longer possessed enough Heinkel 3s to continue aerial reconnaissance on as frequent a basis as before. The enemy radio was saying, "Keep a tighter grip on your tanks." But what tanks did they have? Toward the end of September, their transmissions had begun very occasionally to refer to some far-off Operation Uranus. Paulus, who had been justly credited for the complete success of Operation Shark, the plan which had tricked Russia with a build-up of forces on the Western Front just before we launched Barbarossa, even Koka had been impressed, scented danger, not in his own sector, to be sure, but it might well prove to be a threat to Army Group Center. Field Marshal von Reichenau would have let Group Center take care of itself. Field Marshal von Reichenau, for that matter, would not even have bothered to study those enemy transmissions. But Lieutenant General Paulus, ever considerate and conscientious even to his own detriment, sent a message in cipher to Fremde Heere Ost Group 1, Army Group B, to warn them about it. They never replied, which first bewildered, then offended him. He knew that behind his back many generals called him the office assistant. They found him womanish. They equated him with that laughably fat and bustling Field Marshal Keitel at OKW. They said he had no dash, no experience, no right to command 6th Army. Their opinions shamed him more and more. Nobody except Koka had ever expressed any appreciation for Operation Shark, although it must have saved thousands of German lives. Well, that was their business. But they really ought to be more careful. When Russians are involved, reconnaissance in force will invariably escalate into a general offensive if it succeeds. No one seemed to comprehend this, not even Schmidt. Anyhow, all mentions of Operation Uranus soon faded from enemy communications. Lighting another cigarette, he made a note to query Major General Galen directly about it, just as soon as, "Mamayev Kurgan back in enemy hands, Herr Lieutenant General." "Connect me with Air Fleet 4, please." "By your order, Herr Lieutenant General." He called in another bombing attack, but the bombs didn't dislodge them. He stared at the map. He changed his mind now almost as often as the railroad station changed hands. The next day they excitedly told him, "Attack, Herr Lieutenant General. About 2 divisions, with 1 or 2 tank brigades." "On the Mamayev Kurgan?" "Yes, Herr Lieutenant General. They're pushing us back." "They're T-60s and T-70s, aren't they?" "I'll check, sir." "No, take me there." "By your order, Herr Lieutenant General." "No. We'll send in armored support," he decided, "and please tell Schmidt to report to me immediately." "Herr Lieutenant General, what should we tell the men?" "To press on toward the final victory," he replied, putting on his glasses. In confidence, a certain Lieutenant General asked him in a whisper whether he himself remained certain of this final victory. "So long as the Führer is kept precisely informed," he replied. 10. Silhouettes on the dark front struggled with one another in hatred, grief, and anguish, while munitions rushed overhead like glowing planets. At 0800 hours on a morning as cold and damp as a trench, the third assault failed. The left side of his face twitched. Some of his officers dared to imply that he should have led the charge, as Field Marshal von Reichenau would have done. He coldly remarked that the commander of an army can accomplish more with maps than by dancing like a madman in the forefront. Major General Schmidt smiled politely, but did not laugh. He'd injected 11 divisions and 80 tanks into the battle. Now these were bent and blunted. His running, low-bent troops ran no more. His duty at the moment was to restore confidence to the front line. Soon winter would come, and then they would be filling the radiators of their vehicles with alcohol, as they had done last year outside Moscow. First Stalingrad, then Baku. They would be shivering. They would be wrapping socks around their woolen gloves. There was no hope for Germany if she failed to continue forward in every direction. No doubt at OKW they were now murmuring in the Führer's ear. Before he got 6th Army, he never even commanded a regiment. But Lieutenant General Paulus was too well-bred to speak ill of anyone, no matter what he might think. In Colonel Heim's assessment, he was a slender, rather over-tall figure, whose slight stoop seemed somehow to be a gesture of goodwill toward those of lesser stature. This was true, and so was Koka's eternal characterization. "Sweetheart, you're simply too good for those people." He didn't swim rivers the way von Reichenau used to in Poland. Perhaps that was why they didn't respect him. They said to him, "This defensive mission is contrary to the German soldier's nature." He explained that 6th Army was still making progress, although, to be sure, that progress had become as slow as a charge through heavy snow. From the east bank of the Volga, enemy artillery kept murdering his troops. The bombers couldn't do anything about that. General von Schwederer sought to argue with his strategy. Paulus relieved him of his command. He pointed out to Schmidt that the ammunition situation might soon get urgent. Schmidt replied, reproachfully smiling, "I telephone them about it every day, sir, and all they ever say is, 'When will you fellows take Stalingrad?'" First Beethoven, then a cigarette. He composed another message to the Führer, warning of 6th Army's declining infantry strength. The front was now very sparsely manned. He thought it best to consolidate the positions of Army Group B against the human vectors of that Bolshevist ideology which had the power to corrode and decompose everything. 11. Thanks to our Führer's standing orders, he could prepare no defense in depth. The front line could never be abandoned, so practically every man had to hold the front line. One enemy breakthrough anywhere, and his forces could be encircled. And such breakthroughs were inevitable. A German general who survived the war and found haven in the apartheid of South Africa has recalled, "Practically every Russian attack was preceded by large-scale infiltration, by an oozing through of small units and individual men. In this kind of warfare, the Russians have not yet found their masters." What was he supposed to do? At last he was summoned again to the presence of the Führer, who would surely give him the appropriate operational recommendation. 12. In the first and most glorious year of Operation Barbarossa, Paulus, then Deputy Chief of Staff for the Army High Command, found himself flown to Wolf's Lair, which was then, as it was now, and would again be intermittently, the Führer's headquarters. I have already told you that Wolf's Lair was a series of clammy concrete bunkers, sometimes 4 of them, sometimes 10, all half sunk in the earth of East Prussia, their interiors softened with wooden panelling. Wolf's Lair smelled of cooking and of boots. With its 30-odd anti-aircraft guns and its arsenal of light machine guns, anti-tank guns, smart new flamethrowers of the latest make, Wolf's Lair was very, very safe. They even had guards at the private cinema. Wolf's Lair was, in a very real sense, the soul of Germany. On several occasions, Paulus had met with General Vollmann and Colonel von Lossberg to plan what should be seized after the capture of Moscow. It was generally agreed that the bulk of our armed forces could then be withdrawn from the Ostfront for deployment in Africa or England. Afterwards, he'd been invited for an evening of listening to records in the tea-house car, the Führer calling, "Siegfried, first act." He'd seemed to enjoy almost everything in those days. It wasn't just all the not-yet-undone victories, but he hadn't yet suppressed the Austrian in him, the charming compliments, the hand-kissing of women, etc. Paulus, expecting another uncomfortable evening of being slighted, had fallen in love with the man's self-confidence, which Field Marshal von Reichenau had also possessed, to be sure, but in a lesser allotment. For when the Führer began speaking about the future, whatever he described seemed to come close and embody itself into something far more alluring than our sweetest fantasy. Moscow would be captured. We had both the will and the superiority. Therefore, Moscow was nearly, in effect, captured. Only through the Führer could any of this come into being. But now he'd begun to be afraid, and so he relied all the more upon the Führer to set him right, to help him see how, in fact, these conquests could still be accomplished. Without the Führer, it was hard to imagine that we would ever, for instance, take Moscow. This time there was no SS escort. Instead, they gave him a day pass, and a single SD man led him around the casino to make a right turn at Martin Bormann's bunker, whose blinds writhed slightly as he passed. He saw an eye staring angrily at him out of darkness. But then it turned out that the SD man had made a mistake. Our Führer expected him at the communications center. There'd just been a practice gas alert, which hadn't gone well. The gong failed to ring on time. They permitted him to freshen up in the bathhouse, where he met Field Marshal von Manstein. With the water pressure as loud upon the concrete as an artillery barrage, the other man whispered in his ear, "Paulus, it's hopeless here, unfortunately. Don't expect to find any real discussion. He no longer shakes anyone's hand." Terrified, Paulus replied, "And he won't permit me to withdraw. If I'd at least received the reserves I'd been promised." "Ah," whispered Field Marshal von Manstein with a compassionate smile. "This policy of covering everything and surrendering nothing usually leads to the defeat of the weaker party." "But don't most strategies lead to the defeat of the weaker party?" "If that were true, strategy would be no science. There's the soap. Now for the bowing and the clicking of heels, the gaggle of generals waiting to see the Führer. First greetings, then lies. All of us who survived the winter of 41 learned the hard way that any caliber smaller than 150 millimeters is ineffective, because snow will absorb all the shell fragments. And then I made them stand at attention all night. I said to them, 'Look me in the eye, you cowards.' I told them that next time they'd better stand fast. In a ghetto now, at least in Warsaw. We'll soon find it necessary to. Fortunately, our V-weapons are nearly ready for deployment." As he spoke with them about his own situation, Paulus found himself striving to imitate the grey dignity and half-shut eye of Field Marshal von Manstein. "Let's turn to the cardinal problem, gentlemen. After the USSR is defeated, Halder had been replaced by Zeitzler, who was pontificating and puffing himself up. Once we've erased Leningrad and Moscow from the map and seized all the oil reserves of the Caucasus, the Führer intends, if possible, to construct a gigantic line of defense and let the eastern campaign rest there." Vollmann rolled his eyes. Taking Paulus aside, he murmured that he was very concerned about the way that the Führer had dispersed Sixth Army's forces. "We must accept that risk to the full," said Lieutenant General Paulus. "First Vollmann, then Bormann. First another identification check, then another conference with the Führer, whose eyes were now as sinister as the black crosses on our airplanes' wings. Paulus, I'll never forget that time back in 21, when the Communists tried to break up my speech at the Hofbrauhaus. I made it clear to my brown shirts that today they'd have to show their loyalty to the bitter end. I said that not a man of us would leave that hall unless we got carried out dead. I warned them that if I saw anybody play the coward, I myself would rip off his armband. Yes, my Führer. The Russians are finished." Paulus went whiter than a German tank. 13. Swivelling arrows on the military map led his aspirations this way and that. Sixth Army's 3 assaults had failed to seal off the enemy forces. That was beyond a doubt. Meanwhile, trapped and concentrated in the ruined city, his troops continued to suffer terribly as a result of direct fire from massed enemy guns. The attrition shocked him. The enemy had now begun to challenge his Romanian flank troops. By 4:10:42, while he was still trying to crush 62nd Soviet Army once and for all, they'd already seized ground along the axis of the lakes Barmansak-Tsatsasarpa. Worse yet, those Romanians had permitted their artillery to be captured. As much as it humiliated him, There was nothing for it now but to ask the Führer for new operational and tactical reserves, an innovation for which we must credit Julius Caesar, so Paulus had learned at the General Staff Academy. But where were the reserves? Couldn't he at least get a few SS troops to stiffen the line? He shared Field Marshal von Manstein's high regard for the march discipline of the Death's Head Division. Oh, the outcome now seemed as inky as the smoke from burning oil, as his young Germans in their wide flaring helmets peered ever more anxiously around the broken walls. The main thing was to press on. He really had to lean on Schmidt now to keep things rolling, nor did the other officers seem to appreciate how bad it was. Peering anxiously through his field glasses, he spied a silhouetted swirl of Russian greatcoats and rifles as their infantry ran to the attack. And then, precisely at his signal, our machine guns and flamethrowers obliterated them. First defense, then counter-attack. Here we came, running low, crouching over ridges in the smoky ruins, aiming into the smoke at the half-obscured bones of the city where enemy vermin also waited. His son Ernst never knew that Lieutenant General Paulus was following the progress of his tank through his field glasses. A certain corporal, whose hobby was committing Bach's cantatas to memory, had confided that Ernst was one of the bravest soldiers he'd ever seen. For him it's a question of honor, the corporal said. That night he wrote down those words in a letter to Koka. Persons unafflicted with his knowledge of the finitude of the triangular flags, still shiny and unworn in their boxes in the OKH reserves, and among those unafflicted persons he counted Major General Schmidt, might well assume, on the basis of, say, the Nuremberg rally back in 11/9/38, when the Führer spoke to 120,000 stormtroopers, whose tombstone shoulders and metal mushroom necks dwindled symmetrically and forever all the way to the concrete island on which our faraway Führer stood, with 3 titanic swastika banners at his back, towering much higher than the trees, that more men and more men could eternally be found. But so many men lay dead now. We needed the shave-headed Cossacks on our side. We had some of them, but we needed all the rest, and every Ukrainian male 16 years and older. All the females had better dig ditches. We needed to take our reserves where we could find them, but unfortunately the Führer said— Paulus remembered how the medieval streets of Nuremberg had been literally paved with marching, helmeted men for the rally of 36. He'd been there. Koka had been at his side, dressed in velvet. He'd pridefully heard the horns and watched the upraised rifles of that perfect column 10 abreast, whose steel-shod footfalls clinked as melodiously as Wagner's Siegfried forging his sword. He remembered the grand cavalry parade of 35. And where were those men now? First Warsaw, then Moscow, first the Black Sea, then the Caspian, first Rostov in the summer, and then the snowy filth and lunar ice of Mamayev Hill. First mechanized columns in perfect order, then broken men and broken engines, tanks with red flags on them, snow gushes of explosions. And Lieutenant General Paulus sat gazing downward, his gloved hands folded in his lap. 1 million vulgar Germans had been deported last August by none other than Comrade Stalin, in order to prevent them from aiding us. If only they were here now. Where were they? Siberia, he believed, and maybe Kazakhstan. Major General Schmidt advised him to place more trust in 6th Army's will to victory. Unfortunately, he replied coldly, I cannot act as you suggest. On 3/11/42, right when Field Marshal Rommel communicated to OKW that superior enemy forces were driving him out of El Alamein, Lieutenant General Paulus uneasily realized that the enemy seemed to be fortifying villages to the south and west, as if for protracted defense. But one grows accustomed to everything. It had become normal for him first to be conquering cities and armies in France, and then to be fighting in Stalingrad endlessly. Koka was still waiting for him to bring home his field marshal's baton. No one had been made field marshal since the elevation of von Manstein back in July. He was now under such great strain that he tried not to think of anything but the next attack, the next diminishment of 6th Army's men. And, just as we all spent moments and years counting ourselves wise in the spending of them, and hopeful almost to certainty that today's temporary difficulties will be stabilized tomorrow, and then there will come no new misfortunes, not ever, so he believed, and avoided weighing that belief, that after he'd dispatched to their deaths a few thousand more of 6th Army's men, Stalingrad would be won. In truth, The management of Sixth Army's affairs now fascinated him less than he had expected. Well, after all, he wasn't so young now. It would really be delightful to take a long rest with Coca. His letters to her became more ardent and sensual than ever before. Although he knew that the censors read them, a fact of life which used to inhibit him, he didn't care about that so much now. He often fell asleep imagining himself at home with her. First dinner, then Coca in bed. And then they'd drowse away the night until that beam of morning sunlight sped in like a tracer bullet to strike the white volumes across the room. Coca's slip would be hanging on the chair, and she would be sleeping with her face turned so lightly and gently in against his shoulder. On 8/11/42, when the Anglo-Jewish coalition landed in French Morocco and Algeria, he knew that Rommel was finished. He lit a cigarette. All around him Stalingrad was quiet. Beyond their lines came the eternal Russian accordion songs, and those purposeless, barbaric gunshots. Couldn't their commanders enforce any sort of discipline? Whenever we took them prisoner, they were always unshaven and smelly. Perfect Slavs. What were they doing? 1,000 hypothetical cases unfolded behind his eyelids. They continued to enforce radio silence. Schmidt advised him not to worry. Schmidt said that he was looking extremely tired. On 11/11/42, Fremde Heere Ost, Gruppe 1, Army Group B, reported that the Red Army had created a new down front. The signal's reconnaissance report warned him of increasing night traffic along the railroad axis Urbach-Baskunchak-Akhmatova. This probably meant nothing more than defensive enemy behavior. The prisoner of war interrogation reports contained nothing but empty pleas for mercy. SS Einsatzgruppenführer Weiss brought him documents seized from the person of a Jewish Bolshevist, whose purport indicated large-scale entrainments along the Stalingrad axis. Unfortunately, this Jew, whom Paulus wished to question further, had already been sent to the rear, that is, neutralized. Paulus rose in silence and bowed a trifle, smiling pleasantly at the Einsatzgruppenführer, who, after all, had only been doing his job. Then he held a little exchange of views with his officers, none of whom seemed to be nervous about the future, provided that Sixth Army was brought back up to strength. He was compelled to inform them that as a result of certain developments, their "provided that" could not be relied upon. They sat silent. Perhaps he wasn't at his best. Ernst had been wounded quite badly in the thigh. Technically speaking, his case was not too serious for a frontline hospital, but he sent the boy back to the Reich to convalesce, not for his sake, but for Coca's, a decision which ultimately saved his son's life. Assembling them around the map, he pointed to the Soviet bridgehead, which now menaced Romanian Third Army. That, he explained, was a symptom of our weakness. Nobody could neutralize it. They stared back at him, most of them unshaven and grim, and he told them that he was strongly considering informing OKW that he wished to withdraw to the Don and the Cheer before winter locked them in. They replied to him with silent contempt. He said, "Gentlemen, if you disagree with me, you must express yourselves more clearly. We all want to lay Stalingrad at our Führer's feet." Then they expressed themselves. They most certainly did. Not one of them wanted to go on record as saying that Sixth Army lacked sufficient fanaticism to finish the job. Major General Schmidt brightly said, "Well, sir, it seems to be unanimous." Paulus, smiling compassionately, said that in that case he would defer his recommendation of withdrawal for the present. The next day's signal intelligence report confirmed that there seemed to be abnormal railroad activity approaching Stalingrad. He queried Führer headquarters, but received no answer. Somebody there ought to be sent before a military tribunal. Fremde Heere Ost, Gruppe 1, Army Group B, reassured him that the new enemy troop concentrations remained much too weak for far-reaching operations. Suddenly, half impaled by fear, he conceived that something was happening, and at 0630 hours on 11/11/42 launched his final attack upon 62nd Army, hoping to shatter them at last and dominate the Volga. How hard it was now to present himself before his officers, his judges, whose men he'd decimated, and whose self-confidence, what was left of it, trusted in his. He did take Red October, mostly. Barricadi could really be called finished. Another Soviet division got encircled, although it kept firing stubbornly at him from behind the snow-skinned teats of Cossack burial mounds. If he could only annihilate 13th Soviet Guards, but they were forming beachheads and strongpoints again. At 16:17 hours on 18/11/42, he intercepted an enemy signal. Send a message to pick up the fur gloves. No one could tell him what it meant. Should he ask Schmidt to come over? But what could Schmidt say? He listened to Beethoven on the gramophone, then lay down, sleeping poorly. At 02:40 hours he rose, lit the lantern, and gazed at the map, longing to see the disposition of his forces which would allow him to destroy 13th Soviet Guards. The front line was always drawn in blue on Major General Galen's maps, with the Soviet order of battle in red. That blue border, like one of summer's rivers, the way it meandered to make almost islands, no longer seemed to him, as it did to his staff officers, emblematic of a lethal stasis. No, it was literally fluid, like war, life, destiny, a viaduct, not a barrier. Drowsing off, he seemed to be boating on the spray with Koka, Olga, Friedrich, and Ernst. Übersicht über Sowjet-Russischen Kräfteinsatz, the legend ran. If only we could persuade the Japanese to attack in the Far East. Then Stalin would be compelled to disengage from this dank desert of ruins, title to which we'd surely earned. By 03:30 he was exhausted. Out with the light. He dreamed of his father, who'd been a civil servant, just like our Führers. He dreamed that his father was giant and perfect as he used to be. Nothing happened in that dream, except that he gazed on his father's face with awe. At 07:30 hours, the orderly awoke him with an urgent telegram. He was under artillery attack along a wide front. Then came the teeming red arrows of Russian advances, the tiny blue circles of German, Romanian, and Italian divisions overwhelmed by vast new tank armies. "Our defensive line is broken, Herr Lieutenant General." He touched his cheek in disbelief. "Romanian Third Army is on the run, sir." "Inform the OKW," said Paulus. "Herr Lieutenant General, the Führer has personally ordered 48th Panzer to stabilize the line." They all looked away, for an order like that was an insult to him, a vote of no confidence. He was thinking, poor Koka must never know of this. "Good," he quietly said. "I'd like you to send a message to General Heim. By your order, Herr Lieutenant General." "Where's 7th Romanian Corps right now?" "At Pronin, Herr Lieutenant General." "So if they link up with 22nd Panzer—" "Sir, Perelazovsky has fallen." "I don't understand why we failed to hold Perelazovsky," said Paulus. "Try again to reach General Heim." "Herr Lieutenant General, 22nd Panzer's falling back." "But 7th Romanian should have—" "Excuse me, Herr Lieutenant General, but here's a message from Army Group B headquarters." "Well, well," said Paulus, putting his glasses on. "Evidently we're expected to take radical measures." "Herr Lieutenant General, 6th Romanian Corps has surrendered." "All of them?" "Herr Lieutenant General, Herr Lieutenant General, we've positively identified 13th Soviet Tank Corps coming north." "Oh, they weren't supposed to be in our sector at all," he lectured them, and they fell silent. "Where's our 29th motorized? Not far from Nariman, I suppose." "We've lost contact, Herr Lieutenant General." "Herr Lieutenant General, the Romanians refuse to—" "Herr Lieutenant General, what should— Where's Schmidt?" "Sir, he's—" "Herr Lieutenant General, contact broken with—" "Herr Lieutenant General, 65th Soviet Army has sliced open our flank." He opened his silver cigarette case and told them, "Keep calm, please." "But, Herr Lieutenant General, we're being pushed back over here," said Paulus. "Against all your objections I speak 2 words. Adolf Hitler." 14. According to the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, whose 31 volumes contain the entire sum of useful knowledge, encirclement is most often achieved when the enemy defense is broken through in 2 or more sectors of the front, and the attack develops along converging axes. As a result, a solid internal front and an active external front are created, cutting the surrounded grouping off from the remainder of its forces. The Soviet tank brigades, shock armies, cavalry corps, and ski battalions had accomplished this. And now the ring was hardening, just as ice does. A delicate skin at first, as easy to crack as sugar glazing. Paulus, his eyes now sunken deep behind the thick, almost Slavic brows, realized that the enemy spearheads would probably meet at Kalach. He possessed no reserves to stop them. On the other hand, they'd already lost 100 tanks. Perhaps they were finished. On 21/11/42, the encirclement of Stalingrad was complete. He calmly requested 2 Fieseler-Storch airplanes to convey himself and Major General Schmidt to Nizhny-Chirskaya, where General Hott would be instructed to meet them. He instructed his aides to begin burning documents. Then he ordered 11th Army Corps to retreat across the Don into the center of the pocket, which they did, using Russian prisoners to pull the ammunition carts and shooting them when they could pull no more. According to his reports, more Russians, white-clad Russians, were already running across the black-smeared snow, 5 armies of them, and they had linked up at Sovietsky and were digging in. Soon it would be too late. A bluish-jawed Russian with a star on his cap opened his mouth in a scream of joyous hatred as the Katyushas went off. As the plane became airborne, he gazed out the window and saw Russian troops attempting with laughable fanaticism to bring him down with small arms. Their muzzle flashes winked like mica. Major General Schmidt shook a finger at them and winked. Then a zone of yellowish cloud took Stalingrad away, and Paulus closed his eyes, pretending to sleep so that he would not need to look at Schmidt. He could not help remembering that June day in Poltava when he'd promised the Führer that 6th Army would carry out its assignment. He'd never become a field marshal now. At Nizhny-Chirskaya, pensive R-maidens, whose hair was as delicious as the Ukraine's flax and buckwheat, took his spare uniform away to be pressed. And when he had finished his bath, they brought freshly laundered white gloves for him to wear for when he bent over the conference table, overgazing the most recent aerial reconnaissance photographs from Fremde Heere Ostgruppe 1, Army Group B. After a while, he realized that the photographs were old and out of date. There was no indication at all of the enemy troop movements, not even any prefiguration of it, although that might have been due to their excellent winter camouflage. At the far end of the room, Major General Schmidt was on the telephone to 8th Air Corps demanding resupply. And now Paulus rose to exchange greetings with General Hott, wrinkled, shave-headed General Hott, whose oak-leaf collar was always buttoned up tight. "Our main task," instructed Paulus, "must now be to destroy the opposing tanks." But that was already long past possible, due to the Russians' superior capacity for tank production. He asked General Hott what he could do, but General Hott could do nothing. "What about 16th Motorized? Oh, didn't you hear? They buried their tanks for warmth, and field mice ate all the wires." Everyone advised him to recommend a breakout to the Führer before it was too late. In that case, he said to them, more than 10,000 wounded and most of our heavy weapons would have to be written off, and then what? First we give up Stalingrad, then we recapitulate Napoleon's retreat. Surely you remember your history, gentlemen. He started with 400,000 men. When he left Moscow, he had 100,000. That's attrition for you. Then the retreat. He got to Poland with 10,000. "We're supposed to counterattack," they insisted. "Who told you that?" "I heard that our Führer himself." But Major General Schmidt was on the telephone again. Army Group B no longer possessed any force for counterattack. General Hott wondered aloud whether Army Group A could relieve them, at which Paulus was compelled to indicate in a single sweep of his map hand the breadth of the Kalmyk steppes. The bitter facts which were pressing in on him from all sides could not be gainsaid, although he'd spoken against retreat, partly because so drastic a decision must first be considered at length, and partly in order to express his confidence in our Führer, who was already accusing him of cowardice for flying out, so he'd heard. His immediate return to 6th Army was demanded. He was to organize a hedgehog defense and await further orders. Field Marshal von Manstein was to command the new Army Group Don. Koka rather liked his wife, Jutta Sibylle. For now, any breakout was forbidden. Voronezh and Stalingrad were our 2 strong points in this zone. Both of them must be held to the death. They said to Paulus, "The Führer's instructed the Ministry of Aviation to supply you with all resources." General Heim, who'd done no wrong, was arrested and condemned to death, although his colleagues later saved him. Incensed and shamed by these imputations, in fact he felt like one of those medieval criminals who'd been condemned to being pulled apart by 4 horses. Which way could he go? What could he do? But betraying nothing, if we exclude the twitching of his face, Paulus strapped himself into the Fieseler-Storch, accompanied by a present from General Hott, red Romanian wine, and a case of Veuve Clicquot from Paris. He was too good for these people. "Are you ready here, Lieutenant General?" "Evasive action time. It may be a bit bumpy." These Luftwaffe pilots certainly deserved the green ribbon for bravery. He wished that he could decorate them all. Seeing into the future as effortlessly as ever, he worried about Sixth Army's long-term fuel situation. Petrol gives us not only warmth, but mobility. Schmidt was staring at him. He turned away. Now here came the River Axe's long, narrow valley lips, the river itself frozen over, then the 4-meter snowdrifts he knew so well, the yellow-grey sky, the lengthy black lines of frozen trucks in the whiteness of Gumrak's runway, grey tents in the snow. The railroad station, which was now Stalingrad HQ. For Golovinskaya, the headquarters he'd flown out of yesterday, was now in enemy hands. The encircled army frozen in time like silver-armoured knights in a museum, all night flesh long since rotted away from inside the armour. The SS surgeon said that several dozen men had developed frostbite gangrene in the folds of the eyelids. "Thank you," said Paulus. "You may go." He summoned all his staff officers to analyze the dispositions of the enemy's strike groups. After that, they pored over the perfect black glossiness of Paulus's formations superimposed on the half-real grey map, which never depicted enemy troops. First defense, then preparations for breakout. That was how it had to be done. The outer line was to be forward of Kotelnikovo. As soon as it became clear what he must do next, he'd have to exert himself to the utmost. His fingertips felt very cold within the white gloves, and his mouth was dry. He needed to save himself for the moment of decision, but when would that moment come? For the sake of his own evenness of mind, on which the outcome depended, he tried to repel all recollections of our Führer's criticism. But then it came back, the filthy shame, as if he were a boy again and his father, the bookkeeper, had caught him masturbating. All he could do was try to convince himself that very likely the Führer hadn't given his own accusations any further thought. Everybody knew that the Führer's temper had been growing worse ever since Moscow. Paulus felt unsure of himself, but Sixth Army was still conditionally fit. The air stank of cigarettes. "After all," said Major General Schmidt, "it was the Romanians who let the enemy break through. What can you expect from that Slavicized trash? The Führer's expecting us Germans to step in and do our duty." In fact, there was not much to do but wait for our Führer and Field Marshal von Manstein, and they all knew it. "Never mind," they kept telling each other, trying to maintain the correct attitude. "Every cadet knows that defense is the strongest form of fighting." "Our will." "But where did all those operational groupings come from?" "What do you mean, where did they come from? Russia's infinite, you idiot." "If we only harden ourselves enough. Or else the enemy will break through to Europe. Struggle as the precondition of higher development. As soon as von Manstein. He doesn't care about us." "Who doesn't?" "You know." "On the contrary, I can assure you that he cares almost too much. Mein Kampf proves it beyond any doubt. It's because he has a horror of witnessing your suffering." They sincerely tried to be brave, in much the same way that a meagre-faced SS man awaits his capture and murder at the hands of cigarette-smoking Kazakh horsemen. Reddish clouds of sunset dirt settled over the frozen ruins. He served the champagne all around. This was now Fortress Stalingrad, our Führer said. It would be their destiny to recapitulate the suffering of the Russians at Leningrad. They invoked the German cornfields, coal mines, and refineries, which would soon rise out of this barrenness, all bunkered behind a massive Ostwall, in the service of which he raised the matter of village-based strong pockets. Now, the bubbles going to their heads, they cried that they wanted to break out at once, but Lieutenant General Paulus made it clear that he accepted the Führer's decision. "I can't give up," he said, in one of his rare gentle jests. "You see, I'm as stubborn as a Westphalian." The Führer had doubted his bravery, and so he could never break out now. If we want to understand the sort of person he was, we might compare him to Field Marshal von Brauchitsch, who, in Field Marshal von Manstein's opinion, was not belonging to quite the same class as Baron von Fritsch, Beck, von Rundstedt, von Bock, and Ritter von Lieb. 15. At 22:15 hours that same dreary night, a radio transmission came from our Führer. "Sixth Army is temporarily surrounded by Russian forces. I know Sixth Army and your Commander-in-Chief, so I have no doubt that in this difficult situation you will stand bravely fast. You must know I am doing everything possible to relieve you. I will issue my instructions at the proper time. Adolf Hitler. Then he was happy again. Our Führer still believed in him. Our Führer's confidence was as vital to him as his gasoline to our troops at Stalingrad. They asked him what they should do. The left side of his face twitched. They looked at him. "We must convince each soldier of his superiority," said white-gloved Lieutenant General Paulus. 16. Another Ju-52, black cross visible on the canted wing, came hurtling downward, wheels already extended, black smoke spreading crazily from the cockpit. Then came the crash, the explosion, the red flames in the snow. His soldiers groaned. Standing fast is all very well, he remarked to no one, but not for inadequate forces deployed on excessively wide sectors. "Yes, sir," said Major General Schmidt. "Did you see this dispatch? The Führer's just come back to Wolf's Lair. He says he's confident about our situation." 17. They preserved themselves quite well and cheerfully until Christmas, each of their Nebelwerfer shells as heavy as a half-grown child. Comrade Stalin is said to have been quite astonished at the effectiveness of their defence. For this we must credit Paulus, at least in part, for it was he who kept studying the situation maps, drawing up defensive concentration points for each subsector. 11th Corps and 14th Panzer would be drawn in here and here, on the east bank of the Don. The west bank he'd relinquish for now. The men believed in him. They trusted that he would get them out. He, who had always been cursed by his ability to foresee the murkiest potentialities of every move on the chessboard, now found himself not yet checkmated, but checked, to be sure. He was a white king thinly screened by pawns. He told his officers, "Don't worry, I'll assume full responsibility." Truth to tell, he still thought that he could hold, given sufficient exertion. Soon he'd be granted permission to initiate Operation Winter Storm, followed by Operation Thunderclap. He longed for the privilege of one last conference at Headquarters Werewolf, or Headquarters Wolf's Lair. He longed to fall down on his knees, upraise his arms, and cry out, "Without you, my Führer, there's no hope." His triumph at Kharkov last spring now seemed to him to have been the result of fanatical steadfastness, pure and simple. He'd said no to 28th Soviet Army, and 28th Soviet Army had stopped dead. It was then that he'd injected his tanks into the bleeding enemy wound at Balakleya. Why hadn't he been made Field Marshal after that? Superior will, he'd once been instructed by Field Marshal von Reichenau, is as effective as a pistol held to an Argyle's head. And now the enemy concluded Operation Saturn against Rostov and Milerovo. First the maps, then a cigarette, then coca. He wrote her another of his rare letters, saying, "At the moment I've got a really difficult problem on my hands, but I hope to solve it soon." Just then he heard a melody. On the icy street, a soldier was playing Beethoven on a grand piano which someone had trundled out of a destroyed house. He played quite well. It was the 5th piano concerto, the dear old Emperor. 100 soldiers stood around the pianist listening, with blankets wrapped around their heads against the cold. They were his young girl-faced boys, whose belts of creaking leather had frozen to their uniforms. Some were smiling. The chords echoed like a fusillade, then flew away into the snow-choked ravines of Stalingrad, and as they flew, they became even lovelier than the multicolored fireworks of the enemy rockets. Paulus could hear them 3 blocks away. He longed to come and stand in the crowd with the others, but feared to destroy their pleasure. The field telephone was already whispering like Ukrainian cornfields. There'd been an incursion on his southeast perimeter. Nowadays he counted a great deal on Field Marshal von Manstein, who'd installed himself at the emergency headquarters at Novocherkassk. Under his command, General Hoth and the surviving Romanian formations were partitioning off some of the Russian attacks. He'd heard it said that von Manstein was one of the few who could still keep the Führer's mind on course. Like Paulus, he'd faced difficulties, but in the end he'd won out. He'd penetrated Fort Stalin, which was why the Führer had made him Field Marshal. As for his whispered words in the shower at Wolf's Lair, well, we all have our bad days. In Galen's assessment, he was one of the finest soldiers of this century. That was why Operation Thunderclap would surely succeed. In the meantime, one did what one could. His officers unanimously, if we exclude the pointed abstention of Schmidt, begged him to request a withdrawal, so he did. It would have to be to the southwest, which meant weakening his northern perimeter in preparation. If they did get out, vastly superior enemy forces would be waiting to engage them on the snowy plains. Not minimizing these disadvantages, he presented the proposal to our Führer, who, of course, withheld permission for any breakout. Paulus felt married to Stalingrad now. He extracted 4th Corps of 4th Panzer Army from its now untenable position and regrouped it along the southern line in preparation for Operation Thunderclap. First defense, then counterattack, just as soon as the Luftwaffe could supply us. He had also begun waiting for the convoy troops of the Vollmann to send us sheepskins, portable heaters, and above all gasoline. First, reinforce the perimeter with tanks, or else the snow-covered wreckage of tanks. Then, the Signal's intelligence report said that the Reds no longer troubled to use even their 2-digit cipher, so contemptuously sure were they of the outcome. No fewer than 24 formations had closed in. By the end of November, Army Group Don warned him that 143 formations were now in the zone. Field Marshal von Manstein scolded him by teleprinter, "The best chance for an independent breakout has already been missed." But Paulus, now promoted to Colonel General, improved his strong points to perfection. Wherever they could, the soldiers of 6th Army built ring mounds around themselves, even if only of rubble. Thus they emulated the fashion of the Russian peasant houses. Upon learning of each incursion, and he was kept very well informed, he retained visual command of his front, he dispatched reserves pulled from other sectors, and off they went to die, gripping the stanchions of their open lorries, guns beside them and pointing upward. The enemy, leaping through snowy gaps in ruined walls, kept getting likewise annihilated. Soon all that would be left of them were snapshots of young men in summer, inanely waving from atop their planes or tanks. In the small hours of those December nights, the teleprinter at Gumrak chattered, "Secret," and, for instance, number 421026/42, and "Personal and immediate." Often it was our Führer himself, commanding, "Will be held and kept in operation at all costs and to the last man." "Generals must obey orders just like any other soldier," our Führer had said. After teleprinter consultations with Field Marshal von Manstein, he marked the map. First 4th Panzer Army and 48th Panzer Corps would rip open the enemy's siege lines, right here, where just today through his field glasses he'd seen breath smoke rising from frozen trenches like dreams. Dreams of what? Of holding hands with an R-girl? Then he'd pull everyone together for the counter-strike. We'd flee to Odonskaya Tsaritsa. Dreading the look in Schmidt's face when he mentioned withdrawal, he interred the map in a black folder, whose center was stamped Geheime Kommandosache, military secret, and whose lower right quadrant of it was stamped Top Secret, for officers only. He summoned his adjutant, Colonel Adam, to take dictation. "Please lock the door," he said. "By your order, Herr Colonel General." "Where's that OKW liaison fellow?" "He's in Major General Schmidt's office, sir." "Those two are quite friendly, without a doubt," he said, and Colonel Adam made no reply. "Very good. This is for Field Marshal von Manstein's eyes only. Are you ready?" "Yes, sir." "Dear Field Marshal," he began, "I beg permission to acknowledge your signal of 24/11/42, and to thank you for the help you propose giving. Do you have that down?" "Yes, sir." "In the entire zone between Marinovka and the Don, there are nothing but flimsy German protective screens. The way to Stalingrad lies open to the Russian tanks and motorized forces." "My God, sir, In this difficult situation, I recently sent the Führer a signal asking for freedom of action should it become necessary. I have no means of proving that I should only issue such an order in an extreme emergency, and can only ask you to accept my word for this." "Yes, sir." "I have received no direct reply to this signal." "Yes, sir." "As I see it, the main assaults on our northern front have still to come, as the enemy has roads and railroads to—" "Yes, sir?" "To bring up reinforcements. I still believe, however, that the army can hold out for a time." "Heil Hitler, yes, sir." "As I am being bombarded every day with numerous inquiries about the future, which are more than understandable, I should be grateful if I—" "Do you need to rest, sir?" could be provided with more information than hitherto in order to increase the confidence of my men. Yes, sir. Allow me to say, Herr Field Marshal, that I regard your leadership as a guarantee— And can you finish it, please, Adam? You'll know how to end it properly. Yes, sir. Are you finished? Then bring it here for my signature. You know, Adam, sometimes you remind me of my son Friedrich. He's a very brave and energetic young man. Doubtless we'd better add an apology for its being in longhand. All right, seal it up. Find a trustworthy officer and have him fly this out to Army Group Don headquarters. By your order, Herr Colonel General. Shall I take it to Major General Schmidt? What for? To be approved, sir. I believe I told you that this is for Field Marshal von Manstein's eyes only. Yes, sir. You may go. He tried to close his eyes, but a quarter of an hour later, Lieutenant General Janicke, who was not only a loyal subordinate but a friend, was already knocking on his door yet again to plead for a breakout, insisting, "We'll go through the Russians like a hot knife through butter." "That is beyond doubt, but we must follow the Führer's word," he replied. It was only natural that men such as Janicke romanticize what lay ahead. What actually did? Alimentary dystrophy, also known as starvation. Field Marshal von Reichenau's ghost overhung them all. He'd reminded Paulus somewhat of his own father, who could have done almost anything. Who could forget the way that von Reichenau had literally led our charge at Kiev? Still, charges, splendid as they are, only succeed when one has reserves, not to mention a place to charge, too. Von Reichenau, Rommel, and even von Manstein, of them he now heard it said that they would simply have gone ahead, evacuating Stalingrad before the Führer could have forbidden it. Even Janicke had implied this in their little talk. Well, that might be so. But didn't they care about the charges of disloyalty which had already been directed at the leaders of the German army? Bormann and the others were just looking for an excuse to abolish the General Staff and Nazify everything. And where did Schmidt fit in with all this? He trusted nobody anymore. A deputation of his officers came to plead with him to initiate Operation Thunderclap, which was supposed to be top secret, and which was on every soldier's lips. And when he replied that for the time being no breakout could be authorized, they practically exploded around him, just as ice boulders come dancing up from frozen Russian rivers when we get them under shell fire. He explained to them that this topic no longer lay under discussion, because they themselves had resisted withdrawal to the Tyr when he'd broached the matter with them last month. He would therefore be obliged to them for not raising it without his prior authorization. General von Hartmann looked the saddest, so Paulus invited him to stay after the others. Clicking his heels and bowing, the guest assured him of the continuing loyalty of everyone concerned. "Of course one must be loyal," Paulus replied. "That's not even a question, Hartmann. A soldier without the justification of obedience is the merest murderer." "Yes, Herr Colonel General. I keep wondering how all our struggle and grief will appear as viewed from, say, Sirius. Doubtless the answer will be different, depending on whether one puts the question before or after our conquest of the Syrians. Would you like a cigarette, Hartmann?" "Thank you, sir." "So you believe that obedience justifies this campaign?" "It's incumbent on you to be more careful, Hartmann. I wouldn't repeat what you just said in front of, say, Major General Schmidt. You may go." Lighting a cigarette, he sadly confirmed a death sentence for cowardice. Private Vogel had shot himself in the left hand, hoping to get invalided out of Stalingrad. First Beethoven on the gramophone, then another cigarette, then that letter to Coca. "At the moment I've got a really difficult problem on my hands, but I hope to solve it soon." She would understand. She was a German officer's wife. After all these years, what she most expected of him was that he do his best. When he thought of her nowadays, he felt as if he were trapped within a multifaceted crystal vessel which blinded him with sunlight. As for Private Vogel, he was lashed to the perimeter wire now, ankles joined, knees joined, wrists joined with leather straps buckled tight. A cardboard sign already hung around his chest to instruct his former comrades that at the convenience of the officer in charge this boy was destined for death by shooting. First administrative matters of this kind, which one gets through as calmly as one can, then another cigarette. It was not yet time to give Kathe any grounds for apprehension. Doubtless she appreciated his situation quite well. In fact, life in Fortress Stalingrad had become normalized. This was Fortress Stalingrad. Double walls of dirty snow around the railroad tracks, frozen bloody bandages on the dugout floors. He kept her photograph on the field desk, the photograph of her with her hair down like the actress Liska Malbrun. He received Field Marshal von Manstein's chief of staff and assured him that 6th Army could hold out if we were only adequately supplied as per agreement. He anxiously awaited the order to commence Operation Thunderclap. The two men toasted one another. Then they drank another toast to 6th Army. The chief of staff flew out, and Paulus never saw him again. On 11/12/42, when the enemy overran the Italian sector, Paulus told the director of the Luftwaffe Air Supply, "Your airlift has failed us. We've received only 1/6 of the supplies you promised. With this my army can neither exist nor fight." "Herr Colonel General, Reich Marshal Goering himself has promised us—" "We could have broken out before," Paulus interrupted, "but the Führer believed the Reich Marshal. What am I supposed to tell my soldiers now?" Major General Schmidt was loudly humming, "Erika, we love you." Enemy pressure was increasing on our cheer front. He issued an order that henceforth we would follow the same security procedures that they did at Wolf's Lair. A violet flare, for instance, would indicate that we'd come under paratroop attack. He prepared to form alarm units from volunteers among his B-echelon troops. Their task would be to lurk outside the perimeter, sacrificing themselves, if need be, to give warning of surprise incursions. He began to write a letter to Ernst, but couldn't find the right words. As Field Marshal von Bock always used to say, the important thing was to keep calm. He completed a letter to Olga, advising her to be more careful with money. He sent Friedrich his best hopes. On 18/12/42, he received Field Marshal von Manstein's intelligence officer, a certain Major Eismann, and regaled him with a slice of frozen horse. Major Eismann brought him the latest report from Fremde Heere Ostgruppe 1, Army Group B, and this report suggested that the situation of Stalingrad might well be serious. Major Eismann also brought a case of schnapps. They made a toast to victory. Major Eismann warned him that once Operation Thunderclap commenced, 6th Army would have to press on considerably beyond Donskaya Tsaritsa in order to link up with our relieving forces. Paulus's face fell, and he began rolling a pencil between his fingers. He began to speak, but Major General Schmidt, whose soul was as powerful as one of our Führer's 7.7-liter cars, interrupted. 6th Army will still be in position at Easter. All you people need to do is supply us better. Don't you agree, sir?" Paulus nodded. Then he said, "At any rate, under current conditions, a breakout would be impossible. With all due respect, Herr Colonel General, a breakout is your army's sole chance." "That's treason talk," said Major General Schmidt. "My dear Major Eismann," said Paulus, "perhaps you don't have a full appreciation of our position. Only 100 tanks remain operational, and the petrol situation will only allow them to go 30 kilometers at best." "Yes, Herr Colonel General, but once Thunderclap is in progress, air supply should become increasingly more practical." "That is without a doubt," said Paulus graciously, nodding and nodding his head. "Herr Major General, may I please have a word with Colonel General Paulus alone?" "Impossible," explained Major General Schmidt. "As you wish. Herr Colonel General, we understand your moral position. Technically speaking, you are the subordinate of Army Group Don, but the Führer has given you a direct order to hold Stalingrad, and so you may feel that Operation Thunderclap would contravene this. Under the circumstances, Field Marshal von Manstein is prepared to absolve you of your responsibility." "To whom?" "To OKW." "To the Führer, you mean?" Smilingly flicking something from his silver assault badge, Major General Schmidt remarked, "Major, I've met quite a few men like you." "Well, well," said Paulus into the silence. "The Field Marshal's suggestion is, to say the least, unexpected. And just how would he go about absolving me?" "He would issue a direct order that you initiate Thunderclap. As your superior officer, he would then take the consequences upon himself." "I see," said Paulus. "Major, this conversation has been extremely interesting. On 19/12/42, he dispatched a warning to Army headquarters that the maximum range of his panzer tanks had now dwindled to 20 kilometers. The Bolshevists were pressing him hard at the Mishkova River. Field Marshal von Manstein had just issued a top-secret order to launch Operations Winter Storm and Thunderclap at the first possible instant. On 23/12/42, the teleprinter chattered, "Good evening, Paulus." It was Field Marshal von Manstein. "The day before yesterday you reported that you had sufficient fuel for a 20-kilometer sortie. Zeitzler asks, would you please recheck and confirm this?" Dread began to pulse in Paulus's guts. "Now, if during the next few days we could fly in a limited amount of fuel and supplies, do you think that if worst came to worst you could launch Operation Thunderclap? I don't want an immediate answer. Think it over and get in touch with me again, please, at 2100 hours. Staring at the wall above the head of the military typist, who in turn stared nowhere, his bluish-white fingers obediently convulsive against the teleprinter keys, Paulus paced and dictated. "Thunderclap has become more difficult than before, because during the last few days the enemy has been digging in on the south and southwestern front, and according to wireless intercepts appears to have concentrated 6 armoured brigades behind these new positions." Now, shockingly, the typist was gazing full into his face, and the gaze was pleading. "Preparations," he continued, "would take, 6 days. It will be a very difficult operation, unless Hoth manages to tie down really strong enemy forces outside. Am I to take it that I am now authorized to initiate Operation Thunderclap? Once it's launched, there'll be no turning back. Over." The typist was praying. "I can't give you full authority today," replied the teleprinter, and a single tear began its progress down the typist's white face. Paulus pretended not to see. That would be kindest. He himself felt nothing but relief. Whenever he thought about breaking out, a horror which seemed somehow dirty burst out like sweat. He knew to his bones that the thing was impossible. As long as he could hang on here, there'd be no further shame. And he felt that our Führer, far away at Wolf's Lair, understood him. If he only continued to do his best here at Stalingrad for as long as he could, our Führer would forgive and preserve him. Certainly nobody who stayed here could be called a coward. By Christmas, although they informed him that the SS Viking Division would soon arrive at Salsk, which might to some degree stabilize the defense of the Western Don, he decided to cut the bread ration to 50 grams per day. He did not yet know that as a result of other enemy incursions, Field Marshal von Manstein would be unable to spare SS Viking when it did come. He remarked to no one, "It's different from fighting in France, I'll tell you." But the relieving forces fought their way closer. Their forward corps actually came within sight of the gunfire at Stalingrad. Field Marshal von Manstein called upon him to attack. That would have been impossible, of course. On Christmas night, the Russians took the ruins of the Shestakov Bridge. In obedience to one of his aphorisms, the whole thing is a question of time and manpower. The manpower question explained why they were now making Russian girls wash the surgical instruments. He was still hoping to be allowed to commence Operation Thunderclap, even though his enfeebled men might well be decimated in the attempt. But no word came from Wolf's Lair. First reliefs, then distribution of fuel and ammunition, then breakout. He knew how it should be done. A breakout to the southwest was the theoretically correct solution. "Can aircraft still take off safely from Tatsinskaya?" Schmidt was loudly dictating to the teleprinter clerk, not the one who had cried, but another one who reminded him a little of his son Friedrich. Paulus wished his staff officers a Merry Christmas, and they toasted 6th Army. That night, his face greyish-white like the element germanium, he went out amidst the skeletons of devoured horses to inspect the positions as quietly as he could, so as not to disturb or exhaust the men with false hopes. The rescue force was retreating now, driven back to the Aksai, then to Kotelnikovo. Within the skeleton of an apartment tower, a chaplain was conducting a service on an altar comprised of an ammunition box. The congregation prayed fervently, some of them weeping. Trotting at his side, Major General Schmidt said, "Well, sir, on the positive side, these privations will strengthen our racial hatred." 18. Major General Schmidt had begun to create special units out of our reserves, the Aufgreif Commandos they were called. Their task was shooting deserters. "Do you approve these measures, sir?" "I prefer to make long-term policy recommendations," Paulus replied. "Yes, sir. Do you approve these measures?" "Well, to be sure. Every soldier must follow orders. You have authority to act as you see fit." Since the tanks were now almost entirely out of fuel, he commanded that they be dug in at the front line as deeply and permanently as possible, so as to support the infantry in the capacity of pillboxes. If nothing else, the sentries would have a place to shelter from this killing wind, which felt worse than it had last year at Moscow, although naturally it wasn't. It only seemed that way due to the nutritional deficit. A corporal said, "I always knew I should have studied Russian," and Major General Schmidt personally shot him in the head, 1-2. Paulus lit a cigarette. Skirting his Germans lurking in their snowy trenches, his Germans babying their siege guns, which were now anti-siege guns, against the cold, he went out to the front line with Colonel Adam. It was very dark. He was halfway hoping to see the muzzle flashes of our relieving forces, even though he knew that was impossible now. Colonel Adam implored him to turn back, on account of the danger. Suddenly the enemy began to shoot at them. He sat down in the snow so relaxedly that Colonel Adam was sure he must have been hit. But he only smiled and lit them each a cigarette. 19. Field Marshal von Manstein's messages seemed less urgent now, less encouraging. He was trying to get command of a largish battle group near Millerovo, but the Führer hadn't yet ruled on that. Paulus sent him a radio signal. "Army can continue to beat off small-scale attacks for some time yet, always providing that supply improves. Only 70 tons were flown in today. Some of the Corps will exhaust bread supplies tomorrow. Fats this evening. Evening fare tomorrow. Radical measures now urgent." Field Marshal von Manstein, however, hoped to recapture the airfield at Tetsinskaya. He was doing his best to persuade the Führer to allow 6th Army to break out, although by now, of course, only a few remnants could possibly make it through the enemy ring. The winter days dwindled behind 6th Army as steadily as the frozen horselegs stuck in the snow for road markers. Paulus was almost out of cigarettes. Christmas, naturally, was not very happy, he wrote to Koka. In times like these, it is better to avoid celebrations. First, the screaming of the enemy's Katyusha rockets, much shriller than the sirens of Wolf's Lair, then the explosions, followed after an interval by the crystal-clear cracklings of frozen rubble shivering to fragments, the cries of the survivors, each cry utterly sincere and wrapped up in itself, as if its own pain were the first pain which had ever come into this world. It always surprised him how many of his soldiers called for their mothers at the end. First assault, then defense, each time at the price of a further weakened perimeter. First Stalingrad, then everything. He talked with officers of all ranks, hoping to establish the working basis of a real plan. 6th Army needed to be echeloned in depth, he explained. He didn't bring any pressure at all to bear upon them. They voluntarily accepted his proposals, smiling vacantly, probably as a result of hunger. His friend Karl Hollet at 17th Corps continued to believe in him, and Major General Schmidt still thought it entirely possible that the Russians might surrender. When Paulus asked him on what considerations he based this opinion, Major General Schmidt replied, "We can live without the Jew. In fact, we'll be better off. But he can't survive without us. He's a parasite." Lieutenant General Jeinecke proposed a breakout yet again. "To where?" asked Paulus. "To Voronezh. That's the real fortress." "And then?" "It's for the Führer to decide." "But he's decided that we're to hold fast right here, you know that." "Herr Colonel General, if we broke out to the southwest—" "That's an extreme solution," said Paulus disapprovingly. In 1928, a certain Count Hermann Kaiserling wrote an essay entitled Das Spektrum Europas. Nowadays, such endeavours as his would be decidedly out of fashion, for this European mirror endeavours to reflect, chapter by chapter, the lineaments of national character. Moreover, our Count adheres to a sternly abstract style, whose pretensions to rigour sit uneasily on this reader. Nonetheless, Das Spectrum Europas makes many interesting observations about Germans, of which the following may perhaps apply to Colonel General Paulus. To regard the fulfillment of duty rather than personal responsibility as the highest virtue indicates a primal need for yielding oneself up. 20. After New Year's, not so many of the unshaven, straw-shod members of Sixth Army believed in final victory. They didn't even long for OKW's operational reserves to come and save them. All that had become as far away as Kharkov's snow and wrecked machines. Somewhere in Kharkov there were sheds of blankets and sheds of food, sheds filled with the yellow ointment for frostbite. And there were sheds heaped with ammunition, and sheds full of Spandau machine guns, and sheds of petrol, sheds of chocolate, sheds of fur coats confiscated from Jewesses who wouldn't need them any more, sheds of submissive ewe-girls and our-maidens to comfort the doomed, sheds of warmth, sheds of life. But as for the reserves, there would never be any more soldiers to save Sixth Army. But why not? In June they'd called up the class of 23. What about our Hiwis? They won't let the Germans down. But they're Slavs. So what? If the Reds break in here, all Hiwis will wind up in the very first ditch. They know that. But maybe they'll— Schmidt says, shoot 'em is what I say. We can't feed ourselves, let alone that Russian trash. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Maybe, to forestall a revolt, we'd better take measures. Don't we have other worries? They're no more dangerous than cockroaches. They're only Hiwis. I could eat a cockroach right now. Zeitzler's put himself on Stalingrad rations. He wants the Führer to see how desperate our case is. Where does he get his 200 grams per day of horse meat? Murmured General von Hartmann with a poisonous smile. Probably kills a horse every day just to make the point, or some Jew does it for him. Those rear-echelon bastards. Somewhere in the world where our Führer lived, there would always be more reserves, and these reserves now came out of their boxes, so that the fighter squadrons all in a line now loaded themselves with new men already sitting in the cockpits. A swastika on every Messerschmitt's tail, a triangle and a white outlined black cross on each Messerschmitt's thorax, all the propellers pointing precisely up. And the telephone said, "A severe but just punishment." And steel began to move, ever more rapidly, the reserves shooting forward towards Stalingrad, accelerating faster than any Russian shell. Paulus knew that if he could only be shown into Wolf's Lair one more time, Wolf's Lair at the hub of its railroad spiderweb, Wolf's Lair with its 4 outer checkpoints and 1 inner checkpoint, to serve the purpose of airlocks between this rapidly Russifying Europe and the Reich, the real Reich, where everything was still possible. Wolf's Lair. Wolf's Lair, where there was good coffee, and he could change into white gloves, and the military typists complained of feeling too warm. If he could stand again outside the welded steel door to the room where the Führer was expecting him, then, if he could assert and express himself properly, it would be all over, because the Führer knew the deep picture. He could see deep down into the earth. That was how everybody in Sixth Army felt. Operation Thunderclap wouldn't have been called off if that had happened. Just as our flat carloads of Russian prisoners shelter themselves from the wind behind the walls of their own dead, so Paulus's soldiers hid behind their belief in the Führer as long as they could, pulling mortars on sleighs, their eye sockets as white as winter-struck shell holes. Jealous of the lush-furred Russian mitts, for they themselves were warmed now only by the hellish orange winds of enemy flamethrowers which leaped across wrecked buildings, they washed their frost-bitten hands in alcohol pilfered from the radiators of their useless tanks. The squat black helmets, modelled after medieval German armour, froze miserably upon their heads. The compiler biographer Görlitz believes that the order to issue rations only to the healthy fighters was not given by Paulus, who suffered whenever his men did, but by General Roske, the final commander of 71st Division. If this is so, then it would seem that Paulus had lost touch with his own subordinates. A palpably absurd idea, given that we know he kept doing his duty, peering blankly at his maps, mechanically opening the lid of his empty cigarette case, searching for the magic disposition of forces which would allow him to take the offensive against these Red Army criminals, isolating and destroying them in detail, after which it might still be possible to master the Caspian Basin. Therefore, I, for my part, prefer to believe that the order in question was never issued, that nothing incorrect was done. for to hold any other opinion is to slander this very intelligent, thorough man, Paulus the logician. On New Year's Eve he is reported to have said to Tsvetaeva, who was haunted by these words forever after, "Everything has occurred exactly as I foretold. It's all in writing in that safe." Chaim had long since seen in him the face of a martyr. 21. His men had begun to resemble concentration camp Jews. When would they be permitted to join hands with Field Marshal von Manstein's troops? Their heroism moved him almost to tears. Now more than ever he revered the memory of his mother, who'd never complained about her many illnesses. On one of nights, when everyone at headquarters sat listening to the whines of the Ju-52s, wondering what they'd bring, the temperature must have been 20 to 30 degrees of frost, he lectured Colonel Adam, who also still believed in him. That dirty secret, the superiority of the T-34 tanks to our own panzers, helps to explain the failure of our operations here. You see, Adam, since tank production is dependent on electro-steel, it would help us to prepare a more realistic operational plan for the spring if we knew the figures on Russian steel production. At 0200 hours, he and Major General Schmidt were playing war games on sheets of 6th Army stationery. Major General Schmidt was the Red Army and Paulus was the Wehrmacht. Over his white gloves he wore Russian fur gloves, and so did Major General Schmidt, because headquarters was heatless. Paulus had ordered that in the interest of simple fairness, until we had petrol to warm the men on the front line, the gas heaters here must not be activated. After 27 turns, he'd manoeuvred Major General Schmidt into abandoning Moscow to our forces, although not without high casualties. All this was provided that Paulus enjoyed centralized control of operations. He could not help but remember a certain assessment of our Führer's gamesmanship, which General Vollmann had literally whispered into his ear. Strategically, he does not comprehend the principle of concentrating forces at the decisive point. After the 29th round, Major General Schmidt resigned the game, saying, "You certainly haven't lost your touch, sir," and he lit his commander's cigarette. No, they still weren't quite out of cigarettes. There were always reserves. Paulus and Colonel Adam walked out to the front line, stepping over the grey tussocks of German corpses. It was all quiet. 22. On 4/1/43, the daily briefing to the Führer, which encompassed the entire world situation on a single page, allotted this paragraph to Stalingrad. 6th Army, Heeresgruppe Don. Powerful enemy tank attack against Northwest Front repelled after temporary break-in. On the Army's southwest front, strengthening enemy artillery fire. Schmidt carried out that operation. He was the one who saved our northwestern front. Colonel General Paulus was sitting in the basement, turning the leaves of a book he'd found in a shell hole, and he was still sitting there on the following day, which marked the first anniversary of his appointment to full command of 6th Army. It was a very yellowed 19th-century volume, all in Cyrillic, of course, which he could transliterate but not interpret. And it opened naturally to an engraving of a sad-eyed, bearded man who wore a squarish wool cap. Pugachev, which was to say, Pugachev, the illiterate Don Cossack and pretender to the throne who abolished serfdom, attacked Orenburg, burned Kazan, took Saratov, and besieged Tsaritsyn, which is to say, Stalingrad, where Suvorov's army defeated him. He was transported to Moscow and executed there in 1775. Paulus had studied his rebellion many years ago, back at Staff College. The Russian soldiers of Pugachev's epoch had worn iron crosses, as we do nowadays, although theirs sported striped ribbons, it seemed. They kept staring at him as he ranged at will through picture-book Russia, forgetting cowardice, conscience, Jewish trade unions, and all the other filth of so-called civilization. Now he found himself on a single-sailed boat on a wide, calm river, which could have been the Don or the Volga. Low mountains all around, grasping trees, sunbeams gushing strangely through the aqua-tinted sky, and the pallid, moody immensity of Russia hypnotized him. Aside from the fact that he couldn't stop shivering, he might have been on holiday with Coca at Baden-Baden, sitting beside her in the sand, rereading War and Peace. He'd just reached the section about Napoleon's retreat, which, as a result of his own research, he could confirm had been very accurately written. It was all foregone, deliciously perilous, as Coca held his hand, sunning herself in the bathing chair, whilst Ernst built a sandcastle with Friedrich, and Olga went to try on her new swimming suit, and he luxuriated in the German summer, lighting another cigarette. He turned the page, but the book sprang back open to Pugachev. On 9/1/43, in accordance with our Führer's instructions, he rejected the enemy's demand for capitulation. "After all," said our Führer to Field Marshal von Manstein, "there's no point in surrender. What do you think would happen to them? The Russians never keep any agreements." On 10/1/43, the Russians commenced Operation Ring. Our Marinovka salient began to collapse. Paulus awarded the Iron Cross for bravery to all his soldiers. He urged them to exert themselves toward the final victory. On 13/1/43, Fortress Voronezh, which was our last remaining strong point in the vicinity of Stalingrad, came under attack. And it would fall soon. That was beyond any doubt. How could there be any relief now? Field Marshal von Manstein had hinted to him that even if Sixth Army's position might possibly be, in the long run, hopeless, Sixth Army still had a world historical task to tie up the Red Army as long as possible, which might buy Army Group South sufficient time to consolidate its defences in southeast Russia. He was no longer optimistic about Operation Thunderclap. On 15/1/43, when news came that the enemy had broken through our pincers at faraway Leningrad, Paulus fell silent. With his adjutant, Colonel Adam, he ventured out of his headquarters, and together they trod Red Square's wide sweep of rubble, Paulus turning back from time to time to gaze at the place they'd just come from, where the swastika flag still flew from the charred balcony's outcurve, and the sentry on duty, 194th Grenadiers, stood shivering. "Are you well, Herr Colonel General?" Paulus did not reply. They clambered as high as it was safe to go within the skeleton of a certain half-shattered apartment building. Had we or they destroyed it? And here Paulus raised his field glasses to his eyes, surveying his southwestern front, which was quiet. 3 soldiers he didn't recognize were shoveling snow on the runway. So it's over at Leningrad, after 900 days of sustained effort. You know, Adam, in a way that clears my mind. Yes, Herr Colonel General. Paulus made an impatient gesture, and they returned unspeaking to the Univermag department store. That very same day, in his own sector, the Russians utterly shattered Hungarian Second Army. His staff officers, as if for the first time, whispered that Sixth Army really ought to fight its way out. Paulus rose, his face ghastly, and said to them all, "I expect you as soldiers to carry out the orders of your superior officers. In the same manner, the Führer, as my superior, can and must expect that I shall obey his orders." In retrospect, we can't really say that he was as brave and inspiring as Field Marshal Model, nor that he stopped the Russians as had Field Marshal von Küchler, that he enjoyed the combination of decisiveness and luck which Field Marshal Rommel for a time possessed, that he was as cruel as Field Marshal Schörner, as zealously officious as fat old Field Marshal Keitel, as effective as Field Marshal von Reichenau, who was lucky to die before the Allies could hang him, as treasonously decent as Field Marshal von Witzleben, whom our Führer hanged for being so, as aloof as Field Marshal von Lieb, as competent in defensive operations as Field Marshal von Kleist. What was he, then? I see him as the central figure of a parable, and therefore apathetic in spite of himself. In his long leather trench-coat, his gloves and collar perfectly white even now, his loyalty gleaming, he was brought into the story of our Reich to illustrate a principle, to carry out a function, to think and suffer while things were done to him. "What's your operational strength?" he asked General von Hartmann, who replied, "Sir, just count the crosses at Gomrak. We National Socialists know that the best defence is counter-attack, but Colonel General Paulus was not allowed the forces and mobility to do that. He was nothing but a playing-card soldier, a character in a book. He sat very still in his tent and listened to Beethoven on the gramophone. His gloves were already soiled again. Did he have an inkling yet what he would be forced to suffer? Probably, since by then more than one man heard him say, "History has already passed its verdict on me." Stalingrad would be called the turning point. After Stalingrad, and as a result of Stalingrad, the mastery of Central Europe would pass from Germany to Russia. And all because of him. If he had only— or if the Red Army had accidentally— The downfall of our Reich can therefore be blamed on Colonel General Paulus. After all, it would never have happened had everything been left up to the sun-blown, tousle-headed, adorable Luftwaffe boys in Signal magazine. "We still have a mortar and 15 shells, Herr Colonel General." "Very good," he replied. On 16/1/43, the day that Iraq declared war on the Reich, the daily briefing said, "Sixth Army, here is Gruppe Don. On the west and south fronts, the enemy has re-established pressure on our positions. North of the Don, enemy advance over the Kagaunik. Attacks on the northeast and north fronts were repelled." That was the day we lost the airstrip at Pitomnik. A Luftwaffe major came to brief him on the strategic situation of Army Group Don. Paulus replied, "Dead men are no longer interested in military history." On the 19th, half-choked by the yellow smoke of Russian aerial bombs, he wrote his farewell letter to Koka, keeping it brief for both of their sakes. Within the foldings of the thick Sixth Army stationery, he enclosed his wedding ring, signet, and military decorations. The prudent soldier leaves his original medals at home, and wears authorized copies to guard against loss or front-line rust. He had not done this. Such behavior on the part of a high-ranking officer might have been construed as timidity. As soon as he had sealed the envelope, he felt better. All he wished for now was that the plane which carried these tokens back to her not get shot down. On 22/1/43, the last airstrip in Stalingrad fell to the Russians. Paulus again requested permission to surrender. The Führer replied, "You must stand fast to the last soldier and the last bullet." 23. Now they'd split us into 2 mutually isolated sub-fortresses, with Paulus in the southern pocket, and grey groups of soldiers crawled across the ruins in search of bread and warmth, mimicking the grey squadrons of lice which abandoned the bandages of the dead. The Romanians were worse off, of course. Our Germans must be fed first. General von Hartmann, he was informed, had exposed himself to the enemy until they shot him in the head. General Stempel did the same. He therefore issued an order forbidding suicide. He took his daily constitutional to the front in company with Colonel Adam, who supported his staggering steps, and who whispered in his ear, "I can speak Russian if the need arises, sir." "It will not," replied Colonel General Paulus. On 24/1/43, he considered visiting the dressing station in the cellar of the former NKVD headquarters to encourage the wounded, and Major General Schmidt gave him permission to do so. But on reflection he began to fear that the sight of him might instead enrage them, and he did not want to add to their suffering. So he paced outside for a turn or two, circling the mountain of frozen bandages and amputated limbs, around which the snow was rose-pink, like the tunic facings of a Waffen-SS anti-tank unit. Then he returned to headquarters and dictated the following signal to OKW. "No bases left on which to carry out mission to hold Stalingrad. Russians already able to pierce individual fronts, entire sectors of which are being lost through men dying. Heroism of officer and men nonetheless unbroken." On 25/1/43, General von Seydlitz granted his own men freedom of action to surrender. Paulus removed him from command. His replacement was General Heitz, who coined the slogan, "We fight to the last bullet but one." The enemy now began to bombard Red Square. 24. On 27/1/43, when the American Air Force dropped its first bombs on our Reich, more Russian attacks were repelled at Fortress Stalingrad, Paulus in his greatcoat staggering, his head down, and the next day the enemy launched such a powerful artillery barrage that some of his men's eardrums literally burst. The officers sat smoking cigarettes. They'd found a few more of those. "I once heard Field Marshal von Manstein declare that he'd never be taken alive by those torturers," said Lieutenant General Jeinecke. General Pfeiffer, who'd been infected with the defeatist virus for quite a while now, told them what German captives had faced during the previous war. The wounded lying groaning in pannier wagons, the floggings with the 7-tailed nagaika, the frozen puddles of urine in Siberia, the men dragged away to death. No doubt it would be worse this time, he said. Major General Schmidt reminded them all how in 1939, when the Russians had marched in to seize their half of Poland, back in the days when we and they were friends, General Timoshenko had issued a proclamation to the Polish soldiers calling on them to murder their officers. "Imagine what the Reds would do to us," said Major General Schmidt. They started looking at each other speculatively. Paulus, for his part, remembered an incident which had occurred when Field Marshal von Reichenau was still alive. In 741, 6th Army had been stationed at Zhytomyr, where the Jew Isaac Babel, while taking notes for his horrific Red Cavalry stories, discussed and disputed with his co-religionists about the ethics of the Communist Revolution, which would shoot him in 1940. It was in Zhytomyr, at the height of that first summer of apples and cherries and of corpses floating down the Teterif River, that by Field Marshal von Reichenau's order we hanged a Soviet judge and rendered the Jews harmless, getting the job done in batches, because it was just a question of time and manpower, one marksman per Jew, repeated 400 times. Some marksmen proved incompetent, which merely meant that they were nervous virgins, Operation Barbarossa being less than a month old. The Jews either failed to perish instantly, or else splattered the firing squad with brains, which happens when one works at overly close range. "I am happy," Babel had written in his diary, "large faces, hooked noses, black, grey-streaked beards. I have many thoughts. Farewell to you, dead men." The year was 1920. The following month, our German summer still hot and golden, 6th Army was in Kiev, and after a few hundred more full-grown Jews and Jewesses had been neutralized, their offspring, numbering about 90, were left alive for a day or two. Squeamishness again. Some of our troops complained because the children weren't given any food or water. The cries of the infants were especially upsetting. And finally, 2 military chaplains became involved. Their report actually equated these necessary operations with the atrocities being committed by the enemy. Field Marshal von Reichenau, always exasperated by any interference, wrote a memorandum in triplicate to Army Headquarters stating, "I have ascertained in principle that, once begun, the action was conducted in an appropriate manner. The report in question is incorrect, inappropriate, and impertinent in the extreme. Moreover, this comment was written in an open communication which passed through many hands. It would have been far better if the report had not been written at all." It was at this juncture precisely that Paulus had flown in from OKW to inspect 6th Army. He told Koka a little lie. He said that it was the dysentery, the Russian sickness, which made him look so ghastly on his return. He'd tried ever since then never to think about the anti-Jewish measures. But those measures, with which he had nothing to do, indeed he'd rescinded them as soon as he took command, might well be blamed on him. It went without saying that the enemy were all Jews. They were bound to be vindictive. He decided that he, too, would never be taken alive. 25. He sat slowly reading an old issue of Signal which had come in with God knows what mail drop, probably back during the fall. The Russian mortar fire hurt his ears. His forehead was bandaged. Both he and Colonel Adam had sustained skull wounds during the last air raid. In a full-page colour photograph, a man and a boy, their reddish blonde heads touching, admired a green and red model submarine which sported the swastika flag of our Reich. The man holding the toy in his arms, he wore an Iron Cross, first class, the boy so dreamily happy, his lips parted. The man was, in fact, an admiral whom Paulus had met socially several years ago, at a huntsman's banquet at Goering's. Yet somehow his likeness reminded Paulus of himself, and the boy of Ernst. Although Ernst and Friedrich were twins, the father had always felt closer to his namesake than to Ernst, who'd been involved in this or that sordidness at school. He often had to speak to him sharply, saying, "You are the son of a German officer." Despite that, or because of it, it was Ernst whom he thought of now. At that moment the tableau in Signal did not seem at all sentimental or false. He believed in it. That was when the teleprinter began to chatter. It was 31:43. A blue-faced shock troop leader staggered over to see what it might command. Then he stared and stared. Our Führer had promoted Paulus to Field Marshal. 26. This, then, was the climax, the personal victory which Koka had always wanted for him. She'd never asked for very much of him. After all, any soldier's wife knows that she'll very likely be a widow, whether her husband gets killed or not. She had loved him, helped him, bearing his absences without reproach. Now they were getting old, and in the 31 years since their marriage, how many nights had she slept at his side? And all that she had ever wanted in return for her loyalty was a few tokens of success, public honor, for her to be proud of. In a sense, everything he'd done in Russia he'd done for her. To be sure, he could have stayed at home with her, but would she have wanted that of him? When he pulled on his fresh white gloves, lit a cigarette, and bent over a map, that was when he could give his best. And the fact that he was far away from her, while regrettable, could not occlude his perfect love for her. He wondered whether she had been informed. He could see her there in the living-room, gazing at the mantelpiece where his field-marshal's baton would go. Without a doubt, it would go right beside the silver-framed photograph of him bending attentively over Colonel General von Reichenau, who was not yet field-marshal on 28/5/40, as the King of Belgium's surrender was accepted. Pan-Germanism had won the victory at last. Then there was a replica of his iron crosses from the previous war, first and second class. Then the small photograph, also framed in silver, of himself with Koka and the children when they were all much younger, everybody in focus except Ernst, who typically enough was fidgeting and looking away. Why had Koka framed that picture? Something about it must have pleased her, and, after all, it never did to argue with Koka. Oh, but she'd been so very, very beautiful then. She was still beautiful, of course, but the young lady he'd married in 1912 had been perfect beyond description, her warmly white face shining out upon the world beneath her coils of hair, a slightly exotic fashion which he had renounced after Friedrich and Ernst were born. The instant that her brothers had introduced him to her, she'd shone upon him with a brilliant light. He would literally have set the world on fire for her. This photograph had been taken in 1920, shortly after the Kapp putsch, which he'd supported so passionately at the time, and which no one even remembered now. And all 3 children were grown and gone. These days Koka must dye her hair, although he'd never caught her at it. That dusty golden summer of theirs, where had it gone? He presented himself to receive the congratulatory murmurs of his bandaged, frost-bitten men. And now, like someone limping, a thought crept slowly into his skull. Was it even a thought? It was merely what people always said. No German field marshal has ever in history fallen alive in enemy hands. 27. Was the price of his triumph really that he must become another one of those corpses whose flesh was as perfectly white as the walls of Chemnitz barracks? Pulling on his fresh white gloves, he thought, one might as well be a professional to the end. In German, the compound word for suicide may be disassembled into free death. Were he captured after all this, it would naturally be a great disappointment to the Reich. And to Koka, too, of course. 28. She was the wife of a German officer, so she would not flinch. The worse the situation of Stalingrad became, the prouder he grew of her and of himself. Bit by bit he was overcoming his awe of her, which had never come oppressively between them. He'd worshipped his votive goddess for all these years, offering up the best of himself to gain her loving pride in him, which lay upon him as sweetly as her hair across his face when they lay in each other's arms. But now his suffering, and that of this army whose soldiers he'd always felt, as any good general must, to be his own extension, had grown so undeniable to all parties, including the enemy, that his fortitude shone undeniably too, and each day that he held the perimeter was as much of an achievement as his victory at Kharkov. That was why he now possessed more pride and satisfaction in himself than ever before. He knew that he could hold on until death. He'd always been brave. He'd endured many discomforts. But this miserable and quite possibly hopeless struggle had stripped away everything but truth. He was ready. He was worthy. He believed fully in himself. How grateful he felt to Koka for believing in him all these years. He had needed her faith. If this beautiful, passionate woman of royal blood stood willing to be his comrade for life, then his rejection by the Navy, his father's dreary career, his own reserve in friendship, could be regarded with the smiling tolerance with which a man remembers the missteps of boyhood. He'd won the prize, and now he'd grown beyond that. He loved her even more than before, but as an equal at last, as a woman with whom he shared a deep understanding, a person who could be imperfect, even childish at times, as childish as their children. whose various frailties he could now admit, support, and even love, because he was not frail any more. No one could say he hadn't done his duty, even though the Russian mortars boomed on and on. He wished he'd been more strict with Olga and Friedrich, less strict with Ernst. Well, all that was past now. 29. On 29/1/43, a signal rushed to Berlin. To the Führer. The Sixth Army greets their Führer on the anniversary of your seizure of power. The swastika yet flies over Stalingrad. Heil, mein Führer. Paulus. On 30/1/43, the daily briefing said, Sixth Army, here is Gruppe Don. More Russian attacks against the north and south fronts of the southern pocket. 3 enemy tanks destroyed by shooting. In the official Soviet accounts, he was captured by 64th Army under General M.S. Shumilov. He surrendered on 31/1/43, the day after the Führer had promoted him to Field Marshal. To General Pfeiffer, he is alleged to have treasonously said, I have no intention of shooting myself for this Bohemian corporal. Then he withdrew into a private room, while his underlings negotiated the surrender. When that was completed, he ascended the stairs, flanked by a line of grinning Slavic boys in hooded white jackets. A German eyewitness writes, sorrow and grief lined his face. His complexion was the colour of ashes. Outside, the Allied press was ready, and photographed Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus in his greatcoat, plodding neatly through the snow. Major General Schmidt was whispering in his ear, Remember that you are a Field Marshal of the German Army. He didn't have to go very far. They directed him to his own staff car, which carried him to headquarters, after which the car, a Mercedes just like his daughter Olga's, was confiscated in the name of the people. Gunshots popped as gaily as champagne corks. They were shooting his Hiwis as they found them. In the pioneer barracks they were already incinerating the wounded. Paulus was now a slender, grey-stubbled cipher, his hat low over his downcast eyes. He found himself in a peasant house. There was a warm fire. The enemy generals inspected him with self-congratulatory curiosity while he bowed and clicked his heels. In the doorway, a big, bald Russian was filming him with a movie camera. The Russian's jacket was filthy, oil-stained from the look of it. For some reason, this was particularly horrible to him. On the other hand, his own gloves were dirty. He stared at the wall. First they demanded to know why Hitler hadn't flown him out. They said that none of them would ever have been left to an enemy's mercies. I believe you've forgotten General Vlasov, he told them. He's been working with us since last July. That louse. Doubtless you know him better than I, he said. Anyhow, you still haven't explained why your so-called Führer abandoned you. It's the tradition in our army, he patiently explained, for the officer in command to share the fate of his troops. Well, we appreciate that inspiring lesson, Herr Field Marshal, and you deserve our gratitude on another score, too. Thanks to you, we now have great and priceless experience of defensive fighting here on the banks of the Volga. Rest assured we'll put it to use. Realizing that they mocked him, which indeed was no less than he had expected, he kept silent. They instructed him to order the remainder of his army to surrender. Calmly he replied, That would be unworthy of a soldier. They laughed their ugly Russian laughs, and one of them, a particularly nasty Slav who looked as if he were ready to spit in Paulus's face, grinned and grinned, his teeth stained brownish-yellow like a Jewish corpse. And then this Slav demanded, How can it be possible to claim that saving the lives of your subordinates is unworthy of a soldier, when you yourself have surrendered? I did not surrender, he corrected them. I was caught by surprise. Well, well. Anyhow, we are speaking of a humanitarian act. Even if I did sign any such order, they would ignore it, since by surrendering I have automatically ceased to be their commander. Such logic, Herr General Field Marshal. They were exactly as his nightmares had depicted them, insolent, menacing, unswayed by argument. We'll find a way to deal with him, said Comrade Stalin. One of them, a rather woebegone little lad, seemed dreamily familiar. Just as the German face is thinner and more expressive than the Slavic, more sensitive, so Paulus could not help but let his soul shine through, his inner anxiety, the desire to maintain a decent appearance which he'd always had. And he understood all too well that as of this instant, forever afterwards, he must hide his pain away, out of loyalty to himself. That in place of his white gloves he could only don a stony look. He'd freeze, he'd harden himself, he'd show them nothing. Wishing that he had fulfilled the Führer's final expectation, Paulus told them, "I must reiterate my refusal. And I in turn must inform you, Herr General Field Marshal, that by your refusal to save your own soldiers' lives you are incurring a grave responsibility toward the German people and the future of Germany." Turning his face back to the wall, he once again became as silent and stiff as a corpse caught in electrified wire. The holdouts in the northern pocket, 11th Corps, surrendered anyhow, of course, on 2/2/43, and we next see them in their frost-bitten hordes, stone-faced, despairing or shyly smiling at the Soviet supermen in white who hurried them on to Siberia, shooting stragglers on either side. For years, long, dark, double lines of them remained at work in Stalingrad's ruined squares. They learned to be very good at burying corpses. Almost all would perish from exposure, starvation, typhus, neglect, and cruelty. I've lost track of what happened to a certain Schmunt, who'd kept advising him, "We must become more fanatical, sir." Major General Schmidt, however, remained loyal to our Führer to the very end, which is why he got 25 years in a labour camp. If they had anything at all to look forward to, it would have been the brisk, commanding, yet not entirely compassionless behaviour of the Slavic female, especially of the woman official. Even Paulus clicked his heels, kissed the woman doctor's hand. Socialism would obliterate all such national traits, but of course that would take time. A few of them, the strong, technically inclined workers already preconditioned to obedience, did rather well as foremen in the Arctic construction battalions. Paulus, weary and thin, joined the Anti-Fascist Union of German officers. Why not? The Führer had already said, "That's the last field marshal I shall appoint in this war." Gazing down at the brass pen stand in his interrogator's office, trying not to think of what Field Marshal von Manstein would say, he joined the National Committee for a Free Germany. They were correct with him, for they respected his talents. Some of them even congratulated him on having once bested General Timoshenko at Kharkov. Clicking his heels, he bowed, smiling woodenly. They were very gentle with the former Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus. He wondered how he ever could have believed that anybody might defeat the Soviet Union, which stood for the people. 2 months after his surrender, the Stalingrad tractor works had already been reconstructed sufficiently to commence tank repair operations. Soon he'd become a committed Marxist-Leninist. He now saw that national questions, if indeed they were not entirely spurious, should always be subordinated to more general social questions. They paraded him for more journalists. The London Sunday Times correspondent A. Worth wrote, "Paulus looked pale and sick, and had a nervous twitch in his left cheek. He had more natural dignity than the others, and wore only 1 or 2 decorations." In Moscow there were photographs of Stalin and Beria in the interrogation room, Bokhara rugs on the floor. They gave him a whole pack of cigarettes. He sat at the little table screwed to the floor in his cell in the Lubyanka, and earnestly thought through the best way to do as he had been told. For this reason, and because of his value as a captured chessman, he never had to discover very much about the Kolyma gold mines, the quarries where German prisoners got worked to death, the 3 ration categories, the pleasures of logging fir trees in exchange for squares of dirty bread. They put him and 20 of his generals on a special train, which carried them to a very soft camp in Krasnogorsk. This train, well, it wasn't quite as nice as the Führer's, which is completely composed of welded steel. On the other hand, it was warm. For the time being, he even got to keep his silver cigarette case. Later he was sent to Suzdal, then to Voikovo Camp 48. A wise old convict said, "Even a miserable life is better than death." But nobody ever said that to the last field marshal, who was treated even better than a high-status Urka criminal. Our Führer promised to court-martial him after the war, because he hadn't shot himself. Our Führer said, "What hurts me the most personally is that I went on and promoted him field marshal." Our Führer said, "So many men have to die, and then a man like this comes along, and at the last moment besmirches the heroism of so many others." Had he been anybody else, they would have torn up Coker's photograph in one of the searches, and had he protested, a guard would have chucklingly twisted his ear and said, "Nice-looking woman. Don't worry, Russians have already had her." As it was, he got to keep her likeness until the very end, although it's true that he never saw her again. They informed him that the Gestapo had invited her to divorce him and change her name, but she'd remained true to him. She'd chosen the concentration camp. No doubt they'd hinted at the other choice she should have taken, the one which would have pleased the Führer, who always admired our proud German women, to whom honour remains more important than existence. Anyhow, she was only a Romanian. The NKVD officers expressed satisfaction that Koka had followed the correct line. They had no information as to whether she was still alive. They photographed him shaking hands with a Siberian ballerina who'd flown parachute troops behind his lines at Stalingrad. "This is my fate," he said to himself. They photographed him addressing the Union of German Officers, whose members are now as irrelevant as those 18th-century German princes with curled and powdered hair. In February 1946 we find him sullen-eyed and pale, pretending with convict's craft to gaze as openly as in the days before his ruin, when really his stare is pacing within the prison of his own skull, circumnavigating itself as he hunches there in the witness box at Nuremberg, gripping the headphones tight against his shriveled temples. The Russian prosecutors laughingly called him their secret weapon, so much did his sudden appearance astonish the court. The others called him the Ghost of Stalingrad. Lieutenant General Roman Rudenko demanded of him which of his former comrades, now glaring at him from the dock, had been active participants in initiating the war of imperialist aggression against the USSR, or, as his former employer would have called it, the Jewish Asiatic power. Calmly, unhesitatingly, Paulus named them all. "I always took his side with the Führer," whispered the nodding ass, Field Marshal Keitel, who was soon to be hanged. "What a shame for Paulus to be testifying against us." Rudenko next inquired, eager-eyed, "Have I rightly concluded from your testimony that long before the 22nd of June 1941 the Hitlerite government and the Supreme Command of the Armed Forces were planning an aggressive war against the Soviet Union?" Paulus stared at Rudenko's 2 rows of shining buttons. He replied, "That is beyond doubt, according to all the developments as I described them, and also in connection with all the directives issued." In the back of the courtroom, his son Ernst, who looked very thin, was staring at him shyly and wretchedly. The defense attorney, remembering Goering's instructions, "Ask that dirty pig if he's a traitor, ask him if he's taken out Russian citizenship papers," cleared his throat and inquired, "What about you, Field Marshal Paulus? If the aggressive nature of this war was beyond doubt, why did you participate?" Folding his head down against his chest, drawing in his shoulders like the wings of a bird at evening, the last Field Marshal replied, "I didn't come to a full understanding of this issue until after Stalingrad, because, like most German officers, I saw nothing unusual in basing the fate of a people and a nation on power politics. As I conceived it, I was doing my duty to the fatherland." They escorted him out, and he pretended to gaze straight ahead, but once again in-turned his sight so as not to see those doomed defendants in the double-rowed dock, walled in by rigid, white-helmeted agents of Victor's justice. Had he won the Battle of Stalingrad, he would have been sitting there too, for any war against our Soviet Union must be a lost war. "That man is finished," remarked the Foreign Minister Ribbentrop. "He has disgraced himself." "Of course," said General Jodl, who had once yawned during one of Paulus's presentations at Wolf's Lair. Koka had advised her husband to cut him dead. "He is all washed up," continued Jodl, "but I can hardly blame him. He needs to save his neck." Both defendants lost theirs. Past the wavy, roofless facades of destroyed German houses, past the fragments of the city wall he floated, back to his Russian prison. First Hitler, then Stalin. He remained honest to the working class which had forgiven and adopted him. After Stalin died in 1953, they let him go to Dresden, which was just beginning to establish its prestige in the electrical and optical industries. On his first day of liberty there, he was walking with his now pronounced stoop, and he came to a concert in a bombed-out hall, whose sooty and dismembered rococo nymphs clung to the walls as faithfully as corpses frozen into Russian roadways. And here, in a huddle of black dress suits, the musicians were playing a string quartet by a certain Dmitri Shostakovich, said to have been a great favourite of the late Comrade Stalin's. The last Field Marshal stood politely smiling as he listened. He hated the dissonant harmonies, which reminded him less of melody than they did of war. The scores gleamed all the whiter against the players' dark attire, like alpine snowfields interrupted by rock silhouettes. But the audience around them were grey and feeble, and across the street a dog's carcass stank in a burned house. 8 years since the firestorm it had been, but in our Deutsche Demokratische Republik time passes more slowly, change being released in controlled and minuscule doses for the sake of our delicate personalities, soon to be protected by the Berlin Wall. Every now and then the rebuilders still came across relics which resembled Berlin's time-blackened statues of Silesian sandstone. Over the musicians hung a sign adorned by a red star, Lang lebe Stalin, and now the authorities dared neither to remove it nor retain it. They must wait on Comrade Khrushchev's word. They gave him a villa and allowed him to serve the people as a middle-ranking police inspector. To the extent that the post-war situation permitted, he bore out Colonel Chaim's characterization of him from the lost days. Well-groomed and with slender hands, always beautifully turned out, with gleaming white collar and immaculately polished field boots. About his villa, which at his preference and theirs was set apart in the Platterlight district on a hill above town, I can tell you, for I've seen it, that from its windows and verandas one can look down deep into the sumacs, and, beyond them, still deeper down into a mysterious gulf of trees, the Central European forest. When health and leisure permitted, the old man descended sunken steps, then passed through a concrete arch to the lower lookout, comforted by the balconies, round turrets, porches, and decks which overhung him. An old reddish-haired lady was gathering flowers in the weeds. Coca would have loved it here. She died back in 47 in Baden-Baden, they told him. His son Ernst was allowed to visit him from time to time, probably because the Nazis had put him in a concentration camp for a while, which made him an anti-fascist. The other twin, Friedrich, dwelled farther away now, killed in action in Anzio in 44. As for Olga, she never came. Ernst said that she was well, although that baron of hers had lost a great deal of money during the war. He didn't know why she refused to write. With palsied fingers, the father wrote her a note of congratulations upon her 42nd birthday. Ernst promised to carry it back to the other side of the Iron Curtain. He was a very loyal son, really. I've heard, although this cannot be verified, that in his bedroom, in that revanchist puppet state called West Germany, he kept, in defiance of denazification, a photograph in a silver frame of that Poltava conference back in 42, when Operation Blau began. There was Heusinger with his fist on the edge of the map table, and Ernst's tall, handsome father stood between Heusinger and our Führer, somewhat to the rear of them both, with his hands locked behind him, while von Weich's of Second Army gazed genially down into the white winter of the map world, whose border the Führer was gripping with both hands as if he were about to rip it apart. Ernst could never decide whether or not to have his father's likeness isolated and enlarged. The two men lit cigarettes and gazed down into Europe. It was very humid that afternoon. They had to contend with the sagging summer clouds of Saxony. Ernst's wound, his souvenir of Stalingrad he called it, annoyed him at night sometimes, he said. He seemed to be letting himself go. He was flabby now, and he shaved imperfectly, and there were always dark circles under his eyes. Once he said, "You'll never know how happy I was, Father, when I heard about your Iron Cross. I saw you from a distance once, during the fighting at Kharkov." "You may have it, if you like," said Paulus, with a little smile. "I sent it to your mother in a letter just before we lost the Stalingradsky airstrip. She would have kept it to the end, without a doubt. I also—" "Oh, so that's why you no longer wear your wedding ring," said Ernst, with indescribable bitterness. "Mamma never received any such letter." Paulus sat rigid, the left side of his face twitching like a heartbeat. On another occasion, perhaps to torment him, or so he suspected, Ernst brought him, he couldn't imagine how he'd gotten it in these times, a copy of the Führer's testament, after which they sat there in the villa behind closed doors, the last field marshal and the ex-captain smoking cigarettes and gazing at the wall, with Beethoven on the gramophone, while the document lay between them. "And therefore to choose death of my own free will." After Ernst departed for West Germany, he tore it to shreds and burned it. May it be one day a part of the code of honor of the German officer, as it already is in our navy, that the surrender of a district or a town is impossible, and that in this respect the leader above all should give a shining example of faithful performance of duty unto death. He'd become very fond of the white and purple clover which came out every spring. First the clover, then the smell of trees and leaves. The heavily jewelled sumacs were July's trees. From the balcony of his ship-breasted house he kept track of each summer's progress down there in the dark gorge. In winter he listened to Beethoven on the gramophone, not Shostakovich. Nobody ever asked his address. If anyone had, he'd prepared the answer. Lausitzer Street, first right, then left straight on to the end. When Hilda Benjamin, nicknamed the Red Guillotine, became Minister of Justice, she made the correct decision, preserving and even promoting him, for Friedrich Paulus was a painstakingly accurate subordinate. One has to be on the watch, like a spider in its web, the Führer used to say, staring and glaring into Paulus's face, searching for something evil. Thank God I've always had a pretty good nose for everything. I can smell things out before they happen. The Red Guillotine had much the same nose. She was a grey-haired troll with pouches under her eyes. Not much of a looker, opined her male colleagues, but if this were 45 she still could have served the turn of a dozen Russian boys. Inspector Paulus, of course, never joked in any such fashion. Nor did the other policemen make remarks in his presence. They felt uncomfortable around him. It wasn't that they didn't trust him. He'd been neutralized long since, rendered harmless. But they didn't know how to take him. Why, for instance, did he punctiliously attend not only military parades, which one would have expected, but every other event too, right down to the most tediously insignificant celebrations of the working class, which made even Stasi operatives yawn? There he stood, all alone, watching them march beneath Dresden's half-wrecked green-bronze domes and cupolaed towers. He lacked what a far abler field marshal, I mean of course von Manstein, who was presently serving time in a British jail, practically embodied, modestly calling it the Prussian tradition, as if it were just a procedure which he followed without a special credit to him. Von Manstein, in short, was an officer who knew how to be close to his men. Did this Inspector Paulus think that he was too good for his colleagues? No matter. Sometimes, without notice, the Red Guillotine visited Dresden in her shiny black car, and on those occasions she invariably entered Paulus's neat little office, where portraits of Marx, Lenin, and Stalin hung all on a level, and she'd look at him, just look at him, as if he had a spot on his collar, at which he'd raise his head from his papers and gaze back at her without defiance or even blankness. He was ready for anything. Then she drove back to Berlin. It was as if he fascinated her. She often praised the clarity and completeness of his reports, and why not? He'd certainly worked everything out thoroughly. His logic was as rigorous as the solution to some problem of crystal chemistry. That must have been why he never got into trouble for his pre-war associations with Kocher's aristocratic friends, Count Zuboff, Baroness Heunigen-Heune, the exiled prince and princess. Unlike poor dead Kocher, the Red Guillotine enjoyed full access to his pre-war service reports, one of which read, "Modest, perhaps too modest, amiable, with extremely courteous manners, and a good comrade." Many citizens, all too many, discovered something in her eyes like the light of a burning gasoline depot, but Paulus never saw it. She smiled upon him. According to her own assessment, which has been preserved forever in the Stasi archives, Inspector Paulus was an innocuous representative of the former military professional caste. Until more specialists rise up from the ranks of the people, we should make use of him. He is cautious, discreet, industrious, punctual, intelligent, and lacking in all personal ambition. Sometimes, it's true, he gave lectures at the military college, but these presentations, which he invariably cleared with the Stasi beforehand, were nothing more dangerous than an old man's self-justifications. Their topic, Stalingrad. The theme, I predicted the outcome, but the fascist high command didn't listen. These lectures were permitted because they offered still another example of how Hitlerism, which is essentially monopoly capitalism, misleads the people. I'm told that even the Red Guillotine attended one or two of these events, smiling rather ironically at him from the very back row. When he saw her, his heart leaped up thrillingly in his chest. He couldn't have said why. It was almost as if he'd received a visitation from Kocher. The left side of his face twitched, but he continued. At the same time, particular attention was invited to Sixth Army's inadequate stock of supplies. Other than this hobby horse of his, and Ernst's intermittent visits, they now reminisced quite pleasurably together about Stalingrad. Ernst had encouraged him to expand his typewritten notes. He caused no trouble at all. Lighting one cigarette after the next, he developed a taste for Russian Mahorka. He remained faithfully at his desk while the June uprising got put down by the tanks of the People's Armed Forces. He could hear them outside, ranging through the tight cobblestone streets, old T-34s by the sound of them. As the great Moltke used to say, genius is diligence. First investigation, then conviction, and its sequel in the cellars of the yellow ochre castles. In a magnificent victory for the working class, they liquidated the Galen organization. He remembered Major General Galen very well. It was above Galen's signature that those reports used to come, those misleadingly optimistic daily enemy situation reports of Fremder Heere Ostgruppe 1, Army Group B. Ernst, who seemed to be rather well connected nowadays, told him that Galen was now boasting, "My department predicted 10 days in advance precisely where the blow would fall at Stalingrad." The show trial came off perfectly, although Galen wasn't in the dock. We couldn't get to him in his lair in West Berlin. No matter, 546 spies arrested. As he used to say in the old days, it's just a matter of time and manpower. On Münchner Platz, where the electric guillotine used to cut off Jews and defeatists' heads at an optimum rate of 1 per 2 minutes, we were now guillotining drunks for singing Nazi songs. He passed away in 1957. The year after de-Stalinization began, and the year before Field Marshal von Manstein published Lost Victories. This death rather fittingly resulted from a progressive sclerosis which allowed his mind to contemplate its hopeless situation up to the last moment, increasing the impairment on all sides, while his body became unable to move, even to twitch, until even the heart got overwhelmed. He is said to have borne this agony with the utmost patience. Thanks to bureaucratic difficulties at the border, Ernst arrived too late to say goodbye. I think he might have borne his father back to Baden-Baden to place him at Kocher's side. On the other hand, I've also read that he was buried in Dresden. Doubtless both accounts are true. I've seen with my own eyes that Christ possesses 2 tombs in Jerusalem. Creepers and wisteria overswarmed his grave, then red sumac berries burst out in triumph. He was the last field marshal. Not for him had any mausoleum been assigned, neither pillar nor crypt, no granite eagles, no sad sooty knights killing snakes of stone. But he perished lucky. They'd granted him the slate-roofed heaven of a Saxon summer, lazy linden games of light clouds sweating rain. They'd given him that house, which resembled an attempt to construct a breast out of plain surfaces. Later the Stasi took it over, for the furtherance of democratic police power. In 1960, the very year when Shostakovich visited Dresden and, evidently feeling stifled by the dreamily mysterious forest all around, composed his unhappy Opus 110, Paulus's memoir, Ich stehe hier auf Befehl, saw the light. But by then Little Hart had already published The German General's Talk, so nobody paid much attention to this secondary effort, which was, after all, no more than the self-justification of a bookkeeper's son. Thanks to the Cold War, Stalingrad had become an embarrassment to everyone concerned. Nonetheless, some of the victors conceded that this Paulus hadn't been half bad at certain tactical operations involving armor. His son faithfully preserved, revised, and elaborated these various defensive writings, but Dresden's maples and lindens grew over the father's memory like monuments. First the will, then the deed. In 1970, when the Stalingrad Tractor Works, now called the Volgograd Tractor Works, rolled out its 1 millionth tank, Ernst Paulus followed our Führer's wish at last, blowing off the skullcap in a grey and crimson shower. The last thing he saw, or seemed to see, was an army of white skeletons on that black day. Zoya. The essential thing about anti-guerrilla warfare, one must hammer this home to everybody, is that whatever succeeds is right. Adolf Hitler, 1942. 1. Zoya's story has no beginning, defined only by its end, which takes place not far westward of Moscow, in a village called Petryshevo, the tale projects itself backwards through predictable and possibly fallible contrasts into the sunny pre-war collectivity for which Zoya chose to give her life. But what if she didn't choose? The crime for which the fascists condemned her, setting fire to her stables in obedience to Comrade Stalin's scorched earth policy, would surely have been followed up by grander salvos had luck permitted. In brief, Zoya didn't mean to die. At least not then, not for her stables. But then, to how many has it been given to reckon at all, let alone to conclude, my death is a fair price to pay for this objective? The July 20th conspirators might have been thus satisfied had they succeeded in their intention of assassinating Hitler. They didn't, and got hanged with piano wire. General Vlasov, who fought first against Hitler, then against Stalin, met a kindred death. Was that worth it? What about the Berliners and Leningraders who died in air raids? Or the soldiers on both sides who perished merely because their respective supreme commands, from fear, vanity, or incompetence, forbade retreat? Or to take the case still further, what about the random deaths that we die in peacetime? Looked at in this light, Zoya's fate becomes supremely ordinary. 2. In those days, neutrality meant friendlessness at best, while allegiance to either side invited a capital sentence from the other. Moreover, these punishments usually visited themselves upon the innocent. For every German soldier killed by the partisans, between 50 and 100 civilian hostages got stood against the wall. Accordingly, it was no traitor, but a reasonable conclave of the villagers themselves who went to report Zoya Kosmodemyanskaya, member in good standing of the Moscow Komsomol, to the field police. If somebody had to go to the gallows for what appeared to have been a rash, even absurd action, then why not the perpetrator, who'd endangered them all without their consent? Indeed, they were just in time. The SD lieutenant sat looking out the window of what had once been the school. He'd had the teacher hanged in the very first batch of hostages. One of her high heels fell off at the very end. He remembered that. Making a vague gesture at the huts across the street, he said, "Arrest all that scum." Just then the delegation of villagers came in. In a photograph which a peasant soldier, hopeful of sausage or a wristwatch, found on the body of a battle-slain fascist, we see Zoya, whose nom de guerre was Tanya, with downcast head as she limps through the snow to her execution, wearing already the self-accusing sign around her neck. It is the 29th of November, 1941. Her 18th birthday was in September. A crowd of young Germans escort her, gazing on her with the sort of lustful appraisal which is common currency in a dance hall. Now she has arrived. The snow is hard underfoot. A dark oval wall of spectators, fascists whose double columns of buttons gleam dully on their greatcoats, kerchiefed village women whose faces express the same pale seriousness their grandmothers would have worn for any camera or stranger, small, dark, hooded children in the front row, encloses the scene. Beside the sturdy three-legged gallows, which rises out of sight, a pyramidal platform of snow-covered crates allows one party, the hangman, to ascend, while a tall stool awaits the other. Zoya stands there between two tall soldiers. Clenching her pale fists, shaking her dark hair out of her eyes, she swings her head toward one of the soldiers, who draws himself up stiff and straight to accept her gaze. She says, "You can't hang all 190 million of us." Some say that it was General Vlasov's soldiers who found her at the beginning of the Moscow counter-offensive the following month. I myself can hardly credit that, for Vlasov, who commands my sympathy, if not my imitation, would surely have hesitated to collaborate with the fascists had he found such early and striking proof of their cruelty. No doubt he saw the final photograph, taken, so I've read, by the Pravda journalist Lidin, the one which presents to us her naked corpse in the snow, her head arched back as if in sexual ecstasy, her long-lashed eyes frozen tightly shut, her lips clenched as if to protect her broken teeth, and that noose, now hard as a braid of wire cable, still biting into her neck, her face swollen with blood into a Greek mask. Perhaps Vlasov convinced himself that this image was a propaganda fake, or even that she could, by some sufficiently draconian interpretation of military law, have been construed to be a fifth columnist, worthy of death. It was the night before they retook Solnechnogorsk. Vlasov was pacing a riverbank like the frozen, snow-crusted defile between Zoya's breasts. Beside him strode a scout who'd just returned from the fascist lines. The two men had finished discussing the enemy dispositions. Now they were talking about Zoya. "What they did to her will make us all fight more fiercely tomorrow, I guarantee it, Comrade General." "So would you say that she distinguished herself?" "Why, she's a national heroine." "And that's what's strange. Why on earth would the fascists want to give us a national heroine?" They returned to camp in silence. Vlasov was still considering how best to deploy his 311 mortars and heavy guns. Back in 36, he'd attended a lecture given by the late Marshal Tukhachevsky, who'd aphorized that the next war will be won by tanks and aviation. He was correct, and Vlasov possessed neither. What could he do but expend men like bullets? His Siberians were waxing their skis with plunder taken from a half-burnt beehive. They'd already masticated every trace of honey from the comb. The anti-tank riflemen in the breakthrough echelon were lubricating their rifles one last time, and two beardless boys were singing in a loud pretense of bravery. "Into battle for our nation, into battle for our Stalin." On the radio, Beria and Zhukov were threatening all defeated generals with death. At the edge of the sunken, snow-rimmed fire, the Commissar was scribbling out a speech of which Zoya would be the subject, reminding everyone that the goal of partisan activity was to do anything, however much or little, which might hinder the movement of enemy reserves toward the front line. By this rather lenient criterion, the girl had succeeded, and the restive troops, who longed to believe in something, would be, he hoped, inspired into emulation. He knew every Soviet battle death was worth it. Who am I to call him stupid, cynical, incurable? Most of Vlasov's men would end up killed or in the German prison camps, where they could look forward to being the subjects of experiments involving poisoned bullets, Zyklon B, decompression or freezing. When Russian inmates died, no death certificates were required. Well, if murdering them delayed a few thousand fascists from manning the front line, then one had to keep calm and— General Vlasov stood gazing down at the frozen river. The pincers of despairing, hopeless responsibility gripped his heart until he almost groaned. But suddenly peace came to him, and he muttered, not quite knowing what he was saying, "Between the breasts of Zoya." 3. Here is what I imagine he meant by these words. Because he was an outstandingly charismatic commander, who never failed to make his men feel that they were brothers, and because he did everything honestly, we can assume that Vlasov already possessed the sense, which for the past quarter-century communism had done everything possible to destroy, that the Soviet Union really was a union, that it comprised a single desperately embattled organism whose long chance for survival could be improved only through a selfless coordination, Gleichschaltung, his fascist counterparts called it, of every cell, tentacle, cilium, and internal organism, that the overstimulated endocrine secretions of hatred, which had half poisoned and half crazed the organism for so long, could now finally be usefully concentrated in fangs and stingers to be discharged against Germany, whose defeat, because Germany had struck first, could even be called a noble purpose. As for the masses, they needed Zoya's dead breasts to drink from. They drank. Then they became likewise poisoned with resolve. Zoya's fate stained and hardened the women night-bomber pilots who laughed and smoked cigarettes, the peasant boys who shot rifles at the fascist tanks, and even Comrade Stalin himself, whose speeches now invariably ended, "Death to the fascist invaders." Zoya's frozen blood, darker than steel, strengthened the upraised sabres of Cossacks galloping into the heavy grey photographic plates of myth. Her death became a movie, Soyuzdet film, 1944, with a score composed by Shostakovich. Decades after the war, memories of Zoya reincarnated themselves in the witch Lorelei, who sings an irresistible song of suicide in the same composer's Death Symphony. By then, Zoya's corpse had become the Russian landscape itself, and I don't just mean that streets and tanks were named after her, which they were. Russia actually became Zoya, and when General Vlasov studied the map, preparing to thrust his breakthrough echelon against the fascist army group center, he seemed to see the body of a young giantess lying there beneath the snow, her arms and legs the ridges whose loved and familiar contours would help him, her 1,000 lips the anti-tank ditches which were delaying and exhausting the fascists, a womb, silver gold with the sparkling sheen of snowy trenches, a bunker from which unending new divisions, airplanes and T-34 tanks would be born. Yes, she died a virgin, but she was now literally the motherland. Her hair, the frozen thickets from which the partisans could ambush the enemy forever and ever. Her breasts, the points of strategic concentration, whose investiture would save the Red Army. And between the breasts of Zoya, there lay the valley of perfect whiteness and smoothness. It was here, when Vlasov's striving finally ended, that he could lay his head. Clean hands. Every attempt to present altruism as a route to the transformation of an antagonistic society on non-egoistic principles leads ultimately to ideological hypocrisy, masking the antagonism of class relations. Great Soviet Encyclopedia. 1. They said to him, "An idealist like you should make a fanatical party member." He smiled quickly, a smile which lacked 3 teeth. Rage outstretched its wings within his chest. So he became a Nazi. He raised his right arm. The next step was to apply to the SS. That, too, went as smoothly as rounding up the nearest Jew. Everybody welcomed Kurt Gerstein. Blond and blue-eyed both, this young man also received perfect marks for his genealogical chart, 100% Aryan. Moreover, he was educated, a mining engineer, quiet-mannered, and accustomed to working in organizations. Until we coordinated all groups, clubs, and affiliations into a single expression of our Führer's will, Gerstein served on the National Council of the Young Men's Christian Association, a position simultaneously responsible and harmless. Although he'd lacked occasion thus far to demonstrate the cadaver obedience of our old fighters, he was more than just another cigar-store clerk. So he trod the road of fate, whose pavement consists of standing bodies. He joined the hundreds repeating the oath. Torches and arches inspired the night. His squat dagger was engraved, "My honor is my loyalty." From a distance Himmler smiled upon him, and in the darkness that smile resembled sunlight on a murderer's shoulder, a blotch of brightness on a fat, shrugging, wool-skinned shoulder with an eagle and a swastika on it. Sun on the diamond shoulder-tab, sun on the pale, cruel cheek of the chin-strapped, helmeted face. They couldn't have imagined what impelled him. His sister-in-law Bertha had been euthanized at Hadamar. He wished to discover what else was being done in the Führer's name. He desired the power to open those dark folders stamped with the word Geheim, which means secret. He longed to read the documents whose circular stamps bear swastika-gripping eagles. Ironically, they placed this impure element in the Department of Hygiene. No one disliked him. He improved procedures for disinfecting soldiers and prisoners of war. 2. On 17/8/42, 3 months after the assassination of Deputy Reich Protector Heydrich, Gerstein stood before the desk of Hans Gunther, who was assistant to Adolf Eichmann himself. It was time to write a new chapter in each and all of those multitudinous books entitled Historia Polski. Clever Hans Gunther was one of those people who never stop believing that pure energy will solve the question of the day. When this method fails, the optimist turns angry. Such bosses are feared and respected. Our Führer loves them. "Gerstein, do you like to travel?" "I'm ready, Herr Captain." "That's the answer I like. We're going to Poland tomorrow. Are you acquainted with Dr. Pfannenstiel?" "Of Marburg? Naturally, Herr Captain. He's a professor of hygiene. We've corresponded." "Good. He'll also be taking part in this. Get 100 kilograms of prussic acid without fail. Do you need a requisition?" "No, Herr Captain. I have that much in stock." "It's best to deliver it directly to this office. My orderlies will load it onto the baggage car." "By your order, Herr Captain." "That's all. Here's your ticket." "By your order, Herr Captain." One more thing, Gerstein. Listen carefully. This is one of the most secret matters, even the most secret. Do you understand? Anyone who talks about it will be shot immediately." "I understand, Herr Captain." "Heil Hitler!" "Heil Hitler!" said Gerstein, and he clicked his heels. In their compartment of the Warsaw Express, a beautiful, placid, dark-haired Polish girl sat ever so slowly turning over the leaves of her illustrated German magazine. The skin of her naked throat was as perfect as a political idea. She might have been a woman of pleasure. Presently, a middle-aged Wehrmacht officer came and sat beside her. At his breast he wore a knight's cross, which he kept fingering nervously. Gerstein leapt to his feet and saluted. The lieutenant waved him down, his small eyes swimming ceaselessly in his exhausted, desperate face. Then he whispered something to the girl. Strangely enough, although she now awarded him the first of several cursory smiles, it was Kurt Gerstein whom she seemed to look upon. The young man lowered his eyes. Dr. Pfannenstiel drummed his fingers on the window-sill. Finally he indulged himself to the point of remarking, "As the Führer says, after so many generations we Goths are riding again." "No doubt," said Captain Gunther. The lieutenant grinned mockingly at this, for, in truth, poor Dr. Pfannenstiel was as heavy as an Opel Blitz truck. The girl also smiled, stroking her lover's sleeve, but the smile sank away at once. Turning to Kurt Gerstein, as people so often did, the lieutenant inquired, "Where might you Goths be riding to?" "Warsaw," the young man lied pleasantly. "And yourself, Herr Oberstleutnant?" "I'm taking Basia to her parents. Then it's straight back to the Ostfront." With a self-important air he adjusted his knight's cross. Gerstein thought him rather pitiable. "And when will you come back for me?" asked the girl in a weak and listless voice. "Don't worry, darling. There will be plenty of passes given out as soon as we take Stalingrad." The summer-green forests were growing crazily, nourished by atrocity. It seemed to Gerstein, such was the profusion of foliage, that the train was now passing into the earth itself, and through some illusion the shimmering of the leaves resembled veins of crystalline chalcedony. After all, it was now evening, the sky turning Prussian blue in the train windows. Ahead lay the still richer summer-leaf darkness of the Polish countryside. But Poland, of course, had ceased to exist. Although Basia suffered the lieutenant to hold her hand, she never stopped looking at Gerstein. Unable to control himself any longer, he allowed his eyes to find her eyes. At once, doubtless through some peculiarity of lighting, her face seemed to take on the features of his murdered sister-in-law, and she said in a voice which only he could hear, "Be brave, Kurt Gerstein. I am your conscience. When you walk the dark way, remember me, and always do your best." He had, perhaps, been in love with Bertha. Her smile was always grave, approaching sadness, and the more sweet for that. She had deep brown eyes with rich lashes, and brown hair which waved so graciously across her forehead before, caressing her rich eyebrows, it curled back against her temples and then flared down all the way to her shoulders. Her lips were both full and delicate. There had been something Jewish-looking about her. Gerstein did not even feel frightened. Perhaps he was dreaming, for the others in the compartment continued to notice nothing. Ever since his childhood, strange enthusiasms and hallucinations had attacked him. His late mother always worried about his susceptibilities, and used to keep him away from military uniforms and memorabilia inasmuch as she was able, not merely because any reminder of her other son's death grieved her, but also since she feared, not without foundation, that any passing whimsy might induce him to sign up for dangerous adventures. In adolescence he used to dream of a pale face, neither male nor female, which hung over his and kissed him all night. Sometimes it had seemed more than a dream, as did this apparition. He tried to cobble together some reply, but now already Bertha's face was melting back into Basia's. For a moment, when it was neither one or the other, it almost seemed to take on the appearance of a skull. Then Dr. Pfannenstiel took out his pocket-watch as the train entered a zone demarcated by searchlights and barbed wire, the former frontier. The lands ahead had all been annexed into our Reich, and out the window they saw a helmet on a cross, a flower bush on a mound of earth. Gerstein and the other two SS men rose and rigidly saluted the corpse. The lieutenant stared at them with twitching lips. As for Basia, she had returned to her German magazine. 3. On the silent, weed-grown tracks of Jeppin, a long, black, windowless train basked beside them in the dusk. The lieutenant and his mistress disembarked here without any farewell. The whistle screamed. Then came small houses whose roof-tiles partook of the colour of earth. Big-breasted Polish girls were lounging in a brickwork doorway, smiling at the train and smoking cigarettes. One of them laughed aloud, and her mouth glistened poisonously. After more brown-green grass and shunted trains, they passed bullet-riddled hulks of engines at the yard at Posen. Gazing through the window at the dim platform crowded with Poles, Gerstein wondered who Basia had really been. A real German woman needs no makeup, but she had painted her lips as carmine-red as the service colours of the Polizei Fire Brigade. Neither his father nor his wife would have liked her. They paused at the next station for a long time. No one disturbed them. Dr. Pfannenstiel snored, then awoke with a gasp. Captain Gunther was so still that he might as well not have existed. As for Gerstein, he stared wearily out the window. Tired SD men were checking documents, their jack-booted feet wide apart on the dirty concrete. The train began to move again at last, very slowly now, and after an interminable time reached the new frontier. They stopped once more for nearly an hour, while the police inspected everyone's papers. Then they crossed into the general government. "So it's sprayed directly on the clothes?" inquired Dr. Pfannenstiel. "I'm not personally familiar with this substance." "Correct," said Gerstein. "It comes highly recommended by the sanitation office." "In Berlin?" "Berlin, yes," answered Gerstein with a vacant smile, that smile which lacked 3 teeth. Changing trains in Warsaw, they rode across the Vistula Bridge and arrived in Lublin. "Gerstein, I've heard that there are some outstanding Ruthenian Byzantine frescoes in that Dominican church over there. You're a Catholic, I believe?" "No, Herr Captain, an evangelical." "So, I'll do my best to overlook that. Do evangelicals cross themselves?" "No, Herr Captain." "All the same, don't start crossing yourself in public. The Führer has said that after Jews, Slavs, and Freemasons, the churches are Germany's most dangerous enemies." "By your order, Herr Captain." "I'm afraid you won't have time to see your little frescoes, Gerstein, but we may be able to visit Lublin Castle. Quite a number of prisoners being kept on ice in the cellars." 4. "What's your opinion of the castle, Gerstein?" "Well, from the outside, it seems. The Führer has said that everything Polish must be erased from the world." "Heil Hitler!" cried Gerstein at once. The railroad tracks were the same colour as the evening sky. 5. They went by car to Lvov, which our forces had captured a year ago from that Slavic general Vlasov. Vlasov would soon begin working for us. Lvov was now called Lemberg. In the windows of all the nice restaurants, neat signs warned, "Germans only, no Poles admitted." "You're a quiet young man, Gerstein. I commend that." "Thank you, Herr Captain." "You haven't been in Lemberg before?" "No, Herr Captain." "I'm happy to say that Lemberg was a very anti-Semitic city long before we arrived here. Even the Polish students used to." Gerstein smiled on him with hatred. Hidden beyond the greatness and greenness of Polish summer trees, past tallish, rounded Polish haystacks like ancient tumuli, a railroad spur ran to the secret place called Belzec, which would sometimes appear in his nightmares as a negative image, white on black. The Nazi eagle stamp a white blotch on the document with the swastika black. Sometimes eagle and swastika went completely white together, becoming a winged bomb falling in prefiguration of our V-2 rockets. Geheim. And then that file was opened. The secret of Belzec opened unto him in typed and numbered paragraphs, the numbers centered, the section titles underlined after the fashion of legal contracts. It was all for the best. Thus the lesson he'd been meant to learn. Once the zone was clean and clear, there'd be happier scenes. Volksdeutsche receiving farmhouses, identification cards, and framed photographs of the Führer as they entered their new inheritance. "Gentlemen, I'd like you to meet SS Brigade Chief Otto Globocnik. Chief, I believe you've already met Professor Dr. Pfannenstiel, our Waffen-SS hygienist, and this fresh-faced young man is our delousing expert, SS Obersturmführer Kurt Gerstein." "Heil Hitler!" "Yes, Dr. Pfannenstiel and I exchanged ideas just 2 weeks ago in Lublin. Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!" "Brigade Chief Globocnik has been entrusted with organizing the actions against the Jews in Lublin district. And how's the good work coming?" "It's a cesspool here, Gunther. No matter how hard we work, there's more shit and more shit, Jewish shit. Hopefully we'll be able to clean it up faster." "That's your task, Brigade Chief." "Of course. But they keep dumping more Jews on me. Just when I got Lublin nearly cleaned up, they sent me Jews from Austria. Last week I got a shipment from the Old Reich, and they're all pretending to be war heroes. What scoundrels! They've all gone to the bathhouse now. Do you understand me, Gerstein? No, Brigade Chief. Well, you'll learn. Now, you're going to have 2 jobs at Belzec. First of all, you'll develop a procedure for disinfecting clothing. We have mountains of it piling up, all used and crawling with God knows what sort of vermin from Russians, Poles, Jews, and all that riffraff. By your order, Brigade Chief. Secondly, we need a faster-working gas than diesel exhaust. That's where your prussic acid comes in. Gerstein trotted after them, smiling woodenly as he waited to be enlightened. Dr. Pfannenstiel already knew. Dr. Pfannenstiel horrified him. Gerstein, meet Kripo Chief Herr Christian Wirth. Wirth, this is SS Obersturmführer Kurt Gerstein, who's a very ingenious and reliable young man, I've heard. Heil Hitler, Captain Wirth. Heil Hitler. You'll get used to the smell, Gerstein. Haven't you ever passed by a rendering plant? Even paper mills stink. Now, this here is the dressing hut. Do you see that window to turn in valuables? It's surprising how many of them actually do it. We find that it reassures them. Moreover, it saves work for the Sonderkommando later, although our regulations do require us to inspect every body cavity. That was when Captain Gunther said, "You're not going to disappoint us, will you, Gerstein?" By your order, sir. Next, I'll take you to the barber room, where we shave the heads of the women. We actually turn quite a profit on haircloth. Jewesses in particular seem to pamper their hair. I suppose it's a racial characteristic. Then that lane over there with barbed wire on both sides, that leads to the baths, which is where you come in. By your order, Captain Wirth. A naked blonde Jewess, smiling at Gerstein without hope or shame, raised her hands one by one above her head and mopped her sweating armpits with a rag which had not yet been taken from her. The hair of her axilla resembled golden wire. Seeing how he looked at her, Captain Wirth shook his head. "Nature is inherently cruel, Gerstein," explained Captain Gunther. 6. Gerstein, start your stopwatch. In a fury, Captain Wirth was whipping Heckenholt's Ukrainian assistant. After 2 hours and 49 minutes, Heckenholt got the diesel motor working. 32 minutes after that, all the Jews were dead. Gerstein said to nobody in particular, "The Führer himself has stated that Madagascar would be an acceptable residence for the Jews." "As a matter of fact," replied Captain Wirth in a monitory tone, "the wishes of the Führer on this matter are top secret. Just remember this. The final solution is the only way we can reduce the danger of epidemics." "I understand, Herr Captain." Now what? He was wondering. The answer proved logical. Iron hooks in the mouths, then Captain Wirth gloating over his jam-box filled with the gold teeth of dead Jews. The Ukrainians had made off with a golden mace from the 16th century, some coins, an ivory figurine of some saint. Into the mass grave, now for petrol and match. Dr. Pfannenstiel approached the pit rather gingerly and said, "These bodies have not been completely burned." "So what, man? They're only Jews." Dr. Pfannenstiel cleared his throat and reproachfully explained, "That's not the issue. The whole procedure is not entirely satisfactory from the point of view of hygiene." Gerstein was sure that he must be wearing his horror as conspicuously as an iron cross, but down sank another of his illusions. Everybody smiled at the handsome young blonde man. Captain Wirth slapped him on the shoulder and said, "There are not 10 people alive who have seen or will see as much as you." 7. There is a roster of good souls. Open the dark grey folder and read, "The names and identification numbers of these righteous have been typed in the left-hand column, followed by other boxes which contain in turn the dates of service, the methods employed, and the numbers of people saved." To tell the truth, I had imagined that this roster resembled one of those Greek codices, with golden anchors and crowns in the margins. But the practice of virtue is such a dreary, low-paying business that it's all that the angels can do to hire a military typist. Not even alphabetical order can be respected here, which is why on one of the loose sheets we find, in this order, Dr. Hermann Maas of Heidelberg, who helped many Jews get safely to England and Switzerland. He got sent to a labor camp in 1944, but survived the war despite his advanced age. Pastor Erich Mirgren of Berlin, whom the Israelis have designated one of the righteous among nations, and Dr. Elisabeth Abeck, also of Berlin, who sold her jewelry in order to finance the escapes of Jews. The name of Kurt Gerstein is not here. There is another register, much more voluminous than the first. It's an old book on whose title page, above the single red Cyrillic word, hangs an immense bar of darkness with white gratings, then spiderwebs surrounded by a cross. This book is as tall as a gravestone. Its covers are cast out of lead. It takes 6 strong men to carry it. At Nuremberg, the prosecution caused it to be brought into the courtroom as evidence against each of the major war criminals. The appearance of the defendant's name on any one of its pages sufficed to ensure conviction, unless he was a rocket scientist. Once West Germany became a crucial Anglo-American ally in the Cold War, this volume was deposited in the National Archives in Washington, D.C., and subsequently mis-shelved. This is why most of its inmates lived out prosperous post-war lives. In its pages have been written forever the names of Captain Gunther, Dr. Pfannenstiel, whose indictment got dismissed, Captain Wirth, Brigade Chief Globochnik, and ever so many others. My random gaze uncovers SS Personalatke Helmut Becker, commander of the SS Death's Head Division, who liked to rape Russian women in the streets. But Gerstein's name is not here either. What then is Gerstein? Wherein should he be inscribed? Geheim. His story is as rare and hence as shocking as full figure reliefs of the saints on otherwise featureless walls. Now that story started to run in earnest, like rope hissing out from greased coils as the gallows trap drops. He was falling. He was free to make something of himself between beginning and end. On the train from Warsaw to Berlin, he met a Swedish attaché and told him what he had seen at Belzec, whispering in his ear all that hot and ghastly night. Soon he'd lapsed into the present tense. The people stand together on each other's feet, 700, 800 people in an area of 25 square meters. At his side, Baron von Otter stood rigidly there in the corridor of the sleeping car, turning his face away from the blond man's breath. It was pitch dark in the general government. Soon, thank God, they'd have passed through Radom station, and then the Reich frontier would come. Not long after that he could get away. He lit another cigarette. When he couldn't bear to listen any more, he kept politely nodding, his lips moving in what Gerstein must have assumed was a prayer for the dead Jews, but which was actually nothing more than a list of all the names he remembered from a recent visit to a Romanian cemetery. Ekaterina, Euphrosina, Maria, Gelu, Andrei, Jorge, Nicu, Leni, Ionifia, Elena, Elefeni, Melinte. Languages were his hobby. He meant to learn Romanian someday. For a Latinist it surely wouldn't be difficult. Elena, Elefeni, Melinte. Then the light came on, glaring on all the naked blue bodies, and one of them was still moving. She stretched out her hands toward the window, so they turned the light back out, and Elefeni, Melinte. He wished to know how accurately Gerstein had counted these alleged victims. The blond man choked out, "My stopwatch has registered everything faithfully. 50 minutes, 70 seconds. The engine still has not started. The people are waiting in their gas chamber. You can hear them crying, sobbing." In short, he'd fallen prey to the dangerous capability of the Untermensch to mask itself behind a human face, his sister-in-law's, for instance, and thereby excite pity. Baron von Otter sent a report to his government, but this report must have been stamped Geheim, for it remained unpublished until 3 months after the war's end. 8. As for Gerstein, he opened the New Testament and read, "Leave the dead to bury the dead." Then horror came upon him like a sickness. 9. It's natural to believe, or want to believe, since inertia is self-preservation, that once we have opened the vault, the dark grey file, and read some stupefying secret, we've learned the secret, in which all others, if in fact there are any others, must be contained. Hence we need not go to the dangerous trouble of digging anything else up. The allurements of ease, which kept most Germans from doing what Gerstein tried to do, encourage us to say, "In any event, I've done my duty now. The rest is up to others." Ever since he was a child, he'd been afflicted by what his father called evil thoughts, meaning an introspection of the melancholy, isolating sort. If only he had not had those thoughts, then he would not have been obliged to cause himself and others so much pain. The working capacity of Belzec was 15,000 murders per day. That meant, he made the calculation on a sheet of stationery of the Deutsche Gesandtschaft Budapest with the Nazi eagle on it. Then he tore the page into pieces and burned it. 450,000 Jews gassed every month, or 5.5 million Jews per year, under ideal conditions, of course. This was shocking enough that on that first time at Belzec, when the bright light came on in the chamber, he thought that he knew the worst. But the next day, after parting from Captain Gunther at Lemberg with a loud Heil Hitler, Captain Gunther was required on secret business in a place called Chelmno. The blond man found himself riding in a French-made lorry beside his intimate friend Dr. Pfannenstiel, Captain Wirth at the wheel, to a second extermination camp called Treblinka, whose 8 gas chambers could kill 25,000 Jews per day. And in due course, Gerstein's various liaison and inspection duties would bring him to the virgin facility of Majdanek, whose greenish barracks could devour only 2,000 Jews per day. But the place produced luscious cabbages, which were manured with the snow-white ashes of Jews. And Captain Gunther had mentioned Chelmno, while Captain Wirth, with a wink, admitted to him knowledge of Sobibor, capacity 20,000 per day, where German engineers had invented a special mill for grinding Jews' bones to powder. As the scripture says, "My house has many mansions." The joke at Sobibor, Gerstein was really going to split his sides at this one, Captain Wirth promised, was that our very first gassing there, 40-odd screaming naked Jewesses, you should have seen how they, was accomplished by means of a 200-horsepower petrol engine of Russian manufacture. If only those Bolshevist kikes could see how we used their technology. Dr. Pfannenstiel was the one who laughed. Dr. Pfannenstiel was the one who remarked at Captain Wirth's point, namely the ironic justice of our appropriation of captured materiel, would make for an excellent column in Signal magazine. Too bad that it was geheim. Gerstein, mechanically smiling, a smile which hid the missing 3 teeth, had just worked out the total for these facilities. More than 22 million Jews per year, excluding Chelmno, and ignoring human or mechanical failures. How many Jews were there in Europe? Did he dare ask Dr. Pfannenstiel? How many Jews remained above the ground in Europe? How many were there in the entire world? What if his estimates were faulty? Suppose that in fact no more than, for example, 2 million Jews per year were put to death. And how many other camps might there be? 2 million, 5 million, or 22 million? He was a mining engineer. He could comprehend large figures. At Treblinka, the SS held a banquet for them, and after a Sieg Heil for our Führer, and a hearty, if not entirely tuneful singing of Deutschland über alles, Dr. Pfannenstiel, flushed with Polish wine, rose to give an impromptu speech, which concluded, "When one sees the bodies of these Jews, one understands the greatness of the work you're doing." Gerstein laughed in a great shout, raising his goblet for the toast. Dr. Pfannenstiel sat down. It was late afternoon. From outside came women's screams in a quick, ceasing chorus. Was that an action, a general action, or a total action? And Dr. Pfannenstiel refilled Gerstein's glass with a little bow. Gerstein thanked him. "I like you, you blue-eyed Goth," chuckled his colleague. So wide a chuckle it was that Gerstein could see down his throat. Then Captain Wirth beckoned. "Gerstein, you've seen for yourself that we run a good operation here," he began, embarrassed, and Gerstein, smiling disarmingly, nodding at him like a schoolboy, thought, "This monster wants a favour." "You won't mention the engine problem to Berlin, will you?" "Of course not, Herr Captain. That sort of thing can happen anywhere." "You're a very understanding young man, and I won't forget that. Now I want to ask you something else. What do you intend to do with the prussic acid?" "As you advise me, Herr Captain," returned Gerstein in the most ingratiating tone he could wring out. Actually, this wasn't so bad. Anything was better than sitting next to Dr. Pfannenstiel. "You'll appreciate my motives in putting this to you. Heckenholt and all the others depend on me for their livelihood. As for Globocnik, well, between you and me, he's been in trouble before, and he doesn't want to get sidelined. None of us want to be sidelined here, Gerstein. Do you see what I mean? Now, here's what I want you to do." "By your order, Captain. I want you to tell those people in Berlin that we don't need any modifications, at least not at Belzec. About Treblinka, I don't give a shit. Thanks to their interference, we've already been made to give up bottled gas, which worked perfectly well, believe me, back at the start of all this. They can complain all they like about supply problems. Well, in this life we all have supply problems. Bottled gas is what we used to carry out T4 after the Bleeding Hearts decided that shooting wasn't good enough for Germans. Well, they can all go to hell. Tell those assholes in Berlin that based on your technical expertise, diesel is more sensible than prussic acid, more rapid or more safe or whatever. Get those bureaucrats to leave us in peace. They're not living in the real world. Do we have a deal?" Gerstein, knowing that every hour Heckenholz's engine broke down was an hour when Jews would escape murder at Belzec, also knowing that the lethality of his sky-blue prussic acid crystals was far superior to that of carbon monoxide, smiled at Captain Wirth with charming frankness, and said, "I'm afraid the prussic acid has deteriorated in transit. It's quite unstable, actually. I fear that we have no alternative but to bury it." "A good man, Gerstein. I'll cut you in. Do you see that Ukrainian over there? I'll make sure he has something for you." "Herr Captain, that's not necessary." But now Captain Wirth began to worry that Gerstein was holding out for more than a one-time payment in Jew gold. All the prostitutes of Poland, so it seemed, had set up shop just beyond his railroad siding, not at all put out by the stinking black fog which overhung Belzec, rain or shine. And his liaison officer, Oberhauser, who enjoyed the occasional tryst with any Aryan-looking pea-maiden, had reported to him that they kept raising their prices, doubtless because the treasures of Belzec were, at least from the standpoint of such sports, inexhaustible. Captain Wirth had himself seen a blondish wench leading two of his Ukrainians into a sort of cave she'd made in the mound of Jew clothes behind the locomotive shed. He'd had to punish her for that. In his fear, Captain Wirth became grotesquely confiding, and soon, just for laughs, he was telling Gerstein all about Hadamar. My God, he's talking about Hadamar. And later, when Captain Wirth kept telling him to take a few pounds of butter at least, not to mention a suitcase of Vibrova vodka, in the end Dr. Pfannenstiel was happy to relieve him of that. He kept staring as he smiled, like someone dazed by a glaring light, because Captain Wirth had told him how, back in the glory days of Operation T4, a very necessary endeavour, as he was sure that Gerstein knew, a challenging project, to get right down to it, a rewarding time, a procedure which, in spite of being classified Geheim, had been exposed and interrupted by those Christian swine whose fat asses we were saving in this war. He used to personally shoot mental defectives in the back of the head with his service revolver, because it wasn't until 41 that a genius thought up the system of false shower baths. Gerstein, sympathetically astonished, wondered why an officer of his rank and quality hadn't been assigned more help in the performance of this duty. To which Captain Wirth laughingly replied that in such close quarters, and considering that the targets were merely peaceful mental patients, not hardened Jews, one shooter was better than two, because 2 in the head is too much. 2 will practically tear the head off. And that was when it occurred to Gerstein that Captain Wirth, who was pale, bespectacled, and pinch-faced, except when he explicated Operations T4 and Reinhardt, that Captain Wirth, who wore an iron cross, a metal sunburst, and a death's head cap, had in all likelihood killed everybody at Hadamar himself, which is to say, he was the one who'd murdered Bertha. 10. To his friend Helmut Franz, he once said in his typically didactic fashion, "The times leave me no choice but to seek knife-edge paths and live dangerously." That was in the golden summer of 41, when we were rushing deeper and deeper into Russia, and, following closely behind our soldiers, the colleagues of Kurt Gerstein were marching Jews on a one-way trip out of town. Gerstein didn't yet know anything apodictically. He hadn't been invited to Belzec. But he was an SS man. He was on the knife-edge path. Futurity became a black tomb with an iron ring. So now he'd pulled the iron ring. The pleasure wasn't his. He dreamed that its blackness came off in his hands, and then he went home to his father's house. His wife was waiting for him. She offered her waxen cheek to be kissed. His father came slowly downstairs, greeting him with a sleepy "Heil Hitler." The children were long in bed. There was dinner, a good dinner under the circumstances. Elfrida had done the best she could, and he wondered what the poor thing would have thought of him had she known that he'd turned down all that Jewish butter. 11. Below the portrait of his eldest brother, whom he scarcely remembered, fallen on the West Front back in 1918, his father sat in the armchair, frowning at a feature in Signal magazine about 3 winsome young workers from the East, maidens from the look of them, who posed in knee-length skirts on the summer lawn of the Potsdam Palace, giggling. They have already adopted European fashions and have quickly learned the Western European style of hairdressing. On the facing page was another colour photograph of tanks rolling onto an Italian freighter, the picture saturated with the Mediterranean hues of ocean and earth, everything summery. The caption read, "Supplies for Tunis." "Ha!" said the old man suddenly, remembering. "I forgot to write you this, Kurt. Another Yid tried to steal our name, another Goldstein. But this time they caught up with him. Do you remember when I complained about the last case back in 33, and my complaint went unanswered? Well, this one they smoked out, thanks be to the All-Highest. Shipped him off." "Where did they catch him, Father?" "At the Technical University right in Berlin, if you can believe it. He was a cheeky one, not wearing the yellow star. His first name was something Russian. I suppose they'll have to make an example of him. The things that go on nowadays. Although I remember another case in which a certain Richard Goldstein of Hamburg—" "Father, you've told us that story many times." Ludwig Gerstein stared at his son. Then he rose, departing like a dark planet falling silently to one side. "Kurt, why couldn't you have let him have his say? It's harmless, and it makes him happy. Now he'll worry that you think he's senile. He used to say that he regretted what was being done. Of course you don't care that he'll avenge himself on me after you leave." But Kurt Gerstein gazed at her with sternness as unforgiving as his father's. 12. She could never understand why he wouldn't allow her and the children to come to Berlin. "Father needs to be cared for," was all he said. "And in times like these, if we give up this house, we'll never get it back again." "We'd all rather be with you, Kurt. But I suppose you prefer those widows' sons you've taken in. You've seen for yourself how poor Frau Hedwig is." "To be sure, that was a perfectly executed charitable manoeuvre," said Elfrida, with a nasty smile. "Meanwhile you leave your own 3 children alone with me." He said nothing. Tübingen was the city of his childhood, the place where he'd failed his theological studies. He'd been someone else here. Thank God for the blackout curtains. He hated the sight of Tübingen. "Well," his wife pursued, "and how are they doing now?" "Who? Who's under discussion? Hedwig's boys." Feeling as if they were speaking of people whom neither of them had ever met, he cast about for something to say, and finally told her, "They're in the Hitler Youth, of course." "They must look stunning together in their matching uniforms. Twins yet." "What are you implying?" "Nothing. I'm going to bed." "God keep you, then," he said. When he was courting her, they used to pretend together that he had saved an enchanted castle from ogres, thereby winning its beautiful mistress. Elfrida had long since grown beyond such foolish games. 13. In spite of his good manners and magnificent pedigree, Obersturmführer Gerstein remained less popular with his SS comrades than anyone would have expected. He found God, they said of him. We would have liked him better if he hadn't. Or, to tell the tale more positively, no friendships distracted him from his official duties. Accordingly, Gerstein's professional life became as pretty as the mountains one sees to the south on the way to Auschwitz. His service record from this period reads, "G is especially suitable for all tasks, proficient and sure. He is disciplined and has authority." Gassing van inspectors learned to come to Kurt Gerstein whenever they wanted to complain about inappropriate procedures. They'd sink into the low leather sofa, reach for the latest issue of Signal magazine from the coffee table, bored by the very first full-page photograph, the shining metal grillwork of a Ju-52 transport plane being swabbed clean by our tanned, blonde soldier boys in Africa. Say sugar or no sugar to the alert schoolmarm of a secretary-typist, and then they'd wait until the man on the far side of that immense office finished roaring into the telephone. "You tell them they'd better finish by noon tomorrow, or they're up the chimney. Did you hear me? You'd better have heard me. Heil Hitler!" and he'd clang the heavy black receiver down into its cradle, like a swordsmith with hammer and anvil, the poets among them thought. And none of them ever caught on that the person to whom he'd been shouting, and for that matter the shouter himself, did not exist. Now here he came, lopsidedly smiling because those 3 missing teeth humiliated him. They leaped up for a Heil Hitler, and then SS Obersturmführer Gerstein, dear blond Kurt Gerstein, his hair combed back, was asking what he could do for them. "The operators keep calibrating the engines incorrectly, Herr Obersturmführer, and it doesn't do any good to bawl them out. It's not very nice for the cleaning crews, I'll tell you. The Jews shit and puke all over the floor before they—" And smiling blond Kurt Gerstein, the one man in the SS who understood them, agreed that this was unseemly, promised to request an investigation, asked for details as to the quantities of Jews being killed, the locations of the temporary extermination centres, the widths and depths of the mass graves, etc., which, these matters being geheim, they really shouldn't have revealed. But if one can't trust an SS man, it's hopeless. In fact, working methods throughout our eastern territories gradually did improve as Auschwitz came up to capacity. Some of them thanked Kurt Gerstein for that. Have you ever seen our tank parks and artillery parks all arranged in neat squares upon the green grass of Germany? If you have, I hope they won't shoot you. SS Obersturmführer Kurt Gerstein's office was laid out in just that orderly fashion, with every stack of files compulsively squared up as if he feared inspection, and that latest issue of Signal centred on the coffee table, all the file cabinets locked, 6 framed portraits of our Führer marching around the walls according to size, and the pens and pencils absolutely vertical, crammed in the holder like Jews in a gas chamber. Well, you get the picture. Gerstein was always helpful and correct with his colleagues, no matter that he did pray. An old pensioner named Greisler, who, if you ask his former occupation, mutters something about being a diesel mechanic, sings Gerstein's praises to this day. "He helped my nephew get into an Adolf Hitler school." We must not overemphasize the testimony of Frau Alexandra Belz, who remembered visiting him at Summer's End, 42. After sobbing that he couldn't go on, he poisoned her life forever with his horrid secret. If the SS had heard, he would have been shot immediately, and his family all sent to Dachau. On the very next evening, Obersturmführer Gerstein was dining quite merrily with clever Hans Gunther in one of Prague's subterranean restaurants, an establishment so deep and dim, in fact, that both men had the feeling of being inside a wine cask. Abstaining from the wine, he assured his superior that he longed only to be of use to our Reich. How could he best further the completion of Operation Reinhardt? "Gerstein, I had doubts about you at first, but now I can see you're as firm as iron. I'll bring you to Theresienstadt tomorrow morning. Captain Seidel is Austrian, like our Führer himself, a real Iron Man. I think you'll be impressed by the way he hoodwinks the Bohemian Jews. Even the Red Cross swallows the bait. It's time to teach you his system, because we have to get ready for Hungary. By your order, Herr Captain. Thank you for your confidence in me." Nor should we allot exaggerated importance to the recollection of Pastor Otto Wehr that at his final rendezvous with Gerstein in the fall of 1944, the latter told him, "Every half hour those trainloads of doomed Jews come chasing me." He gasped out to Bishop Debelius, who'd officiated at his wedding, "Help us, help us, these things must become the talk of the world." Why dwell on sad and secret matters? After all, the general plan for the East was being fulfilled. To be sure, the plan's very success had impelled us out of sight of those easy days when the very heart of the Reich still had been full of Jews who, ripe for the harvesting, offered their hunters not only the currency and valuables which any city dweller, even the poorest, is practically bound to have, but also the shared language so convenient for torment. Spit in the face of the quarry's Aryan wife and call her Jew's whore. No fear that the husband won't understand. But now the hunters were compelled, not only by the scarcity of game in the homeland, but more so by the continuously increasing magnitude of the hunt, to forage in the alien preserves of the general government. The Reichskommissariat Ukraine, where Gerstein could have helped himself to a golden tankard with an eagle on the lid. The Reichskommissariat Ostland, the widening strip of unincorporated Soviet territory behind the eastward rushing front. Not to mention Romania, Croatia, Bulgaria, Greece, Hungary, where in many cases the Jewish peasants, already accustomed to centuries of beatings, confiscations, and pogroms, clumped silently together when the hunters flushed them out of their already blazing huts. And when the hunters cursed them, the Jews gazed back wide-eyed, as though they comprehended nothing, even when the Einsatzgruppenmen, in between reading advertisements for Rosodont, which is to say Bergmann's solidified toothpaste, shot the old ones and the sick ones right there. Even when they took the strong young males away to dig the pit, the hunters' domination seemed to make no mark upon those faces pale as writing paper. Worse yet, what was there to pilfer except a few gold teeth? Of course the Jews of Holland, Belgium, Italy, and France were richer, but they tended to get stripped by the police of their own countries. So the German hunters felt that everything was diminishing now. Sometimes there weren't even gold teeth. Ebbing Jewry might dry up completely, as it continued to seem, yet profitlessly, rustling and dying, draining into each new earth-pit, its blood absorbed, its memory walled off like the festering heart of Shostakovich's still unwritten eighth-string quartet, Opus 110, the charred smears of Jewish villages quickly overgrown with grasses golder than gilt. The hunters still believed in the hunt. After all, in our Ukraine there remain compliant ewe-maidens, in Russia our girls, and so on. But they'd begun to feel as if they were shooting field mice instead of deer. "Until the Ostfront stabilizes," Captain Gunther kept saying now. He had begun registering Jewish property in the last marches of Bohemia. The former owners marched past Prague's Powder Tower, whose bas-reliefs of matronly virgins and frog-like knights were all black and old. Then off they went to Theresienstadt, to wait until Auschwitz's ovens had room for them. As for Gerstein, he grew haggard trying to learn the contents of more secret documents. This was his honor, you might say. His comrades were disappointed because he couldn't find time to accompany them to the cinema to see Liska Malbran. Mostly he shuttled between Prague and Berlin, but I seemed to see him at Dachau, where Russian prisoners got frozen for experimental purposes, their falling body temperatures being measured with rectal thermometers. And he was likewise at Birkenau, where his SS comrades collected the most interesting skulls of Jewish Bolshevik commissars, coding them, then affixing labels as colourful as Mussolini's decorations. There was Bertha again. Her eyes resembled those of the Italian princess who died in the brothel of Buchenwald. I find him pacing the sidewalk below the Deutsche House in Prague, with wreaths and swastika buntings fading moment by moment above his head. Now here came the transport, 15 green Minas, whose barred high windows showed him only darkness. He knew from experience that as many as 50 prisoners could be packed in, if their packers didn't care about a few suffocations, so that meant that a possible 750 more victims of Hitler had just now, at 11:45 hours, passed this street corner and vanished, while he'd pretended not to count them. They must be bound for the Petschek Palace, where the Gestapo operated. His quest called him there to observe the incoming traffic, but moderation forbade him. Traversing and transecting Europe Central with his top-secret manifests for the delivery of Zyklon B, he sometimes had time to inhale the gloomy yet somehow satisfying smell of old churchstone, soaked with 500 years' worth of incense, breath, and the steam from fresh-baked sacred bread. Instead of relief, his prayers brought him only desperation. How could he deny that with knowledge came sin and death, that his quest to learn the truth had infected him with horror, that he was now an accomplice until he saved the Jews? But he had clean hands. In 842, his horrid visions like heel-claps echoing in an old church, he sought out the papal nuncio in Berlin to bear witness. Monsignor Orsenigo would not see him, perhaps on account of the SS Zigrunen flashing on a shield on the side of his dark helmet. "Leave bad manners to their own quarrel," his father always used to say, but Kurt Gerstein, who still had much to learn, persisted until they begged him to go away in God's name. When he emerged from the legation, pale and twitching, a policeman began to follow him, and then another policeman on a bicycle came after the first. He changed direction, ducking around a wall whose poster, a little torn and grimy, for it was last month's word of the week, displayed the compulsory Jewish star with the explanation, "Who wears this symbol is an enemy of our people." The two policemen continued to follow him. His first thought was to knock on Bishop Debelius's door, but he disdained implicating anybody in his own doom. "What I can do is almost nothing," Debelius had said. Desperately he leaped aboard a tram and rode 3 stops toward Wannsee. That was how he shook them. Captain Wirth dined with him at Auschwitz and said, "You need stronger nerves, my friend." He paid a call on the Swiss press attaché, who sniffed at him and said, "Of course I'll relay your story to the Bureau, Herr Gerstein, but in the first place it's unbelievable, and in the second place, if you take a look at the map of Central Europe, you'll see that Switzerland is not a very large country, but the Reich is growing all the time, so please don't expect to read your anecdote in the newspapers tomorrow." Gerstein turned on his heel. Once more he attempted to meet with Monsignor Orsenigo, but that gentleman, they told him, was away at the Vatican. So, at extreme peril to himself, he conveyed a note to Dr. Winter, legal adviser of the Archbishop of Berlin. There came no answer. Day after day, dangerously neglecting his own duties, he paced before the gates of the Swedish embassy until he saw Baron von Otter emerge. Frau Hedwig's twins expected him to come and speak to their Hitler Youth chapter on the topic of German chivalry, but he was going to be late. At the corner, 2 Gestapo men sat in a Mercedes-Benz watching. Gerstein rushed at his acquaintance, wrung his hand, asked in a quivering voice whether anything had come of the story he'd told. "Of course I made a report," his acquaintance replied, glancing at the Mercedes uneasily. "It has already had a great influence on the relations between Sweden and Germany." "Oh, thanks be to God. And now please excuse me, Obersturmführer Gerstein. I must attend to my official duties. Baron, I beg to inform you that they're now opening all the mass graves in the East to destroy the evidence. Write this down, please. SS Standartenführer Paul Blobel is their incineration expert." "Herr Obersturmführer, are you insane? Those men over there—" That winter they were in a broken-windowed, sandbagged, walled nightclub in Minsk, a city now belonging to our Reich, which was why, with the exception of certain specialists who were needed for the war effort, the Jews there had already been apprehended and rendered harmless, and Gerstein, who, to the astonishment of his comrades, had just declined the present of a huge glass jar of malt syrup, which his wife would have gratefully received, was thinking, "What is my life? A lovely blonde girl who's so slender I could wrap my arm around her waist twice. She lounges against the wall or carefully squats down to pass tiny, cold, transparent glasses of Kazakhstan vodka to the Wehrmacht officers who are playing billiards in the sunken room. She is glowing with her youth, burning her youth instant by instant, wasting it here. What should she be doing with it? What should I have done with mine? Mine is gone, burned out. And she is as slender and blonde as this candle she's lit for me. The candle with its slender blonde flame, which ever so gently sways as her head does, its expression as unreadable as hers. She's Aryan. She's one of us. She's beautiful. She should be with one of us. That's what they say. But the flame eats the candle whether it touches another wick or not. Don't you want to watch the show, Gerstein? We're just about to cram the gas chamber full of naked women. But they seem so innocent. Ha ha! How sly they are! And his heart screamed out. Far away in Kuibyshev, Shostakovich heard the scream in his nightmares and saved it for Opus 110. She squats down and places another vodka glass on the ledge by the billiard players. The liquid trembles. It's clearer than ice, more silver than water. Her face is blank. Is she bored or afraid? She wants to go home. If she had enough to eat, I suppose she wouldn't be here. Then what would she do with her beauty? Does she even know? It's night, and the snow is dark and dirty outside. Snow in the shell-cratered streets, dark houses plastered with tattered eagle and swastika announcements of regulations and reprisals. Then more snow, frozen garbage, swastika buntings flapping and creaking unseen in the night wind. And somewhere, probably in a narrow alley heaped roof-high with rubble, Bertha's ghost glides, forever invisible to those shivering, blue-faced German soldiers who await another grey dawn. She's not Bertha, I know that. She lays her hand upon her cheek. She gazes down at the billiards. I expect her to yawn. Her hips barely bell out. Her legs seem to come all the way up to her chest. Her breasts are modest but firm. She's streamlined, like a German airplane. This blonde woman metal shoots through the air, consuming itself with a magnesium flame. The flame is steady. She faintly smiles. A player whirls his billiard stick like a propeller. He would fly too if he could, but he's too fat and old. Youth will win. Youth is her firm, almost flat buttocks, which swell out from her only with the most subtle and aerodynamic roundedness. And her face. a fully perfect blank blonde stone. Those Greek caryatids, they're female without being human. That's what she is. Maybe I don't want to be human. I want to be her. I want to eat her like caviar. But if I could eat her goodness, it would only melt away on my tongue. Across from Gerstein sat another SS man, watching him searchingly. At last this comrade said kindly, "Never mind, Gerstein. I myself vomited after my first execution." 14. His wife implored him to resign from the SS for her sake and the sake of the children. She took him by the hand and drew him to a mirror, murmuring, "Look at yourself, Kurt. Look at what this is doing to you." Proudly he said, "I myself have chosen this road." Then she said, "How can you, a man of honor and a sincere Christian, stand by and watch these things?" His face hardened into helmet flesh, and he replied, "I am glad to have seen these atrocities with my own eyes, so that one day, God permitting, I may be able to testify about them." She laughed at him. Then he swung round as though he were about to strike her, and he said, "Perhaps I ought to sue for divorce. What do you think? That would save you, should anything happen to me." "No, Kurt, no." "Very well, then. We mustn't just think of ourselves." But wasn't that precisely what he was doing? The next time he went to Theresienstadt on another secret mission for clever Hans Gunther, there weren't as many boxcars as usual, so he completed the registration early. Detraining at Prague, he thought to buy something for his family. He was an SS man. He could go anywhere he chose. Czechs and Germans alike, everyone gazed at him with fear, which made him long to scream. Smiling coldly, he flicked an imaginary granule of dust from his death's head cap. He called himself a spy for God. In those curving streets, walled high with watchful windows, swastika banners hung down on either side with perfect regularity, just as in Berlin. So quite often he could see 3 ahead on his left, 3 more on his right, until the street arrived at a squat black archway like a grave. Following a stone bridge across the Vltava, the Moldau we call it now, he came to a street where an old woman was selling honey. She was sitting on the cobblestoned curb, drowsily humming to herself. Something about her face reminded him of the Catholic nurse who'd cared for him in his childhood. She was the only one who'd been kind to him. When his shadow fell on her, she looked up and screamed. 15. The Anglo-Jewish Bolshevists label us totalitarians, and it's true that all over our Reich, even at Wolf's Lair itself, we express ourselves by means of the same signals. For example, the preliminary end of an air raid alert is represented by 3 high-pitched sounds within a 1-minute interval. Then, once the cessation of the enemy threat has been verified, a tone of the same pitch shrills out steadily for 1 minute. We have found this consistency to be quite convenient. I'd be surprised if the enemy didn't have their own equally totalitarian system. For much the same reasons, we've elected to school every German boy, every decent one, that is, in the Hitler Youth, so that his response in these times of racial threat can be relied on. Frau Hedwig's twins, Erich and Edmund, were among the decent ones. They had just been studying the Teutonic Knights. When he entered the room, Edmund was reading aloud. Long and wide went the forest through which he must make his way, were he not to shun the combat to which, through no fault of his own, he had been called. Laying his hand upon the boy's shoulder, Gerstein asked him how he understood what he had just read. Edmund replied, "Hard times, hard hearts. That's our word of the week. When a war gets foisted on us by international Jewry, we don't have a choice. We have to fight. That's what it means for us today." "Correct," laughed good blonde Kurt Gerstein. "By the way, have you dreamed about that dark forest?" "Never," said Edmund. "Erich?" "No, Herr Gerstein. Perhaps we don't understand your question. It's about good versus evil, isn't it?" "Clearly. Now read it again." "Long and wide went the forest through which he must make his way." "Would you boys like to be knights?" "Oh, yes, like you, Herr Gerstein." "Continue." "Were he not to shun the combat." "Against whom?" "The Jews, Herr Gerstein." "And who else?" "There is no one else," cried the handsome boy, proud to have solved the trick question. "The Jews are our misfortune. The Slavs and Anglo-Americans merely follow them. Isn't that right, Herr Gerstein?" "That's right," he said gently, remembering that time back in 35, when the Hitler Youth insulted our Lord in their performance of Wittekind by Edmund Kiss. When the blonde young actor on stage jeered, "We'll have no saviour who weeps and laments," Kurt Gerstein had stood up to shout, "We shall not allow our faith to be publicly mocked without protest." They kicked him to the floor and kept kicking. That was when he'd lost 3 of his teeth. Hadn't he done everything he could? Wasn't he still doing it? He told the boys the tale of simple Hans, whose princely brothers despised him for a fool, but who won the princess in the end because he saved the ants, ducks, and bees from harm, a favour they requited by coming to his aid when he was set humanly impossible magic tasks in the castle of stone effigies. The ants gathered up and counted all the scattered pearls, the ducks dove down to find the lost key, and the bee-queen tasted the lips of each sleeping princess to find out which girl was the most charming. 16. Once more he succeeded in meeting the Swiss consul, Hochstrasser, and furtively spewed out his disgusting secret, while Hochstrasser gazed upon him with resentment. "I'll pass on your story to Bern if you insist, Herr Obersturmführer, but you continue to require that it remain unattributed. For the love of Christ, sir, don't you comprehend the situation of my wife and children?" "As you prefer, then. But unattributed rumours of this kind, well, what do you want me to do? Must I bring you a trainload of corpses?" "Herr Obersturmführer, good day." 17. "Again the prussic acid has decomposed," reported Obersturmführer Gerstein. "There is nothing to do with it now except bury it." "It seems to decompose awfully frequently these days," said clever Hans Gunther. "There's wartime quality for you," his SS man replied with a ringing laugh. "I've complained to the factory in person several times. Someone should be shot. Well, naturally they use Jews and Slavs on the production line, but for the sake of our transportation personnel—" 18. "Your father hasn't yet forgiven you," reported his wife the next time he visited, and even though he didn't know what he hadn't been forgiven for, the knowledge of being in the wrong came as easily as ever. Towering over her, he shot her that look which she would never see as anything other than stern, and then he waited. "For cutting off his little story," she explained. "Oh," said he, placing another log upon the fire. "The one about the Jew they caught." He knew how it must have been for that Jew, because it had already happened to him twice. The first time back in 1936, that time he'd sent out the 7,000 anti-Nazi religious pamphlets, and then they took him away in one of the green minas, where through a small square barred window on the right-hand side he saw clouds, darkness, and windows. Then it was right face and forward march with the others into Columbia House, where the black-shirts tortured him with wet horsewhips. In 1938, because they absurdly suspected him of monarchism, another green mina carried him to a concentration camp, where he quickly learned to tell the smirking doctor, "I fell downstairs." In short, he overcame all his previous ideological errors. A certain Gestapo man had gotten him out, but his father had also helped by insisting that Kurt Gerstein had always been a sincere anti-Semite. He'd never forget those weeks at Welzheim, his vacation, they called it, and in particular the thing which he'd never tell anybody about, the thing that the SS men had done to him. Of course, all this had taken place back in the days when we still played around, when we beat them instead of liquidating them. Once upon a time, Röhm's portrait still hung in all our concentration camps. Then we shot Röhm and got serious. We commenced Operations Reinhardt and Barbarossa and set up shop at Belzetz. His wife said, "You really ought to apologize." "As you wish, Friedel," he said, and he went up to Ludwig Gerstein's room. Didn't he owe his life to his father twice over? Ever since he was a little child, his father's presence had always reminded him of Berlin's Zeughaus, which is square and reddish-tan, an immense stern cube studded with figures. The old man was lying down. Half opening his eyes, he gazed at his son with wolfish hostility. There was nothing to do but kneel down, kiss the father's hand, and beg his pardon. "You know I've always been a bundle of nerves, and what with the war—" His father gazed at him stonily. Inspired, the blond man leaned over and whispered, "Not to mention my secret work." This won the day. His father said, "I do forgive you, Kurt, and now we'll never talk about it again." "Thank you, Father. Once again, I'm sorry. Nowadays people are trying to accomplish so much. I trust that you also are doing your utmost. Yes, father. For whoever desires the Grail must approach that prize with the sword, his father recited, and Kurt Gerstein nodded submissively. And have you been travelling? What do they tell you about the situation on the Ostfront? Shall we talk about it by the fire, father? Friedel's soup should be ready about now. Just tell me this, Kurt, before we go down to the others. From what you've heard, will Paulus be able to hold out? I can hardly say, said Gerstein, and then at once, perceiving the ghastly fear upon his father's face, he amended himself. The Führer has promised us that Fortress Stalingrad will never be conquered. You're right, his father said after a pause. That's the only way to think about things now. Now we'll go down to the others. Seeing them descend the stairs together, his father's arm around his shoulder, Elfrida smiled with gladness, and he suddenly thought, why, how much like Bertha she looks. Well, but after all, Bertha was her sister. His 3 children, pale and dispirited, ate their soup in silence. Friedel said, Now you must tell us where you've been, Kurt. Minsk. Did you get my letter? Not yet, she said steadily. Is it pretty bombed up? Asked his father. I'm afraid so. There's not much good to say about that place. Well, after all, it was under Jewish domination for so long. Have all the Jews fled, or are they still causing trouble? They've been evacuated, he said bitterly. This is excellent soup. His son Christian said, Fatih, I've heard there's a lot to eat in Prague. You go to Prague, don't you? Yes. Did you bring us anything from Prague? Let your father eat, said Elfrida. Can't you see how tired he is? Fatih, some day will you take us there? After the war, he replied, with his head in his hands. How many castles do they have? And what colours are on their flag? I'm doing a project about flags for school. Their flag is the swastika now, of course. What on earth have your teachers been telling you? He didn't bring home good marks this time, Elfrida announced harshly, and Gerstein knew that he, the absent man, was failing all of them. Charity begins at home, runs the proverb, and he was spending his charity far, far away, on a race whose extinction no one would even remember. Leave the dead to bury the dead, as Scripture says. For a moment he imagined bringing his family to Prague on a holiday, or taking Christian at least, so that the boy could see the ornate towers, the curving stone balconies flying our long crimson buntings, whose swastikas make us all proud. It wasn't Germany, but those devils who— Fatih, next time you go to Prague, will you please bring us something really good to eat? Christian, said Elfrida, but not as sharply as she might have. You know better than to speak to your father that way. Say you're sorry. Sorry, Fatih. Fatih, what do they have to eat in Prague? He wanted to please them. He said, Well, sometimes there's roast duck. With red cabbage? That will be enough, said Ludwig Gerstein. Try not to be angry at him, Kurt. I'm not angry, father. Why is it so dark in here? It's not dark. The fire's very bright. No, it's those blackout curtains. What a ridiculous regulation. The Allies have devices with which they can pinpoint their targets in the dark. Don't be a defeatist, Kurt. Nobody said anything until the soup was gone, and then Christian asked in a low, shy voice, Fatih, may I please see your cap? Smiling with relief, Gerstein took it off and passed it across the table. He remembered seeing soldiers as a small boy and longing to be one. I like that death's head, laughed the child. Silly, you've seen it before. Please, Mamma, let me look at it just a little bit more. Let him, Ludwig Gerstein decreed. It won't do the lad any harm. Fatih, when I grow up, can I be in the SS like you? Surely, said Gerstein, trying not to burst into tears. 19. In 1142 they closed Belzec, having liquidated 500,000 Jewish Polish bandits. They burned the bodies, shot the work Jews and burned them too, demolished the installations, and interred their final report in a folder stamped with the invocation Geheim. Then they motored back to Lemberg to celebrate in one of the restaurants for Germans only, no Poles admitted. Truth to tell, Belzec had never been any more than a 50-mile practice march, so to speak. The real campaign must be waged at Auschwitz, whose public name is Camp A. Good, blond SS Obersturmführer Kurt Gerstein was in on it from the first. With his colleagues he sang "Erika, We Love You," a melody very popular with our panzer troops at Stalingrad. And this Gerstein had a beautiful voice. He was said to have been a Christian youth leader once, so doubtless he'd led many a choir in his time. Come to think of it, he resembled a choir master, with his strangely delicate eyes and fine lips like a girl's, his face almost as fair as the twin lightning bolts, like pallid gashes in the darkness of his right collar tab. He cut a very dashing silver and black appearance. The way he carried himself, with his head thrown back, seemed confident at first. But then the back-flung head began to strike any thoughtful observer, fortunately for him, in this world there are few of those, as the sort of stance which might be taken by, say, a Polish hostage standing before the firing squad. In our experience, it is rather surprising how frequently such racial chaff actually tries to be brave. Well, brave or not, they know the bullet will enter the forehead, if they're lucky. So while the eyes gaze at us levelly, and sometimes the mouth can even smile, no matter that the smile lacks 3 teeth, the head creeps backward, unknown to itself, striving in its primitive way to gain another inch of distance from fate. With his fine comrades he marched down Krakow's streets, all of them singing "Erika, We Love You" in perfect time, accompanied by the pleasing clink of their steel boots on the cobblestones. And at that moment only he, of all of them, remembered the pits full of dead Jews, stinking and brownish-yellow, like the earth which rains back down upon the snow after another mortar explodes at Stalingrad. Siegfried, the bankrupt tavern-keeper's son, was out of cigarettes. He'd just completed 2 weeks' sharp arrest for smoking in the motor pool. Kurt Gerstein gave him a whole pack of them. Albrecht, the former assistant cashier, wanted to send his mother some gold bars which he'd providentially found. Kurt Gerstein telephoned Captain Wirth, and it was arranged. Handsome Heine and Karl, who'd first met in prison back in 32, were sulky because instead of having more fun with P-girls, they must now deliver some documents all the way to the central office for the Jewish problem in Bohemia and Moravia. Dear blonde Kurt Gerstein offered to make the journey himself. He was trying to read the newspaper, whose front page presented Ribbentrop jutting out his chin in imitation of the statues in his renovated Foreign Office. That meant that there was no news at all, no good news at any rate. He wanted to finish the article about Ribbentrop, but they wouldn't let him. They were his children. Heine, who'd grown newly enthusiastic about our national literature, kept hounding him about Tristan, which, to save time, the boy was reading in a modern German version. He'd finally gotten as far as the verse where Tristan the amorous sets out to help dwarf Tristan regain a mistress raped away into a foeman's castle. They slay the evil knight along with his 6 brothers. That part's all right, but dwarf Tristan dies in the process, and Tristan the amorous gets wounded in the groin with a poisoned spear. Only Isolde can save Tristan, and she won't arrive in time. Handsome Heine wanted to know the significance of the poisoned spear. Why did it have to be in the loins? What was that all about? Perhaps, wondered Handsome Heine aloud in an innocent tone, Kurt Gerstein could explain something about knights who'd been wounded in the loins. Instead, Kurt Gerstein led them in 3 riders rode out to the gate, after which they decided that Kurt Gerstein was really very nice. They got drunk and embraced him, the way our true-hearted soldiers do. They drew their revolvers and clattered them down on the cafe table, laughing at everybody's terror. Then they swore blood brotherhood with each other, sweet, blonde Kurt Gerstein included. They all pricked their fingers with their SS daggers and mixed their blood with his. In our medieval romances, brother battles brother because identity is hid behind each closed visor. But these young men all wore the same armor as he. Their honor was their loyalty. He pretended to be their brother, and they didn't see his face. As long as it was dark, he couldn't see their faces. He prayed that Captain Wirth wouldn't turn on the light, and he wished that he knew how to play cards, because that would have made them happy. They murdered innocently because they'd been told to murder, and because they were stupid. How could Christ himself blame their bloody hands? They invited him to drink beers with them and watch leg shows at the Wintergarten as soon as the war was over. They asked him which film actress he preferred, Ingrid Lutzer or 17-year-old Liske Malbrun, and he smiled and said there was a certain Bertha whom he never stopped thinking about. When they asked who she was, he sang one more round of "Erika, We Love You." He led them in Heil dir im Siegerkranz. They thought he must have lost those 3 teeth in a street fight, They knew he'd been with the brown-shirts, just like the legendary barricade Otto, and that made them love him all the more. Now, across the tanned skull of a shave-headed Pole, he spied an SS-man slipping his arm around a U-blonde as they passed down the angling, twisting street to get swallowed by a bar's awning. He laughed, his eyelid twitching, and muttered, "Geheim." Finally he got away from them, as Friedel kept telling him, "Your fanatical convictions are making you unhappy, Kurt." He was very sorry, but now he must answer the call of duty. They thought him a sanctimonious ass. He never knew how to have fun. In the town of Oswiecim he met Captain Wirth, who was drinking beer from a dead family soup tureen, which was a conch shell inset in herringbone-patterned silver, and Captain Wirth told him, between you and me, how the new crematoria, built with truly Germanic perfection by Topf von Zerner, were nearly doubling their rated capacity of 4,576 corpses. Captain Wirth had memorized this figure, at which Gerstein, already calculating 800 a day makes 29,200 a year, excluding the occasional open pies of 2,000 a day, which makes, laughed and shouted, "Serves those Jews right." Then his eyelid twitched, which did not make Captain Wirth suspicious in the least, because our huntsmen do develop mannerisms indicative of the stress of the heroic work. "Remember to keep this close to your chest," sniggered Captain Wirth. "After all, even the Russians seal their radio equipment before a secret offensive. And then we turn on the light. What's that? Now, have you met Hauptsturmführer Professor August Hirt? I don't give a shit about most of those eggheads, but Professor Hirt is a real down-to-earth, folkish sort of fellow. Just duck when he shoots his jargon at you. You should meet him, Gerstein. He's just started a Jewish skeleton collection." 20. After the collapse of Fortress Stalingrad, the mood became even fiercer, the zealots more numerous, just as in the course of certain diseases the blood's thrombocyte content actually increases after bleeding. It was necessary to proceed with the most radical measures. Those who knew us best, namely our fiendish enemy on the Ostfront, characterized the German temper as wandering between the antipodes of bitter resistance, bordering on unthinking rashness, and timidity shading into morbid cowardice. "The way I look at it," said SS Obersturmführer Kurt Gerstein, "leniency in dealing with the Jews would be as fatal as hesitation in eliminating a Russian bridgehead." Well spoken, young man. As a matter of fact, no matter how eloquent this Gerstein might be, some of us were beginning to follow a different line now. Exterminate the Jews? By all means, but first let's squeeze some cash out of them. Soon Auschwitz would begin to turn a profit. It was at this time that the Dutch engineer H.J. Ubink visited Gerstein's apartment in Berlin and took the tale of Belzec to London. No one would believe it. Even Ubink himself no longer believed it, and took to referring to Gerstein as the Holy Fool. So another German summer came unmolested, and the Holy Fool, whom clever Hans Gunther now dispatched on an inspection tour of Chelmno, escaped by the slenderest margin, being compelled to take his place on the wide-spaced line of SS men shooting down Jews, while sunshine consecrated the shooters' toadstool helmets. Thanks to their hard work, there'd never again be a Poland. "This mass butchery is against German tradition," said Dr. Pfannenstiel, who was there for his own research. Thank heaven for the gas chambers. The shooters narrowed their eyes at that. The gas chambers were out of order that day, and they felt overworked. One fellow named Sorley had to make do with a misfiring Nagant. He could have done the job faster with his leather whip. Dr. Pfannenstiel exasperated him. He didn't much like the look of Kurt Gerstein either. Not that Gerstein had even said anything, but when there's a war on, one gets pretty good at sizing up one's fellow man. Is he steely enough for our time? Sorley told Gerstein right to his face that he must be one of those rear-echelon assholes who expect other people to get their hands dirty. Dr. Pfannenstiel was of a similar opinion, but the way he put it was more literary. "In our national epic, Siegfried won Brunhilde for Gunther, and some say even deflowered her for him, so weak was the latter king. We true-hearted workers are Siegfrieds, not Gunthers. Isn't that correct, my dear Gerstein?" By then the entire squad was of the opinion that maybe Eichmann should be informed about Kurt Gerstein's attitude. With healthy fanatical race-hatred, Gerstein, laughing as loudly as he could, started kicking the face of a dead Jew. He said, Looks like that Yid fell downstairs. That appeased them. He'd kept the faith. Sorley liked him then. They all drank schnapps afterwards. Sorley bragged about this and that, more grist for Gerstein's indictment. Sorley was also a man of culture. He couldn't stop talking about the time he'd seen Lizzie Waldmüller back in 1930. It had been Traum einer Nacht at the Nollendorfplatz. Then it was time to shoot another batch of Jews. Surely this time at least Kurt Gerstein would show his true-hearted mettle. How could Gerstein go on? And yet the blond man is said to have secretly flown to Finland to inform people there of the final solution. He returned exhausted and terrified to that office of his, with Hitler's likeness on every wall, Signal magazine on the coffee table, and on his desk a small photograph inscribed by its subject to Kurt Gerstein in Brotherhood, of SS Oberdienstleiter Victor Brack, whose grey, abnormally lean face displayed both the misery of old age and a certain native stoniness. Brack was a very decent man, really, a correct man, and a go-getter, too. He, if anyone, was the genius of Operation T4, which was why the Americans would hang him on 2/6/48. Gerstein had told him once, at crazy, suicidal risk to himself, "Herr Oberfuhrer, something about you, your smile, actually, reminds me of my late sister-in-law." The telephone was about to ring. The telephone would send him off to Auschwitz. He opened the new issue of Signal and read an article about conditions in America. Negro schoolchildren were intimidating their teachers in several larger cities. Even the Americans were beginning to see that measures might be necessary. In the courtyard, SS were shouting, and then another truckload of prisoners went clattering away over the cobblestones as the typist from the motor pool brought him his ersatz coffee. There was no air raid today. Right there, in front of her, he prayed. He tried to telephone Baron von Otter, who was in Romania again, they said. What about Bishop Debelius? He was a moderate man. He advocated only the exclusion of the Jews from our economic life. Trembling, Gerstein ran downstairs. He must have looked a sight, but the swastika-lapelled porter opened the door for him with an imperturbable Heil Hitler. Where could he go? He needed to walk and walk to cool his head. On the Kurfürstendamm, a reddish-blonde woman on a bicycle was pedalling with long pink legs. Everything about her was pink. That reddish-blonde hair of hers resembled the good red gold which ancient Norsemen prized. Why wasn't she working in a munitions factory? She must be the wife of someone important. Nothing was wrong. In the Tiergarten, a policeman on a brown horse passed slowly by, half visible between the trees. The telephone rang. It summoned him to Bohemia. Clever Hans had some surplus Jews. One eyewitness claims, this I can hardly believe, to have seen him enter the castle of Prague, residence of our Reich Protector of Bohemia and Moravia, where, under the guise of inter-district cooperation, he is supposed to have questioned SS Oberstgruppenführer Daloiger's personal staff about certain secret actions carried out against the Czechs in revenge for Heydrich's assassination. A parade of Nazi nurses was passing outside. Through the open window he heard them screaming, "Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil!" Daloiger's assistant was saying, "Something about you smells, Herr Gerstein. I'm going to report you." Gerstein stood up tall, slapped his face, smiled, deliberately showing off the missing 3 teeth, and said, "Go ahead and report me, you pasty-faced little kike. Now, Berlin wants to know whether this office has been hard enough, whether measures have been taken. For instance, it's alleged that the female inhabitants of Lidice are still alive. I'm going to tell Berlin that you're not men here, that you're just a bunch of soft-shelled Jewish creeps." In the end, because he acted so crazy that he must really be from Berlin, they allowed him to read the file on Lidice. 173 men shot in the village, 19 more liquidated in detention, 7 women rendered harmless, 203 others sent to concentration camps. 105 children either deported or Germanized, the village razed, all with the approval of our Führer himself. To Gerstein that was the next horror, the next iron-ringed vault now opened within him. He had always known that the sleepwalker knew, but that knowledge had been kept secret from himself, like a skeleton in a forest, like something silver on black. He went back to Berlin, and from memory wrote down the statistics on Lidice. American bombs were falling on the Reich Chancellery again. Someone he'd never met was shouting he was supposed to go to the air raid shelter. Coldly he replied that he was busy. At that moment the Kaiserhof Hotel got smashed by the planes. He heard our anti-aircraft guns firing, and then the all clear. Then he tried once more to telephone Baron von Otter. The line was out. When service was restored, he telephoned 3 half-strangers, all of whom hung up quickly and quietly. Then the typist from the motor pool came in with the ersatz coffee. Very gently she said to him, "Excuse me, Herr Obersturmführer, but what you are under the uniform is nobody's business." 21. He dreamed that he was digging in the earth, and turned up a golden skull with rubies for eyes, a death's head both beautiful and terrifying, like the uniform he wore. As he awoke he had a dissolving vision of holding the skull up to the sunlight. 22. Prague called him once again on the telephone. He took the express. Clever Hans Gunther was waiting at the office. "More secret business for you, Gerstein. Most secret." "By your order, Herr Captain." "Take this suitcase to Herr Lang at the Reichsbank, and tell him that this is from me. You're not to ask for a receipt, do you understand?" "It's all clear, thank you, Herr Captain." "Gerstein, I'm very pleased with your work. You're an outstanding young man, that's all. Heil Hitler." "Heil Hitler." What a heavy suitcase. He knew all too well what was in it. Clever Hans's trust in him was now proven. He sat gazing out the window of the Berlin Express, watching the summer scenery. Hour upon hour, the other passengers in his compartment sat in silence, too terrified to look at him. An old woman coughed. Flicking a fingernail across the death's head on his cap, Gerstein turned slowly toward her, fixing a stony expression on his face. The woman lowered her head. Then the conductor came. Gerstein thrust out his ticket, staring the man down. He lit a cigarette. Now came the long, tall facade of the Reichsbank, with its swastika banners and its 5 rows of rectangular window pits, which resembled the slits from which the defenders of medieval castles used to discharge their arrows. Herr Lang was expecting him. Together they weighed the gold. 22 kilos. To Gerstein there was something terribly unclean about that brownish-yellow mass. Was it the fact that it came from dead people's mouths, or did its Jewishness defile it? This is one of the most secret matters. He closed his eyes, turned out the gas chamber's light. "Are you unwell, Herr Obersturmführer?" "No, I was just trying to calculate how many Reichsmarks it comes to." "Oh, quite so. Well, in round numbers." A month later he was summoned back to Prague, to receive another suitcase. He had 2 hours before his train. There went his colleagues, marching in a line as straight and grand as the Doric columns of Schinkel's Neue Wache. This time his footsteps guided him to an antique store's ticking clock, bare-breasted porcelains, fake pearl necklaces, and dead women's black gowns. Something for his wife. He allowed himself to imagine how Christian's face would have lit up had he dropped around his neck that 18th-century cross of the Order of the White Eagle which Captain Wirth had forced on him. Boys always love militaria, and this was an 8-pointed star of gold, garnished with silver and diamonds. Actually, what he should have done was to sell it and feed his family. Instead, he buried it in the Polish earth, praying softly for its former owner, the grey-green trees going ethereal beyond his tears, as they would have done in any rain of blood, rain of steel, rain on the rich green grass of Auschwitz. Tears and prayers are both supposed to refresh one's soul. 23. Like Himmler, he now secreted a cyanide capsule on his person. I believe he kept it beneath the signet stone of his ring. Just as in the beech forests of Lower Saxony, the shadows of converging autumn bare trunks project like guns into the darkness they're made of, so his own thoughts led him deeper and deeper into despairing confusion. Here comes Kurt Gerstein, who since his adolescence has always rejected the impurity of this earthly existence, inspecting another extermination camp. One is tempted to dismiss Gerstein as a romancer, writes the historian-ethicist Michael Balfour. He must have realized that his actions were having no result. He compelled himself to witness everything now. Maniacally he counted strands in the barbed wire of a transit ghetto. Another footnote in his not-yet-written affidavit. He stood over the dark huddle of Polish Jews who sat in the marketplace of their town. They were waiting for the SS and police who ringed them round to escort them to death. While his colleagues guarded them, Gerstein counted them. 724 more crimes for his affidavit. And then, because his pass, stamped by Eichmann's office, allowed him to come and go almost at will, he went with the trucks to see where the mass graves were. He was present, trying to laugh with his comrades when they stripped the Jews naked, beat them and shot them. An old man, needing to relieve himself, squatted down in the bushes and got overlooked by his murderers. Gerstein whispered in his ear, urging him to hide in the forest. "No, thank you, Herr Obersturmführer," the Jew said coldly, in perfect German. "I prefer the company of my wife and children." And then he pulled up his pants and joined the next batch of lean, yellow-faced Russian Jews with upraised hands, bearded, kneeling, while the order police stood smiling easily, posing for pictures beside their bagged quarry. They were so at ease that they could have been Sunday equestrians in the Tiergarten. In the town, the church bell under its cross-roofed platform stayed silent, dangling between massive wooden legs. 24. Evening, and he strolled around the grounds of the old palace. By 7 it began to grow cool, and the fountains were delightful. A mosquito bit his neck. Beneath the honeysuckled arch, the ticket girl chain-smoked cigarettes, launching quips at all the German officers. Then came Bertha, simultaneous with the pure, rather thin bell-tones of 7. He remembered a passage out of Tristan, which he had helped explicate for handsome Heine. Whoever gazes into Isolde's eyes feels both heart and soul refined like gold in a white-hot flame. The flame of the crematorium, of course. She took each of his fingers in turn into her hand, reminding him of his arrest back in 36, when they'd made him play the piano, which means to be fingerprinted. The storm-troopers had been gentle with him then, because he was no Jew, and because he could sing. He said, "Do you remember how you told me to go down the dark way?" "Of course. And I know what wrings your heart now. It's long, isn't it, this dark way? And you're losing heart, aren't you?" "Never," he whispered. "Look at your hands," crooned the dead woman. "They're so soft and white. There's no blood on them." "Thank you, Bertha. Thank you for saying that." He kissed her Jewish-looking eyes. Then she led him into the church. The sacristan came trembling forward. "Open the crypt at once," ordered SS Obersturmführer Kurt Gerstein. "Now leave me. Wait outside." Shiny black marble steles, old white granite tombs, wooden crosses, a rusty iron box with a cross on it. That was the place where Bertha had led him. "Do you want to know how to get through life? At the base of a wooden cross, burn a candle." 25. And now, a note for those of you who consider this a vulgarly supernatural tale. It may well be that ambitious people of any stripe find themselves compelled to schematize the subjects of their solicitude into, say, Jews to be liquidated or Jews to be saved. There might not be time to learn the name of every Esther or Isaac who falls within Operation Reinhardt's purview. And the further those objects, get altered in accordance with the purpose, the more problematic it becomes to perceive their irrelevantly human qualities. I quote the testimony of Michael Chilzuk, Polish People's Army. He'd participated in the liberation of Sachsenhausen. But what I saw were people I call humans, but it was difficult to grasp that they were humans. What did Chilzuk mean by this? To put it aphoristically, a human skeleton is not human. It frightens us because it proves the truth of that gravestone epitaph so common in the age of Holbein. What I once was, so you are. What I am now, so you will be. The gaze of those dark, sharp-edged eye sockets seems implacable, and the many teeth which haunted Edgar Allan Poe snarl much too nakedly, bereft of those festive pink ribbons of flesh we call lips, whose convolutions and involutions can express mirth, friendliness, even tenderness. A human skull's smile is as menacing as a crocodile's. Since death itself is nothing, the best our minds can do to represent it is through that expressionless face of bone, which one day will be ours, and to which we cannot help imparting an expression. Under such circumstances, how can that expression be reassuring? This is why SS Obersturmführer Kurt Gerstein cannot help clothe the skull in beloved Bertha's image. On Ash Wednesday of that year, he'd been present when those few pastors of the Prussian confessional church who dared read a sermon about the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill." Even then his SS colleagues failed to suspect him, such was their own confidence in themselves. Following the collapse of the Ostfront on a secret map, he shouted, "Christ will overcome those devils." The neighbours must have heard, but no one ever reported him. Every evening he read from the Bible, then prayed aloud, lying weakly in bed. Next came the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, which struck everybody as no less viciously, ruthlessly useless than the way that encircled Russians will fight to the death. Why wouldn't the Allies do anything? They must dread the responsibility for sheltering so many millions. Or were they themselves anti-Semites? He stood between the columns of the church nave, trying to ask. Glaring arches of candle flame replied. What was the use? He might as well have kept on bowing and clicking his heels to Bertha's ghost. Helmut Franz whispered into his ear that the British, who alone could have done it, had deliberately refrained from bombing the gas chambers of Auschwitz. Switzerland refused to grant asylum to Jews. Only Kurt Gerstein was willing to act. 26. We now see him alone and impeccably uniformed, silver on black, his face as resolute as the death's head on his forehead as he sped down the road from Warsaw to Krakow in a military truck, with a spade and 6 50-kilogram canisters of sky-blue Zyklon B crystals under a tarpaulin in the back, and around him the wet and gentle crests of Polish fields in summer rain, tall flowers behind house fences, wet roads, lush trees bearing white stars for blossoms, and on the far horizon ahead of him stood other trees as grey as the North Sea. At each checkpoint they clicked their heels, saluted, and gestured him through. If they could have seen within his soul, they would have shot him. Shot him. Shot him. Tall, blond SS Obersturmführer Kurt Gerstein rushed on toward Auschwitz. Soon now he'd arrive at the black-and-white signal barrier, the sign, Arbeit macht frei, and it would be too late. He'd just told Helmut Franz about the female victims of medical experiments in No. 1 block. How many canisters could decompose in transit? Quick, into the slender-trunked green forest shining with new rain. Were there any partisans here? Let them kill him. Screened by trees, sweating and trembling, he began to dig a grave for the prussic acid. 2 canisters worth today, 100 kilograms. In theory, he was saving 100,000 lives. Out it came into the pit, glittering, celestially beautiful. He retched at the fumes. They'd shoot him, shoot him, shoot him. Why didn't he just stuff a handful into his mouth and be done with it? Give 'em something to chew on. That was what Sergeant Merle always said, when they swished it down the distribution cones into the gas chambers at Auschwitz. And Gerstein laughed. He actually laughed, so that they'd leave him free to fulfill his pledge. Afterwards he'd spend the night in Krakow. He usually managed a visit to St. Mary's Basilica, the terrorized crowds rushing aside to let him through to lurk within that dark wooden labyrinth smoothed by many hands, gazing emptily at dark candelabra, darker portraits, windows as deep as a skull's eye-sockets. Their pale Christ had risen, but, alas, risen nailed to his cross. There he was, hovering helplessly in the high blue firmament of the groined ceiling with its golden stars. 27. By 31-1-44, the front line had broken into segments of flotsam on an ebbing wave. "They'll never breach our Atlantic wall," cried his father loyally. "How could they?" agreed SS Obersturmführer Kurt Gerstein. He was the perfect picture of our Aryan race. Quite obviously he possessed a firm resolve to harshly but fairly enforce German authority. "Kurt, old as I am, I feel I should be doing something." "Well, look at you, father, you can scarcely walk." "That's all right. Give me a shovel, and even if it takes me all day I can still dig my metre of anti-tank trench." "That's commendable, father." "Recently I had a nightmare. I dreamed that the Slavs were in Berlin. You don't suppose they'll ever come here?" "God will do what's best." "What exactly does that mean? In the name of the All-Highest, do you support our Führer or not?" "You see the uniform I wear?" said Kurt Gerstein through clenched teeth. "I see what you think of that uniform. Even your children see that. And Elfrida, what that poor girl suffers on your account you'll never understand. If you want to live a worthy life, Kurt, you must never treat a woman badly. A woman, you know, bears no weapons in her hands. Your duty—" "Excuse me, Father, but how do you define your Christian duty?" "Did you mean to criticize me just now, Kurt? Was that your intention?" "No." "Well, then, what were you trying to say?" "Father, To me, the worship of our Lord means nothing unless it's expressed in practical acts of charity. But that in and of itself is impractical, because if each of us decided to express his Christian love in the way he thought best, no one would do his duty. The truth is, we're all selfish, and we all look for excuses. You know, Kurt, in the course of my career I often had to condemn some poor wretch to the gallows. From an individual human point of view, he might not have done anything wrong, and nobody will ever know how much I sympathized. For example, one fellow's mother was dying an agonizing death of cancer. They could do nothing for her. On account of those damned Versailles sanctions, the pharmacies didn't even carry any opiates to reduce her pain. And so he suffocated her with a pillow. Purely out of love, do you understand me, Kurt? But one has to do one's duty." "Well, suppose you'd refused to convict?" "Well, first of all, I might have faced disbarment, and I don't know what would have become of your mother and all you children in those years. We were already poor enough, not to mention the disgrace. One must not lose sight of such things. But setting aside my obvious family duty, the larger principle is this. If the man who suffocates his mother for love gets acquitted, then you may be sure that the man who suffocates his mother for hate will seize on that fact. But there's a distinction, after all. And you continue arguing against me, your own father? You stand against all of us. Just what do you stand for?" "Forgive me, Father, but this distinction— we see a distinction only because we're abstracting the two cases of matricide. We're letting them be hypothetical, so that we can play God and peer into the defendants' hearts. But in real life we'll never know." "But you knew." "Yes, I do believe, I'm humanly certain, that the man whom I sentenced to death was a mercy-killer. And the current law of our land might well allow his mother to be released from her agony, provided that it was the Reich itself which— Oh, speaking of such things, Father, I've obtained proof that Bertha was euthanized at Hadamar." "You're interrupting me. What if she was? Poor girl, she's better off. Have you forgotten how she used to touch herself in church? I hope you'll show the decency never to tell Elfrida. The point is, we shouldn't have the impertinence to play God. It's not up to us to decide who should live and who should die." "Father," said Kurt Gerstein desperately, "if I had been you, I should have resigned my office." "For shame! To think that I would ever hear my own son—" "Forgive me, Father, I don't mean—" "Then why don't you resign yours?" "I won't lay down my responsibility," the blond man steadily replied. And then, in an effort to defuse this conversation, "By the way, where is Friedel?" "Shopping." "Shopping," said the old man, with an indulgent wave of the hand. Gerstein smiled, trying to hide his rage. Friedel was probably standing in a queue to buy watered-down milk. "Unlike you," his father continued, Ludwig Gerstein never got distracted from a topic. "I'm not a quitter. When I was a magistrate, I did my duty, no matter how painful it was. I also fought on the West Front in the last war, Kurt. You can't imagine the things I saw." The son almost laughed. "No, Father, I can't imagine. I did my duty, and I never played God. I kept to the humility that befits a human being." "And you don't think we ought to choose for ourselves?" "As Adam and Eve chose against the commandment of God? As the Bolshevists continue to choose today? Have you forgotten that Katyn Forest massacre? That's their bloody, bloody work, which our Führer would save us from." Kurt Gerstein whispered, "We need to choose as Jesus chose." "No," said his father, "that's perfect fantasy. You're not Jesus. What you imagine is impossible." His father, who believed in the growing might of our Reich's air defences, had never been like him. From birth, Kurt Gerstein had always been as fearful as a Jew. 28. In 744, a Swiss newspaper printed an article about the situation of the Hungarian Jews, the headline being, "People are disappearing." An anonymous friend slipped a clipping of the story under Gerstein's door. His heart began to pound so fiercely that he feared he might vomit. Collapsing on the bed, he read it through, hoping not to be implicated. Fortunately, Die Ostschweiz credited the Polish government in exile. Then, of course, Gerstein felt disappointed. That was when the 2nd Guards Tank Army of the USSR liberated Majdanek concentration camp. They found the mounds of clothes, the shooting room. The documentarist Roman Carmen, stern and correct in his army cap and uniform, filmed the grubby captured Nazis in front of Block 2, his camera pressed in against his body as if he didn't want it to get too close to them. They were us. He was shooting us from underneath, aiming up at our stubbled chins to make us look even uglier than our souls. He filmed the giant cabbages. He zoomed in on the human ashes which fertilized them. And thousands of Russians saw that newsreel, maybe hundreds of thousands. The Soviet press organs printed extensive accounts. As yet, however, the Western Allies still refused to believe. Gerstein was in despair. As for his colleagues, they'd begun to look over their shoulders a little, almost as if they could see the Russians coming. Captain Wirth, who for some reason always tilted his head back when saying Heil Hitler, just as our Austrians do, poured him a drink and said, "To get right down to it, that Gunther of yours, they don't call him Clever Hans for nothing. All this time he's been complaining about being Stalecker's subordinate. You don't report to Stalecker, do you?" "No, Herr Captain." "Oh, cut the phony formality with me, Gerstein. We're in this together. Here's the way I see it. Stalecker's going to be the fall guy. You mark my words, Gerstein. If this war keeps going to shit, Clever Hans will be sitting pretty, and all the world's going to hear about Major General Walter so-and-so Stalecker, who committed all these crimes against the Yids. But you know what, Gerstein? Hey, are you drunk? I said, you know what? I'm not going to be the fall guy. Now listen, here's what you and I have got to do." But Gerstein was not listening at all. He kept haunting churches, adventuring like a knight, approaching any pastor who preached sermons against killing. He showed almost every guest those red-edged dark grey folders which read Secret Reich Matter and Geheim, and his colleagues went marching triple file along the right-hand edge of a barbed wire lane, their death's head insigniae baby white against their tanned baby faces and dark uniforms. They were not all blonde like Gerstein, but they marched in step, chins up, gazing straight ahead. They were as reliable as Panzer tanks. Now here came Commandant Rudolf Höss, en route from the department Canada, with his head up and his benignly stupid eyes a little worried, while helpful Kurt Gerstein, SS Obersturmführer Kurt Gerstein, trotted alongside, bending down to murmur into the commandant's ear that some of the Zyklon B had been decomposed in transit, and would need to be buried, to avoid any risks to the health of the gassing detail. "But what's Himmler going to say? And this has happened before. It seems as if you're always trying to take away my prussic acid, Gerstein. Is the substance really that dangerous?" "I'm afraid so, Herr Commandant." "Well, this will affect our efficiency. Tell me, Gerstein, can't you improve the reliability of the transportation process? As I understand it, the prompt and safe delivery of this essential neutralizing agent is really in your sphere of responsibility." "By your order, Herr Commandant." "I understand that you observed those preliminary ad hoc operations at Treblinka and Belzec. That is correct?" "Yes, Herr Commandant. At that time you supported Captain Wirth's argument in favor of diesel exhaust as opposed to Zyklon B. I've read your report. Frankly, I'm surprised that you could have expressed those views. Is that what you still maintain?" "Herr Commandant, as you yourself remarked just now, Zyklon B suffers from a tendency to spoil. In my opinion, it's better to resettle fewer Jews per day in a reliable fashion than to gamble with an extremely dangerous and uncontrollable toxic agent." "I see your point, but I disagree with it. We have to forge ahead. Unfortunately, we just don't have the manpower to shoot them. Well, I understand that this is not your worry. We each of us work toward the Führer in the best way we can. But I must warn you, Gerstein, If this happens again, and we have to resort to diesel engines again, or, God forbid, to small-caliber weapons, I'll file a report. Do you understand?" "Absolutely, Herr Commandant. And once again I assure you that it's not my— Do you know what I find very strange? Most of our Zyklon comes from Dr. Mryogovsky's hygiene service, and his gas never seems to spoil. Who's your supplier?" "Dr. Peters at the Degesh Company. Herr Commandant, I want you to know that I have already been following up this matter with him. Apparently the most microscopic impurities in the tin canisters may cause— All right, sighed Commandant Hurst. "We don't want any impurities. Sorry about the inconvenience, Herr Commandant." "Don't worry," Hurst said calmly. "Had you inconvenienced me, I should certainly have filed a report. As it is, Gerstein, the quantity you're able to supply is so negligible in comparison to Dr. Mryogovsky's that these interruptions don't impede our operations here. Will you be staying for lunch?" "With pleasure, Herr Commandant. Well, that's enough now. Don't worry. Nobody's going to file any report at this stage. I'll expect you at 13:15 sharp. Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!" What a good-looking boy, Hurst was thinking to himself as he continued on to the crematorium. 29. Now he no longer dared to destroy the prussic acid. Therefore he became an accomplice, history said. Suffering from diabetes, he frequently blacked out. His SS brothers also lost heart. They got drunk more often than ever, saying to one another, "If only I'd known how everything was going to turn out." In his dreams he saw Bertha's skull, which wept, the tears drying, leaving a whitish crust on the verdigrised bell dome of her skeleton church. Just as trenches grow shallower as they approach the front line, so his own defences against what he had seen and the secret life he led sheltered him less and less. Another way of saying it is that culture gets cruder, life less valuable as we go east. Prague's Baroque decorations, for instance, are heavier and squatter than the fluid marble nudes of Vienna. By the time we get to Leningrad, there's nothing at all, only a smoking mass grave bereft of any adornment but snow and rubble, pure proof of Slavic subhumanity. On Kaprovo-Josefov Street in Prague, not far from clever Hans Gunther's office, a tall, skinny, mummy-like bas-relief flexed its skinny arms upon a corner wall. Adorned with chains and fishes, it was a harmless Christian symbol, but to Gerstein it was a dead Jew hanging there and haunting him. "Don't be a coward," Captain Wirth would have said. In Berlin, thank God, no bookstores assaulted him with the word Slavistica. But other items frightened him unpredictably. His depositions against the Hitler regime were now as white, regular, and endless as a German cemetery in December at Stalingrad. If the Gestapo found those, he'd be lucky if they did nothing worse than shoot him and his family. In his office, the telephone rang and said, "A block raid, to catch suspects." He sought out Monsignor Orsenigo again to try to reach the Pope, but once more got turned away. In anguish he cried out to his wife, "What action against Nazism can anyone demand of an ordinary citizen when the representative of Jesus on earth refuses to hear me?" "Listen to me, Kurt. Please, listen. Nobody demands of you what you're doing." "Our Lord Jesus Christ would have done this much and more," he said to her. Elfrida wrung her hands, but in fact she'd become very bitter against him. Every other SS wife she knew lived well, but Kurt never brought anything home, not even Bohemian honey anymore, no matter how hungry the children became. He was an egotist, she told everybody. He didn't care about anybody but himself. And those yids he went on and on about, they made her ill. Didn't he remember that our people were suffering too? In fact, our Führer had said— She longed to command her husband, as her father-in-law could. And now we'll never talk about it again. The truth was that Kurt had never been normal. Even before the war he'd been so high-strung. She wondered what could have possessed her to marry him. Frau Hedwig's twins, considering him odd, had returned to their mother, for which he blamed himself. Edmund grew up to be more reserved than Erich, who in later life was known to say, "My brother and I both saw it coming." Summer is always pregnant with winter, of course, and when September arrives, Berlin is positively gravid, her heavy white clouds about to burst with rain, her yellow leaves ready to descend like paratroopers from the maternal stem. The blond man became a patient at various SS hospitals, muttering like so many other shell-shocked men, "What does God think of me?" In those places there was nothing to read but Signal magazine. "I'll have the second from the right," says Hilda, as she admires the new handbag which has just been placed in the repaired shop window. "I don't care how many bombs they drop," says old Meyer, "Germany will keep right on working." 30. He entered a church's open door and heard, "We admonish our German folk to stand by the doctrine of blood and soil." Then he went out to the beer hall with SS-man Müller, the crematorium clown. It was Müller who first told him about the malaria experiments of Dr. Klaus Schilling at Dachau. "Commendable," said Gerstein gravely, realizing that now he would have to add an entirely new section to his war crimes affidavit. "Commendable nothing," cried Müller, who now was very drunk. "I've got a comrade in the SD. You know what he likes to do, just for laughs?" "What?" "Make the Jews kneel down and beg for their lives, and then—" "And then? Well, don't be stupid, you know the rest. But first he—" And Müller whispered something really obscene into Gerstein's ear. And the blond man laughed. He laughed. He had to. 31. Baron von Otter had been transferred to Bucharest, they told him, but he managed one last secret interview with Consul Hochstrasser, telling him, "I've checked this information personally. The code name for Hitler's special train has been changed from America to Brandenburg. He rarely takes one of his cars any more, but if he does, it's worth knowing that he's had the bulletproof tires removed for the sake of his queasy stomach. The thickness of the rear steel plate is 8 millimeters. Herr Obersturmführer, this is outright provocation. Do you realize what would happen to my country if Berlin had any suspicion of— I'm telling you, even as we speak, people are being stripped naked and forced into gas chambers all over Central Europe. You can hear them screaming." "I do believe that you have," said the consul as graciously as he could. "And I am grateful for your belief," said Gerstein a little stiffly. "Now, shall I go on? The side plates are only 4 millimeters thick, therefore, Herr Obersturmführer, your own security and that of your family is your business. I myself— If Hitler should lose, he'll slam the door behind him with such force that the earth will shake. Can't you imagine what he's preparing for all of us?" "As I said, I myself refuse to be compromised," replied the consul, with a stony, thick-lipped smile not unlike the one eternally carved on Bacchus's face. "I've seen him grinning and glaring at me above an archway of the Palais im Großen Garten in Dresden. You had warning. I intend to give orders that you never again be admitted to this office." His inspection tours of the shrinking eastern territories, if they continued at all, went entirely unwitnessed. However, I do have at hand fairly reliable evidence of his having visited the camps at Oranienburg, where they clapped his shoulder and said, "Gerstein, what you see here makes you either brutal or sentimental," and Ravensbrück, the latter being particularly upsetting to him, since its inmates were females. The SS women there, so I'm told, were quite struck by tall, handsome Kurt Gerstein. One in particular, a bisexual opera singer who had a different Frenchwoman served up to her every week, a crime for which she later became a prisoner herself, had a scheme involving the disinfection of the SS laundry, which would have brought the blond man to Ravensbrück quite often. Pretending to be interested in her, Gerstein was able to hear from her own lips about the secret night and fog Gestapo stamp in certain prisoners' dossiers. He also learned from her that since the Hungarian Jewesses weren't dying rapidly enough, other measures were in preparation. Ravensbrück was a pretty soft camp, with only one crematorium, and Gerstein fairly quickly realized that he had seen far more than SS Aufseherin Luise. I think it unlikely that she told him about the young Polish girls whose legs were slit open and injected with gangrene to simulate war wounds. "They all whine and pretend to be specialists," giggled Luise, pinching his arm. "But enough about them. Would you like me to sing the Liebestod from Tristan? It said I can move a man to tears. Are you ready? Kurt, I said, are you ready?" Rage's beak drilled at the back of his skull. Rage's claws grubbed in his guts, piercing and digging. 32. Clever Hans Gunther called for his advice as to whether it would be practical to liquidate the remaining Jews of Theresienstadt all at once, if we herded them into open ditches and then sprinkled them with Zyklon B. The always clean and pleasing look of Kurt Gerstein's face came into play when the blond man lied and said that it was utterly impossible. That was the last time he succeeded in saving anybody. As it turned out, those Jews got murdered anyway, by shooting. In his flat, he frequently committed the capital crime of listening to BBC broadcasts. Moreover, he increased the volume until the neighbours could hear it through the walls. He lay in bed thinking what his father always called his evil thoughts. He scribbled additions to his indictments. During the French campaign, they'd murdered British prisoners of war in the village of Le Paradis. He even tuned into Radio Moscow. Field Marshal Paulus was speaking on the Freedom Broadcasting Station, offering to fight for a democratic order in Germany. When his increasingly rare visitors taxed him with giving in to suicidal impulses, the blond man stubbornly insisted that he was doing this only so that the neighbours could have access to these broadcasts without any risk to themselves. He defended this absurd position so loudly that guests sometimes feared for his reason. Then, in a sudden fury, he began to describe to them the way Jew brains explode high into the air when we shoot at close range. He couldn't stop seeing that, he said. Herr Gerstein, forgive me for asking this, but have you ever personally taken part in the actions against the Jews? I have clean hands, he replied through clenched teeth. 33. His father came for a visit, and Kurt Gerstein, summoning up all his courage, began with a dry mouth to hint at some of the things which were occurring in the East. "Anyone who talks will be shot immediately," Clever Hans had said. "Hard times demand hard methods," said his father with a shrug. "But what would Christ say about those methods?" "I still believe in Hitler," his father replied. "But there's something I want to ask you." "Yes, father?" "Why don't you carry a riding crop?" "Excuse me?" "Well, I often see SS men with riding crops. I think that it looks quite stylish. Would you like me to buy you one?" "That's very generous, father, but riding crops are reserved for members of the permanent staff, at Belzets, for instance." "Well, why don't you get yourself appointed to some permanent staff? Seriously, my boy, I'm worried about you. You seem as though you've lost your way." 34. "You seem as though you've lost your way," his father had said. But Bertha whispered her pride and gratitude that he'd been faithful to her. "Ha-ha, you should have seen the way we killed her. Better not tell your wife. Trutchen? She's such a little Prutchen, she'd never— Now it's your turn, Gerstein. Are you one of us or not? Tell us a story." "What kind of story?" "Oh, don't play coy. Come on now. Are you going to participate in our fellowship?" "Very well," said racial comrade Kurt Gerstein with a carefree laugh. Oh, his candid eyes and firm lips. "Now, this anecdote goes back to the summer of '40, when I first heard about the T4 operation. In retrospect, I think it was providential that my sister-in-law Bertha—" They were staring at him. "Was gassed, or more probably shot in the back of the head with a small-caliber revolver. She was deranged, you see, incurable. And that was when I realized that hard times demand hard measures, and so I joined the SS. We know you're an idealist, Gerstein. We were merely hoping that for once you could— Oh, to hell with it, Franz. He's never going to come down to our level. You know what, Gerstein? Sometimes I find your patently Christian attitude offensive. In our line of work there's nothing wrong with a laugh now and then. In fact, it's good for us. The truth is, we all have to get our hands dirty from time to time. We don't get to sit at a great big office like you. We're nobodies. We didn't have big-shot fathers like you, so we have to eat our lunches there in the crematorium day after day, with dead Jews stinking and burning, and ashes falling on our sandwiches. What do you think about that? Tell us the truth, Pastor Gerstein. No, Rabbi Gerstein, you mean. When was the last time you personally sent a Jew to the Promised Land? To get right down to it, Gerstein, what's your stance on the Jewish question?" "Franz, I'm a specialist in cyanide disinfectants. Don't you understand what that means?" Then they had to laugh. Blond Kurt Gerstein was one of them after all, in spite of his perpetually inappropriate half-smile. Late in '43, I can't tell you exactly when, an old friend paid a visit to his office. Gerstein was sitting at his big desk doing his accounts. Auschwitz's current tally, he calculated, was 2 million victims, when he saw a big Mercedes with the swastika pennant. He thought it was the Gestapo, but it was only Dr. Pfannenstiel. He wanted Gerstein to go to Poland with him, for the pleasure of his company, of course, and also to inspect some new technical developments relating to Operation Reinhardt. "If you can get me a sleeping car," laughed Kurt Gerstein, knowing that he couldn't. "Well, that's hardly a Gothic demand, my young friend. But if there's anything you need— Well, after all, since you're the man who invented the gas chamber—" "Excuse me?" "Oh, no false modesty, please. It was you who brought the Zyklon B to Belzec. Then you wrote up your report." "Correct," said Gerstein. "However, what I actually said, I have it on reliable authority from Clever Hans himself, who adores you, that without you the entire operation would have— Tell me something, Herr Doctor, and without any Jewish subtleties, please. In your medical opinion, when those dead Jews at Belzec lay staring at us all in a heap, what was the expression on their faces?" Dr. Pfannenstiel looked at him severely and said, "I noticed nothing special about the corpses, except that some of them showed a bluish puffiness about the face. This is not surprising, since they died of asphyxiation." Gerstein said, "I take it you haven't yet been invited to Auschwitz, Herr Doctor, because they're employing Zyklon B over there, which makes them pink." "You don't say? But that's the merest curiosity, Gerstein. The relevant question is this. Can science devise a way to render this process of exterminating human beings devoid of cruelty?" 35. "It's for your wife," said Captain Wirth, smiling. "You're so impossible about accepting gifts, I finally said to myself, hit the armored man in his wife spot." "Thank you," said Gerstein, stroking the soft, supple leather of the handbag a little absently. "Human skin," said Captain Wirth. "Oh, don't worry, it's not Jewish. A good Russian peasant boy. I picked him out myself." 36. When he was still a schoolboy, before he'd even passed his Abitur exam, in fact, his friend Helmut Franz had shown him a reproduction of Kathe Kollwitz's famous chalk drawing entitled The Volunteers, which depicts young men with gaping, hypnotized faces marching off all in a row, with a skeleton leading them. Well, but after all, that image, made in 1920, in no way corresponded to the realities of our current world historical situation, which can be easily represented by the empty acorn caps and squashed chestnuts one sees in the gravel alongside the Landwehr Canal. Neither he nor Helmut Franz had liked the Volunteers. They'd found it anti-German. Helmut Franz had elaborated, "Yes, I grant that a skeleton led us last time, but there will never be another world war." "Well, naturally not," said Gerstein. "Anyhow, it's up to all of us to will the best for Germany, not the worst." For a long time he had continued to believe this, and in a sense he continued to believe it. He wanted to be Hagen, standing up for Germany in the world. When the sleepwalker became Chancellor in 1933, he granted that the man had faults. But Helmut Franz reminded him that if each of them, and every German, simply and unceasingly willed his goodness, then the sleepwalker would become good. This meant volunteering in the highest sense, intuiting and working toward what our Führer would want, setting aside any flaws in the leadership. And so, when he told his friend of the crimes he had seen in the huge industrial green of Birkenau, with its many strands of barbed wire bent over curving concrete light poles, Helmut Franz, who'd been shocked to learn the secret of Belzec, now warned him, "It's better not to investigate evil things too deeply, Kurt, not only for your safety and ours, but also because evil deserves to be respected. Would you strip a leper of his clothes and expose him? Would you call attention to the ugliness of someone who owns the power to do you harm?" "I reject that," Gerstein replied. Parzival's sin was not asking, not inquiring into evil's source. That's why he became accursed and lost the Grail. "You're too much the mystic. Nowadays, the only hope for us Germans is to forge our own Grail. If it's not perfect, may our loyalty make it so." "Loyalty?" When Dr. Mengele stands whistling a tune as he points with his thumb left or right, and then they— Where's your own evil in this, Kurt? What do you mean? I bear no responsibility? All your life you've been the martyr. You've suffered the strictness of your father, but bearing it never brought you any peace. You stood up to evil and got your teeth knocked out. You warned us all of evil and went to a concentration camp. When all of us helped you get rehabilitated, and you know, Kurt, it wasn't just your father, it really was all of us. You promptly did everything you could to get sent to Belzec, and now you have nightmares. I can't help wondering whether you're bringing your own fate upon yourself. Are you claiming that I want to suffer? No. You're not a masochist in the clinical sense. These terrible things keep happening to you because you insist that you're not evil like everyone else. What specifically is my sin? Pride, Kurt, or willed blindness. You think that you're better than we are, so you attempt the impossible. Of course you'll get punished. Perhaps that's so. But in that case, your sin is relying on impossibility as a shield against any kind of commitment. In other words, Kurt, you accuse me of standing still while you rise up and volunteer. But who's your leader? I follow our Lord Jesus Christ, he replied through clenched teeth. You think you are. But what if you're in that Kollwitz drawing, following the skeleton? They parted coldly. The subway was crowded with invalids and old women. He remembered how back in 32 it would have been packed with stormtroopers, who sang rude songs and threatened everybody in their good-natured way. Then the Führer had liquidated Rome, and after that one saw mainly SS, steady and professionally cool. Now the folders for Case White and Operation Barbarossa had sprung open, and men got swallowed up in the war. He missed the stormtroopers. In those days he'd still believed in victory. Thrilled by the phrase, radical measures, he'd almost joined the steel helmets. Helmut Franz was partly correct about him. Kurt Gerstein had always been a volunteer. The first time he joined the party, it was out of true German ardor. Bertha was still alive. Then he'd volunteered to be a spy for God. Helmut Franz was also, perhaps, jealous. For one thing, he would never look as wholesome as Kurt Gerstein. 37. Down the dark way. Bertha lay under the earthen mound into which a path led, underneath the tall, tapering brick chimney. Hadn't he won the right to love her as he did her sister? Let gape the gates. The commandant's watchdogs howled. The SS formed up in a double line with rifles raised. They were an honor guard. My honor is my loyalty. What would happen next? Geheim. He could no longer imagine what would have happened next. He was finished. He'd done everything. It was over. 38. Yes, it was over. Soon the hunters would have to hide whatever they could. Like Kurt Gerstein, they must take the knife-edge path. For Operation Reinhardt was approaching its close. In the official records, Captain Wirth was murdered by Jewish Bolshevik partisans in the autumn of 44, while Brigade Chief Globochnik, in despair at the way that the armed forces kept betraying our Führer, shot himself in the head with his Walter pistol, Gecko 7.65 mm. Their bodies were never found. The Jewish gold was already entering Switzerland in accounts classified Geheim. Division 1005, Corps Obliteration, had almost wound up its work throughout the eastern territories we still controlled. They'd slipped up at Majdanek, unfortunately. They'd left traces in Lemberg, which was already Lvov again. But at Auschwitz, the gas chambers and crematoria stood ready to be blown up when the time came, so that nothing could be proved against us. Naturally, Division 1005 kept requisitioning large quantities of methanol. Gerstein did the little he could, which was nothing, to impede the work. He'd tried to tittle-tattle again to Baron von Otter. For the convenience of some post-war prosecutor, whose existence he no longer imagined, he recorded the locations of the pits and the approximate volume of the matter within. The tight-packed mass, I should say, whose shape partook of the same irregularity as the fireball which blossoms from an airplane after a direct hit. This thing, which Division 1005 had to pickaxe apart into its component members before they could burn it, infested Gerstein's nightmares to the point of literal stench. He woke up choking, with the reek of Belzec in his mouth. Needless to say, the instant that the war ended, he'd draw up all his affidavits and get free. As for the hunters, they didn't give a hang about Division 1005. Demobilizing against, in advance of, orders, they planned to buy tiny white houses on various meadow cliffs. Their pasts remained, it's true, like rocks bony under the lushness, but saying to themselves, just as they'd always done, "We need to face facts," they'd remove a few photographs from their wartime albums. They'd plan new careers in the surprising stillness of the Swiss Alps, the moist, warm summer silence. Just as Swiss mountains open out into wide, steep valleys of green and grey, across which time passes disguised as clouds, so the post-war era, which our Führer would have called the interval between two wars, would expand before them, bordered not by prison walls, but avalanche fences and terraced vineyards. In the guest room, or maybe in the closet, but most likely in a safe deposit box, they'd keep that shirt of golden armour from Transylvania. Every Christmas and every Easter would be often enough to break out that wine cup comprised of an immense snail shell, or was it a chambered nautilus, whose base was a golden woman, naked save for a loincloth, standing on a gasping golden fish. Somehow she reminded them of Poland's blonde fields. But all that was half a year away. Until the last minute they kept shooting intellectuals, Jews and more Jews, communists, Polish and Russian soldiers, hospital patients and lunatics. Naturally they did it out of sight of the generals, according to a procedure stamped Geheim. As for Gerstein, he continued to hold his dangerously illegal gatherings, seeking always to warn about and learn about the Third Reich's latest crimes. The mass hangings at Plötzensee, the reprisals in Slovakia, Dr. Brachtel's liver puncture experiments, Jewish hands in the air, Jewish eyes looking desperately away, SS men and order police looting the silent houses, army trucks shuttling convenient batches of Jews to the anti-tank ditches in the forest. At the office he kept doing his accounts. Clever Hans Gunther, for instance, seemed to have murdered about 200,000 people. Gerstein tried and failed to compute subtotals from Bohemia and Moravia. His mind rode on through the dark forest. Afterwards he lay weak in bed, awaiting his final arrest. In 844 we find him writing to his father, "You are wrong about one thing. I never participated in any of this. Whenever I received orders, I not only didn't follow them, but made sure they were disobeyed. For my part, I leave all this with clean hands and a clear conscience." At terrible risk, he had misdirected a few more shipments of Zyklon B. He also modified the formula to make the deaths less excruciating. Why not call him as heroic as SS Obersturmführer Michael Wittmann, who won the Knight's Cross for destroying 66 Soviet tanks single-handed? On 25/5/45 he turned himself in to the Americans, presenting them with detailed and incriminating documents against Wirth, Pfannenstiel, Gunther, Eichmann, Brack, Höss, and all the rest, each paper adorned by the swastika-clutching eagle within its circle. He told his wife, "People will hear about me, you can be sure of that. You will be astounded to learn all the things I have done." She and the children were living on stale bread crusts by then. Stalin tarts, we'd already learned to call them. When summer came, they might be able to pick a few gooseberries. "Your father says we'll be astounded," she said to Christian with a weary laugh. But the Americans sent Kurt Gerstein home, so he went to pledge himself to the French. They imprisoned him in Paris with other SS officers. On 10/7/45 they commenced proceedings against him for the crime of genocide. 39. When Parzival was dishonoured for not questioning the evil which infested the Grail Castle, he set out to cleanse his name. In due course he met his piebald brother, redeemed himself, converted his brother, and became king. Unfortunately, Kurt Gerstein could not follow any of these measures once he'd been dishonoured, because on 25/7/45 the turnkey looked into his cell and found his corpse hanging there. In 1949, the Denazification Council of Tübingen refused to rehabilitate his memory, calling him a petty Nazi. He was no comrade to us. A court in 1955 noted regretfully, "It may be that the mere fact of making such efforts, associated with a constant risk of death, had been sufficient to persuade him that his conscience and his hands were unsullied. But this conviction does not indicate whether those efforts always achieved the desired success." On 21/65 he was, in fact, rehabilitated. By that time, anti-Semites around the world were already denying that anything untoward had happened. After all, as Goering laughed during his own trial for war crimes at Nuremberg, anybody can make an atrocity film if they take corpses out of their graves and then show a tractor shoving them back in again. The Second Front. All the faces seem familiar, even those I never met, probably because we were all soldiers fighting for the common victory. V. Karpov, hero of the Soviet Union, circa 1987. 1. V. I. Zhukov, Marshal of the Soviet Union, twice hero of the Soviet Union, and, not incidentally, the hero of Stalingrad, writes surprisingly lyrical prose in his memoirs. Guderian, Paulus, Rokossovsky, Meretskov, even von Manstein, the other generals all fall short in this respect. Zhukov's career is blemished by several failures, not least his incorrect deployment of Ninth Army during the Finnish War. But now that everything has ended, with the fascists blotted out, Germany sundered into a pair of nearly harmless bookends, and the Finns, as it just happens, anxiously subservient to us, we can afford to praise his literary efforts. He takes time to mention the black humped shapes, like camels on their knees, of dead enemy tanks. He has a way of bringing alive for us Fedyoninski with his pencil-written order to take command of 42nd Army. What was 42nd Army then? Nothing but skinny men, many of them without weapons and uniforms, who shivered as they crouched shoulder to shoulder, of showing us the human being within the ruthless Rokossovsky, whose prior arrest and rehabilitation were now state secrets, of leading us dangerously close to Zhukov's pale, pouchy face. Zhukov was the one who eternally warned, "I'll have you shot, or I'll court-martial you." Less prominent individuals also get their due. A certain Russian woman whose initials are E.E.K. receives warm mention. Zhukov seems to have been especially captivated by her long black hair. From reliable third parties I've learned that their relationship was platonic, that indeed he never saw her except in a photograph. She seems to have been the wife of a documentary cameraman who was temporarily attached to his staff. Discretion prevents me from recording the cameraman's name. The story goes that the cameraman, who succeeded in filming at extremely close range the first interrogation of the captured German fascist Field Marshal Paulus, obtained his vantage point only through bribery. Someone, we needn't say who, gained possession of the photograph of the mysterious E.E.K., who was actually, so I've heard, rather plain. Not long after this episode, the cameraman and E.E.K. divorced. This tale may well be a fabrication, and I report it only for the sake of completeness. Certainly you won't find any but the most elliptical allusion to it in Zhukov's account, whose optimism, by the way, takes on an almost individualistic taint after the surrender of Paulus. About our massive offensives after Stalingrad he writes, "The spring was with us, but behind the enemy's lines it was autumn." Well, he was right about that. I'm happy to say that in spite of such embellishments, his book never fails to hammer home the political lessons of the war, which we all know was foisted on us by the predatory interests of the international bourgeoisie. What you shouldn't expect from this general is an overall strategic perspective. Europe, the Central Front, the Voronezh Front, with the Steppe Front as a strategic reserve, all these integers and quantities have already been tabulated for us in the equations of a far greater mathematician. Of course I mean Comrade Stalin. Nonetheless, Comrade Zhukov makes sure we remember what's what. In particular, this long delay in the opening of the Second Front causes us to understand the actions of our Western allies much more correctly than the way they're represented in those soothing messages. 2. The tale goes that Zhukov, who, as I said, was literary, happened to be studying the enemy troop dispositions on an evening between the battles of Stalingrad and Kursk. Discovering some flaw in the German array, he smiled, showed the Commissar, and recited this stanza from Marina Tsvetaeva. "You can't withstand me, for I'm everywhere. At dawn, beneath the earth, in breath, in bread, I'm omnipresent. That's how I'll win your lips." The Commissar laughed. He liked Zhukov, admired his achievements, and saw no reason to report this weakness for an unwholesome poet, a suicide at that. A more germane concern was, how had Tsvetaeva infected him? Elena Konstantinovskaya, so I'm told, happened to hear the "I'll win your lips," although once again how seems to be the issue. In fact, what was she doing there at all? Granted, she was a professional translator. Could she have been employed in the interrogation of captured fascists? One can't assume that her husband's assignment had corrected itself to include her. Spouses lived and worked apart in those war years. On the other hand, why not assume it? The husband R.L. Carmen did have power, which the phrase documentary cameraman understates, and he would have pulled any string for her. He would have had her sent for in a white Zis limousine. 3. Outside, steam ascended from the porridge on the massive wheeled stove. 2 soldiers were shaving one another in a pan of dirty snow water. The tank commander with the pet porcupine was dreaming an erotic dream about Elena Konstantinovskaya. Elena herself had almost finished verifying her translation of an intercepted message from 9th German Panzer Division. Her husband was away, interviewing a woman from our 46th Guards Night-Light Bomber Regiment. She would make a perfect heroine for a Sovkinojourna newsreel, and he told her so, with his ingenuous crooked grin. The pilot giggled shyly. She was having the time of her life. Elena sealed translation, original, and all her notes in an envelope, which she then signed across the flap, smoked a German cigarette, buttoned up her jacket, put on her fur hat, checked her hair, drew back the flap of her tent, and set out to deliver her work to a very friendly communications officer, who insisted that Elena call her Natalia Kovalova, not Lieutenant Danchenko. Natalia Kovalova was, of course, a representative of the organs, so everybody shunned her. Undoubtedly she knew that Elena had been taken away back in 1936. Elena hated her. Just as she passed General Chukov's tent, she heard a happy voice, obviously his, sing out, "I'll win your lips." She had already met him several times. What she remembered most was his exhausted face. 4. We each had some special prize we were hoping to seize in Berlin. In Carmen's case, it was the sleepwalker's desk at the Reich Chancellery. It was supposed to be inlaid with Medusa's head. He would have loved to put his feet up on it as he planned out films about our victory. What he actually ended up with was a street sign for Unter den Linden. Doesn't that say something about life? Truth to tell, in keeping with his profession, he was fascinated by signs, and often collected them. One specimen he'd remark upon to the end of his career stood in the ruins of a village we were to liberate in 1944. The enemy would leave that sign with 2 arrows, especially for him. To the homeland, Orsha, Minsk, Warsaw. And to the front, Vyazma, Moshaivsk, Moscow. It was a marker to be moved at will, as the enemy homeland moved. By the time Carmen added it to his collection, the Reich's border had already shrunk back past Warsaw. The troops were dreaming of Nazi gold. They'd heard that it came from Jews' teeth, but they didn't care about that. They just wanted to get home alive and rich. Chukov, so I'm informed, dreamed of a week of nights with Elena in a lavish apartment, perhaps Goering's or Ribbentrop's. He was a surprisingly sentimental man. When Klavdia Suljenko sang The Blue Kerchief, he wept. His designs on Elena partook of this same romantic character. She was married, but why not? His orderly had laughingly reported finding a nurse's fur-lined mitten on the floor of Carmen's tent. That had been the day before EEK's arrival. Stocky, slab-faced, and poorly educated, Chukov had no particular illusions about his desirability. On the other hand, the prestige he'd earned at Stalingrad allowed him to help himself to a good many things he wanted. As for Elena, she could almost see herself stroking Chukov's dark hair. He was only 43, but not quite. For she was really more interested in women than in new men, and she had no expectation of being in Berlin anyhow. That self-satisfied, cat-like sensuality of hers, which, in my opinion, Comrade Alexandrov speaking, is highly becoming in a woman, had lured any number of adventurers to heartbreak. But it could also make do quite well with itself. She had once made a remark which crushed her husband for a long time. But it was all his fault. Self-pityingly, and for exactly the same reason that decades after she'd divorced him he would return, white-haired but still slim, to raise the cinecamera to his face in Toledo. He wanted to record every place he'd ever been with her. He sometimes insisted on expressing his version of their past. It was one of his follies that there was an old Elena and a new Elena. The old one had been loving and ardent, the new one wasn't. This comparison invariably exasperated Elena into an icy rage. And now he was talking on and on about the nights when they used to make love. Elena smiled, staring into space. In despair, he described the deep connection which he could have sworn they'd shared at those moments. He wanted to know, he needed to know, whether she'd felt it too. "I don't want to hurt your feelings," replied Elena calmly. "But I need to know. No. I've never felt what you describe. For me, it's just a bodily sensation." "But don't you—" "It's just manipulation," said Elena indifferently. 5. On the next day, Roman Carmen and his wife were invited to dinner with Zhukov. The commissar was there, so was the tank commander who kept the pet porcupine. The porcupine was unfortunately absent. Not everyone gets to dine in a general's tent, but since a commander must occasionally show himself to his front-line troops, we have a high regard for cinema and its associated apparatchiks, R.L. Carmen, for instance. As a matter of fact, we liked this loyal Soviet artist. In peacetime he had recorded the inauguration of the very first blast furnace in our Soviet land, the great facility at Krasnogorsk. There were tears in the men's eyes when that first fiery stream of liquid metal came pouring out. Carmen was there, and recorded it all on film. He was sufficiently confident in himself to refrain from filming the official ceremony, his ostensible subject. Our verdict, highly effective. We'd been similarly impressed by Carmen's incredible images of our silhouetted troops leaning forward, distorted like evening shadows or Rodchenko sculptures, black on white, by the thousands, as they swarmed to complete the ring and finish off Paulus in Operation Saturn. As for the wife, she also made an impression. She wore the Order of the Red Star. They all knew the brave cameraman, Pogozeli, so they talked about him. This led Carmen to tell the tale of the woman sniper at Stalingrad, in the Orlovka sector, to be precise, who'd taken a bullet to the heart, coughed, slowly raised her rifle and sighted through it, squeezed off one more shot, which, however, flew wild, and fell back stone dead. Was it true? Why shouldn't it be true? She had long dark hair like Elena, said her husband, and Elena can do anything. Elena smiled and stared at the wall. "Whereas all fascists are cowards," said the commissar. "You witnessed Paulus's interrogation. How I wish I could have been there. Did he break down immediately?" "Well," said Carmen thoughtfully, "it's true that when he lit a cigarette his hand was shaking." That made the commissar happy. Roman Carmen always knew how to please us. No one wanted to stop talking about Stalingrad. Our victory was less than a month old. With cheerful eagerness, Carmen told how it had been on that first cold night, oh, it was very, very cold, when the German fascists marched into captivity by the thousands. "You know, that crunching sound hovered in the air," he said with a smile. "It reminded me of an enormous waterfall over the meadows of Privolsky. Did you have the same reaction, Comrade General?" Zhukov nodded tolerantly, staring at Elena. 6. "Roman Lazarovich," said the commissar, "I've heard that last year you spoke at the Conference on American and British Cinema." "So I did," said Carmen. "That would have been in August." "And what did our allies have to say?" "Well, I'm sure you can imagine," said Carmen with a smile. The cone of lamplight brought Zhukov's decorations to a soft white sheen. "I've heard it said that he was now one of Comrade Stalin's favorite generals. 'Please eat,' he said." As a matter of fact, aside from the tea and the bread, it was all American food, G-rations, to be exact, which Lend-Lease had brought us. There was even American butter. And so the conversation naturally turned to various presents received from the Allies. They'd sent us hand-me-down Aerocobras and Spitfires. The Aerocobras weren't so bad. Their tanks were useless, especially the kind the British gave us, which we called Tombs for Seven Brothers. The jeeps were better than anything we could have imagined. "And didn't you also film Churchill last year?" asked the commissar. "Yes, at Vnukovo Airport. He and Harriman were in Moscow to negotiate the Second Front." Elena laid her hand on his in proud encouragement, so he went on. "I filmed him close up as he reviewed his honor guard." What did Churchill say, Roman Lazarevich? Oh, that he was fully resolved to continue the struggle. Then he raised his fingers in that V sign of his. Carmen's ingenuous crooked grin had never seemed so charming as in that instant. Everybody burst out laughing at Churchill and the Allies. 7. The spring thaw was just beginning. We had straightened out our front, excepting the Kursk salient, whose bulge ran favourably westward. When the snow had finished turning to mud, and the mud to dust, then our southwestern and southern fronts were to liberate Slavyansk and Mariupol, thereby positioning us to destroy the German fascist army group centre. But it was hard, so hard to shatter that German magic which turns villages into mud and corpses. Last month we'd liberated Kharkov, and now the fascists had gotten it back again. "No, he's fun, Paulus," the Commissar was insisting. "All of those people are." Zhukov sat morose and weary. Elena drank her tea. It felt very late. The Commissar was acquainted with Boris Scher, who'd been Carmen's assistant cameraman at Stalingrad. They also both knew a woman named Ekaterina at Moscow newsreel studio. Neither Elena nor Zhukov knew her. "The most important thing is not to forget any detail," said Carmen. "At Stalingrad I tried to remember everything, not simply to record it, but to remember it. And I know that once we get to Germany I'll do the same." "In that case, be sure and remember the second front," replied the Commissar with a horrid chuckle. Startled, Carmen blinked. He seemed to see a frozen, grimacing corpse in the snow, with a dead tank on the horizon. 8. Zhukov, pale and ghastly with fatigue, asked his guests to excuse him. He had to take some rest. "In other words," he added, "I'm fully resolved to continue the struggle." Everybody laughed, and Carmen made that hilarious V sign. 9. A few days later, Carmen set out with a small detachment, including the tank commander who kept the pet porcupine, so that the remnant of a panzer group which had been hiding in the woods amidst the shells of their own broken tanks, 50 men at most, could be captured and their capture recorded. Log barricades on those snowy Russian roads, frozen bodies, it was all old news. But Roman Carmen would make it significant. Moreover, he'd meet his deadline. He'd been hoping to film Zhukov himself, but that individual seemed overtired. It would be easier to film the front commander, Malinovsky, whom Carmen already knew from the defence of Madrid. And the Commissar, who seemed exceptionally friendly, had promised to introduce him to one of Zhukov's most photogenic subordinates, Major General N.F. Batyuk, 79th Guards Rifle Division. He longed for Zhukov's approval. He worshipped him, really. He dealt the fascists an unyielding blow. Leaping, running at a crouch, Carmen would spend the war trying to live up to men such as Zhukov. Have you ever seen Dziga Vertov's 7-reel declaration of love for the women of our Soviet military forces? Roman Carmen wanted to create something like that. And if he couldn't make 7 reels, he'd make 1. Soon he'd begin work on his film, The Battle of Orlov. New T-34s swarm over the curving streetcar tracks, while civilians run between them. They're all aimed for the front. His newsreel from Operation Citadel would explain, both in words and in a shockingly dangerous camera sequence, how the enemy's vast 8-wheeled Ferdinand tank destroyers were effective at frontal assaults with their 88mm gun, but vulnerable to being attacked from the side or swarmed by our Red Infantry. He was one of us. He actually flew aerial missions against the enemy. He filmed. He released the bomb release lever with his own hands. The tank commander with the pet porcupine told him a story about something horrible which had happened in 41, amidst the giant caltrops in the snow around Moscow, and Carmen pretended to listen as he stared ahead, remembering how Elena had told him in her soft voice of perfect gentleness, "I can't honestly say that I do feel any hope." He couldn't stop hearing that. And all the time she was so gentle with him. Her gentleness was as unreal as the second front. And so they came into the woods. Combat. The gun lunged forward, replicating the flash of a concert pianist's bow. Fascists in the round turrets popped their heads out. They were centaurs. The tank commander with the pet porcupine was almost killed, but we rescued him. Roman Carmen filmed it. 10. Meanwhile, Chukov, gripping the corner of the map table between thumb and forefinger, kept thinking about Elena. She came to him with a gramophone record of Shostakovich's Opus 40, which Chukov found mostly romantic and pleasant, although some passages of the third movement were beyond him. What was it about her? He could have had one of the laughing, big-breasted nurses any time he wanted. There, in his secret world, which resembled one of those stove-warmed boxes on sleds which keep our wounded alive on the way from the front line to the dressing station, she might possibly have given herself to him. But her effect on him made him uneasy. He couldn't take her all in at once. Just as the weak glare of the hanging lamp illuminates the centre of the map, our immediate battle zone, more than it does the corners, so he perceived and experienced her, wanting to know her entirely. But only one man had ever been able to do that. There's something about her, he kept thinking, but he didn't know what it was. He was only lonely and tired, that's all. He almost never got to rest. Stalingrad had failed to break his health, but even now he desired sleep more than anything. And soon the ground would have thawed sufficiently to resume serious operations. Von Manstein had deflected our spearheads from the Dnieper and recaptured Kharkov. We'd have to rectify that. On the 17th of July, he'd take part in the Izium-Barvenkov operation to assist the Voronezh front's southern flank against the German fascist Operation Citadel. He asked her how she'd won her Order of the Red Star, and she smiled with her red lips, lit a cigarette, and said, "It's a secret." He liked that. She asked him about his own Order of the Red Star, and he said, "I won it on the second front." She smiled again. She reached for another cigarette, and he leaned forward to light it for her. And that was all that happened between them. Her hair was as dark as the lamp wire on the pallid tent wall. 11. Carmen had come back looking cheerful and pleased with himself. He had German tobacco for Elena and a pair of black Zeiss binoculars for the Commissar. Moreover, on the way back he'd shot footage of another indomitable peasant grandmother in her ruined house, baking bread in a tin made from a piece of a German airplane's wing. He took off his jacket. He hung up his grubby Astrakhan hat. Then, his smile already becoming uncertain, he took a step toward her. But Elena was as silent as a steppe pony. It did not do to transgress Elena's silences. For instance, where had she been before they met in Spain? Her taciturnity about that contained within its snowy forests palisades and watchtowers, chains and gangways glimpsed through the gaps in its steel fences. Elena's silences were warnings all the more fearful for their steadiness. I'd almost say tranquillity. Oh, her beautiful face with its gentleness, its unmoving gentleness. Once upon a time, R.L. Carmen, just back from filming a sports parade on Red Square, young women in leotards hoisting giant Cyrillic letters over their shoulders, and overtopping them Comrade Stalin's portrait. The women's white shoes flashed when they marched. His lens had caught that. Took his wife to an art exhibition in Leningrad. Not the retrospective of 1932, for he hadn't even known Elena then. All the same, one artist who figured importantly on the walls, through the efforts of a certain Otto Nagel, was the woman whom he had photographed at the Belarusian Baltic station, hoping that her portrait would be published in Vziermirnaya Illustratia. Oh yes, our hopes. All the same, he still admired this K. Kollwitz. Even today he thought that her monumental group portraits might afford new ideas for camera angles. An example from 1965. One of our Red Army men feeds a smiling little Russian girl in The Great Patriotic War, directed by R.L. Carmen. Elena had already gone over to a corner of the room to browse through the monographs. Carmen followed her. Just as he came up to her, he saw her gazing calmly and beautifully at a page which quoted the artist as saying, "I believe that bisexuality is almost a necessary factor in artistic production." Carmen felt a sensation of such extreme pain that he could hardly speak. Elena was conscious of him, of course. She knew that he was reading what she was reading. But later on, years later, he suspected that she had been oblivious of his pain. For who are we to think ourselves of such interest to others, even to our spouses, that they can truly read us? At the time it seemed to him that she was perfectly aware of his feelings, whose existence must naturally have been unpleasant to her, and that she calmly continued to be exactly what she was, knowing that this hurt him, distantly sorry for that, but certain above all that her nature neither could nor should be changed. He admired her steadiness. He hated and adored her. Meanwhile he longed for each of them to be what neither could be. And all this happened in an instant as they stood side by side reading, "I believe that bisexuality is almost a necessary factor in artistic production." That was how she was. That was who she was. And there was nothing he could do to satisfy her need for women. But it wasn't that at all. He really imagined that he could accept her being with any and every woman she chose, if only she were also fully present with him. That was what tortured him. And at that moment he'd believed that Elena wasn't bisexual at all, that her professed desires for other women were simply a smokescreen for her feelings for Shostakovich. But maybe even that he didn't believe. It might have been interpolated later. All he knew was that he and Elena, who now diverged so greatly in their desires to make love that the topic was agonizing for both of them, were standing side by side, reading something which reminded them both of that difference. Then Elena walked outside to smoke a cigarette. He did not follow her. Most likely she'd forgotten the moment immediately. He never forgot. He remembered it now in this tent in 62nd Army headquarters. His wife's silence brought it back. Elena went outside to smoke. Carmen, leaning on his elbow as he sat at his desk, still wearing his jacket, looking pale and weary, preparing the shooting script. 12. After Stalingrad, the system of dual command had supposedly been abolished to reward the army. No longer would commissars dog our every breath. Epaulets were introduced. There was even talk of allowing the troops to edit their own frontline newspapers. All the same, anyone who thought that the commissars were no longer dangerous was an innocent. For instance, Comrade Alexandrov inserts this, "All I had to do was pick up the telephone, and 2 Smersh operatives would be right over." And so perhaps the commissar was merely feeling bilious, or perhaps he was playing politics. But he was the one who told Carmen that his wife had visited Comrade General Tchukov, and there'd been music. Carmen and the commissar were 2 men of the same breed. Their function was identical: to mobilize, encourage, strengthen, hearten. To do that, they had to portray things as they ought to be, and sometimes this made them very tired. We should not be surprised that they understood each other. Where was Elena? Oh, she was over in Natalia Kovalova's tent, translating something to do with the SS Panzer Division, Adolf Hitler, something top secret. And Carmen thought, very possibly she prefers Natalia Kovalova. He sat with the commissar, getting drunk. "I remember what she used to do and what she won't do now," he said. The commissar slapped him on the back, poured him another glass, and said, "Don't let her get to you, Roman Lazarovich. As Comrade Stalin says, feelings are women's concern. Is it true that you've been to Comrade Stalin's dasha?" "Last summer," said Carmen wearily, "at Zubalovo." "You're a very lucky man, Roman Lazarovich. And did Comrade Stalin drink with you?" "No, but the light was on in his study." "So? Well, all the same, I don't mind saying I envy you for that. By the way, what did Elena Evseyevna win her Red Star for?" "Oh, bravery. She's very brave, very honest. But at the same time—" Finally, to distract him, the commissar tried to inspire him with our forthcoming victory, which would surely occur by the beginning of 1944 at the latest, or would if our so-called Allies would only open the second front. Sulkily Carmen muttered that the Allies reminded him of Elena, who kept always saying, "I understand," while making no move to do anything about the situation. 13. Then came Kursk, Majdanek, Bucharest, Poznan. Every bullet bounced off Carmen's creased and oil-splotched fur-lined jacket. Elena never got to Berlin, of course. She never saw her former lover, Lena, not to mention the misty ruins and rusty steel beams along the Telltale Canal. Whatever became of her? Her story ended in the same soft secrecy as Barcelona used to hide in on nights that the Condor Legion was coming. All dark, except for little blue nightlights. That was the heart of Elena Konstantinovskaya. As for the second front, by the time our Allies finally opened the second front, who cared? It's true that they died by the thousands on the beaches of Normandy, but we'd already died by the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, it's objectively clear that their only reason for invading France at that late date was to deny us total victory in Germany. Subsequent to the fascist capitulation, which is to say some 3 weeks after Zhukov had been named a hero of the Soviet Union for the second time, we immediately expropriated all items of value in our sector, machine tools, wristwatches, window sashes, and, of course, whichever women our Red Army men fancied. An incendiary shell usually brought them out of their cellars. We even took the street signs. Why not? So it went, right through the first winter. In February 1946, a great wind blew through the rubble, after which one of us found a page of a letter lying in the snow. Or perhaps it wasn't a letter at all, just a sheet of paper with crazy Russian words on it, especially the name Elena written over and over. Oh, it was so crazy. And because he could not read, he brought it to headquarters, just in case it might be some anti-Soviet provocation. Comrade General Zhukov never saw it, of course. He was much too important for such trifles. But many of us did turn it through our scarred hands. Only our commissar was shrewd enough to recognize Roman Carmen's writing. Operation Citadel. The German method is really rooted in the German character, which, contrary to all the nonsense talked about blind obedience, has a strong streak of individuality and, possibly as part of its Germanic heritage, finds a certain pleasure in taking risks. Field Marshal von Manstein, 1958. To be a German means to do a thing for its own sake. Concentration Camp Commandant, 1933. 1. From beneath the filigreed gates of Prague, triple columns of us came marching, with our rifles pointing upward and our faces as hard as the eagles carved on the Moltke Bridge. From Berlin we came, passing through the Brandenburg Gate. Behind us, the Victory Angel atop the Siegersäule cast golden light upon our helmets. Have you ever seen her? With her great fluted axe-heads of wing, her raised sceptre, billowing dress and outstretched garland, everything of gold. She's our queen of eagles. From Warsaw we also came, not so many as were needed, for an uprising had broken out in the Jewish ghetto, and we had to neutralize that. Nevertheless, some of us did come from Warsaw, others from Budapest and Bucharest. Many came from reserve pools north and south by the front line. From everywhere in the Reich we came, and off we all went to Kursk. Goebbels had just introduced the slogan, "Total War, the shortest war," because death was coming back to us, singing in the east with the wailing voice of a Katyusha rocket. Our only hope lay in the sleepwalker, who'd already assumed full responsibility for the disaster at Stalingrad. "Grave as the loss of Sixth Army certainly is," said Field Marshal von Manstein very carefully, lacing his fingers together, "it still need not mean that the war in the east is irretrievably lost. We can force a stalemate even now, if we adapt to such a solution." "Whenever I consider this offensive," said the sleepwalker, not listening, "my stomach turns over." As for me, I felt uneasy too, because even though we kept capturing them by the thousands and the tens of thousands, sending them back to the rear areas to be disposed of, at the military rifle range outside Dachau we shot them in lots of 500, there were always more Russians. Everyone I knew had bad dreams. That enemy salient within which Marx and Engels had solved the national question, that salient at Kursk, how many Russians did it hide? We ourselves were 50 divisions, 2 tank brigades, 3 tank battalions, 8 artillery gun battalions, 900,000 men. But what's any number compared to infinity? That's why so few of us supported Operation Citadel. After all, we should have been easier on ourselves. It wasn't our task to win. No one expected that of us. It was only our job to take the blame. The day we unsealed our orders, the sun was lemon-yellow, like the armband of a Waffen-SS signalsman. We came with our horses, tanks, and motorcycles on the muddy roads. We assembled, waiting to hear the latest bad news. The smell of enemy wheat put us in mind of summer. Maybe the sleepwalker had dreamed up some way to reorganize our Kampfgruppen. Or could the V-weapons be ready at last? Rüdiger, who was from my hometown, didn't think so. Sometimes he sat beside me in our trench, rereading last month's Signal magazine and shaking his head, while I made sure that all my wires were nicely wound on their spools. The only feature he ever approved of was the double-page spread on Liska Malbran. But what good would she have been in a trench? That was what Dankwart wanted to know. As you can imagine, Rudiger had an answer. He'd seen her in Young Heart, which is a politically reliable E-film. He would have done anything to see her in Between Two Fires, but that film came and went while we marked months in the slaughter field. Well, we were out of the trenches now. We'd reached jump-off position, and the sleepwalkers' long-range guns peered over our tents. "It'll be hot tomorrow," remarked our Rudiger, shaking his head. Then we invoked our bitter German idealism, such as it was, and came to attention. "Achtung! Stillgestanden!" The orders, which contained the words "total" and "unparalleled," warned that the Red Army had deployed against us 1,500 anti-tank mines and 1,700 anti-personnel mines per kilometre of front, not to mention 1.3 million men. So now we knew exactly how large infinity was. In short, we must anticipate substantial counterattacks. Never mind, the new Tiger tanks would save us. That was when the old war cripple came in from nowhere, begging to fight beside us. He remembered the days of horse-drawn guns under snowy trees, lost days, the days of 41. It was summer now. We'd bought summer at the price of 6th Army and 4 Allied formations, not to mention the various lands we'd gained in 1942. All turned to ice. Well, so what? It was still summer. Honestly, I don't know how that far-faring cripple got through without movement orders. But, come to think of it, we weren't even calling up 50-year-olds yet, because Operation Citadel would set everything right. He was an old man, maybe 70 or more, blind in one eye, but he travelled fast on his crutch. When I think back on it now, it's like a dream. And why did he choose us in particular? I was in 9th Army, 47th Panzer Corps, 9th Panzer Division, which by then was hardly winning any prizes. We were all of us as gaunt as anti-tank rounds in our field-grey cloaks and hats, our striped belts pulled tight, our grey helmets transforming our heads into bullets. We were hungry and sullen, doing little without direct orders, knowing that we would leave another forest of neat crosses here, with helmets hanging on some of them, and triangular roofs over a very few, all destined to be wrenched out of the mud once the Slavs took over. Even Private Volker, who'd sedulously tried to improve his mind by sightseeing in the various uncanny places we went, cranked up no enthusiasm for Kursk, which is noted primarily for its state bank and the palaces of the Romodanov boyars. I remember how, at the beginning of Operation Barbarossa, he used to peer into every cottage before we torched it, hopeful to see evidence of anything beyond what we politely referred to as a certain form of existence. Rudiger used to tell him, "There's no point. What could a Red possibly have that one of us would want? Even their Natashas are hideous. Do you want to see German beauty? Here's my daughter's photograph." But Rudiger didn't understand. Volker wasn't a souvenir hunter. He shared few qualities with Corporal Dankwart, who once crammed an entire tank full of embroidered peasant blouses. Volker! Why am I talking about Volker? He's dead. The last time I saw him get excited was months before Operation Citadel, when a direct hit from a Katyusha sent up our ammunition dump in beautiful fireworks. The boy often entertained me. His guidebook devoted 2 chapters to Moscow. The second chapter was all churches, so given what I know about Reds, I can promise you that it was out of date. A couple of lines would have exhausted that topic after Stalin took over. Well, what's the difference? Going to church won't save you. Volker wanted to set foot in St. Basil's Cathedral, not to be saved, but because its dome reminded him of a painted wooden top which he and his brother used to play with. That brother caught a bullet in the throat at Sebastopol. He died for our Reich. Did Volker want to pay back any Slavs for that? In my opinion, that wouldn't have accorded with his nature. He was more interested in music. Once he remarked that he would have liked to be at the siege of Leningrad just to hear Shostakovich's new symphony. Such idealists aren't long for this world. By the way, he was a very brave man, and in hand-to-hand combat the Reds avoided him. They feared his face. It's a pity he never visited Moscow, which enjoys many amenities, so I've heard. Rudiger spoke incorrectly. Their Natashas aren't trollish at all, and the Kremlin is adorned with red glass stars. I'd take one home if I could find the right sort for my Christmas tree. So why not Moscow? As soon as we'd tied off the salient and clanked into Kursk, no doubt we'd get there. Because with the destruction of the Central Front and the Voronezh Front, only the Steppe Front and an infinite number of other fronts would stand in our way. Now I wonder if Dankwart wasn't correct. At least he got something. Those embroidered blouses transformed themselves into schnapps, cigarettes, and new Natashas, pea-girls and ewe-maidens, I should say. But he bored me. His favourite proverb was, "Keep riding until daybreak." And now Volker bored me, too. All he longed for was to get wounded again, as who didn't? And not this cripple. He wanted to be a hero. Can you imagine? In our national poem, when second-sighted Hagen warns Gunther not to ride to the country of the Huns, they name him a coward, so he angrily insists on sharing their doom. My psychoanalyst would call that compensation. The sleepwalker would call it a noble sacrifice. It might have been either or both, because the cripple was now informing us, "You might not know it to look at me, but I was accepted into Panzer Grenadier Division Großdeutschland." Rüdiger shook his head. Gernot was as silent as a Russian civilian, while Dankwart, who'd once had a Slavic wife but did the right thing, looked up from the raw potato he was cutting rotten spots out of, and with genuine amazement inquired, "Why in the world should we care?" "Anyhow," chuckled the cripple, "here I am. I've been fighting for Germany ever since we Aryanized the Hermann Tietz department store. Here we go again." I remembered him then. "How's your wife?" I said. He started wiping his eye then, and we got disgusted. I was a telephonist. I sat there cranking my grey box. Operation Citadel was Operation Suicide, and I sincerely tried to warn him of that fact. Consider the enemy salient, half the size of England. They should have taken my discouragements into account when I came before the denazification court, but that's another tale. Yes, I tried to weaken Hitler's army. I was practically a member of the resistance, for I told the old man, "Watch out for those T-34 wolf packs." "Believe it or not," he replied, "I can stand my ground as well with one leg as you can with two." What could I say to that? The T-34s comprised my own worst fear. They came in daylight or darkness, with their headlights continuously on. And how many Tiger tanks do you think we had in 9th Panzer? Not one. So how could we hope to stop the Slavs? To get right down to it, my hope was for something more private and more realistic, a moderate wound. I was moderate in everything. A soldier hunching low and weary in a narrow mud trench, that was me. In those days, when a soldier went on leave from the Ostfront, he got a special Führer parcel of sausage, butter, and chocolate. That's all I was wishing for. But Rüdiger sighed that there might not be any leaves from now on. No more ever. The cripple said, "And I'd forgotten that he was even here. It's no use denying it. There was an air raid. That was her end." Gernot rolled leaves into a cigarette. Gernot didn't care. Gernot's wife had already burned. The cripple said, "The armies did it, but I don't mind revenging myself on Russians. Besides, I'm a former athlete. I like exercise. I believe in physical culture. Well, I don't know why I troubled myself, but I led him to Sergeant Gunther, who said, 'We need every man we can get. He can draw Schnelling's rations. The dead list hasn't gone through. If he's thick-skulled enough to volunteer, maybe the Russian shells will bounce off his head.' 2. Operation Citadel commenced at 0430 hours on 5/7/43. It concluded on 19/7/43, after 70,000 of us were dead. Well, from the very beginning we'd known that it was no use. As I've just told you, it was up to us as frontline soldiers simply to obey orders and bear the responsibility. Nobody was singing, "Erika, we love you," anymore. And all that time the air burned with the sound of metal screaming. And after we'd failed on the old Chavatka axis, the sky grew light grey, like the service colours of an SS general. And after 9th Army lost 2/3 of its tanks on the Ponary axis, the sky became as brown as the service colours of an SS concentration camp guard. And finally, after we'd lost on the Oboyan and Korcha axes, it was as black as an army engineer's armband. The Prokhorovka axis was where we were truly beaten. Stalingrad had been the end, but Kursk was really the end. 2 years after Operation Citadel, I saw a Russian with his German girl in Berlin. They were playing with his pistol, shooting it at the sun, and he was kissing her, and she was kissing him, and she wore a blood-red rose in her hair. 3. As for us, no Russians had tasted our girls yet. We still bore arms, and on command we disguised the X of our divisional emblem with a V overhung by a horizontal bar. We didn't want to make it easy for those Slavs to know who we were, see? It's said that Freissner's 23rd Corps struck first, but I'll never believe that we didn't earn the prize. At 0500 hours we came forth from the Budovo-Gerzovka line, with the long guns of our Tiger tanks pointing the way far above our heads. I won't forget how those great steel nursemaids rolled calmly at our side, comforting us in our triple line of march. So far, our formation was still as perfectly spaced as the eyelashes of Liska Malbran. I didn't feel unsteady. You see, I hadn't spied any T-34s yet. When the Tigers began to pull away, they all belonged to the bastards in 21st Panzer, it was as if someone were holding my head under water, and I had to accept my first breath of fatality. But although I choked, it didn't kill me. Death was in my lungs now, and soon would be in my blood, but I just went on choking. Thus my German fortitude. Once upon a time a woman loved me, and I loved her, and everything was perfect. Then she stopped wanting to sleep with me quite so much, and I panicked, which drove her father away. Eventually I learned to hide my anguish from her, to delay the final disengagement. In short, I believed in magic. If I only concealed my need for the Tigers to stay, they'd keep me company for a half-hour longer. But there they went now. The shadows of their 88 guns passed over me and cooled me. A grenadier standing in his open hatch waved at me, and his tank groaned and clattered onward. Then they were all roaring ahead out of sight, and we remained alone. Rudiger shook his head. I liked him because he always expected the worst. We had 6 command tanks, 38 Panzer IVs, 38 Panzer IIIs, which at this stage of the war were scarcely better than bicycles, and 1 repainted Panzer II, whose crew regarded themselves as already buried. There you have the tale of us in 9th Panzer. We were skinny soldiers marching out of order, with cigarettes drooping in our mouths as we stared anxiously ahead. 21st held only half as many tanks, so they had the cheek to envy us. We would have been happy to trade them 2 for 1 as long as we got Tigers. That woman I mentioned, Lena was her name. When she wasn't there I missed her so much I thought I'd die. When I was with her, the knowledge that I'd soon lose her poisoned everything. That was how I felt now, seeing the Tiger tanks go away. There went another of our mortar platoons with their 81s. My God, were we really going to be left without help on our assault front? Those 75s that our Panzer IVs were saddled with, well, I'll complain about them later. At least Army Groups Centre and South were both engaged today, and that was comfort of a sort. Strength in numbers, as they say. Unfortunately, the salient was so vast that Army Group South remained an infinite distance away. On the bright side, South faced 10,000 Russian tanks, while we in Centre faced only 3,000. Excellent news for me. No doubt our dedication would produce decisive results. At least that was what the cripple said, and so did our commander, Lieutenant General Scheller. The enemy had beset our way with many tank traps, especially in the Gerzovka lowlands, but we broke through the outer Russian line. That wasn't pleasant. We waited a moment to let them finish shooting their own wounded before we moved in. Nobody can say we're not humane. By 0900 hours we had reached our first objective, .237.8, which lay westward of Cherkasskoye. You can take it from me that it wasn't in Private Folker's guidebook. And beside me, excellent Rudiger, still young but powder-burned, his blonde hair cropped, watched ahead, his neck pulsing, his right hand ready on the trigger. He searched for death with his bitter, wary eyes. Oh, that was Rudiger for you. And Rudiger shook his head. Action. We now faced a heavy aircraft assault, and by 0915 hours our regimental bomb station had received a direct hit. Among those killed were my friend, Regimental Adjutant Hauptmann Hildebrand. He was the one who always used to say, "It could have been worse. We could have been at Stalingrad." His pale head met the dirt, dark blood crept from his mouth. Well, so what? It could have been me. Somebody I didn't know was already blubbering about the betrayed offensive, and the officers were all shouting, far too late, "Set up defensive positions!" after which the roaring of our 88s silenced everything human. At 1000 hours we achieved our second objective, point 210.7, where 1st and 2nd battalions joined us. Here we were delayed by more tank traps. Rudiger, soulful Rudiger, was now in the truck ahead of me, and Volker was behind. According to his guidebook, the Tverskaya quarter of Moscow is supposed to be very nice. Stalin widened the streets just for us. As for the old cripple, I initially supposed that he was with Sergeant Gunther, which couldn't have been the case. To tell you the truth, I couldn't have cared less about him right then. We could almost hear the breathing of the Slavs all around us in the wheat fields. That made me sick with fear. And here I want to state that the sleepwalker made sure that the best new assault guns went to his pets in the Waffen-SS. We were under strength, and certainly didn't get to ride in armoured half-tracks, I can assure you. As I've already inserted into the record, I was only a telephonist. I had to ride in an open truck. I kept saying to myself, if there's only something I can do, if I can only reason it out. I'm not a good person, but I'm not such a monster either. I've never shot a civilian except when under orders. I deserve to live. What measures can I take? Hermit crabs become all helmet whenever they want to. Smugglers invent a hiding place that no one has ever thought of before. Tank crews get themselves transferred into tigers, and tanks protect themselves with anti-magnetic paste so that Russian mines can't. Then suddenly from somewhere within a dense tall forest of sunflower stalks rose a metal thing which resembled a cup on a stick. This innocuous object whirled through the air, landed on the engine cover of the Panzer III on our left flank, which was Dankwart, and blew it up, just as I'd expected. That was the end of Dankwart. To the sleepwalker, all this was merely reconnaissance in force. At 1100 hours our engineers had completed their bridge over the Gazovka lowlands, and even I, who knew better, almost convinced myself that we would actually break through and shatter these supernatural enemy concentrations, because an illusion was better than the nastiness of Sergeant Gunther, who'd said, "Whoever doesn't get killed is going to be called a traitor for losing, so you might as well give it your all. And don't think about getting captured either. Slavs drink from the skulls of their enemies." At 1300 hours a Russian tank attack toward Korovino was halted by us, we destroying all 7 tanks. But then came more tanks in squares of 100 and 200. Well, we kept doing what we could. Our wills were armoured, like our Führer's heart, train, and automobile. Volker said, "There's nothing we can do, so we may as well roll on and find out what's going to happen to us." By the end of the second day we'd achieved a breakthrough to the depth of 15 kilometres. After that, everything got impossible. By the 5th day we'd penetrated deeper, to be sure, 6 more kilometres. Our wills might have been armoured, but the enemy's armour was thicker. We tried to be cautious. We raised our binoculars and peered through holes in every wall, but dead men, black with flies, lay in the killing zones between barbed wire. Even if only 1 in 4 was German, we'd still lost, because there are so many Russians, you see. Our planes kept rising overhead, screaming and screaming, but there were more Russian planes than I had ever seen, sometimes ramming ours in mid-air. Sergeant Gunther ordered me to contact Europe Central at once. I unrolled my telephone cable and listened to the skeleton clicks, but all I could learn was that our Freyer network had gone deaf. No instructions. Then the signal hushed. I received an implication of T-34s ready to burst out of nowhere in vast secret concentrations. Here came another flock of Sturmoviks. "Take cover," shouted Sergeant Gunther. I prayed that they weren't piloted by the night witches. Those were the most terrifying women on earth. Back in 41, when Operation Barbarossa began, we could have shot them all down with our magic 88s. The 88 is an anti-aircraft gun. It's a perfect gun, really, but now we needed the 88s to save ourselves from those T-34 tanks. If anyone ever tells you that a 75 will do the job, don't believe him. I've seen too many of our Panzer IVs score direct hits and still lose out. You can shoot a vampire with a machine gun, but if none of your bullets are silver, you might as well use them on yourself. Remember, Sergeant Gunther used to say, aim for the rear on those T-34s. Send them to Commissar Heaven on a pillar of flame. But I never succeeded in killing one, since I was only a telephonist. It's a wonder that they didn't kill me 1,000 times over. Dying, we penetrated a few centimetres deeper into their defences, refusing to acknowledge the stepped silhouettes of more tanks on the horizon. "Beware of being too wise," it said. I was glad to lose sight of them in the brownish-black smoke which rose diagonally from the engines of our murdered Panzer IVs. In Berlin, our sleepwalker was surely opening a new case folder, a green one or a grey one, whose operational rescue plans interlaced in pincers as effective as Wagner's dovetailing leitmotifs. Citadel would achieve the objective. But what if he were actually at lunch? We ducked down. Smoke arose from the village across the wheat field. Penetrations made, waves of Russian planes, so sped our lives. 15th Rifles had already been forced back to the western ridgeline. The Reds were shooting at us with their 14.5mm anti-tank guns. Then our 88s went off and killed them. Thank God for 88s. By 9/7/43 we couldn't progress any further. We were almost across what was surely the final sunflower field when we encountered a line of Red Army riflemen all firing at us from their trench. Then a Slav ran forward, pulling the pin on a grenade. "In that case," laughed Rudiger, "I wish I'd never tried to reason with you." His bullet struck home before mine did. But here came 20 more Slavs. Have you ever, through ignorance or stubborn carelessness, worn down a drill bit? Perhaps it was meant for wood, and you need to bore a hole through a steel plate. The metal's not awfully thick. Why shouldn't the drill bit last? But it gets hot, and you lean on your drill until the bit is ruined and you haven't punched through. That was why Rudiger had learned to express a certain knowingness without even moving his eyes. Not only had the friction of enemy counterattacks blunted us, but from the heights ahead, deep within the salient and out of our range, Russian batteries blasted us. Why couldn't the Luftwaffe take them out? Nor did we have enough flamethrower teams. We'd even run out of gelid petrol. Still, we struggled to fulfill this new fairy tale, held together with anti-magnetic paste, and adorned by the red-enamelled tin stars which we'd stolen from Soviet graves. It was a fine fairy tale about green and yellow camouflaged German tanks. But on 11/7/43, enemy spearheads broke through our Orel salient, and Colonel General Model, who wasn't yet Field Marshal, had to call some of us off the assault to meet that threat. To get right down to it, we were getting smaller, while infinity was getting bigger. 4. In the old legend, when Kriemhild sets the palace on fire, Hagen advises his companions to cool themselves by drinking the blood of the slain. But when their artillery opened up at our marsh-trapped and mine-maimed tanks, how were we supposed to cool ourselves then? I remember that 4-day battle along the ridgetops, when Russians kept popping out of the straw-packed earth like cardboard cutouts, all of them wearing berets and aiming long or short guns at us, while Fryer never answered me. As soon as we called our tanks back to help us, the Reds hid again. Oh, we were fine fellows. Send us Teutonic knights off to storm another castle. Our Nebelwerfers against their Katyushas, what an unresolved problem. I wore a white bandage around my forehead by then. A mortar shell had exploded in the sunflowers to my left. Sergeant Gunther was already dead. Within 5 minutes his corpse had turned as yellow as Ribbentrop's fancy office on the Wilhelmstrasse. Now the old cripple could draw his rations, too. That was when a T-34 reared upward at me at full speed, its proboscis stabbing the air. It overhung us for an instant, then tilted horrifyingly down, grinding us under its treads. I know I must have screamed. I wish I knew why that thing has always terrified me so much. It's as if its designers knew exactly what I most dreaded and hated. They'd created exactly what I didn't want them to. Meanwhile, everything that I didn't fear was embodied in the shape of the tiger, at which I swear I'd smile, even if I knew it were coming to crush me. This T-34 roared so loudly that I couldn't hear my comrades' shrieks. It left crimson ruts in the grass. Then it charged on toward our rear and was soon out of sight. I don't know how it finally met its end, because just then another Katyusha killed 6 of us. That was when we got ordered forward to exploit the capture of Soborovka village, which also wasn't in Folker's guidebook. By your order, sir, forward it was. We ran ahead as if we hoped to overtake the speeding shells fired by our own 88s. Gernot clapped his hand to his face in screaming desolation when death took him by the testicles. Then he fell. Oh, I forgot. He was already dead. Somewhere a telephone rang. 5. Before the war I suffered from nightmares, so I went to a psychoanalyst who explained to me, wherever the unconscious gets rejected, it forms battalions to counterattack somewhere else. You can reject them as much as you please. If you're strong enough, you can even wipe them out, but it will be self-defeating. The unconscious will mobilize more battalions. They'll attack the conscience until they break through. In my opinion, this is what's happening to you." Well, he was correct. The machine guns had begun picking us off, and if we tried to duck down into any gullies for cover, it was a sure bet that those places had been booby-trapped with Russian mines. That was what befell Private Volker. He flew straight to Moscow, in 1,000 pieces. Don't say we don't get what we wish for. The rest of us advanced toward the final victory, which we might even have achieved with the help of a few more Nebelwerfer brigades. If we could only establish a bridgehead, if only we could dig ourselves in within a circle of dug-in tigers. There unfortunately weren't enough tigers to be everywhere. Years later, I learned that 9th Army in its entirety had only 31 of them. When I'd seen 21st Panzer grinding optimistically off toward their assault front on that first day, I certainly didn't suspect that there went every single tiger we possessed on our side of the salient. Army Group South had all the rest. Can you believe it? Their task was to be the point of the wedge, and the wedge was wearing down. The enemy kept shooting at our tanks with their Zis-3s. How many more thousands did we have to kill? Wheat rose up to the shoulders of our steel horses, then drowned us. Our assault guns were running out of fuel, and I still couldn't achieve contact with Freyr. So I dialed the emergency frequency, and guess what signal I received? Europe Central commanded that we tighten up our assault front. Maybe they expected me to scratch runes on the back of my hand. Why even expend saliva on a curse? Rudiger shook his head once more. In the next instant, all that remained of him was a white face torn open, its red insides already black. He used to share his parcels with me. Once he gave Gerno a very pretty dagger that he picked up somewhere. Decisive results. Why not? So we struggled forward until an enemy tank brigade drove us back. We dug in and waited for our self-propelled guns to clear the way. Then, by your order, we went forward again, until we met something almost as terrible as the T-34s, a bank of Katyushas, aimed not at our tanks, but straight at us, screaming over the earth as they sped from open sights. Even if I'd had a whole SS division to protect me, even if the sleepwalker himself had pulled me under his magic blanket, I wouldn't have survived that. And yet somehow I did continue to exist. I was almost the only one. The other one was that old cripple. 6. The worst thing I have ever seen was not the annihilation of men I lived and fought with. After all, they comprised an insignificant part of 9th Panzer Division, which was but one of many units of 9th German Army, which continued to advance on Olkovatka after Rudiger and the rest of us disappeared, and, moreover, could in turn have been extinguished just as 6th Army had been at Stalingrad without negating the existence of its army group. For that matter, had Army Group Center vanished, the military forces of our Reich would have continued to function to the end. Rudiger, to be sure. I missed Rudiger. But precisely because I identified with him so perfectly, his death was no more tragic than mine would have been. What actually crushed me was when a 57mm Russian gun opened up on one of our Tigers and punched right through it. That time I did hear the crew screaming, and it burned calmly and spectacularly from the inside out. Until then, I had truly believed that Tigers were safe. The cripple croaked in my ear. Tungsten-cord ammunition, that's their secret. Don't worry, we'll take vengeance on those Slavs. Have you ever seen an injured bird at the seashore? Here come crabs from nowhere. They wait under the sand, and ring it round, cautiously at first. Before you know it, the first crab has leapt onto the broken wing and pinched off a morsel. The bird struggles, but here come other crabs in a rush. That's how it is when T-34s surround a Tiger or a Ferdinand, probing with their 76s until a close-range shot gets through. If that doesn't work, the Russian infantrymen who ride on the backs of those tanks like eggs glued down to a mother beetle's shell board us and shoot into every ventilation slit, or pour in gasoline and light it. Oh, there's nothing those Slavs won't do. Then what? From a hole in a panzer a hand dangles, half connected to a black puzzle of bones. 7. My existence had become as heavy as a Stalinist S-60 tractor. What could I do but drag it forward? A line of Russians stretched behind me now. I didn't dare raise my head to look at them, but they were laughing. Forward toward the final victory. That remained my direction and theirs. The sun winked at me from the moles on an Su-152's face. I ducked down, crawled through the sunflower stems beneath the great proboscis, avoided the blind square face of that evil thing which killed our tigers. It didn't see me. The old man was right behind, dragging his crutch. Then he was beside me. Then he was ahead of me. We crawled and crawled. He never got tired. At 2200 hours, with the night sky spider-legged by artillery fire, we stopped. Where we were remains disputable. Between the second and third of the enemy's defensive lines would be my guess. I longed to telephone headquarters and give them our position report. They might even have had some use for that information. Whenever I got isolated on the Ostfront, which happened more often than you might imagine, I used to calm myself by visualizing myself amidst the switchboard operators all in a row. They sat facing the wall, so that all any third party could have seen of them was their uniformed backs and cropped heads, a black phone dug in against each left ear, a bank of narrow metal shelves sprouting cables and wires like ivy. To me they represented consciousness itself. Each one of them was a thought wired into other thoughts. Together they comprised a brain, safely hidden under the earth, blind to the enemy outside. Nothing could frighten them. Like any child, I used to will away monsters under the bed by shutting my eyes. This might not have been rational, but it was better than smoking cigarettes with Rudiger sitting in the dirt. The old man said in my ear, "Do you want me to show you how you can live?" I didn't like him any more. I would have preferred Volker, who was always loyal and volunteered for the night watch. He'd passed his life sitting on the grassy lip of a trench womb, writing letters home which would never get there. That species of futility I respected. Disdaining to answer, I started to crawl again, gripping my helmet strap in my teeth, and I kept on until I found shelter behind the hulk of a burned Tiger tank, whose gun turret went twice as high as I could stand. Now they were shooting at us with their anti-tank rifles, but blindly. If Dankwart were here, he would have opened up with his 88. The old man stayed right behind me. We hid there together, observing the hopeless seeking of our long white rays of anti-aircraft light in the enemy darkness. When they stopped shooting, we kept hiding, because as Sergeant Gunther used to brilliantly remark, "You never know." Dawn came at 0300 hours. The old man repeated, "Shall I show you how you can live?" I wouldn't answer. Off to the north I could see half a dozen Tigers locked in position against a pack of T-34s. All at once the sun glinted on their gun barrels, and our Tigers began to fire. They killed every T-34, whose shots in turn bounced off the Tigers. I wanted to cheer, but didn't dare. What if the Russians heard? "I'll have to hang you for a while," the cripple said. "Now I know who you are," I told him. "You're Wotan. Well, I don't want your knowledge. Don't you remember how Siegfried shoves Wotan out of the way? I'm Siegfried." "That's only in Wagner," he said wearily. "That's incorrect." We started to crawl eastward. I couldn't shake him, which was in character for me. Never would I have any chance of being Siegfried. Between two fires, that was I. What a perfect E-film. Liska Malbrand would have had more hope of representing German manhood than Siegfried the telephonist. How Rudiger would have shaken his head at me. After half an hour we rested in a Russian spider hole, the dead Russian still in it below the waist, the rest of him sprawled out on the trampled wheat. He hardly stank yet, and his forage cap was pulled down over his eyes, so we didn't need to enter into any relationship with him. "Doom never dies," said the old man. I wouldn't answer. We sucked in our cheeks beneath our helmets, and off we went. In the next trench lay one of our own dead, and beside him a communications outfit. Longing to escape my hopelessness, I found myself trying to speak to Fryer on the muddy telephone. Needless to say, the enemy had snipped the wire. I understood all too well what the cripple expected of me. He wanted to place me in anguish, suspended between the zones until I could grow. But I was determined not to change in any way. That would have been disloyal to my own sufferings. 8. Let me expand on this point. Perseverance is eternally correct, even when it inflames the other side. I remember from the fairy tales that Grandmother Elsa used to tell me that it's necessary to follow without the slightest deviation the advice of the fox, fish, sleepwalker, raven, telephone, ragged dwarf. Moreover, this advice grows all the more valid as it disguises itself as nonsense. When stealing the golden horse, saddle him up in the worn tackle, not the jewelled harness which hangs on the other peg. When stealing the golden princess, who offers to come with you willingly on condition that you permit her to say goodbye to her parents, you must forbid her precisely this. Be firm, let her weep. In other words, the reward will fall only to him who obeys blindly and faithfully. Now, I have always been willing to submit myself, particularly to women. Nonetheless, in my weaker moments, further weakened by the treasonous insinuations of Rüdiger, it had begun to seem to me that unthinking obedience, cadaver obedience we called it, had lost us Moscow and Stalingrad. It hadn't yet won us Leningrad, nor could Operation Citadel be said to be progressing happily. In short, my belief in the sleepwalker had died. But he believed. He held Europe Central together in his sleep. Freya would have short-circuited herself without him. My field telephone buzzed out code clicks of another impending victory. He'd forced the enemy to fall back. Once upon a time, when Fremde Heere Ost cautioned him that the Russians were deploying 700 new tanks against us every month, the sleepwalker replied, "The Russians are dead." What if saying so could make it so? What if throwing away 6th Army at Stalingrad corresponded to saddling the golden horse in ragged leather? What if Operation Citadel would win us the Golden Princess if, and only if, we threw ourselves away? When the 4 dozen ebony men in chains appear, you must not reply when they ask who you are. You must allow them first to beat you, then to cut off your head. When T-34s converge on you, you must gaze steadily up their snouts. Don't yield a single square centimetre to them. If you follow these orders faithfully, then the talking serpent will change back into a princess for you to marry, and you'll become king of the Golden Castle. I wish I could marry the Golden Princess, I thought, and it turned out that I'd thought aloud. The old man replied, "Those are the first sensible words you've spoken. Unfortunately, there's no Golden Princess. Oh, in fact, there is. Or perhaps on top of the Siegessäule in Berlin. No, she's straight ahead, just past the 38th Defensive Construction Directorate. However, the Russians aren't going to make it easy. They don't like you." "Well, to be sure, they have good reason for that," I said. "But they were doomed to lose their lands. It's the will of history. They ought to love us now, for what they had will never come back." "Well, then show them the will of history. Or are you afraid of a few Slavs?" What could I reply? As I keep saying, I'm only a telephonist. I don't mind admitting to being a timid sort. Back before my Lena left me, or I her, I forget which came first, we used to sit on a bench overlooking the Landwehr Canal. And in September the acorns struck the ground like gunshots. Sometimes they rang off the backs of neighbouring benches. I freely confess that I felt anxious. One reason that she left me was because she wanted a hero, when I reminded her of a Jew. So what did I reply? "I'll keep on," I shouted. A headless Russian, dripping with worms, burst out of his grave and advanced toward me, clawing at the air as he came. I blew him up with a hand grenade. 9. When I refused his help for the 3rd time, the old man vanished. He went up in smoke. He was gone, just like Rüdiger, Dankwart, Gernot, and Volker. I was glad. I didn't want to be in his fairy tale. Somewhere there had to be a garden of golden pears where I could waylay the Golden Princess, or at least steal the golden horse and ride away to Baden-Baden. That was the fairy tale I preferred to be in, the one which ended with my delicious Führer parcel. As it was, I couldn't get out of this fairy tale spoken by Russians, whose mouths were Degatcherev DP machine guns, which we called record players because of their disc-like magazines. Freya tried to whisper click secrets to me on the field telephone, but the Russians shouted her down. Oh, this was becoming a nasty story. How I longed to fall back into Europe Central. But first I was going to have to overcome homogeneous forces in concentration, echelon defences in depth, hermeneutically endless layers of tank traps, ditches, spider holes. And those T-34s. My God! Sergeant Gunther used to make us aim for the reserve fuel tanks, which sat squarishly behind the hulls. But you know what happened to Sergeant Gunther. "I'll fight to the last man," I cried, at which 10 dead Russians exploded out of the ground and began marching toward me, grinding worms between their teeth. Even the sleepwalker would have screamed. I dodged around them. They kept trudging blindly on toward our lines. The worms had eaten their eyes. If only we'd had more tigers. Granted they weren't invulnerable, but when they travel in packs, the T-34s didn't dare fire at them. Then the T-34s dug in and hid like me. Ammunition, like all life force, is heavy. A man can carry only so much of it. I didn't dare to count my rounds. This I did know. The weaker I got, the stronger they got. Here came more Russians. I sent them to their second death, or got away from them. Then their brothers sprouted up, new shoots from mouldering onions. I still had my cartridge belt, with a few cartridges ready. Here came a Slav, as evil-looking as Rasputin, with stars on his shoulder tabs, and I was all alone. He saw me. He stretched out his arms to me. And this Russian tried to kiss me on the mouth, which I knew would have been my death, so I blew him up with my last grenade. But here came more Russians. As the sleepwalker had insisted, the Russians are dead. Once upon a time I'd been an invulnerable constituent of our herds of armoured personnel carriers, gouging their way across the wheat fields of the Kursk salient. The Germans are dead. If I'd only had something or someone to sell to the devil, you can be sure that I would have done it, for I was in difficulties. 10. The next thing that happened was that, miraculously overcoming the incessant pressure of the unconscious, I penetrated one more enemy line. Well, so what? A stereoscopic rangefinder was gazing at me like the uplifted heads of 2 cobras, and then I saw a Russian hiding in the sunflowers. I shot him with my very last bullet. This act freed the way for me to encounter an old lady in a hut on chicken legs. She was weaving something out of worms. Was that supposed to scare me? I know how my psychotherapist would have categorized her, an angry feminine principle, which is to say, just in case I'd missed the point, an angry woman. A furious woman. But I myself happen to believe that she was simply an old lady in a hut on chicken legs. There's no such thing as magic, tiger tanks excepted. "Have a bowl of soup," she said, but I refused. Never eat anything in the other world. Persephone nibbles 6 pomegranate seeds and finds herself compelled to live in Hades for half the year. That was why, for security reasons, the Führer caused to be destroyed all the candy and caviar which Marshal Antonescu sent him. "What is it that you want?" she demanded. She kept nodding and nodding. "Oh, nothing really," I replied. "I'm only a telephonist." "Well, you must be here for something." "That's precisely what I used to say to Rudiger. I made soup out of his eyes, and now you're here." I quoted her something I'd heard somewhere. "To be a German means to do a thing for its own sake." She stood up from her loom, waddled over to the hearth, and stirred her black, bubbling broth with a ladle made out of an airman's goggles. Oh, how Rudiger would have shaken his head. As for me, I couldn't help but feel anxious. Was that news? "All this time you've been hunting for the secret of life," said the witch. "Well, you won't find that here. But I have something more important. The secret of death." I confess that her offer tempted me for an instant. People will tell you that the darkness needs to be faced. That's why we had to attack in the east to begin with. And if I only possessed the secret of death, I could have fulfilled Operation Citadel all by myself, applying what von Manstein calls a clear focal point of effort at the decisive spot. Then Freya would love me. But what if knowing that secret changed me? I was determined not to change. To get right down to it, I wasn't here by choice. I was only a telephonist. "Forgive me," I told her, "but I'm afraid of death. For that matter, I wouldn't even have accepted the secret of life from you. How can knowledge be anything but death?" "You're going to be sorry," she replied. I think she felt rejected. Rejected content will come out somewhere else. That's what my psychotherapist kept saying. I know. And I was out of bullets. 11. So I'd rejected knowledge. Forward to the final victory. What I longed for was to get back in touch with the big black telephone at Europe Central, where true knowledge lived, the kind which was both lifeless and deathless. I'd been trained to will myself inside the telephone and gaze up at the underside of the black bakelite pan at the constellations of signals and connections, as bright as the sparks on Valkyrie's spear points. Then I could guide myself. Then I'd know where to go, what to do. Oh, I was so lonely, so lonely. Just as a burning tank roars blindly about until it blunders onto a landmine and perishes, so I was. I tried to regroup and reinforce, but hopelessly. And the sky was always dark. Around me, T-34s kept pouring endlessly toward every operational objective. And Freya had left me. Freya was Lena, whom from now on I would think of as Lena. To speak more correctly, Freya and Lena were sisters. I should have understood that before. Some things we're blind to until it's already too late. For instance, the Reds' thrust against 23rd Panzer Corps prevented Division Großdeutschland from participating in the drive on Kursk. Who knows? If Großdeutschland had been there, Citadel might have succeeded. If Lena had loved me, what might my possibilities have been? Freya and Lena were both as pretty as the globs of molten metal which sometimes spew from a burning plain. In a sunflower field, a cloud of fire idled like a swarm of flies over a dead tiger. Then came broken carapaces crazy in the mud, donut-shaped trenches in the scorched sand, twin wires twitching in a skull, an induction coil spiraling infinitely in someone's eye socket. Sufficient for me to finally raise Freya. I gave the password. That was why she let me touch her. Then I signalled, "What must I guard against?" 16th Russian Air Army, said Freya. Her voice was warm and cold at the same time, in that spectacular metallic fashion of gold. Pillboxes and mortar positions, added Lena, and I loved her the best. But it was now my duty to win the Golden Princess. And then I lost them both. I'd been cheated out of that endless moment, sentimentalized by the etchings of Kathe Kollwitz, when a woman bids her soldier boy goodbye. 12. I went on deeper and deeper into my own loneliness. As I'd learned from my total education, the object must be fanatically pursued. Soldiers and machine guns lurking in the corn, soldiers hiding in river grass as they awaited their turn to wade across the water in single file. They were all behind me now. It was rare that I came across the ruins of tanks canted in the mud. Once I bypassed a gun which was camouflaged with wavering black stripes, almost like the facade of a Swiss cuckoo clock house. This was an anomaly. I'd crept beyond almost everything. In other words, I was deep in the unconscious now, and thereby increasingly vulnerable to armoured attacks on my lengthening flank. So I took up the black mouthpiece, succour of wounds, and dialed Allfather in Berlin. I wanted to tell him that there was an enemy awaiting outside, a giant in a helmet. His mouth was as vast as the gun barrel of an Su-152. Above all, I wanted to confess that the unconscious was too much for me, but I didn't dare. So when the sleepwalker came on the line, I merely asked him whether I should move forward in support of our left flank or attack out of my position. This was the sort of question that Allfather liked. It wasn't true that he only had one eye. Like me, he refused all knowledge which might infect him with death. "You want me to concern myself with this very particular question?" he shouted. "When the Jewish wire-pullers have already wormed their cables into my telephone, you scoundrel!" "Yes, my Führer." "Give me your commanding officer at once. I'm going to order you to be shot." "Yes, my Führer." "He's dead, my Führer." "So you're the only one?" "Yes, my Führer." "And you stand prepared to carry on the reconquest of these lost territories?" "Yes, my Führer." He lowered his voice and whispered, "You'll need to be very careful. There are Jews all around you. And the farther east you go, the closer you'll get to those yellow Asiatics. Stalin's one of those. Spare no one, do you hear me? Be fair, but ruthless." "Yes, my Führer. But I have no more bullets." He might have slammed down his black telephone, but I'll never believe it. Allfather was my loving Uncle Wolf. In any event, once again the line had gone dead. What to do but soldier on? All I could do was my best. At any moment now, I said to myself, I'd see more giants and dragons, not to mention a castle with a red flag, where an ogre would be raping Aryan girls. And then what? A magic weapon of some kind, or 13. Now I was coming into autumn. In September those gracefully bullet-shaped acorns in the Tiergarten, shiny as fingernails, begin to fall to the ground and decay inside, so that when Lena and I break them open they seem to be filled with rich black gunpowder. That's autumn for me. When the leaves turn yellow and spin down into the Landwehr Canal, they're more vividly golden than ever before, since not only can we see through them as if they were lantern slides — after all, they've hung between us and the sun — but they're now also in irrevocable motion. They shift, showing us the sun on one edge or the other, then fall full on like paratroopers. And it's all so fast, they speed downward, meteors, liquid globs of gold. But once in that water, which is green-brown in the light, green-blue in the shade, they're nothing but debris. They're dirt. That's how autumn is, that sad golden instant. Autumn is no man's land. Nourishing myself on ammunition from dead men, I passed tank herds rolling evenly across the meadow toward the forest of smoke plumes on the horizon, but they had nothing to do with me. They got devoured by hungry clouds, which resembled the semicircular connectors between notes in a Shostakovich score. I can't say I hadn't expected that, because by now the weather was getting very gloomy. Meanwhile, a flock of Sturmoviks, staggered line abreast, came croaking through the sky. With the red stars on their sides, they resembled September's maple leaves caught in a gust. Oh, but what if they saw me? I hid in one of the many white-rimmed craters left by their bombs and kept steadily on. My psychotherapist, not to mention Sergeant Gunther, would have been proud. After that, a talking skull in a bunker wanted to tell me something, or give me something, but frankly I didn't care to be enlightened. A raven croaked at me, "Bring the shadow back to the Germans." I shot at it and missed. An enemy-armed car. That was serious, but I dodged it. I also escaped the witches in the sunflower fields. Bursting through a ruined palisade with my gun high in the air and running across a burning field whose crops were dead tanks toward a destination utterly obscured by smoke, I felt so frightened that I wasn't even scared. 14. After a long time I saw light on the horizon, a hellishly familiar light, but it wasn't from tracers or explosions. When I got closer I saw that it was metal. To be exact, it was a wall of metal plates, hatch covers, shields, or battleship decking, and this wall was polished so that it shone like fire. Well, I was a telephonist. Nobody could fool me. I knew about this sort of signal. Even if I hadn't seen it, I'd read about it. There'd be a sleeping Valkyrie on the other side. All I had to do was unhelm her and— But what did I care? Every Valkyrie flies away someday, even if she's been a loving wife for 7 years. She craves war. Even if I knew how to make jewels for her, she'd leave me. They always leave me, because I'm nothing but a telephonist. Straining to encode myself into something, I became prescient. I could almost feel the fingers of their reconnaissance goblins on the back of my neck. Now I could receive the signals of a nearby cave of monsters. Here came the first of them, a T-34 with its round twin hatch covers open to vertical like astonished crab eyes. And I knew that it was expected of me at Europe Central that I brave these T-34s in order to win the Golden Princess, and I even had some notion of how to go about it. First, get the command tank, the one with the radio transmitter. The other tanks can only receive. But hadn't I already done enough? So I ran forward toward the wall, which shone ever more brightly like a mountain of snow. Really, I was running away from the T-34s, but when you flee one menace for another, the world will call you brave. Oh, it was getting icy all around me. That armored car was chasing me again, but it skidded on the ice and overturned. The last I saw of it, it was spinning round and round on its back, until a great steel eagle with Klieg lights for eyes came speeding down and carried it off. Now, what about those T-34s? Better not to look. I see you shining, my beloved, chaotic, all-knowing, heartless Russia. Stalin's daughter Svetlana wrote that. She was referring to this wall. Cubes of concrete half sunk into prisoner-dug hills of ice gave me magic lurking places as I made my serpentine way forward. I didn't want to be the enemy in the open, the one which Comrade Bukharin unmasked. Meanwhile, the wall had grown so bright that I no longer needed to open my eyes to see. At last I understood what it must be like to be a sleepwalker. The wall was guarded by a man made of steel. He was as stern as Colonel General Hoth, whom I'd once seen, maybe in front, maybe in signal. As I recall, he was peering through a twin-necked rangefinder at the Slavs, although there were probably no Slavs in sight. I experienced the pleasure of watching Rudiger shake his head over that colour picture of Colonel General Hoth, whom we never met. As for this other man of steel, he resembled a Teutonic knight, and was sitting with his metal hands between his knees. The ankles of his steel boots were glitteringly articulated like a nickel-alloy shower-hose. Our time gave birth to men like that. In future decades I was going to keep seeing more and more of them. I don't mind confessing that he was too fearsome for me. He saw me. He came striding forward. If I'd had a grenade, I would have thrown it at him. Fortunately, there happened to be a mucky, bloody hole under the wall, perfect for a wretch of a telephonist. So I wormed myself under, and now I stood in front of the castle, which rose as infinitely high as the black smoke which boils up through the hatch of a dying T-34. I should have asked someone what to do next. But whom? Not that old cripple who knew everything and kept insinuating that I just had to trust him. Not the old witch or the talking skull. I tried to ask Allfather, but you know how that turned out. Lena might have known. Once she even took a trip to the east. She'd been studying linguistics. But Lena and Freya were both out of commission now. In short, I had nothing. I was nothing. All the same, my golden princess was waiting for me in the doorway alone. Why? Why does a woman ever do anything for a man who's not a hero? Because she was sorry for me. 15. When one gazes up at the victory goddess atop the Siegersäule, one perceives her graceful femininity. The way she outstretches the golden garland is simultaneously tender and regal. But what's the expression on her golden face? She's too high, too far away. That's how I've felt about each woman in my life. For their part, women have tried to understand me, but what is there to understand? I am nothing more than I am. When on a windless Sunday in the Tiergarten sunlight moves like flames through the leaves of a seemingly motionless oak, there's no explanation. Why can't I feel the wind? Why can't I see the leaves twitching? With women and me it's exactly the same. Rudiger, my double, never knew women either. That's why femaleness summed itself up for him in the semi-mask-like face of Liska Malbran. Liska Malbran in Young Heart, smiling directly at me, with white speckles of glare on her glossy grey lips. Wasn't she the golden princess? Liska Malbran's soft and naked shoulders. Liska Malbran leaning demurely forward, gazing at the cinema hero with her chastely alert eyes. Liska Malbran in yet another calm, half-smiling, semi-formal embrace with Harold Holberg in Between Two Fires. Rudiger used to say that he hated Harold Holberg more than the Slavs, because it wasn't right that any man should touch her. Liska Malbran in Signal magazine, wearing a pretty white sailor miniskirt, which I myself, for all my lack of masculinity, longed to rip off of her. She held a coil of rope in her right hand, while nipping at her lower lip with a smile of sweet determination. 17-year-old Liska Malbran was certainly a victory goddess. A Goldelse, I should say, for that is the nickname of the golden figure on our Siegersäule. Liska Malbran used to get mentioned almost every hour, back when Rudiger and Volker and I were standing in the road in our shiny boots, smoking real tobacco or singing songs as we watched another village burn. 16. "Well," said the golden princess, with her hands on her hips. No doubt I should have asked her to give us a V-weapon so that we could end the war on our terms, preserving all victories and triumphs. At the very least I should have saved Berlin. But what is Berlin supposed to be but cobwebs and chestnuts? Any decent German would have wanted that. But I wasn't decent. I don't believe that Rudiger would have wished for a V-weapon either. His heart's desire would have been some kind of carnal knowledge. Her hair was as dark as the Vltava River on a cloudy spring day. But I wasn't even man enough for that. I was only a telephonist. How could I bring her back to the Reich? What would Freya and Lena say, not to mention my father? Wouldn't ordinary life disappoint her? No. Let me say it straight. Wouldn't I have disappointed her? I was so accustomed by then to receiving and transmitting the messages of others that when I dreamed erotic dreams about anybody, even Lena, I found myself watching private film of her when she was young. I mean really young, like Liska Malbrand, and she was sitting pale, soft, and perfect, with her thighs spread and her eyes closed, and her neck tendons straining, but her lips almost parted, as her thumb pressed down on the base of her belly, and her other fingers worked frantically to bear her to orgasm. Where was I while she was doing that? Plugged into a telephone bank. Perhaps she might have saved me with her love, but that was crazy too, because if she made too much of me, I'd fail to live up to her. How could I be a golden prince? I wasn't better or worse than everyone else, and everyone else was getting slaughtered, so how could I possibly be saved? In short, what would I do if she placed me, or I placed myself, in a position of trying to be supernaturally noble? I'd only kill myself. So I wished my own wish, the coward's wish, which was to be every morning sitting in a beer garden under the trees with the old widows who didn't have to worry because they'd already lost so much. They touched their cups of ersatz coffee, or gripped their glasses of wartime Rhine wine. They whispered in each other's ears about whose grandsons had fallen on the Ostfront, which Jews had been taken away. Even if their houses got bombed away, they were still the lucky ones. That was the life I wanted. I wasn't pushy. I didn't even request cream cakes. Aching bones and loneliness, dead friends. The Golden Princess didn't have to change any of that. She didn't even have to pour coffee into my cup. Oh, I was an easy man. I was wishing for trifles. And if I couldn't have those, I'd settle for lurking once more with Rudiger in my zigzag trench, with a Tiger tank guarding me on the horizon. 17. I made my wish. I knelt down at the knees of my darling Golden Princess. When she forbore from slaying me, I dared to rise. I took a deep breath. Happily ever after, I prayed. When I kissed her, it suddenly came true that none of this had ever been real, and that what I'd taken for enemy tank herds was but a grand formation of leaves, scuttering all together across the sidewalks by the Siegersäule. 18. On 9/7/43, when the SS Death's Head Division seized Red October village, which lay on the innermost defensive line before Kursk itself, goal of Operation Citadel, our sleepwalker must have thought that the Golden Princess couldn't get away from him now. But on 17/7/43 he had to cancel Citadel in order to solve the new Anglo-American threat in Italy. Field Marshal von Manstein served him with a writ of "I told you so." In the spring of 1944, the sleepwalker relieved him of his command, which, considering how the war turned out, was just as well for that gentleman. Good Prussian that he was, he bore his retirement and subsequent prison sentence with proud restraint. In Lost Victories he writes about Citadel. And so the final German offensive in the east ended in fiasco, no matter that the enemy opposite the two attacking formations of Army Group South suffered 4 times their losses in prisoners, dead and wounded. I was never in Army Group South, of course. That must be why the achievement which consoled von Manstein leaves me cold. I was with Dankwart, whom I often saw clothed in Russian blood, Volker, who always insisted on taking his turn in the most dangerous spot, Gerno, who always enjoyed fighting in the open, Rudiger, who was generous even to enemies. We were all excellent panzer grenadiers with straps around our helmets. Well, after all, what's the difference? The engagement at Pokrovka, 12/7/43, is usually considered the precise locus of our defeat in the Kursk salient. I'm told that this was the greatest tank battle in history, but I can't confirm it. I was sitting on a park bench at that time, kissing Liska Malbrand on the mouth. Somewhere north of Belgorod, in a place where the fields had been deeply cut by our dark tank tracks, whose shadows were darker than blood, our Tiger tanks crushed the grass and wheat, the black crosses on them as dark as their ruts in that glaring summer light. But T-34 sucked the life out of them. Stalin gloated. If the Battle of Stalingrad signaled the twilight of the German fascist army, then the Battle of Kursk confronted it with catastrophe. In short, he agreed with von Manstein. Well, who says that Citadel wasn't worthwhile? Our withdrawal enabled those Slavs to execute many of our collaborators. After Operation Citadel came Operations Kutuzov and Rumyantsev, each of which ended badly for us. It was all as rapid as the westward recession of summer greenness. Winter was coming from the east again, but in the west the moist emerald fields still insisted that it was July. The green shadows of the oaks and lindens were as warmly humid as the sweat from my golden princess's armpits. We'd already withdrawn to the Hagen line. I think I must have been there. I almost remember screaming, "Run for your life, it's T-34s." They took Orel away from us, but not before we'd blown it up and killed more Slavs. Then they discovered the mass graves and began making propaganda against us. By the end of August, Kharkov was lost. Then they launched Operation Suvorov. So we retreated, laying down landmines like metal suitcases. And next to me a shell-shocked colonel with sunken eyes kept saying over and over again, "My name is Hagen. My job is to take the blame." The telephone rings. As a general rule, writing for two voices is only successful when discords are prepared by a common note. Rimsky-Korsakov, Principles of Orchestration, Draft 1891. 1. He dreamed that the big black telephone rang, and the voice in his ear was hers. That was when he thought that he was going to incur a heart attack. She wanted him to visit her, but he didn't think he could bear it. In that agonizingly beautiful voice of hers, she said that she needed him to come. So he went to her, at which point she said that what she actually needed was for them to be friends. That, he answered, he definitely couldn't bear. So long as he didn't see her, ever, then what they had been to each other could stay frozen just the way it was. But as soon as they began to be friends, the thing he refused to let go of would really be over. Over. He was weeping when he stood up to leave her, and she, refraining of course from approaching him, was gazing at him with implacable gentleness. So he faced away from her and began to go out. He did, in fact, go out of his dream, awaking with tears on his cheeks and the old longing poisoning him to the very bones. It was all he could do not to go to her right then, or at least telephone her. But, after all, everyone should do his own work all the way to the end. All the while, the familiarity of his anguish was such a comfortable old trick. It did, so to speak, comfort him in a way. The reformed addict who feels the craving almost believes in it, then merely smiles. That was the sort of fellow he was now. He'd never get rid of it now, but after all it was better than the other feeling, the fear which also lived in his bones, year by year eating away his skeleton from the inside out. As for Elena Konstantinovskaya, he remembered for a fact how jealous she had been. Why, she'd never trusted him even with his male colleagues, Glickman especially. What was it about that man? Their friendship wasn't as close as Glickman thought. For that matter, anyone who presumed on an intimacy, let's say, with Dmitri Dmitrievich Shostakovich was welcome to dream whatever he liked. He himself didn't mind armoring himself in irony, if that would— Well, the point is that every instant he'd spent away from Elena embittered her to a more fantastic degree. Because the way she quite reasonably looked at it, he was still living with Nina, wasn't he? And he was never going to leave Nina, never. Therefore he had no right to further subdivide his heart, even for innocuous friendships, did he? Did he? He'd been so often afraid of Elena. Oh, the times when she threw a plate against the wall simply because Solitinsky had telephoned, or snatched up one of his scores, threatening to tear it up for absolutely no reason that he'd ever comprehended. How he'd hated her, really. Or at least how he'd feared her. Why, then, had she so deeply wounded him by walking out? Well, it had certainly been a shock. He needed to analyze this shock without delay. I must have been in love with— an illusion, he thought, which sounded so trite that he wondered in which bad novel he'd read it. But it was true, and he still was. He loved her to the point of agony, and it was worse than hopeless. He could never— "Remember," said Glickman, trying to console him, "it wasn't as if she left you. Be logical, Dmitri Dmitrievich. Why feel abandoned? She offered to marry you, but you went back to Nina. Doesn't that make it better? Elena never left you." Grinning malignantly at his dear friend, Shostakovich replied, "That makes it worse, you son of a bitch. No, forgive me, Isaac Davidovich. Oh, my word, what a rude thing I've just said. Put it out of your mind, I beg you. It was just a— You see, I prefer to think she left me, because in that case I had no choice. I didn't have a choice which I The telephone rang. It was not Elena Konstantinovskaya. 2. Our so-called allies had finally launched Operation Overlord against the fascists. They'd established a beachhead on the French coast, in the locale of Normandy. Can you believe it? We bled ourselves almost to death at Stalingrad while they— you know. It's like a parody. Their casualty statistics must be exaggerated. I don't believe that France could be all that dangerous. Of course, we all try hard. We all do what we can. Who am I to say that Americans shouldn't play second violin? Nina says I don't know anything. He was trying to read about this development in Pravda, but Maxim, who hadn't yet left behind that boyhood age of mischief and tricks, kept teasing him by dragging a toothbrush across the wires of the second-best piano. That sound made him melancholy, but he didn't know why. Lebedinsky, who'd been raised strictly, was appalled that he didn't beat the child, but he just couldn't. "He's performing the classics," cried Shostakovich, with a hideous attempt at a smile. He was afraid that Lebedinsky looked down on him for his leniency. Truth to tell, when he heard that ghostly, almost erotic sound, which resembled a woman's moan, it, so to speak, gave him ideas. He wouldn't mind weaving that chord into his 9th Symphony, which was almost completed, or perhaps into the 10th. Actually, it materialized in the terrifying 14th. The telephone failed to ring. Lebedinsky watched him stare at it. Misconstruing vigilance for hatred, Lebedinsky, whose brother-in-law had been taken away after a telephone call summoning him to an important meeting, said, "Oh yes, Dmitri Dmitrievich, what a pleasure, to wait on the pleasure of that thing, so that—" I know, interrupted the host in alarm. Lebedinsky grew embarrassed, discomfited. A quarter-hour later he'd taken his leave. Shostakovich sat alone, drinking vodka and staring at the telephone. Galya was at the kitchen table doing her homework. The assignment, write an essay on the subject, Immortal Heroes of the Great Patriotic War. Her chosen immortal hero was liaison officer Putilov, who had been stationed at Stalingrad. The tale goes that under heavy enemy fire he crawled out to repair a communication line. The fascists machine-gunned him. Clenching the 2 broken strands of wire in his teeth, he completed the circuit and died. Communications were restored. "Papa, do you think it happened just like that?" "I think it's quite interesting, Galicia, and, you know, quite educational." "Could it actually have happened? I mean, whether or not the electrons— Well, ask your mamma, she's a physicist. You're lucky she— By the way, your hair looks extremely, pretty, pulled back like that." "How I love you, dear child. Is that a new style? And that red ribbon is very— But it's not fastened properly. Oh, me. Come here, please, you pretty child, and I'll—" The days went by. The telephone never rang. There was a scene from a certain Roman Carmen newsreel. A dead street lamp bulb hangs like a translucent olive from its metal stem. Unshoveled snow reaches almost all the way up to heaven. Which one was that? Maybe the men of the Sedov. Curious how that snow made him feel. Because snow, you see, signifies waiting. Oh, not that I believe in program music. If only the telephone would, ring. Well, and now our busy little German fascists were launching V-weapons against England. Sometimes he had to laugh. That night he dreamed about a monstrous idol whose face was a black telephone, then woke up gasping. It was not much after 4. Hours to go before dawn, but not enough hours to give him any hope of falling asleep again. Tomorrow he was going to be worthless. Fortunately, the dance music they demanded wasn't complicated. He could score it awake, asleep, or in between. "Send me out, and I'll take the wires in my teeth. Who cares what happens after that, as long as their signal goes through? This is my life. This is my life. It's a very, how should I say, typical situation. And the longer Galya believes it's wonderful, the better for her." He was composing his 2nd string quartet when the telephone rang. It shrieked with the same brassy shrillness that it had had when it rang last year to announce that Comrade Stalin had rejected the national anthem he'd composed with A. Khachaturian. This time it was merely the storeman of the NKVD ensemble, informing him that if he brought a can around it would be filled with jam. Nina had been begging for that, less for Maxim's sake than for Galya's. The girl seemed to have stopped growing, although she no longer complained of hunger. He understood that this condition was now prevalent, unfortunately, and Nina had told him, somewhat sharply, in fact, that the least he could do was beg a few grams of something for his children, given all the favours he did for strangers. She refused to believe that he loved Galya as much as Maxim. In fact, every time he laid eyes on that girl, he remembered holding her when she was a baby. He remembered the first time she'd said his name. He'd gladly chop himself into pieces, if that would in any way, you know. He said to Nina, "Maybe they ought to add a trumpet or two, so that—" "What on earth are you talking about?" "The telephone, you imbecile, so that we really can't escape it, and then accent the—" "I don't have time for this," Nina said, as she always did. Well, he shouldn't have called her an imbecile, but on the other hand he frequently felt that he could hardly— The telephone rang. His heart exploded sickeningly. He lifted the receiver and heard nothing but an evil silence. This is what they sometimes did to make sure you were home when they— You know. What he really wanted was to find a nice rabbit fur coat for Galicia while he was still here, because— Very quietly he reinterred the receiver, took up his briefcase, which contained a toothbrush, clean underwear, and a few scraps of music paper, and then he went out to the landing by the elevator, waiting very quietly for an hour, so that the children would not have to see him being arrested. 3. The day after he'd persuaded the jury to award Rostropovich the first prize in the all-union competition, the telephone rang. It was— well, you know. This was the worst, even worse than being arrested. She wanted to know how he was. She was very gentle. He couldn't speak with her, unfortunately. He actually could barely even— well, I'm sure you get the point. Some things are infinite. Fortunately, Nina and the children weren't home. Elena would have known that. That was why she'd— He doubled over and burst into tears. Ecstasy. Another quality of the poem. A magic potion being poured into a vessel suddenly thickens and turns into my biography, as if seen by someone in a dream or in a row of mirrors. Sometimes it looks transparent and gives off an incomprehensible light, similar to light during the white nights when everything shines from within. Anna Akhmatova, 1961. She once told him that he was lucky, and he said yes, thinking, "I am lucky because I sometimes get to see you," which was not what she had meant. He once wanted to tell her that she was lucky too, because two men loved her very, very much, but he caught himself. His loving her wasn't lucky for her at all, because she and the other man were so much better than he. It was understood that he could never touch her. Once, in a letter, he asked whether there was really no hope, and she wrote back promising him that there was absolutely none. So he asked again. She told him firmly, sadly, and not without affection, that there would never, ever, ever be any hope. She felt sorry for him. As for him, he continued right on hoping, firstly because she kept seeing him, sometimes without the other man's knowledge. Secondly, because even though she used to murmur, "Don't say that," when, unable to control himself, he repeated that he loved her. By the second month she no longer objected, merely looked at the restaurant table, or into his face, with an indecipherable expression which made him want to lay his life down at her feet, since, like a divinity, she heard, even though she did not grant, his prayer. Thirdly, because when he glancingly mentioned that he'd written and destroyed a diary of the imaginary years they dwelled together in one of those houses like narrow white islands in the rectangular oceans of pear trees, a very particular house, the one with the windowed tower which gazed over the levee, she'd remarked that she wished she could have read that diary. Fourthly, because she told him of her own volition that had she not met the other man first, they could have been very happy, although she subsequently began to wonder aloud whether she would, in fact, have been the right woman for him. And fifthly, because it would have been too unbearable for him not to hope. Needless to say, he couldn't divorce Nina. She was always good to him. She smiled silently upon his worship. When he asked what she was feeling, she replied, "I feel that you already understand everything." His hope made him happy, and their meetings mostly made him very happy, although sometimes the fact that he could never marry her, nor even take her in his arms, stiffened his chest with such agony that he fell silent, and only with the greatest effort could avoid tears. At those times he always remembered to smile at her, who truly wanted the best for him, and whose goodness vastly overtowered the pain which he kept ridiculously inflicting on himself. She said, "There's no point in waiting for me." He said, "Do you know, Elena, I think I'll wait." She said, "Don't wait." He asked whether he would see her that afternoon. About this matter of taking her in his arms, I should explain that a few times they had embraced hello, and that once she had embraced him goodbye for a long time, tightly and tremblingly, which had convinced him that she didn't want to see him any more. But that wasn't the case, although it was true, or appeared to be, that from that day on, whenever he tried to embrace her, she folded her arms and walked past him. So he, sickened at the thought of forcing himself on her in any way, stopped trying, not knowing for how long he could control himself in this respect, and at the same time knowing proudly and ecstatically that he could in fact refrain from this for the rest of his life, if that was what she desired or expected. 3 or 4 days later he got the courage to ask why he couldn't embrace her any more, and she, smoothing her dark hair, assured him that he could. It had all been a misunderstanding. She'd thought that he hadn't wanted to. I can hardly describe to you how happy he became then. Moreover, that day he received the great fortune of meeting her twice, and on the second meeting he embraced her very tightly. For the rest of the day he was in ecstasy. Once, when he told her how much he loved her, she answered, "I'm sorry." Usually she just half smiled and said nothing. She listened to him as patiently and silently as God. But this time he had written to her, and so she replied in writing. His idea was that there was a 1% chance that she would leave the other man in 10 or 20 years. As long as he could believe in that, he could frequently be happy. The other man was, by definition, more loving, honest, and decent than he. Had she ever exceeded the limits and given herself to him, how could he have lived up to the standard which the other man had set? Even if he devoted himself only to her, that wouldn't have been sufficient, for the other man was already devoted to her, and the pain which he, the worshipper, would have caused the woman in making her cause pain to the other man would have been unforgivable. So all that remained was to devote himself to her as much as the circumstances allowed. And since those circumstances prescribed that his devotion be carried out more or less in her absence, what he prayed for was to go crazy, so that he could live in a world where she would always be with him. Every day his love for her seared deeper into his chest and throat. It was in writing, as I have said, that they truly communicated during this period, although that communication could not be anything but painful. After she and he were quits, he communicated only through music. In fact, he was going to write her a symphony, but she explained that the difficulty was that he had already given her too much of everything, except for the one thing that he really should have given her. He wrote her many, many letters, and she wrote him 3 in return, the last of which she requested that he destroy. And then she accepted, but no longer replied to his letters, which, after all, said only the one thing. Their meetings, infused with her occasional stories and compassionate, half-acquiescent silences, gave him an opportunity to be simultaneously unrealistic and selfish. Sometimes he even forgot the war. When he wasn't too sad or shy, he talked, too much, of course, but only so that he could say, "I love you," since she never would. He gazed into her face in ecstasy. Every time he saw her, the ecstasy increased. Then she looked at her watch and had to go away. He was in agony, even though he was exalted to have been with her, and he wondered when he could see her again. Oh, he was crazy about her. He was really quite addicted to her face, and yet for the longest time he could not remember it at all, it being so much brighter than sunlight on a pool of water that he could only recall that blinding brightness. Then, after a while, since she refused to give him her photograph, he began to practice looking away for a moment when he was still with her, striving to uphold in his inner vision what he had just seen. Her pale, serious, smooth and slender face. Oh, her dark hair, so that after immense effort he began to retain something of her likeness, although the likeness was necessarily softened by his fallibility into a grainy, washed-out photograph of some bygone court beauty, the hair a solid mass of black, except for parallel streaks of sunlight as distinct as the tines of a comb, the hand-tinted costume sweetly faded, the eyes looking sadly, gently through him, the entire image cobwebbed by a sheet of semi-translucent tie paper whose white fibres twisted in the lacquered space between her and him like gorgeous worms. In other words, she remained eternally elsewhere. But again, this was not to say that she was not present, gazing steadily at him from across the table, speaking or listening. She cared for him, and once more I must emphasize that she was not at all remote. It was more than pity which she felt for him. He hoped and imagined that she loved him. If he only could be sure that she did, he could go on easily down the long path of dreams, despair, and useless hopes. Everything she'd ever given him he'd kept, of course. They'd given one another books. At some point he'd begun to lend her some of his own books. Needless to say, he would gladly have given them to her to keep, but feared making her uncomfortable by doing that, for she might well have felt awkward about accepting the things he treasured, since that would have deprived him of them. He wouldn't have cared, or perhaps unduly encouraged him, about which he would have cared only too much. Sometimes he could, in fact, in a politely quiet sort of way, give her things he treasured. But this bordered on dishonesty, and he didn't want to tell her any untruths. Why then didn't he buy her mint new copies of those books and be done? Some were out of print, but the main reason was, once again, that he didn't want to overwhelm her by always giving and giving. She knew how much he loved her. At first she'd disbelieved, but now she believed, so he thought. She said that she didn't believe him, but he supposed she had to say this in order to avoid encouraging him. Wasn't that enough? So he lent her books. After all, one of life's best pleasures is reading a book of perfect beauty. More pleasurable still is rereading that book. Most pleasurable of all is lending it to the person one loves. Now she is reading, or has just read, the scene with the mirrors. She who is so lovely is drinking in that loveliness I've drunk. Amidst the other grey, red, greenish, black, and orange volumes of various heights, this white book with the black lettering was perfectly proportioned in every way, neither showy nor insignificant. It was one of his favourite books. We can't say his favourite, since his life wasn't over yet. He mentioned it, and she was willing to accept it. She was that kind, to read the book which he loved. At the moment that it actually passed from his hand to hers, they were sitting across from each other in one of the 3 or 4 restaurants where they usually met, and she, having gazed into his face with her usual richly intelligent seriousness, studied the book she now held with the same air of happy possession which he would have hoped to find had she been looking over his body before making love with him, which she would never, ever do, no matter how long they both lived. A fact which made him want to utter a sound much softer and more leaden than any scream. And then, sitting within touching distance of her beautiful hands, which he could not touch, he watched her open the book to the title page with its half-calligraphic brush rendering by an unknown artist of a Buddhist Pongmalai garland, probably of jasmine flowers, which was draped across a woman's naked thigh. This was the most intimate moment that he and she would ever have, unless, of course, his 1% became 100, and she accepted him forever. He would not be at her side when she began to actually read the book, but from their frequent conversations he thought he could keep abreast of where she'd arrived each day. She promised to begin it that very night, when she was home with the other man, which meant that she would at least cross the frontier of the half-title page, followed by the dramatic double plant stalks connected by a leaf of the initial letter E. And now she saw before her those wide white margins and those generous white lines between the lines which encouraged every word to preen itself like the treasure that it truly was. I should mention that this beautiful volume, which was such a pleasure to hold, began its tale with a dazzling abruptness, as if the reader had just emerged from a dark tunnel into another world, a perfect world whose ground was a hot white plain of salt upon which the words lived their eternal lives. I need say nothing about the plot, whose involutions, it's a tale of obsessive love, progressed like the nested terraces on a Buddha-studded tower which narrows perfectly into nothingness. Once I visited a certain wat in Bangkok, where although the day was exhaustingly hot and bright, I grew enthralled by the sensation of wandering on a high place somewhere in the mist, a plateau exploding with ornately weathered crags. There were many towers, just as in this world there are many perfect books. This book, well, it would be wrong to say that it contained everything, but it did hold a white wall which was frescoed with masked figures, demons and bare-breasted dancing girls, all wearing golden-scaled armour. These characters, who presumably represented the various types of being which flourished during the author's epoch, journeyed through strange adventures, of course, and more commentaries have been written about their chapters than about any others in the book, for their encounters with bandit leaders in the jungle, their dialogues with the Prince of Heaven, and their dangerous dives beneath the sea to obtain the one pearl do not lack in beauty and even philosophical significance. But these personages remained the two-dimensional inhabitants of parables, universal shadows to be sure, but dependent, imprisoned on that white wall, which was really a double spread of white pages. They won love, power, and treasure when they followed the right path, but the happiness available to them was founded on an ignorance, mercifully instilled in them by their author, of the fact that they were not real, and that in the realm of the real, where the true forms of love, power, and treasure endure forever, their bright, flat strivings, imagine the animated lives of Matisse's cutouts, would never, ever, ever find any hope. For the dreams they lived in could be transcended by the book's protagonist alone, whose supernatural perfection began to evince itself in the 5th chapter. For now he could hardly wait for her to get to the 2nd chapter, whose words, so he had read in one of the antique commentaries, had been syntactically and typographically arranged to replicate heart-shaped lily pads in a vast vase before a golden wall. Between the lily pads, in the complex interstices of the water mirror, she'd be able to look directly into that pure zone upon which the lines of print had been so evenly superimposed. He comprehended very well that every sentence she read brought nearer that moment when she would have finished the book, that moment when the extremist final tendril of orgasm elongates, tapers, and begins to become a memory. But even this he could accept. He passionately longed to follow her from chapter to chapter, like a lover hastily stripping off his clothes, seeking laughingly to overtake the one he loves, who has already almost finished taking off everything as she stands before him in that small white room. That week he found himself less often dreaming his way into that place of houses like white islands, which, if one gazes down on it from an airplane, like a reader soaring over an opened book, seems almost bluish-green, with occasional bright yellow rectangles of mustard fields, and cool rivers winding through the flatness, their richly grassy lips studded every now and then with trees. Where the fields shine most greenish, there too one of the rivers sometimes also goes green. But in one spot, where the green has gone so rich as to rival blackness, the river retains its original lapis-grey character. And it's there that the windowed tower of that narrow white house rises over the pear orchard to gaze across the levee. This house was empty now, but he wasn't worried. He knew where she was. She was inside the white book, and as long as she dwelled there, she was with him. He was in ecstasy. He sent her a telegram to find out whether she had gotten to the lily-pad chapter, and she had. She'd understood everything, and even though she was busy, she telephoned him right back so sweetly and spoke with him for nearly half an hour, after which he begged her to please give him her photograph, and she gently replied, no. That book which he had entered, now she too was living within it. Now and forever it would be hers. His love was graced by perfect control. He knew that he would never hurt her or the other man. He could live without asking anything. He loved her so much that he could freely give her up if she asked that of him. His love was far more perfect than he was. We might say that it partook of the same perfection as this white book, whose two-dimensional dancers, brought into being only to emphasize the wholeness of the protagonist, wore golden crowns which tapered into ribbed, sequined stingers. Their wrists made slow, swimming motions, while the devotees knelt before the incense swirls and the flower sticks. And now, in the 5th chapter, the woman of the naked thighs, the one from the title page, emerged from an initial letter E and began to dominate the other characters. who were really no more than the glittering piecemeal reflections of faces on golden tiles. She was reading the 5th chapter right now. He remembered it so well. He had read it one summer's afternoon, in much the same way that he now gazed so deeply into her face, drinking and drinking of its inexhaustible brightness, while she gazed gently back at him, and he could not help but smile into her face because he was so happy, and she smiled back, her slender fingers sliding up and down the coffee-glass. The happiness of knowing that she was now in that particular room with the golden tiles, where he had been, and could be again whenever he chose, this happiness was so intense that he longed for death. All anguish was gone. And now, in the 8th chapter, this protagonist, this woman of the book, was accepting a fancy pongmalai from somebody. It consisted of 2 lavender ribbons, each wearing its own string of white buds and green buds and more white buds, which then merged into the upturned bowl of an opened rose. Then a white banana flower the size of an apple led the eye across the divide to the mirror image, the downturned rose, followed by 2 more strings of fragrant white jasmine buds, each tasseled with banana petals. This was the crucial scene. She was reading it at that moment, and he experienced the ecstasy of knowing that she, with her perfect intelligence, now knew that the woman in the book was she, with every visual element, every typographical atom down to the very final letter A, perfectly representing and adoring her attributes. Operation Hagen. "I gave her my oath that I'd not wrong her any more," returned King Gunther, "and I mean to keep it for evermore. When all's said and done, she is my sister." "Let me take the blame," replied Hagen. "Nibelungenlied, circa 1200. 1. We obliterated Warsaw block by block. Why let the Slavs get it back? We prepared to dynamite Prague, but unfortunately it fell too quickly. Hagen, more anciently called Hogni, had been opposed to attacking Russia in the first place, but he was too noble to hide his own guilt. I consider him as brave and forward-looking as Rommel. He said, 'Let me take the blame.' The sleepwalker liked that, I can assure you, and so Hagen got classified as indispensable to the war effort. I've held his identity card in my hand, counting up its various swastikas and eagles. But in between crises he wasn't even authorized to enter the outer checkpoint at Wolf's Lair. That tells you how the High Command felt about him. A lesser man might have been offended, but Hagen never stopped being realistic. He said to me, 'I know what I'm here for, and I accept it. Now let's go get drunk at the Golden Horseshoe. Himmler claims that the hostess is the last negress left in Berlin.' He got drunk. I didn't. I watched a single tear creep down his cheek. In the first winter of Operation Barbarossa, with Moscow unvanquished and our soldiers freezing to death by the thousands, Hagen and I went to Kranzler's for a beer. The place was almost empty, and there wasn't any coffee either. Hagen murmured to me that the 20% wartime surcharge on alcohol might soon be raised. Of course he'd bear the blame for that. The cigarette girl, who looked exhausted, sat slowly stitching up the upholstery of the most tattered chairs with packing twine. German string wasn't strong enough nowadays, being nothing but braided paper, but packages still came from Switzerland. Everybody scavenged those. The cigarette girl was bitter against the Jewish agents who'd caused this shocking turn in the war. Winking at me, Hagen said, "It's all my fault. I'm the king of the Jews." She slapped his face. Hagen laughed and turned the other cheek. A single tear began to swell upon the duct of his bloodshot eye. On 12/12/42, when the sleepwalker was saying, "We must under no circumstances give Stalingrad up, we should never get it back again," Hagen kept quiet, but afterwards he remarked to me, "Don't think I can't see the end. I know what's coming." He saw it all right, but he never flinched. Isn't that a virtue? On 19/7/43, when we abandoned Operation Citadel as lost, the sleepwalker sent for Hagen by telephone. I was all the way at the other end of the marble gallery when he slammed down the telephone, but the crash was gunshot loud, so I came running. Then I saw the expression on his face. He could have been an SS man machine-gunning a truck full of Russian infantry in revenge for the Ostfront's fogs, encirclements, airplane attacks, partisan suicide charges, winters, swamps. He caught me looking at him and screamed, "Dismissed!" I clicked my heels, saluted, and marched away as far as the waiting room, where I'd still be within call in case he needed anything. Another crash. He was trying to slam the telephone down under the earth. But here came Hagen, immaculate, ironic, ready for anything. He should have been a general, but he was only a colonel. He winked at me as I opened the door to announce him. Before I had shut it behind him, I could already hear shouting and breaking glass. When Hagen staggered out, he looked as if he'd donated too much blood at a frontline hospital. He sighed, "I need some Pervitin to pick me up." We went to watch a newsreel at the Uferpalast. The film was out of date. It was all victories. Most of the audience had only come for the feature, Liska Malbran in Young Heart. You can imagine them, ancient ladies, legless men, and a few pallid factory workers. But I should also mention that solitary, radiant little boy in a Hitlerjugend uniform. He Sieg-heiled every falling bomb. "My replacement," joked Hagen. We promenaded on Wilhelmstrasse and counted broken windows. We strolled past the boarded-up shops on Potsdamer Strasse, at which point he laughed angrily. "We must under no circumstances give Stalingrad up." I felt no need to ask him where it would all end. By then I was sleeping with the cigarette girl at Kranzler's. She didn't even have enough ration points to buy a new girdle. After her apartment got bombed out, I made the mistake of asking Hagen for advice on where we should live. He said, "There are pewter coffins in the crypt." I wouldn't want you to think that I was angry with him. When all's said and done, he was the best friend I ever had. He never lied to me or put the blame on others. My cigarette girl got called up to work at an armaments plant, where every new bullet was still copper-roofed, like the Berlin Cathedral, but the copper ran out, which was all Hagen's fault. Then the British dropped one 10 minutes before the end of her shift. I didn't even get a scrap of her dress to hold on to. To distract me, Hagen took me to the Bayreuth Festival to see Gotterdammerung. In the final act, when Gunther sings, "Complain not to me but to Hagen, he's the cursed boar who slew this hero," Hagen laughed aloud, then wept again. Because he was in uniform, they didn't dare tell him to be quiet. I glanced up at the sleepwalker's private box, but the curtain was drawn. Sometimes it's better not to know. 2. Here comes Hagen through the Brandenburg Gate at the head of a long file of anxious women and children. The Battle of Berlin has just ended. They say that 100,000 civilians died. The survivors are coming back. A woman strides quickly into West Berlin, clutching her buttonless coat. Another woman, a dark-haired beauty, holds her child's hand, her face blank and shocked. Hagen leaps up on a mound of rubble and shouts down at them, "I did it! I lost Berlin!" They throw stones at him, but Hagen's invulnerable, like Judas. He's armored with steel-plated guilt. I see Hagen at Nuremberg, naturally. How could he not be there? He's a principal defendant. They might have let him off, since he was only a colonel, but he insists that he was really a general. I'll never forget the look on Justice Jackson's face when Hagen rose, stared straight forward, and coolly explained, "The function of Germans in Europe, and our duty itself, is to take the blame for everything. We commit crimes so that the rest of you can feel pure." On 1/10/46 he was found guilty on all counts. General Nikitchenko added, "The record is filled with his own admissions of complicity. There is nothing to be said in mitigation." There he sat in the very front row with the worst of those war criminals, some of whom were in uniforms and others in suits, their heads slumped forward as if the headphones weighed them down, and they closed their eyes, waiting for sentence to be passed upon them. It happened in alphabetical order. As each one's turn neared, he opened his eyes, sat up straight, and braced himself, staring up at the judges. But when the court called upon Hagen to rise, his face became as bright as the lights of the Metropole on that night I'll never forget, when the artists Margot and Heidi Hoffner danced nude together, and all of us who saw them felt that we'd been given a secret deep within the embrace of the wartime blackout. "Defendant Hagen," said the president, On the counts of the indictment on which you have been convicted, the International Military Tribunal sentences you to death by hanging." "I knew that," said Hagen. The prison psychiatrist came on the last afternoon to record his feelings. Hagen told him, "My emotions can be summed up in 2 words. Déjà vu." Dr. Gilbert wrote down this reply. He seemed irritated. "Everything's my fault," yawned Hagen, blowing a smoke ring. "I killed all those Jews. I saw today coming, too. I foresaw all this back in 1929. "Do you remember the tests I gave you?" said the doctor in an angry voice. "I learned quite a lot about you. Among other flaws, you're diseased by infantilism. That's why you can't stop playing with people. You've never taken responsibility for anything." "What on earth are you talking about? You can punish me for anything you like. I'm ready. When you have marital problems, feel free to tell your wife it was all my doing. I know how that will turn out." Dr. Gilbert slammed the notebook shut. He rose and banged on the cell door so that the guard would let him out. He refused to look at the condemned man, but when the key began to turn, he hissed over his shoulder, "You don't know who you are. Tonight you're going to die without even knowing that much." "Of course I would prefer to be myself," said Hagen, "but something always brings me back to take the blame for what God has done. And what if this something is also myself?